cross my path! Gotcha!
Watch out, they're headed our way! Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
The hunt is on. 1,000 gods!
Felicia's here to steal a win. Good fortune for me! Cat's claws! Me, ouch! Let's make a deal. Peekaboo! Hup. So stealthy.
That's how we do it, Catwalk.
Eat your heart out, strange. Deliciously dangerous.
I unleash the shouting.
Now's the perfect time to strike. You crossed my path. Good boy, Petey. Meow.
Cross her path and your luck runs out. One of the world's premier thieves, Felicia Hardy. I've been hands-on with Black Cat personally, and I can tell you right now, she's going to shake things up, or should I say, scratch things up. But No, but honestly, her Gilded Shop is insane. Being able to buy portals for your team, take high ground, and bypass walls. It's going to be absolutely nutty to watch in team play. And her ultimate is just absolutely disgusting. But I digress, folks. Those who meet the Black Cat's gaze should beware, as her omens never miss their mark.
Everybody make sure to strut your stuff, take the shot, and claim the stars, because you can get ready for class with the new Peter Parker photographer skin, alongside Black Cat's Urban Predator skin, and the new Blade Starlit Shadow skin, because all of these are dropping this Friday, April 17th, alongside the brand new Season 7.5. So make sure to come on and check those out, because whether you're chasing the ultimate headline or wiping out the creatures lurking in the deep reaches of space, the battlefield is yours to command. No matter the challenge, you can always look your best. And like I said, guys, come check this out on April 17th.
That's literally tomorrow. That's right, the roadmap for Season 7.5 has arrived as well, so dive in for a sneak peek at what's coming in the latest season of Marvel Rivals, featuring, of course, beloved new costumes, events, and so much more. Speaking of more Marvel Rivals Ignite, perhaps? Well, yes, we got you covered, fam. Welcome, everyone, to the first day of Marvel Rivals Ignite, the 2026 America's Preseason Playoffs. My name is Zoe Schwind, and I have the utmost pleasure of being one of your hosts today. Yeah, that's right. Today we will be tag teaming, as we got a lot of action coming our way all day long. With me on the mics for this first half are Dogman and Iron Ship. Guys, we had a week after a very intense group stage to decompress, gather our thoughts, get sick and recover, as all of us are apparently sick right now. But we're so ready for this. And any thoughts heading into the playoffs action?
Yeah, I mean, like, my main thoughts is I'm excited for this. I mean, we had like one of the most dramatic group stages that you could possibly have, and I think in Marvel Rivals history. So I can't imagine what's in store for us for the playoffs. So I mean, Shib, what were your thoughts over that last week, dude?
Yeah, I think the thing that says it best is, in terms of bracket, I believe we've got the stat that 14 people got above 80% of their bracket correct. Like, that is absolutely insane out of everybody who committed to that. So it was just upset city. Everybody had a chance at it, and I think that's still going to be the case as we go into the playoffs.
I do love that, though. I love being wrong, because that means that the obvious people did not make it, as that's how I pick, right? Just like the highest percentage of win, that's my guy. But not this time around. I think America's was just like topsy-turvy all over the place. Let's talk about how we got there and look at the roadmap here, because of course we're still in the preseason, which kicked things off in a preseason group stage. We split the teams into two groups, and they had to battle it out in a round robin. The top 4 teams of each group are now moving into the preseason playoffs. So that was 2 weeks of high-octane gameplay for those teams to figure out the meta, to figure out the team itself, as we had quite an adventurous off-season as well, right? So a lot of teams, they're still trying to figure out their own identities, but I hope by now they've figured it out, because it's gonna be a tough road here in the playoffs. It is a double elimination playoffs bracket, though, so there is a second life in case you haven't figured it out for your first match. Now, we're not the only ones covering all the action. No, we also once again have a Spanish language watch party. That's right. So make sure to tune in and show them some love and appreciation.
Absolutely. I mean, there's so many co-streamers, dude. And like I'm definitely tuning into every single one when I can. Literally all of my browser pages, Zoe, just like all focused on the Spanish streamers. You know, I'm sure the Brazilian streamers out there, Korean, Chinese, Japanese. We have all the different languages, Zoe, today. I'm not even multilingual.
But you're still watching. That's the amount of amor y apoyo we want here. Vamos, join the Spanish watch party and so many more. We just want to spread the love for Marvel Rivals Ignite. And what's it all for? Of course, not just for us to hang out, have a good time, chatting about good video games. No, for the players, it's about much more. It's about all the money. That's right. We have, of course, 50K up for grabs during the preseason. Yeah, that's just for the preseason. The first place walking away with the big boy pocket money of 16K. Also, a quick reminder that in the preseason, we will also be determining the stage 1 seeding. So that can be pretty important as well, moving into stage 1.
Yeah, I mean, 50K is nothing to joke about. But again, like you're saying, preseason, that's a lot of skins. That's a lot of skins on the line. But these teams are really just getting revved up. I know we're going to be seeing a lot of roster changes and stuff like that, but $3 million on the line here for Ignite. There's just so much, and everybody wants a piece of the pie. So this is going to be that first slice, and I'm looking forward to seeing who takes it, because again, it's not just about the money, although the money is important. It's about the bragging rights. And I know just from seeing these folks on their social media, they are not afraid to brag a little bit.
Oh, no, they certainly are not. And why should they? Why should they? Now, let's take a look at our battleground, where they have to earn that fame, that glory, and that bragging right. We have, of course, a different map pool this year around. And also, we have to remind everyone that now that we are in the playoffs, we are playing in a best of 5. So we will be seeing a lot more different maps and a lot more different approaches to those maps.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's been very interesting, I think, to see teams be very strong on domination, for example, and then not so much on convergence and convoy. And then also there's various specifics in terms of, dive being good on certain map types and stuff, the diverse array of hero, sort of heroes played on top of the different maps. And there's just only, so many that you can be good at. So there's so many interesting situations I think teams can put themselves in if they pick the right map after losing their first domination.
Yeah, and of course, the ban and lock system here, you've got to keep in mind that the MRI ban system is asymmetrical. So it's not the same as we see in the MRC, where the bans are universal or symmetrical, however you want to call that. So, of course, we're going to see a lot more layers of strategical depth now that we're heading into a best of 5 scenario. I feel like in a best of 3, you can still get away with not quite reading your opponent, not having the deepest strategical preparation for your respective opponents, but you're going to be exposed in a best of 5.
Yeah, I think, 100%. Teams get to download each other a little bit more. The ban phases become more impactful. The selections, the map choices, everybody's done their homework, and that is going to play a factor in. We've even heard, just from the beginning of the preseason, teams saying they can't wait for best of 5s. They feel like they wanted more opportunity to shine, and maybe they couldn't in those best of 3s. And some of these teams made it by the skin of their teeth, and they're here now, and they want to prove it. So you can see here the bracket breakdown, dog. I don't know. What are your predictions for this first matchup, buddy?
I'm with Zoe at the top of the broadcast mentioned how kind of everybody was in shambles because of how terrible our predictions in the group stages were. And I feel like I've just reverted to playing it safe. I don't know about you guys, but I'm going back to just being okay, top dog kind of wins moving forward. The only thing maybe you could say is, yeah, we lost, have a potential to upset NRG, but also even today, it's going to be a tough matchup for Lunex. But Lunex, we're improving so much by the end of week 1. There's obviously a lot more specific things we could talk about when we talk about these specific teams, but yeah, I'm kind of just going with the top dog, except for maybe 1 or 2 matches, considering I think it's going to get really interesting once we enter that lower bracket side.
Oh, absolutely. Having teams with the back against their wall, that's when they have nothing to lose, right? So that's where they have to give it their all. This is today's match schedule, so we're going right through all of our upper bracket quarterfinal matches with 4 matches on the docket. Our crew of 3 here will be covering the first 2 matches, and then later on we're going to have Cozy, Gaskin, as well as Vicky tagging in to close out the day. We have so many good matches, so many good storylines coming into this. I mean, there is not a single one here on the board where I feel like it's really that clear cut. Maybe match 1, but even then, I feel like we had to eat our words in regards to Lunex. 2 weeks ago, right? We felt like they were the heavy underdog in their last match in the group stage, and then they pulled out a 2-0 victory over SSG. So we got to be careful with what we're stating here. We got to be careful. The teams have been coming here and surprised us all. Let's chat about our first match, though. Let's talk about this, because technically, yes, Swamp Gaming versus Lunex Gaming, that ought to be a David versus Goliath situation, except that David has been hitting the gym and is now going by the name of Dave, and he's been looking good. Swamp Gaming, of course, the heavy favorite, though, right? This is the top dog of Group A. They only dropped 1 singular map during the group stage, and we knew that we should be excited about these individual players and that core that has been playing for so long. Now, with the addition of that backline, they've been looking really, really dominant. So stacked.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, they have. And, you know, on the opposite side, like you said, Dave now coming in with Lunex. Sorry, Shib. But, like, Dave is looking much improved for sure. Like, it's tough. I mean, is Lunex the best team out of MRC now? You know, alongside Iffy, Tones, Redis, Tico Logan, Silent Blazes look good on White Fox and stuff, too. Like, this team is much improved. They did qualify for the playoffs. If you know, Swamp Gaming only dropped a map. This has been the opposite for Lunex. It's been up and down. The first week was a bit rough, losing 3 in a row. They ended up with a -2 map differential at the end of the day. But, you know, like you said, Zoe, that last day, they looked really good with that 2 over SSG. And, I mean, honestly, I think I would maybe think Dave could beat Goliath.
I hear a chuckle there. Shib, is that... Can we go that far? Do you think they have what it takes to take him down? Or do they just have what it takes to meet them again in the finals after a salty lower bracket run back?
It's tricky. It's a tricky answer because I want to give you my opinion. I think that Swamp, does work here and takes this 3-0. That would be the idea just based on their seeding, right? But whenever me and Dog are on the mic, for some reason it gets crazy and there's upsets. So who knows? But yeah, both teams have obviously looked solid. Swamp looked great. We saw more from Lunex later on in these early stages. So that was good to see. It seems like they're growing. And the more time they have together, maybe the better. We showed that Swamp did lose a map. They do have some weakness. That could be an entry point. And the entirety of Lunex has flexibility in terms of their composition. I think that's super important in the meta right now.
Yeah, I feel like both teams have shown a lot of flexibility, and on an individual level, especially with, more up-and-coming players such as the ones from Lunex, the fact that they have been adding such a depth to their hero pool, but then also like just to the way they play. We saw them leveling up from week 1 to week 2. In week 1, we knew they have the fundamentals, they have the mechanical skills. In week 2, we finally saw that they're showing up with discipline, with patience, not overcommitting. The communication seemed much improved. So I just expect them to continue on that trajectory.
I think that's totally fair. Like on this first map, 2 on Kakoa, and obviously I don't want to talk too much about Lunex, but just because of the fact that most of these MRC teams, like I said, Zoe, earlier, they're really good at domination. Krakoa being that first map, I think I would honestly expect them to at least have a very close game with Swamp Gaming on this map type. And it's tough because I think coming out of Group B, people said that it wasn't as strong as Group A in terms of across the board. I think Group A was seemingly more stacked. But Lunex is a very good domination team, and as are most of these MRC squads. So I would be a little bit concerned, I guess, for the side of Swamp Gaming moving over to domination first map, only because Lunex are so good on the map type, even though you are as well.
Ship, if I'm asking you to give me one player per team to watch out for in this first map on domination, who would it be?
Ooh, tricky. For Swamp, I'll go with Daze, just because we saw some insane plays from Daze, even on like Doctor Strange, which was great, but also can flex into that duelist role, has been swapped in a lot. So definitely check that out. And then probably Tones or Iffy on the side of Lunex. Just the Vanguard front line has been a big problem. And I'm looking forward to seeing that. And I mean, Shadow, this is also their map. I believe they're 2-1 here in the past. They seem to win here even against teams when they ultimately lose the best of 3. So this is their best chance at it. I think if they want to set a tone, if they want the pace to see, they want to start sprinting here in this playoffs, this is their time.
Right. Now, if we're thinking of the ban and lock here for this matchup for these two teams, is there any obvious ones? I mean, I feel like personally, from what I've gathered about Lunex, giving Redis the Elsa may not be the best idea. Alas, Swamp Gaming, they've shown that they're not necessarily scared of those meta picks, right? They've found ways around them, even though allowing them through the ban phase.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're kind of right, and it's sort of like a pick your poison type situation. It's tough because in the ban phase situation, I mean, Gambit was still very good, and also the same thing with Elsa. So you kind of have to decide between those two, alongside Vanguard, Deadpool in this patch being really good. So there's a lot of decisions in that department. But at the end of the day, the ban phase, like, while it does matter, and you don't want to, I think you can lose in the ban phase, but I don't know if you can necessarily like just win in the ban phases straight up. Like, you have to still be good at every composition. You have to still be flexible at the end of the day. And that's sort of what our ban phase, like you mentioned at the top of the broadcast, Zoe, is like with this hyper-specific bans, the fact that you can ban out their strengths and force them onto their weaknesses means you have to be sort of flexible across the board. And I think all these sort of dive compositions allow for that. But once we go to Convoy and Convergence, you have to be able to, switch between certain Vanguards when, for example, Vanguard Deadpool's not available.
Ship, what do you want to see from each of those teams? Do you feel like there is any like very specific targeted bans that the teams should really be aware of heading into this one?
Well, there's a solid rogue on Lunax, so I think we might see the removal of Gambit early on. It's kind of two birds, one stone situation there if you want to make that happen. And then in Swamp, that's a tough answer because they just have so much flexibility. I think this meta really plays well with them. Like, I don't know that we've seen, well, we really haven't. We haven't seen a team be able to ban them out yet. So I'm not sure what the solution is, but that's what that's what these folks that are running stats in the backline are doing. That's where they really shine. They find the way that, the games are the closest and they try to exploit that as much as possible. Obviously, they lost a map, so you're going to be looking at that. But yeah, I'm not 100% sure there is a way to ban out that line because Valentina's doing great in the back line. Obviously, the duelists are super strong. Kraz is looking incredible. I think just historically has the best stats out of every Vanguard in the entirety of this tournament so far. So that's crazy. But yeah, I really don't know that there is a ban out, at least not yet for Swamp.
Yeah, I mean, we saw different strategies, right? I think in week one, most teams that went up against Swamp Gaming, they focused heavily on banning out the backline, thinking that that would somehow weaken them. But then it just turns out that Forky Dog and Valentina, they can play anything. Like, they really weren't two-faced. Like, okay, Valentina, even when she didn't get the White Fox, which she made look so good, her and the Gambit was extraordinary too. Like, just they always found a way around it. And just as a general team, they're so cohesive. Like, there's no clear, like, crack in the armor, no clear, like, weakness to abuse. Hence, they only lost one map thus far.
Yeah, absolutely. And that kind of goes to the original point that, like you mentioned, Zoe, if you don't have any weaknesses, it's going to be tough to ban against them, right? Like you said, teams tried to ban out backline and they couldn't because of Valentina's, ability to switch to mobile characters. And for a lot of people, be that top ranked one strategist player that's not like a Loki main, for example. So I think Valentina has been significantly huge for this team. And like you mentioned with Forky Dog as well. So you might have to change up the ban phase. I don't know, maybe I'm crazy, but like, Shib, what do you think? Is it worth banning out like only Vanguards nowadays this week, or is that a little bit too target focused, especially allowing Elsa and Gambit to go through? What would you think about like banning out maybe the weaknesses of the Vanguard players more than anything to maybe put pressure on Scatter?
Yeah, I think that's not a bad idea. I mean, it's a cool idea to try to get tricky with it, especially in a best of 5. You couldn't really make those changes or attempt weird stuff in a best of 3 because if it doesn't work for you, the next thing you know, the next map you lose, you're done. So, and you can't in those phases. You want to make it to the playoffs. So it gets a little dicey. But now that we're in best of 5, yeah, I'm with you. I think this is kind of the opportunity where we're going to see some more of those unique banning out strats.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm very excited to see which form they're coming into, of course, into this with, because usually you go back-to-back weeks, back-to-back days, and now they had like 2 weeks to just like sit down and kind of reconsider their approach, right? Kind of maybe looking back at the previous 2 weeks of group play to like gather all the information necessary in order to make informed decisions in the ban phase. I'm very excited to see what they come up with. Our first match here, our first upper bracket quarterfinal, SG versus Lunax.
All right, my friend, here we go into the banning phase in a moment. I'm looking forward to it. Going to be Krakoa. It should be, you know what? We're going to find out quickly, man, if it is going to be some of that unique stuff. But I'd figure for the first time out here, we're going to be seeing Gambit or Elsa off the rip and keeping it more traditional. Yeah.
yeah. And, I hope all of the players as well are totally, well and not sick too, because, I feel bad because, coming into this week, I don't go outside, so I don't get sick. But unfortunately for you and Zoe, you got hit by the freaking bubonic plague or something, But I imagine all the players like me only play Marvel Rivals all day and never leave their house. So, and face starting up ship off the rip, immediately going to see that Gambit and then Elsa match on the opposite side for Swamp Gaming because of what, like Zoe said, and you mentioned earlier too, like you can't, deal with Redis on that Elsa sometimes.
Yeah, Redis is another one of those players I honestly should have called out. Was looking just like robotic with aim, was so locked in on that hit scan. So looking forward to seeing what that looks like today. And folks, just a reminder, going to be on the old patch. Even going into the weekend here, you're not going to be seeing Black Cat out here and all those changes coming through. That'll be later on down the line. So just keep that in mind as we go into this weekend. Going to be on the last patch.
Yeah, we've had some sweeping changes in Season 7. I mean, at the beginning of Season 7, just to go back to it, the ultimate nerf across the board, 20%. And then, with the CC changes coming up in the next patch, not this one, like you mentioned, the Invisible Woman Protect is I think, quite interesting into that Mantis ban, too. We've seen the prioritization of Mantis and how strong that could be, especially alongside that Elsa Protector they get through, considering that was before the second ban of the Mantis, and then immediately getting that Invisible Woman mismatch. And I'm kind of curious if that pans out, considering how strong Invisible Woman can be, especially peeling off divers on domination. What do you think about that, Shib? Like, do you think you need that Invisible Woman mismatch, especially with how good Doctor Strange is?
Yeah, you know what? But I'm kind of with you. I like the idea of it. I think that's one of those unique things that we were talking about. Daze is disgusting on Strange, and if I was going to say I wondered if they're going to ban Strange, but it looks like they're not yet. Yeah, that's just kind of a counter. You have the push to be able to escape from that ultimate. You have some really good protection in the back line. You have invisibility. It looks like they're going to protect Strange on the side of Lunex to change things up a little bit. But she's really strong in the meta right now. I think if you remove Strategist out, if you're going after Strategist on a ban phase, keeping Invis on your side is always good. And again, like you have so many options. You have self-peel, you have a lot of good damage, a lot of good healing, but you also enable, flanking duelists or, even Vanguards. If you're looking at Vanguard pool here from Tones, it's a really strong selection. And if you have an Invis shield at your side, you're even more threatening. So there's just a lot of options. Great strategist right now.
Yeah, you're right. And, I think the Mantis ban had to also kind of target it to a little bit due to the fact that Strange with the Mantis damage boost can be tough to deal with alongside Invisible Woman. So it's sort of that goes back to that pick your poison type situation that we brought up earlier. Meanwhile, Vanguard, Deadpool, Protective for Swamp Gaming, they got to keep playing it, but it's not banned across both sides. So that's still going to be available. But Chip, this is going to be our first game of the day, man, on domination out of all things between Swamp Gaming and Lunex, where, Lunex looked like that kind of, team that's getting stronger and better every week, whereas Swamp Gaming, they kind of came out unmatched of Group A, which was very interesting because of how strong that group is. And I think it's what better map to start off on than Domination 2, because this is Lunex, like you mentioned earlier, one of their best map types to kind of maybe put a good fight up against Swamp Gaming with their whole comps.
Yeah, and start up momentum, right? Their back's against the wall right now. I think, honestly, a lot of the times we see teams that are getting confident and are placed high in seeding, they kind of get too comfortable maybe. And this is the opportunity Lunex needs to kind of make more of a name for themselves. Not that they haven't already. They've looked really good, but this is a huge win potential for them. Going against a team like Swamp on a map that they have success on 2-1, this could be everything. We'll find out in a moment what it looks like, but I'm liking the comps on both sides.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to start off with a little bit of Wolverine on the side of Swamp Gaming with that Hulk to go for those pickoffs in the sky, so we'll see that kind of come through. Meanwhile, early portal by Iffy and crew to control the objective first, which is 20 seconds to point unlock. Swamp Gaming don't necessarily have to make a move just yet. They'll probably want to set up these flanks with Valentina, maybe set up a Madian to get as well high instinct as well to make sure that Elsa really gets the value you need out of her. But look at that target. Focus immediately towards that. Nice job to focus Iffy, but he's saved by that Hulk bubble. Slows the fight down a little bit. It doesn't end up mattering, though. Amadian, nice shots to remove Iffy, as well as the follow-up, the heals to keep Amadian alive. That's already one gone. And maybe you can come back with the portal play. Point was almost capped, but not under control. Tones, meanwhile, on the backside, able to take down Amadian. So that's a huge pickoff onto the damage dealer of Swamp Gaming. Nice kidnap to slow down Tones for now, but you have to get that KO in the Hulk form. They give up the point at the current moment just for that KO. But is it worthwhile in the long term of this fight, as Lunex have control of the objective? They walk in with that Deadpool ultimate, built it up fast from Scatter Genji. But do they actually find those KOs? It looks like the answer is no. It slows down the push of Lunex. No straddles built just yet either for the side of Lunex, but they still have control of that point, Shib. Still on the sort of back end, trying to control it. Scatter tries to zone out the back line. Too much damage coming out of him at the current moment with that Deadpool. Madian also comes back with low instinct, so those cooldowns not going to be as fast as you would maybe like. Matched by the invisible boundary and a Luna Snow ultimate on the opposite side.
Yeah, a lot of commitment here. I think they're getting a lot of value right now out of that. Wolverine off map goes silent with a 2-piece. That's going to be a ton of value again for Lunex, who are at 40% and climbing. Forky going to drop back, try to find some value with the clap, and they almost get the point. That was crazy, but they do not. Lunex doing a great job maintaining position here. Logan pops off. Tones is the same here and does find Forky. And once again, Lunex are up in numbers, and they're holding tight.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about Tones being an absolute star player. Those White Fox ultimates stalling out the point. He comes back in with that Monster Hulk, and now you have the Amadian ult on the backside, able to take down Redis, but that's only one, and that's kind of the big point for the side of Swamp Gaming, is they keep finding, one KO every time, but then are having a hard time closing out. You have the Venom on the backside from Iffy trying to also capitalize. They do it again. Valentina and Forky, the backline we just, gassed up a lot leading into the broadcast, have just had a tough time against this tank line. You talked about Tones, man. He's been so good.
Yeah, this is disgusting play here from Lunex. No overcommitment ever. Notice ultimate charge on both sides. They're still winning that even through all of this commitment. 90% here for Lunex. This is clinical. We talked about them needing to step up in this moment, and they jumped up, man. They jumped a couple steps here. They're looking really strong, and they have one more fight to win here for them to take this first map. I haven't. There's just so much value from the side of Lunex, and honestly, Swamp with Daze, those tackles early from Wolverine, I thought it was going to be it, but just not quite enough. Way to maintain positioning, even being down numbers and in all. And now another early pick comes in from Tico.
Ooh.
Scatter is going to fall there if he's taking the height and more engagement. And again, they're all just healthy right now, holding on. OT ticking down. This might be map 1.
Yeah, Daze has to go big with this ultimate right now, has to commit it, but you know, do you get the KOs? That's the thing. They're into the Jeff ult on the backside from Silent Blaze, so the supports, the strategist keeping Lunex healthy. Amating comes in with that Glartrox, finds the KOs through the Luna Snow ultimate. That's huge, and brings back Swamp Gaming finally. White Fox ultimate too late from Logan just to stall it out a little bit. But that was a massive Glartrox. I wonder if that's going to happen in the future fights. As both straddles were committed for Lunex, at least they committed a ton of ultimate shib. Swamp Gaming finally have control.
Yeah, and a crucial thing to call out for Swamp, for the, just for the folks in the chat. I mean, notice again the duelist being cycled, but this time Melophobia is going to be taking a seat back there, and you're going to see Daze in at the same time. So I mean, this whole team, they're not afraid to shift things up if they need to. And Madian obviously in as well on the duelist line. They've just got a lot of talent, and I think right now they're, maybe it could bite them in the butt, but right now it's looking clean on the retake. But that being said, 99% here for Lunex. Ult advantage going to be in favor for Swamp. Ugh. What does the Fox say here in a moment as Valentina finds one? Goodbye on another pick there on the side of Tones.
Yeah, good counter dive. Also, diving onto a Mating at the very least from Redis, who is onto that van pool. By the way, the excellent Elsa player we mentioned in the last week playing that duelist Deadpool in this situation goes for that Bane Hammer on the point, but they lose Iffy. So, they're trying to stall it out a little bit and make sure you can get some more KOs after. But at the moment, Swamp Gaming are sort of stabilizing. Kraz goes aggressive with Scatter. He's able to sort of pressure out this backline who don't have ults just yet. But as long as Silent and them can kind of live in this 3-stack, they'll be able to get out with their lives, maybe build up towards ultimates. They just committed that White Fox ult in the previous fight, but they have to keep a Madian alive. And right now, he's caught out. 1 HP eventually goes down to Redis. Nice engage on the backside with that Venom alongside Hulk ult, but that Hulk ult gets stunned. CC by the clobbering time of Krasmang, but can they find KOs after this? Aggressive plays by Logan to find Valentina. That's a good trade. As the Hulk player goes down, you at least trade Valentina the backline. Daze with the ultimate can go huge, though. Does go big. If he goes down, nice job from him, but he's swallowed by Silent Blaze, who connects onto that Wolverine. Can they find him in the meantime? Someone tries to set it up, but he backs off. No, he actually doesn't try to. He spits him off the map instead of going for the KO. And they actually reclaimed the point, unfortunately, for the side of Lunex, who committed ultimates.
Ooh, and that portal is just committed a little bit too early. You're going to lose value there because now you got to wait it out. That 20 seconds going to be ever less in terms of timing. I mean, now you're waiting for those spawns to come through, and now you commit. But oh my goodness, Silent Blaze going to find a 2-piece right on the retake, and they're going to get that point quickly. Psyche lied about that portal. It doesn't even matter as the commitment comes through. Iffy on the back line now, able to find Valentina. 3 up in numbers, and this could be the map for them, but what a retake here from Swamp. But it doesn't matter because Lunex come back with a vengeance. Likely going to be a portal play back. We'll see in a moment as Redis finds 2. Will I see 3 here? Ultimates available. Glartrox goes out. Tone's able to find a Madian. And they win map 1. Lunex looking good off the rip.
Well, and this was kind of what I was talking about. Like, for Lunex's side, they're very good at domination. For Swamp Gaming, they kind of brought it back and, obviously have a lot of experience, formerly of Team Nemesis, and now coming through with this squad. But Lunex, I mean, they had 99% control of the point. They were able to kind of secure that objective. Also, with that portal play you mentioned, Shib, they came through with the invisible boundary. Nothing to match on Swamp Gaming side, who didn't disengage. I don't know, man. What do you think? Like, Lunex, in terms of that ult management, also Tico going over to Invisible Woman has been beautiful.
Yeah, honestly, and there's been really good value out of Jeff. I think in this preseason, buddy, you and I have talked in the green room, Jeff just hasn't been getting as much success, although it's universally known the hero's really strong right now in this current meta, just due to the fact that the neutral's really strong on Jeff. He can play very aggro, he can heal through dealing damage into the backline, which kind of makes him more like a dive hero as well, and play with the team in that fashion. We've seen Silent find multiple KOs, although we did see the mistake there as Daze did a nice turnaround on the Wolverine, but outside of that, it's looked really clean. So a lot of value from the side of Lunex, kind of a play your own live composition, allow Tico to do that main healing while Logan just applies a lot of pressure. Ult advantage going to be up for Lunex here as we go into the first fight. And again, this could be a huge tone setter for them as they are up 1.
Well, we know what Swamp Game is going to do. I mean, the tough part is they're trying to play like this counter dive sort of comp, but they need to find Tones and Iffy, who have been cycling too well. You slow down that front line, go in for that dive with the bubble, keep that Venom in there. Green's already used from the Loki, so trying to hard play counter dive, but cooldown's already used. As long as nobody goes down on Lunex's side, they have the straddle to advantage. Valentina has the copy, but it's body blocked. Goes down in the copy, I think, even. Wow. So that's tough. Removes everybody instantly. And I don't like this full commitment towards this counter dive comp. It's not really working for Swamp Gaming at the current moment. At least Valentina, okay, didn't use that copy in the previous fight.
Yeah, it was attempting it, but then canceled. So good wherewithal there, to be honest, from Valentina to be able to cancel that, because that would have been detrimental. But outside of that now, you can see once again, Lunex up early in percentage on point. And for those in chat, grabbing domination points early is how you win domination. It's all about stalling now for the side of Lunex. And when you have Hulk and Iffy over there on the Venom, you have a lot of that stall. Logan's going to find one in the flank as down goes a Median, and that is another massive pick on an incredibly strong hero. Logan playing in that flank with Tones. Now the recommit, as we see Silent, like we're saying, spraying everybody, backline and their own team. And there goes a nice tackle from Daze, trying to head right back towards the duelist. Is that going to be a pick? No, down goes Silent, trying to find an answer with the HGF. Great exile here from Tones, finds one on the Valentina, and a huge ultimate to commit and buy even more time, but the point got swapped.
Yeah, point got swapped at the very least from the side of Swamp Gaming. You have, meanwhile, Deadpool just absolutely juggling on your backline. Built that jackpot as well. You find one, but it isn't enough. Lunex take control yet again, Shib. And, you know, that was nice plays from Tones that you mentioned. You talked about him being a key player. He's really showed up here on Domination map number 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's just super threatening when you have a Hulk that's not afraid, right? If you have a Hulk that's playing very aggro and understands cooldown management, and you have that triple backline to commit with you, and while you don't have as much burst healing per se in this composition, you know that you're gonna have eyes on you no matter what. So even if you can stall for a little bit with that bubble, you can get healed up and re-engage once more. Median on the flank here, look for this ultimate. This could be massive here for a Median. It needs to land. 63% in climbing for Lunex, but the pick comes through from Raidus, making a 2. Do I see 3? I do. Raidus, come on now with the Quadra, is holding on at 71% in climbing.
Beautiful ultimate committed. They're also staggering as well. Scatter has to go run off the map into the spikes. That's painful for even a man made of stone. And at the moment, this is brutal, man. Like, it's just Swamp Gaming have no control of these flank angles that Lunex are hard controlling. I mean, you can see Logan's controlling it with even more people, like you mentioned, Silent Blaze, who, you know, I think I was harsh on in previous weeks, looks so free. I don't know, Swamp Gaming with this specific composition, they might be able to win this upcoming fight, but it's how they win the future ones. It's how they can maybe set up days for the future. Scatter goes to that portal, at least they TP, maybe set up some awkward moments for Lunex, but they have to control with these ultimates right now, otherwise it's over for them, as Lunex finally have ultimate straddle. It's in the back line. Lunex built up to one. Redis again with that Van Hammer. Throws it out immediately. Scatter falls so low. Gets grabbed so low on the backside. Kraz comes back onto the Captain America, at least to add up a little bit of different pacing for Swamp Gaming, which might be big because Tico went down with that invisible boundary soon. No more straddles on the side of Lunex, but it doesn't matter. I mean, the aggression. Daze can't do anything. His ultimate finally comes out, finds one, finds Redis, maybe gets Logan too. That's huge how everybody just came into the claws of Daze, who grasps them within his own command, bringing back Swamp Gaming self-handedly, or single-handedly.
No, I'm 100% with you. That was just clean plays by Daze there. I was worried there for the side of Swamp Gaming with the overcommitment, not necessarily overcommitment, but just the unlucky ultimate there from a Median doesn't seem to collide too much. Daze is able to find a 3-piece there, which was massive for them, but 35% in climbing here. Lunex, their job now is to build Tones off, build Iffy, get Tico ready with Silent, press Q at the same time, win this fight, and that's it for game 1 in this best of 5. The question is, will Swamp be able to play clean enough to cut through some of that noise? We'll see here in a moment as the commitment comes through. Out they go as they walk forward with Valentina. The team going to drive Lunex back, who doesn't care too much right now. They're just going to reset and allow that ultimate to fade away.
Yep, and they go through the portal on the backside. They do get slowed down by that trap from a Median, but a Median get hard pressured early. Oh my goodness, nice shots from Redis to follow up there as well. I mean, everybody backs up, cooldown's used again. We use the Cloak and Dagger ultimate, and then you have Cap ult after, but no more portal because you mentioned earlier they used it with Scatter. Also, he didn't go down early. Valentina getting juggled in the sky again by Tones. Goes down inevitably as well. Eye of Agamotto does slow down that Jeff at the very least. That's everybody, but they can't get the KOs through this bubble of the Hulk. Everybody's still healthy. You can stall out a little bit longer. Still in control of the point of Swamp Gaming, who are maybe biding time for days with that Wolverine. Last stand. That's everybody! Oh my days! He's hungry, and he's actually smoked Lunex.
Oh, that was just disgusting. I saw that, dude. I saw that coming. That was massive, and Amadian's able to find a few after. I'm not even sure they can get here for the portal. Oh, there's the touch, though, so that'll buy some time. Portal could come through now, but going to be down a number as Iffy's going to have to spawn through in the OT spawn situation. 9 seconds left now as the portal comes through. And they don't touch.
Oh my god. They didn't touch. Are you kidding? Nice body block, right? That's clean from Swamp Gaming on that round on Cradle. Well, actually, not clean. I mean, that was just messy as hell towards the very end. And it was going to be a tough fight to win, obviously, because of the fact they didn't have straddles just yet, and you're going against Wolverine. I mean, you know, that's so tough to jump through a portal against Wolverine, right? So huge work from Swamp Gaming to play around their win conditions. And man, that was so dicey. Krasming swap over to Captain America Shib. What can you say about that? Was that maybe the change up that Swamp needed?
I mean, Kraz is, you know, you talk about Cap, and you got a few people in mind, but I'll tell you what, if you don't have Kraz in mind, you should. This guy is an absolute unit on Captain America. Recent changes to Cap has enabled him to have a little more damage on his initiation of his combos, which makes it a little more threatening at all times, because you can essentially, you know, provide that damage you used to have with a shield throw at any given moment. You don't need to build those 2 melee autos first in order to have the shield throw animation cancel ready. Instead, you can just press left click at any time and start that combo up, and Kraz takes full advantage of that. You're going to see here a lot of damage per 10 just by constantly annoying the team, getting eyes in different directions, and just pestering that back line, and does it so well. But again, shout out to the duelist line, Amadian and Days. Again, Meliphobia not here right now. They're stepping up in this moment, showing that we can duo up as well and find some success. But that first map, and you know, it's a little dicey because I do think Lunex kind of threw it away a little bit there on map 2, but Swamp, kind of in a similar boat, is now looking more like themselves as Scatter finds one.
Yeah, Silent got kidnapped in that fight. White Fox ult too late to save them, so already down your Jeff. Logan gets forced out of that White Fox ultimate, and Kraz comes back through and just smacks them with those shield and left click combinations. Huge work by Swamp Gaming. Kidnapped by Day, set him up with that Rocket Raccoon jetpack. Point cap by Swamp Gaming first.
Yeah, again, Swamper looking like themselves. I think, you know, a map and a half is all it took there until their alarms went off, right? Their alarms are off, they're up, they're awake, and they're locked back in. The Lunex got to get to a point where they're kind of just in flow state. They looked so strong early on, and they're struggling a bit now. I do think that switch and composition from Kraz is maybe enough for them to kind of struggle here, as Scatter's staying on Strange for the moment, waiting for that ultimate as well. Ult advantage going to be slightly in favor of Swamp again, so them holding on to this point early is a big advantage. We'll see if they're able to take advantage of that, as Valentina does have ult available soon here as well.
Yeah, maybe Scatter was maybe worried about playing the Doctor Strange early without the Invisible Woman team up or the Mantis, but I mean, Doctor Strange, you've seen how strong that hero's been in the past, at least this patch for sure. Tones pressured out early in the Sky and the Venom, which is switched with Iffy, now playing that main tank role. But again, Kraz just smoked Silent Blaze, and that's the second fight in a row where Silent Blaze has been the target focus. Regis pops his ultimate late, but I mean, it's going to be, well, might be something, but I mean, with Valentina's pressure, the healing coming back, they have to use the ultimate, so at least it's forced more. And actually, Regis finds multiple KOs with the help of Tone, so the target focus is there. That's the value of Lunex, but they have to play slow, wait out this ultimate committed by Valentina.
Yeah, it was, you know, I don't think it was the wrong choice because they were ulted in the back line there from Ritas, so it was just a stall.
But anyway.
Yeah, not going to get enough value maybe for their own mentals, as we might see an Agamotto coming out here in a moment. And again, like you're saying, without that invis, you may be thinking, oh, why they're running Strange. But in this meta, without the shields, it's great to run Strange. And that's why you see Iffy switching over to that Magneto. And that's going to be a two-piece from, again, Daze and Amadian. Why not make it 3 here, Amadian? Do I see 4 in a moment onto Tones, who's trying to buy some time. And Daze is going to be able to find another here with 30 HP and a dream. Still had passive available, though.
Yeah, this has been beautiful from the side of Swamp Gaming, and Lunex haven't adjusted. Like, the fact that even one last round when it was, you know, obviously back against the wall, Silent Blaze comes to touch a little bit longer, has to run away. You have the Glartrox, though, doesn't find anything at the very least. That's nice for the side of Swamp Gaming, but it doesn't matter. Oh my goodness, without the ultimate, just baited Ritas into a KO. Here comes the Meteor M, needs to connect, doesn't. And with that Invisible Boundary committed, they can maybe stall it out a little bit longer as Swamp Gaming, they have that Agamotto to counter this White Fox ultimate. If they all group up, maybe it's going to be tough. They actually get, okay, wait, Valentina goes down cross map. Agamotto come back to sort of peel that off, but right now, Lunex all need to back up towards this point. They lose Logan at the very least. Ritas with another one. Oh my god, Daze again! Are you kidding me? That's 3 in the fight with that last stand at the very end. Daze, such an intelligent player, gets it done. 100-0 on that third round. Beautiful work from Swamp Gaming. They win the first map.
Yeah, Days just made Lunex a scratching post. That's kind of the change that we're seeing there. I mean, the entirety of the comp switch clearly worked out for him. The team just locked right back in. I will say Lunex, they had their moment to take that map on point 2 and just kind of, they kind of squandered it a little bit there. And from then on, the momentum was just heavily shifted as we see the MVP coming in here from Days 32-3. Come on now. How many huge ults do we have to see?
This is kind of what we mentioned in previous weeks as well. Like, I feel like the fact that you need to control these off angles was kind of big. I imagine, like I said, like, I don't know, Shib, like Scat or Genji Genji had to think about maybe going to the thing off of Doctor Strange because he didn't have the Mantis or the Invisible Woman. But obviously, since he went to Doctor Strange, they turned it around. And same thing like you mentioned with Kraz on the Captain America. Beautiful work. And then, like you mentioned, the MVP Days, perfectly timed ultimates. Amadian and Valentina were the target focus, obviously, which enabled Days to kind of set up whatever he wanted and really capitalized.
Yeah, and you may be saying in the chat, like, well, Strange's shield got nerfed. Why is he so impactful? And that's why it's tricky to really judge a patch based on just the numbers of change, because if the meta shifts, heroes can become strong. And that's why Scatter is on that Strange. They were running Dive. They were running things like that Venom, like that Hulk. And as soon as you saw Bubble committed, you knew you had a free ultimate on the back line. And that's why Strange is so strong in this meta. And that's why the switch had to come in from Iffy, but it might have just been a little bit too late. But we'll see more of this, folks, right after this break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing and hoping your rise, raising up with this and smashing through time walls. Before the rift winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and hoping your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our
Welcome back, one and all. So that we here joined by our I Run Shib and Dogman. And guys, yes, Swamp Gaming took that first map, but they certainly had to work for it. At the very beginning there, I felt like, we're eating our words again. Lunex actually making this very, very competitive, and they seem to have the right formula, right? It was like just that insane amount of pressure with their vanguards onto the backline from Swamp Gaming. They were struggling in the Swamp Gaming camp there to keep the backline alive. It was just like they were constantly dying, but then the right switches were made at the right time, and maybe also a little bit of help on that second round from Lunex themselves that may or may not have resulted in this victory. But overall, I do think that if not now, then when the opponents really know that you can't ever count out Lunex Gaming. Like, they can punch up.
Absolutely. I mean, this team is, like we mentioned, very good on domination. I feel like at the first round they were controlling those off angles very well, and like you mentioned, like you saw, like Amadian just couldn't really do anything. It was tough for him to get value when Logan is flaking on that White Fox and setting up with Silent Blades across the map. But I don't know, like once they switched over to the Captain America, Shib, I mean, you take it away, man. I feel like that setup just really stopped any of those setup plays from the side of Lunex.
Yeah, I think the idea from Lunex was they were kind of that snowbally brawl comp, and they were just charging into you, and you were really struggling to handle the pressure. But when you go that cap and you start doing the same thing to their backline, then you realize, oh wait, my HP bar is not constantly topped off anymore. It's starting to get a little more dicey when I engage. Next thing you know, you're turning around, and then you're getting hit, from the opposition, and then it's like next thing you know, your whole team's gone. So it was a great switch. I like the strange switch too because it applied pressure with ultimate. It forced them to go into the Magneto, and then at that point, they're playing the chess game. I think just a little bit too late, and yeah, Swamp Game was just back into form.
Which is surprising because, quite frankly, like in round one, Lunex got quite a lot of value from the switches they made, right? And from the picks they had. So it felt like they have a really good read on the situation on the server. They kind of lost that in the later stages of that first map. Now, I am very interested to see where we're heading next. Also, just map type. Where do you see them feeling more confident?
We could see Yggdrasil. I think that's one of those consistent maps that, again, this could be in Lunex's choice, right? And that's a map they do like to run. I think that Yggdrasil does have a lot of that dive potential. There's a lot of off-angle plays, but I do think, again, that Yggdrasil's not a bad Wolverine map, and there's a lot of angles that you can pull Vanguards around and have your team have full focus. So we'll see what that looks like. There's a lot of sweeping angles and high ground. So it's tricky. I'm not sure if that's the right play, but I do think that's what they might choose.
Yeah,
Speaking of Wolverines.
Oh, yeah.
Dogman. Your thoughts here? I think you guys touched on it a little bit during the cast as well, right? Because we obviously have one of those teams that are making a lot of use of their sub players. We saw Daze and Amadian in for this one over Mello. Do you expect that to change? Do you expect Mello to come back into this one? Or we just keep on riding that Daze, like on that Wolverine or Daredevil or whatever gets through the ban phase?
Yeah, I mean, they probably switch back to Mello coming in only because, I mean, we've seen how good he is alongside, Days on these other map types on specifically Convoy Convergence. You can see like Domination, they haven't totally figured out yet, and that's kind of also a Madian sort of maps. It's tough because they sort of have so many players to choose from in the duelist department. Not all these teams can have that flexibility, right? So they're very lucky in that regard, but also it's a blessing and a curse because they have to decide the maps Madian gets to play before the match starts. But you can see the flexibility is crucial. And across the board, this is the thing we're noticing even more so than in the past, that there is no like role now. Like you saw, Tico was on Strategist at one point compared to like Deep Duelist and stuff. So I think you have to be flexible. And also this team, it's a little worrisome for Lunex moving forward because like Shib said, you go to Yggdrasil, maybe you go to Museum of Contemplation or something. But regardless, this is going to be Swamp Gaming's sort of home. They're always good on these map types, and it's going to be a tough choice regardless.
Yeah, I think it's tricky to, I'm with you on the point of like, do they bring in Mello? And I don't know. I don't know if they do it yet because they won. I think if they lost, maybe that's like the idea. But it's also, it's really cool to have talent like that, to be able to swap all three and all of them are performing. But then it's also like, is it still kind of a tryout feeling, right? But does that motivate you? There's so much behind that I'm not really sure. Because, we're still in the preseason here, folks. And for everyone to understand, these teams can very much still change. I want you to know that as we head forward as we start the season up. So there's a lot on the line, and I think everyone wants to perform, which could drive them. But I don't know. So how do you feel about that, Zoe?
Yeah, you see, we're actually talked to the coach from Swamp Gaming in week 1, I believe, about their subbing strat and what these individual players are bringing to the table. And they said that, like, they are like not just willing, but they're like determined to use all of these players. They feel like it's giving them a leg up because you have that extra man who can come in and like change the look. It also takes a little bit of pressure on some of your DPS because you don't need to be an expert at everything if you have someone else with like a different skill set that can come in. But that also, of course, makes it a little bit more readable because the opposition will know, oh, player X is being swapped in. Therefore, we can now expect this to come out, this particular look to come out of the team. So it can work both ways. It's a double-edged sword, right? Also, of course, being the player sitting on the bench and then not coming in with hot hands, that doesn't work for every player. That takes a specific type of player who can just come in and perform under the amount of pressure, because usually you're getting subbed in when change is desperately needed, meaning you're down in the series.
Yeah, that's kind of Lunex's former opponent could have done the same thing as Swamp Gaming, maybe to like a lesser extent a little bit, because they have SJW on the bench for Space Station Gaming, which is kind of a similar situation in that you have a very good hit scan player in the Madian here who has still looked solid and fluid. Despite what maybe people and other pros have said online, for example. I know that there was a beef, I think, between some pros and a Madian, and a Madian taking shots, vague posting almost on social media on X.
Vague posting, subtweeting.
Yeah, subtweeting. Can't say that anymore. That shows we're boomers, though, if you say that.
Sub-Xing.
Sub-Xing.
Yeah. Right, we run with it. We're also running with the second map now. Can Lunex bring this one back and tie up the series? Let's find out.
All right, brother, here we go again. Yggdrasil, what do you know? Off the rip is going to be the selection and the exact same bans right now. I don't think if I'm Swamp, I need to change too much on the banning phase. You see the float from Kraz there. I don't know if that's going to be selected, but it's very cool to see the idea of a little Mr. Fanta. And goodbye, or actually lock-in, excuse me, of the Invis again.
Yeah, they're prioritizing that sort of setup with the Invis alongside it. It makes sense considering how good it is, but it definitely, like, the change up to go away from the Gambit is interesting too, to make sure that's removed, not to focus on the Elsa. Swamp Gaming taking that yet again, and it's a little scary just because, I mean, you kind of give Amadian his comfort picks, right? Like, maybe you would think target focus onto his hero pool a little bit, make sure they can't play that Elsa. I understand how good Gambit is if you don't want to set up and allow Swamp Gaming to make these like hyper fast plays and stuff.
Sure.
But you could see this is what Swamp Gaming are practiced on, right? Like, this feels like their comfort zone to just play Amadian and then kind of fill around that. It ended up working out for them on the previous map, at least.
Yeah, and we're going to see the lock-in of Wolverine. I don't think that's a bad idea here for Swamp, because I think it's a really good Wolverine map, like we just talked about. And in these final bans, that's where you start to see more of those tricky, nuanced, targeted bans. We've seen Strange down here in the past, and the idea of Wolverine wouldn't be horrendous. Goodbye to the DD, who's also incredibly strong in this meta, although we didn't see him in the last series. I do believe it was banned at the very end as well by, both sides, so that's exactly why. And another lock this time. It looks like Lunex might be thinking about running that Wolverine as well.
Yeah, this is what I kind of wanted them to do on the previous map. But, like, I guess they couldn't because Tico, might have been playing it instead of Redis, who was playing a lot of that duelist Deadpool. Like, maybe Redis could have pulled that or something. Like, I get that, but maybe they felt awkward in terms of roles because Tico swapping to that Invis. Like, I don't know. What do you think about that? Is it going to be that?
I wanted to get your opinion on the fact that Duelist Deadpool was looking so good, even after the changes. There was the animation cancel changes came in for Duelist Deadpool, and I honestly had the feeling that he wasn't going to be shown a lot. We saw it a little bit from We Lost. But now we're starting to see it again. It looked really strong until those changes came in. I'm not sure why, what happened. I think maybe the compositional change kind of made it more difficult for him. But yeah, I think he's in a good spot. But, okay. And I'm seeing the Groot here too. Me personally, me, buddy. That hypes me up. No triple comp, although I do think this is one of those maps that really lends itself to being successful with the triple Vanguard role. I don't know why we're seeing less of that. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, just to talk about that real quick and then to go to the Deadpool point, it's not every team is good at it. I think we're seeing a lot more of these sort of free-forming teams that are very good at setting up dives and playing flank angles and stuff, and which you do that with the 3-3 comp as well, but some teams, I mean, there's so many things you have to kind of focus on and learn at in this game that it can, even from these pro teams, take away, like, valuable practice time on certain compositions. Maybe that's kind of why.
Sure.
But to go back to Deadpool and stuff, like, I feel like we saw value out of it, but, like, the thing is, Wolverine, when you can harass tanks, it's kind of unmatched comparatively. Like, the Deadpool is getting value, don't get me wrong, but
sure.
I mean, when your Jeff is getting picked off every single fight by Wolverine, I don't know if Deadpool can kind of have that same value, I guess, and maybe that's why it didn't work out, but off the rip immediately,
I was going to say, in Swamp also not afraid to pull out the C&D. We haven't seen a ton of Cloak and Dagger even in this preseason, and they are going to have a change coming up here tomorrow, but with that ultimate being reduced by 2 seconds from 13 to 11. But I think, we've really only seen C&D in overtime situations. So seeing more of that being played right now, likely just for the damage boost, but still, it's a big problem. That's a fat boost as we see a tackle coming right now onto Tones, able to drop back 300 HP, able to hold on for the moment. Cooldowns, getting burned goodbye to that Ironwood wall. So try to make sure there was no more follow-up. And there is the hold from Swamp starting to lock in around this first bend.
Yeah, pulling back in one. I mean, cooldowns used. Though the Phoenix coming into play as well with that team up with the Wolverine. Green's too late, unfortunately, although they used that copy. Invisible Boundary committed by the offense. So this Cloak and Dagger ult should last a little bit longer at the very least. Nice job with that Groot ult on the backside angle. No Greens to save them at the moment either. But it doesn't matter. The pocket here on the inside angle, already close back to those crystals. Card's still not pushing, though, as Swamp Gaming playing this macro pretty well right now, Ship.
Yeah, I mean, a really good Invisible Woman wall there. Shield to just hold the backline away, and it's... Oh, and it gets eaten by the Meteor M. Goodbye to that Strangling Prison. Goes downtown, does not land, but there's already the value right there in the fact that it was eaten. Well done by Scatter. Just holding that finger over the Q button, waiting to hear I am Groot, and just answering it immediately. There's another Meteor M. Is this one going to land? Bang. Goodbye to Kraz, as if he finds one, and Lunex now has the momentum with 2 minutes and 21 seconds on.
Yeah, I mean, Swamp Gaming need to build up towards these straddles at the very least, and maybe towards Daze ult. He's been big before. As long as Daze is here, it doesn't matter if they are down one. Lunex give up so much space, too, considering this 2-2-2 lineup for Swamp Gaming has been so vigilant at the current moment. Like you said, that Groot ult eaten the last fight. Daze gets pulled in by Redis. Redis pulls in by Daze. So both Wolverines sort of mimicking each other. Nice wall, Groot wall to block off the backline. Daze also is pressured out low. Don't know if he has the passive in this upcoming fight, so he can't really fully set up. Crash trying to buy him a little bit of space, maybe set up this last stand. But the invisible boundaries here from Logan. They all walk into it. Both Wolverines know what is potentially coming with these Wolves, but Kraz pushed out. Also, doesn't have any help on this backline from Daze. And they're actually going to give it the point. We're going to second phase. Eventually, Swamp Gaming are whittled down.
Yeah, Lunex are showing why they selected this map. They're looking very, very strong here off the rip. 4 minutes on for point 2 as we enter the streets phase. There's going to be a lot of flank angles here, like we're discussing. Alt advantage going to be just slightly in the favor of Swamp, but not for long as Tones. We'll have that answer here with the Strangling Prison in just a moment. And now, yeah, Lunex going to have another answer, but a huge tackle comes through. That one not able to get too much value as we do see the crystals committed. That time from the side of Logan. Invisible Boundary goes out. Silent Blaze able to find Kraz. And again, folks, on the stick, shout out Silent, one of the few controller players in the backline playing at this level.
Yeah, I mean, that was huge plays by the Strats. I mean, that's the tough part playing Wolverine against Wolverine and Magneto alongside the Groot and this backline of Loki, right? You get saved by those Greens at the very end, also pulled in by the Force Physics. So he tried to make a play. Passive proc, though. Here's the last stand on the opposite side. Doesn't even have to use it, though. It's the pressure of the last stand that's committing Swamp Gaming to hold on to these cooldowns such as the Loki crystals, but that's also resulting in them getting picked apart at the current moment. At the moment, Lunex with the swap up to the Wolverine, you have to wonder, you know, what would have happened in the last map if they switched up to this composition, because they're looking clean with it, Chip.
Yeah, and we're going to see the setup now, and that's the advantage to having Groot, who, you know, looks great on this map, does have a lot of that setup potential, and you see the walls above right there. And that's a huge tackle coming in from Redis, pulling out some cooldowns and forcing out a Meteor. And will that one find value? It does not. Redis able to play slow and steady. He still has that last stand available, and keep eyes on for that. Could be massive as crystals get committed here for Lunex. Down goes the Endsong Inferno. A hit comes through. 2, 3 comes through as Logan able to find another. Craze tries to take out one. Kraz, excuse me, as Tones turns that right back. And Tones once more onto Daze with a triple KO and walking 4 minutes on point 3. Wow, Lunex.
Yeah, this is sort of coming back into talking about the Invisible Woman ban at the beginning. You know, maybe some of the teams would want to go Loki ban in this meanwhile, but I mean, they're setting up Lunex in really good positions, right? Like their backline rotated across the map. You have Swamp Gaming's backline forced to that choke. And with that rotation from Lunex, they were able to kind of close out on the very end. Now they have ultimates yet again. They're playing the ult game pretty well, too. And for Swamp Gaming's side, the Cloak and Dagger is just been rough. Like you mentioned earlier, it's been an interesting mix-up. Redis goes aggressive, captures one with that Groot ultimate is well committed from Kraz, or from Tones. They're able to find that follow-up on the last stand.
Dude, yeah, they're looking really good right now. Still up an ultimate advantage here. Have them at the door. And this is exactly where you want them, again, for that setup from the Groot on the side of Tones, who really is versatile on these Vanguards in the front line. Trying to force out cooldowns in this door is so much value. But they're stacking for heals, which is going to build that strat line out quickly. And that's what they're looking for. The tackle comes out now. Not able to find much value. Does force out a cooldown, though, as the boundary gets committed. That time from Silent Blaze. Still has Logan's copy available. Valentina going to start now to walk them forward with the bond. And the pick comes out this time from Daze on Doritas, saying, no, I am the Wolverine. And has that last stand available. Might be using it here in a moment. Oh, nice push.
Yeah, nice push, like you mentioned. The Invisible Woman coming in to get a value again. It's harder for that Cloak and Dagger for sure, who has to set up those blinds and stuff to get value out of the character, whereas the Lunex, I mean, Silent Blaze has been playing phenomenal, but we'll see if they can keep it up. This last point can be very difficult to capture. Controlling the off angle is Tones. Ultimate build up very soon by him in this fight. Whereas with the Mating, he's been a little bit quiet this map compared to the previous one. There's the last name committed by Daze, but Meteor M from Iffy to help peel it off in the sky. Shuts down a Median. Huge shot into that player who had the Glartrox. That removes an ultimate in this upcoming fight. Also, you don't have that last stand that was committed in the previous fight, peeled off by Iffy, who played phenomenally Invisible Boundary match. Can they push in and find the KOs after it? Scatter helps peel it off, maybe looking for a KO with this Meteor M, and does so. Regis went too far. Last stand almost up for him, so they've stabilized a little bit for Swamp Gaming side. Groodle's been blocked by the Invincible Shield, but they're all in it still regardless. Glartrox also came out to no avail. Excellent work by the side of Lunex to block it with the Invis Shield partially and follow up on Tone's ultimate.
Yeah, I'd love to just be staring at the damage numbers there from Silent Blaze after a huge ultimate from Tones, throwing every cooldown into that grouping, and they all just get deleted. And again, you know, Invis not only incredibly strong in terms of the healing front, but can just do raw healing numbers all up into the sky away from the crystals there. Is able to find Valentina, and that was huge. Again, ultimate there from Regis. You don't need to get a 4-piece to find value. Just try to take those straps away and almost finding another pick. Pulling out a few cooldowns. The walls go out. Daze gonna fall from Tones. Tones gonna get 2, 3. Why don't you? Quadra now from Tones. A penta now. Come on, as they push the whole way.
Oh my goodness, Lunex get it done. 58 seconds left to go, and they fully cap out on Swamp Gaming. And beautiful work towards the end, but how does Swamp Gaming adjust? Like, Shib, what do you think? For Swamp Gaming's side, it feels like in this front-to-back comp, we haven't seen much out of them, even like when they're playing this sort of slow style. It's kind of like the 100 Thieves style a little bit. They don't seem to do well whenever Kraz is like not on these dive characters alongside Scatter.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's difficult to go dive on defense here on these modes like Convoy and Convergence. So, you know, it's tough. But I think that they, you know, the side of Lunex just really took advantage of Tones playing that Groot. They were just walking off the free space that he was generating. It seemed like the walls weren't a major priority. There was a lot of walls holding on there for Lunex, although I'm sure Swamp just had a lot to deal with because they did have a lot of movement with Regis being up there on the Wolverine. But I'm not sure. I mean, I'm with you. I think now on attack, we could see a switch up from them going something that they're a little more comfortable with on the dive front. Not sure the Cloak and Dagger was getting as much value, like you were saying. I do think Groot, you know, Groot is a decent answer.
We'll go into that a little bit because you Cloak and Dagger, you talked about at the top of the show, like Cloak hasn't seen too much play.
Yeah, and I think that's because neutral in the game, like you had mentioned earlier on in the broadcast, with the recent changes to ultimate charge, and that they're coming in 20% slower across the board, although they're through different means depending on which role you're playing. You know, you want a strat line that can deal enough damage to be threatening. We're talking about Invis being so threatening. Cloak and Dagger are incredibly strong and have a great ultimate, and the blind is awesome, but in that neutral, when they're trying to attack, they have to fully commit to that damage mode, and truthfully, it's just not that much damage, and they just aren't providing enough KO pressure to keep on the team, and that's the downside of them right now and why we haven't seen a lot of them, as we see Forky find one onto Tones. Great tackle there.
Yeah, excellent tackle from Daze. We've seen him set that up time and time again, gets the bubble from the Magneto. Follow up there, and the switch up to Luna Snow on the attack. Maybe it's like you mentioned, Shiv, the attack angle a little bit easier to set up sort of these aggressive plays, and Luna Snow obviously is not at the full power that you will be in the next patch, for example, coming up this Friday, which you're going to want to check out, but still does incredible damage, still is a top-tier character at the moment if he gets taken out. Nice job by the pressure from this attack. You can see that switch up off the Cloak and Dagger has enabled them off the rip, Shib.
Yeah, we're going to see more here as the trap goes down from Median on the left side. Great positioning there. Again, that trap does go invisible after a few seconds. You have time to break it, but then it's just gone forever. And you can see the setup. Look at those walls. Notice how Groot is angling them upward, making so you can't see the vision on where they're actually located, but they still deal the damage. So great shot there, but Logan going to come in and find Kraz early on the retake now from Lunex, committing with that invisible boundary. Is going to be some cooldown utilization here. Tico trying to find one does onto Scatter, and the reset's going to be forced here for Swamp Gaming, who does have ult advantage in this next fight.
Yeah, it looked like to me it was either the Force Physics that brought in that Vanguard or it was Regis. So I think Regis' swap over to the Wolverine again coming into play. Regis has looked so good on the Wolverine, considering he's really just been a hit scan player so far throughout the tournament. Yeah. Showing those chops so far. Copy comes out from Logan. Want to go aggressive with it in a second. Going with that invisible boundary met by the Luna Snowflake. You have that Magneto ult in the backside. Doesn't get invisibility. Logan has to block it off, but can't. Nice job. Weaves it around the backside angle, but here's that Groot ult afterwards. Aya Bakamoto doesn't connect onto anybody, it looks like, but it doesn't matter. Tico there with the follow-up in that ultimate, going aggressive on the attackers with that Groot ult, able to find more KOs, and again, Swamp Gaming are set behind.
Yeah, it's one of those weird things where when you hear Eye of Agamotto, you're going to force a lot of shield cooldowns out. But then when you have the end song coming in and burning all those shields, next thing you know, all those cooldowns you were relying on are no longer available for the end song to come in and find a few. And that was some clean play there by Tico, but no ult available here. Actually, Regis now has ult. Silent plays close again on the invis. Is insane. As a fight and a half ago, did use that commitment. Forky going to start off here with the dance floor, and we're going to see Kraz, look for some sort of ultimate here towards the back line. Crystal should be available, and the idea now is to use that as the answer instead of forcing an ultimate. Up goes the last stand. That one not able to find too much as they retake. There's that strangling prison now, waiting towards the end of the ult. It does not seem to get a pick as the drop back and reset of both sides. A lot of commitment for no value.
Yeah, slightly too aggressive on the follow-up there afterwards. Like, you do have that crude ult in the backside. Oh my goodness, that's everybody. But, again, the strategists of Lunex are playing so far back, they're playing so safe that they don't have, like, the follow-up extra damage. But in that case, Daze went too far forward. So both teams kind of going a little too aggressive. In this case, the offense, again, punished with ultimates as well. Considering they had strat ult advantage, it's a bit surprising they couldn't take advantage of it. It's Tico, yet again, another KO onto a Median who has had a quiet map.
Yeah, I mean, Lunex right now, they chose the map, folks. Obviously, it's going to be in their favor, but they are looking so good today. I mean, they struggled there at the end of map 2 and 3 on domination, but right now, right back into form here. Ultimate's going to be roughly even. A Median, though, with the Glartrox. And here goes the commitment now. Us against the world, in with that eternal bond. Out goes Crystals for the back line, trying to hold on for just a moment. But a great flake giggle here and a huge purple as Daze, a Median, find 2. And that could be enough for them to keep this going. Eye of Agamotto gets committed, finds 1. Is that going to be enough? Actually 2, but nobody goes down as Kraz is able to find that pick there onto Iffy. Walking down the back line now, trying to take out more. And instead, they're just going to set up for the moment. I'm not sure portal's available. 5 seconds on before OT, but it looks like that will be enough for point 1.
Yeah, in that last fight, it seems like they got max value to the Cloak and Dagger, capping into second phase. But like you mentioned, that blind came out, able to capitalize off of Tones on the Groot, then came back to use the Cloak and Dagger fade to make sure that nobody got hit by that Phoenix ultimate. Nice job to find the Stagger pick, by the way. And Invisible Boundary committed by Lunex here, as they want to try to stabilize at the very least, but they're still down another in this fight. Swamp still building up towards ults as well, so that's tough for the side of Lunex to use Invisible Boundary. Maybe he's looking to swap, but I don't fully see why, whereas Tones goes over to that Venom now, and Lunex just keep committing ultimates, but can they find the KOs? Swamp Gaming, they don't save Scatter at the very least.
Yeah, we can see another restart here. Again, the time just not going to be the same. And this is a very defensible position now when they're holding early on. Everything kind of working in favor for Lunex except for the ults. Swamp has a ton available now. The Glartrox goes out. Does find the front line as Amadian's able to take out Logan. There's some value there. We talked about Amadian maybe not showing up so much in the KO feed comparatively, but now starting to step up when it matters. Forky finds 1 again onto Tones, and the reset begins. Really well played by Swamp. Notice the commitment, still holding on to 3 ultimates.
Yeah, excellent work there to peel off the side of Lunex, who went aggressive again with Regis' ultimate. He didn't find value at all. I want to kind of watch that back and see what happened to Regis, but Amadian finally coming online a little bit, able to set up. Root ultimate committed cross map. Again, the pace of play changed by Swamp Gaming, trying to go aggressive with their ultimate from last stand on Daze connects flush. Huge job, but does get traded at the very least. Regardless, Cart's almost fully capped out, so they have to play and they're on the objective. Invisible Boundary built up very soon, but you have to deal with this Magneto ultimate. Everybody coming into that Invisible Boundary is going to be a target for Scatter Genki, but it looks like he doesn't have to use it at the moment. They're just able to peel off this Wolverine, who is hit by a big blind. Set down low, has to play around the corner though. Excellent job to bob and weave, but still goes down eventually. Copy comes in from the defensive angle. That's the last shuttle they have. Tico has to maybe find something with his Phoenix ultimate, but cannot after he comes back out of it. Oh, Scatter does go down to Tones, and actually, that gives them a bit of an edge. They get to walk forward now towards Kraz. No Shroud ults to deal with it. Glartrox coming up soon. Amadian could go big, but Scatter's ultimate was committed a little bit too late. The Swamp Gaming's a little bit slow with the reactions at in the meantime.
Yeah, and Swamp Game is doing this thing where they're initiating heavy with that Eternal Bond consistently, and definitely a strategy we haven't seen as much in this new patch, but you know, it does have them push this far. We'll see if it keeps going. The Glartrox goes out. The Apex Predators, that seemed to land. It does, but it's not enough. Regis breaking those walls down quickly. Great focus there. Goodbye to the Ironwood, and now trying to get the tackle, but no, it does not seem to land there. Not even sure what happened as the reverse tackle comes through, and there's the pick onto Iffy as Scatter finds 1. Swamp Gaming going to be up numbers and in ult advantages. Forky now goes in with another bond, and this is going to put Lunex in a very tough spot as Regis goes down 2.
I mean, Logan's obviously in a very strong position, but without ultimates, they lose Tones. They lose more after that, and having to deal with the Wolverine on the cart is going to always be difficult without ultimates. They do invisible Andrew at the very least, but you can get KOs through this if you have good enough target focus to the Groot ultimate. They do. Captain America ult can't save anybody inside that ult except Tico, but eventually goes down. Captain America just the last one left to stall it out, but fully online is the side of the median. Sets up on the flank. We're moving to the third point, and Lunex yet again in overtime at the very end lose the objective. We're going to third phase.
Clutch gaming. It's not swamp gaming anymore. It's clutch gaming. These guys are making no mistakes when they really can't afford to. It's like they just know they can't lose. And although they're struggling a little bit here in these early plays, and it seems like, honestly, Lunex is also just kind of locking in. But there is the switch once more in a clutch situation, reminding us exactly of what happened in Domination, being down early on 100% on map 2 after losing the first map and then just clutching up and winning it. Can they do it again here and push us to OT? Time on the clock is only 58 seconds. Lunex with a slight ult advantage. Who comes out on top here in this next fight?
Well, Days last stand actually committed with the passive, and the Madians there with the follow-up, and they waited on Logan's ultimate. They wanted to play slow. Days makes a play. We've seen this time and time again. Days has been that, X factor. Now you have the Glortrox double aggressive play, double dash in, able to take down Iffy. Nice capture on a Median with the Glortrox to find those. So they're duelists yet again. You talked about them before, Ship. Finding value when it matters most. Tone's built up towards that Groot ultimate. Days in the flank angle. Could find a kidnap again, but doesn't have the last name to follow up. Meanwhile, Redis has been a bit slower on this defensive angle. Maybe Tones can set up a Groot ultimate. 20 seconds left to go. There will be time for Doctor Strange Portal for the offense, but for defense, they still kind of have to walk out. Let's see what the defense opts to do, though, as Meteor M available for Scatter to eat Tone's ultimate. He's done it before. They play it slow. What happens here on this defense? They want to Groot wall everybody off. Iffy goes down again. That removes Iffy out of the fight. Last stand on the backside. Built it up again for the side of Redis, but no KOs. It's a Madian now who finds the KOs.
Wow.
Shots are on point. Gets 2 in that fight. Green's used as well. Tones has to back up that Groot ult. Unfortunately, couldn't find much, and that Snow Dance Floor, Luna Snow Dance Floor, helps secure the point. Can even make out of the spawns now with the overtime timer ticking down.
I mean, come on now, Swamp. Just so clutch in these moments. Pushing it all the way. A lot of commitment, though. Out goes the dance floor. Invisible Boundary gets committed. Meteor M goes up. Kraz finds one onto Redis now. And once again, numbers are dwindling. A Madian again onto Tico. Trying to push this to OT. Last stand. Bang. Goodbye to Tones. And that should do it. OT, we go.
God. First game of the day is a banger, so make sure to tune in if you have any friends in the middle of a ranked game. Tell them to tune into either our esports tab where everything's live or here on Marvel Rivals Twitch or the YouTube channel. But regardless, I mean, excellent push, like you said, Ship. I mean, what's like the main takeaway? How did Swamp make that work? Like they capped it out overtime. He talked about him being now clutch gaming.
Yeah, dude, honestly, I don't even know because they're running a similar comp here. It's like not much has changed. It's just like they remember who they are after they struggle. It's like they get down to the point where like, hey, we might lose this. Let's not do that. And then suddenly they just lock in like crazy and play out of their minds. Madian, I apologize for saying you weren't on the KO feed a lot because every single time it mattered, you in fact were really clean shots. And notice the movement there, folks. Every few seconds, that's going to be toned down here coming up tomorrow. Obviously not for this scene. Again, not going to be playing on that patch this weekend, but as the pros want time to scrim before they really need to force themselves to adapt in a day. But, that's going to be toned out a bit. An extra 2 seconds every single dash, it could change the ban phase there. But I'll tell you what, not right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Madian's looking good. Tico had their moments, but also, a lot of the plays are set up by these strats, it looks like. The strategist players alongside their Wolverines. So Redis kind of maybe he played a little bit too fast pace in that time. Days slowed it down a little bit, allowed his strategist to get in better position. Logan as well kind of watched the team eviscerate before his eyes in a lot of these situations. Both teams having to slow it down a little bit in this front to back style. We'll see how they opt to play it. In the meantime, it seems like a lot of teams kind of give up this first corner, opting for a bit of a safer engage, but we again don't have a lot of time in the bank.
Yeah, we're going to start up again, folks. This is typically when we will see some more unique stuff come out for the hold with the portal coming in, but no, still not going to elect to do that. It's not finding it as valuable, especially, I guess, into, very strong Wolverine players. They start once more. There is an early tackle. Bubble gets committed. Great idea there and great patience on cooldown from Iffy to make sure that there's not too much value in that early tackle. Kraz in a dangerous spot. 20% HP in a dream, still holding on though, as everything's getting committed, but everyone's kind of playing a little safe right now. Nobody wants to overextend, just terrified of that Wolverine who passive gets popped right there from the side of Days, and that's going to be a call out that Lunex is very happy about.
Yeah, I mean, the strategist keeping everybody alive. Barely copy available, eventually lose it. We'll talk about it after the fact, but that Cloak and Dagger ult a little bit too late from Valentina. If he finds one on the day, Scatter able to trade back Tones at the very least, who did pop that Groot ultimate. So that thing removed is huge. Phoenix ultimate comes through. Cloak and Dagger again. Matt, so both strat ults committed by the offensive side. Lunex's ults aren't actually as good despite the position they were in. Forky gets a nice little blind on the backside, finds Tico. So again, Lunex are collapsing, comes back through his own portal. Well placed by the side of the offense. Groot ultimate, or sorry, Meteor M committed with the last stand on the defensive angle, but again, no KOs found. Peeled off by Scatter in the sky with the Meteor M. Just used it full effect, not to find a KO, but to peel for the squad. Dinner time love for that. Lartrox comes down on the backside, but doesn't look like it finds anything for now. Green's committed, but Tones, does he get peeled for? Does he get the pocket on the defensive angle? Swamp Gaming still have control. They still have that last stand. Daze could go big. Saliana's down 2 in the back line towards the health pack. He removes both Vanguards for the defensive angle, and that removes huge value for the side of Lunex. As Swamp Gaming in overtime again lose 2.
I mean, this is insane back and forth, but Clutch Gaming looks like they do have the ability to push this through, and they do just that. As we're starting up on the second phase here, Lunex does have ult advantage, but keep your eyes on Kraz. The question is, can Lunex find ultimates and make something happen here? Actually, it's only answers right now, so either way, there's not too much pressure, and Forky Dog might be able to get that ultimate back at the same time. Same with Valentina. So this is going to be another sustained long fight. Who's going to be able to find picks through the chaos? We'll see in just a moment here as OT ticks down and the second point gets moving here. There is that Eye of Agamotto, lands on the back line, but the bubbles get committed. Tackle comes through from, Redis, who finds one onto Kraz. Iffy onto Daze, and Lunex clutching up right now.
Yeah, that time a better disengage. Redis ready for it. Nice job with the bubbles. Cloak and Dagger ult again. This could be an extended fight. At least they don't have portals, so they're going to have to go to a lot of mobile compositions to sort of peel this off, playing it slow. Only invisible boundary available. Glartrox does get pulled out. Meteor M could still find the KOs through it, but no, doesn't find those at all. They had to disengage on the backside. They lose silent plays on the defense again, and here's a last stand from Redis. It has to go big. He finds 1-2, but they've already lost their tank line as well. Kraz is back onto the Venom. They have to back up yet again, Shib, so Swamp Gaming. These strategists are carrying them at the current moment with their locations and timings of ultimates.
This is insane. I mean, you know what's better than finding a 2-piece there is Amadian finding 4. And that is going to be the difference maker in that fight as we head towards another clutch moment. We might see a portal play coming in. We do here from Iffy just to make sure they get to this point. OT ticking down now. Tackle comes through early on, and that's going to be an early pick on Iffy. Not even sure the portal was needed or used as Tico. Silent Blaze able to find 2 Days. Again onto Tones, trying to even the numbers a little bit for Swamp. But Lunex needs this right now. They need to stop this momentum. They only have 2 minutes, and Swamp is just looking different as Forky's able to find one onto Redis, making that switch and looking incredibly strong on that Luna, who's also getting a buff tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, Daze also with another last stand. Yeah, you lose Tico. I mean, the damage output has been crazy. Forky to switch over to the Luna after first point has been beautiful. We're in the last phase. They had 60 seconds on the clock, Shiv. And now we're in the last point of the entire map. Lunex, they're playing too slow or something right now, man. They look disgruntled.
Yeah, I can't tell if it's just Swamp constantly being clutch or if Lunex, when they get in these win condition positions, just kind of crumble. It's a tough thing to see because this is the multitude of times we've seen it now where they've had an advantage and they just can't quite do it. Forky able to find Logan now. Once again, Swamp are up a number and have an ultimate, even through the commitment from Silent Blaze. But Silent and Tones say it's not over yet. Find 2. Immediate gonna take out Tones. Once again, clutching up in these moments. Glartrox goes out. Does that one land? Glartrox actually goes over the point, so you don't need to stress about that as Amadian is able to find Iffy. Daze again onto Redis, and oh my goodness, Swamp, can they push this the entire way with a minute in OT?
I mean, that would be absurd. It very well looks possible at the current moment. I mean, maybe going into the series, you would think something like this would happen, but also, it's been a close series throughout until now. I mean, Swamp Gaming are really putting the nail in the coffin of Lunex on their attack, putting so much pressure now once they switch sides. Redis with the kidnap on a Kraz at the very least, but he gets to live for a little bit longer because Venom, it's all that effective HP with that bonus HP. But they still has his passive as well, so they're kind of sitting pretty at the moment. Copy committed by Logan. But again, Tico goes down early. Oh my goodness, how are we going down with these ultimates up in the middle of these fights? Meteor M committed by Scatter Genki. Towards the spawn, yeets into Silent Blaze with the follow-up from Kraz. Excellent work from the Vanguards of Swamp Gaming. In the middle of their dance floor is Swamp Gaming. Meteor M plus the Groot ultimate Shield not there in time to save. Forky Dog, or rather committed too early, but it doesn't matter because everybody else is following up. There's blood in the water, and Lunex are about to bleed out to the Shark of Swamp Gaming, or Clunch Gaming, as you said, Chip, because with 60 seconds on their attack, they finish Incisil Path.
This is absolutely insane, dude. What are we looking at? They can't be stopped when their back's against the wall. They're like a literal Wolverine. They're just terrifying to go up against. The honey badger, if you will. Just an absolute force, especially when you least expect it. Oh my. Wow, what an incredible play from Swamp. And Lunex, I mean, now is really going to show everyone what you're made of, because you got 2 minutes. They had 1. They pushed it the whole way. Can you do the same?
I mean, you guys talked about it before with the back line of Swamp Gaming being really good. Yeah, I mean, this is looking like the best back line besides maybe Team Liquid. Even then, like, this has been one of the best performances we've seen because, I mean, Chip, they had full advantages, right? Like that Invisible Woman mismatch.
Oh, yeah.
The target focus, I mean, sure, you could say it's kind of on that of Lunex. Maybe it's not there in that department. But damn, like Swamp Gaming just keeping their Vanguards alive and then crash setting up with those Groot ults. Everybody putting in work, dude. Like, it feels like it feels so tough. Like, what can you say about that? I mean, winning fights 5 versus 6.
I mean, it's just a comms difference. We talk about how important comms are and momentum. Obviously, momentum is super important. And without a doubt, Swamp has momentum right now going into this. But,
yeah,
it's really just cutting through the noise. Them seeing ultimates, having the idea of when to kite. And for those who don't know what the term is, it's essentially you drop back, you deal damage, you kind of go out and back in to deal damage like a kite, right? So it's that simple. Kite through those ultimates so you don't fall, but you still get your ult charge gaining as you're dropping back and playing slow. They used that perfectly, came back and always found success with their answer ultimates. Wow, Graz is very low as Tones almost makes something happen there, but lands right on the crystals to stay healthy as the next fight starts off, and Lunex needs to make something big happen here.
Yeah, both teams, their defense a little bit, reactive in terms of their play style. I think on offense, they've shined a lot better, but obviously once you go down in that situation, it's going to be tough to come back because Daze, again, removes Redis. With cooldowns up, too, I believe they had the Loki crystals, can't keep them alive. Now they're used, and they have to back up once more. So first fight for Swamp Gaming as they regroup on the offensive side. Slow down this fight again.
And here goes the next fight. Again, Lunex already back at the door is not a good start because right now they're already down a minute, and that is all that Swamp really had here. Is Redis able to find Daze to find that answer now for Lunex, but still only even at the moment. And there's a chance here that if Daze elects to, could portal in. I'm not sure they even think they need it right now. Likely a conversation that they are having because a lot of teams elect a portal here on this ramp to ensure another fight, a third fight comes through at the door. Iffy holding the space right now. Walls up for Daze, breaking them down. Dropping back as a unit once more. Forky Dog very close to that ultimate. Invisible Boundary gets committed first from Silent, and that's already a win here for Swamp, who, like we're talking about, are going to kite backwards.
And like that they're using the greens a little bit early, but can't save Kraz in that fight. Doesn't matter. They found Tones because of the kidnap on the opposite side from Daze. So we're back to being even. Glartrox again goes big. You have the Meteor M to help peel it off, but it doesn't matter because they're all brought back into the face of a Median. Invisible Boundary actually here at the very end, so maybe it did actually end up mattering as Daze went down with the dance floor up. So Swamp Gaming down both Stratus ultimates, and same thing with Lunex, but they finally have that edge they were looking for to peel off a Median's ultimate has been big.
Yeah, and there's that portal now. Back in they go. Huge tackle comes out. That's into the teleporter as Daze is able to find Redis. And what a tackle there off the rip to find one. OT ticks down. Meteor Ram. This could be a problem, but crystals get committed. Bang! It's able to find one onto Iffy. Goodbye. And a huge last stand comes through. And that should do it here, folks. Swamp Gaming clutch up, push it the whole way, and hold them on point one.
Whew, excellent work from the side of Swamp Gaming to figure it out on their offensive side and then defense as well. So for Lunex now, they're in that hole that we were talking about. It's not over. It's not the group stages, which was that sort of first to 2 angle we had. Now it is going to be first to 3. So now we're on map point. But an excellent way to get to map point if you're the side of Swamp Gaming. And for the side of Lunex, I mean, you have to feel like you had that game, right, Shib? Like,
oh yeah,
their target focus was just awful or something, man. Because the healing, yes, we could point out how good it was, but we surely have to find picks, especially with the Invisible Woman diff that we had on that defense, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure what it is. It's like it's really like it's just like the backs against the wall diff. Like if you look at the numbers, they look really solid on both sides. Obviously, a Medium with 24s, definitely a standout. Tone's looking good there on the front line with 18, but 90k healing virtually from both Silent and Valentina, 77 and 75 from Logan and Forky. Like backline was doing their job. Similar finals too on both sides, but It's just, it came down to when OT was up, which team won the more fights. And I'll tell you what, it was Swamp every single time.
Absolutely. And I think we'll see that again moving forward because they look like they've found their footing. But we'll see if Lunex can figure out also those sort of target-focused situations because, like I mentioned, Swamp Gaming there was, and maybe I'm like, reading into it too much, but usually in situations like that, it kind of boils down to target focus to find those picks. But regardless, Swamp Gaming now on map point. Can Lunex get any stabilization on this next map? We'll have to find out after this break.
Welcome back, everyone, and with this, now Swamp Gaming find themselves on match point again. They had to work hard for it, though. They really did. I feel like Lunex Gaming at the beginning of this, incredible offense, right? And then their defense was good too. It really was just Swamp Gaming grinding it out, finding advantages, and then Lunex maybe losing the thread there a little bit. You were trying to figure it out, Dogman. Like, was it the target focus that wasn't there? Like, or was it just simply Swamp Gaming just being the most clutch they've ever been?
Yeah. I mean, it's the combination of both. I think you pointed it out perfectly. Yeah, they figured it out on top of, focusing the right targets alongside. Like you could just see in the damage blocked. I think the group player Tone's he took like 120,000 damage.
Yeah.
It's really, I mean, that comes down to, like you mentioned, clutching up in the right moments, but also Daze setting up a ton of plays and everybody having confidence in him.
Yeah, I think another thing to note, which we touched on, which I think is very much in the favor of Swamp's attack, was the double cloak and dagger. It maybe has taken a seat in the wayside, but they were launching those ultimates as soon as they got them, and they were just applying pressure instantly, and it worked every time. They would immediately Loki copy after, keep the aggression going forward. It's a little bit longer of an ultimate right now in the current meta, which again is going to be changed tomorrow, and so they would always give them a few extra seconds. And if they could, the idea was you launch in with the Eternal Bond, you walk in as a unit, you force out the dance floor or whatever they have as an answer. And, maybe it takes a second or two, and even then you still have one additional second on your ultimate, and then you commit again with another Eternal Bond. They always just had that pressure, and it really did work out.
Do you feel like that cloak and dagger pick, which is something we don't really see much from other teams, at least not here in the preseason thus far, is this just a kind of pocket strat that works here and there that they can throw in, or do you expect them to try and utilize that more? Is that even possible in the future when patch changes are coming through?
Yeah, I mean, it's tricky because I think next patch, I think it will definitely take a seat in the wayside because it is going to be less of an ultimate in terms of timing. It's still going to be pretty strong at 11 seconds instead of 13. But yeah, I mean, that might cut it away. But right now, it's definitely unique. Again, I think the thing about this cloak and dagger pick is it doesn't have as much KO potential when you're not using your ult because you want to try to stay in dagger form as much as possible to keep the healing up on your team. And you can't, if you swap over, you have to fully commit the damage, where a lot of strategists don't have to do that. But when you have two of them popping off at the same time and you're constantly applying pressure with a Wolverine who can tackle everyone away from other ultimates, it works. And it clearly showed up right there. So what a W, as we look like we're heading over to Central Park next.
All right, Central Park, the map choice for Lunex. Again, loser, of course, getting the opportunity to pick him back. How do you feel about this one, Dogman, for Lunex?
I think this is again a good map for them. It's always tough because, I mean, the previous map was close. Like you felt like it was their chance, and this Lunex team is very good. I mean, if they were to reverse sweep, that'd be literally crazy. But I mean, at the moment, I imagine a lot of people's stocks of like Swamp Gaming are going down and stuff after the close game with Lunex, and for Lunex, it's obviously going up. But that last map, I mean, Zoe, that really felt like their shot, their chance to win. And same thing with Domination. They just keep losing it at the very last moment. And that could be, nerves, especially being this unsigned roster in Lunex coming out of MRC and being a young team and a young roster. Maybe it's not their time, or they could harden up in this next map. But I think a lot of that does come down to experience that obviously the other squad in Swamp Gaming has in droves.
Oh, no, 100% agree with that. It goes back to what Melo said was that 2 weeks ago in an interview, right? In the post-match interview, he said like them winning those insane unwinnable fights, that just is discipline, and that discipline is learned. That's practice. That's because they've played with each other for quite a while now as the core, and they just kind of had to like grind it out and learn it. Like they understand now their win conditions and they're able to bite their times. Whereas newer players, they have trigger fingers. That's just what it is. Like it's something you just have to learn.
Yeah, I agree. I think it is just a nerves thing. Again, like to reiterate for those who maybe don't remember, this is an MRC team. It's a team that, they've played together and they've looked great in the MRC, but they're coming into the big stage, and it's their first time up here against some of the best teams in the entire world even, and it's tough. It's tough to step up, and I really do think it's like a confidence issue. They're just not able to kind of finish out the W that they have in their hands.
They'll be a scary opponent in the lower bracket, though, if they are to fall after this third map. Let's see if they can bring it back, or if Swamp Gaming is going to run away with it.
Well, thank you, Zoe. Right. Dude, I mean, honestly, shit, like the last map, you talked about him, Amadian was popping off too. They get that Elsa ban off the rip yet again to stop Lunex from maybe matching it. And for Tico, like, I mean, what do you think in that department, playing the Phoenix in the last map as they get the Invis, same ban phase that they've had previously?
Yeah, they really don't want the Gambit on the table, and I get it. Swamps looked really good with the Gambit comp, so it's we're going to see things that are going to be consistent just due to them having scrims in the back end and things that they struggle with. That's clearly something they struggle with, which if they're able to adapt and adjust to that in the future and try to find some answers for that, maybe it'll open things up for them. But even so, they still performed, even though they've had to kind of lock into the similar ban phase every single time, not able to get that Elsa for themselves, and that Invis has obviously been very much a priority for them.
Yeah, it was working at points, but we'll kind of see as it moves forward. And, that kind of brings everything back to days. It seems like whenever this guy's in the lineup, doesn't matter who his duo partner really is, it feels like he just kind of makes the right plays at the right time. Kind of like your take on it, maybe, Shib, with like Terra back in the 100 Thieves. Like, I think this game, you can't really make hero plays. But if you have a player that has a good read on like aggression and stuff, like Days, it just ends to work out. But, here's a mix-up shit. We get to see the Daredevil finally.
Yeah, that is true. That's going to shake things up a little bit here. But yeah, I'm with you. It's like another factor to a player. Great call on Terra there, and similar call to what you're seeing with Days, who, we also saw that same exact story with Doctor Strange in the past on Yggdrasil. So really just has it in the gene. The idea on some of these heroes is, it's tricky to play aggro in a setting like this where the players make very little mistakes because you're afraid that you're going to look, like a doofus, like trying to make something happen, and it just doesn't work out for you. But if you have the confidence to pull it off, and you do pull it off, I think it just snowballs you as a player, and you just get better and better because you can do it.
Good points. And Daredevil eventually going to get locked for both squads. We have the Vanguard Deadpool ban at the very end. So a little bit focus on that. I think at EU we would have seen, or EMEA, we would have seen maybe some Loki prioritization as well with how strong Loki's been throughout. But the Daredevil getting through is that mix-up alongside the Elsa. And we've seen how good Daredevil and Elsa could be, Shib. That duelist lineup, probably a lot of people's S tier in terms of the duelist department, right?
Yeah, and it does enable things like a more aggressive White Fox, too. I think we saw some of that from Team Liquid Citadel. They played aggro with things like Cap, even when they could, but they haven't necessarily played a ton of it with the Daredevil. And you just kind of off-angle, you set up, and you dive together. And it's really strong here on offense when you're trying to find a way through here into this Coliseum as we're at Central Park. And this is going to be a fun one, buddy. I like to see the defense here. I think there's a lot of times teams have held on point one. I think there's a lot of unique strategies. Sometimes you see group play, not going to be seeing it here. This is going to be more traditional across the board. We're seeing a lot more Magneto today, too, man. I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, I imagine it's just to help, like, sort of these divers go for plays and stuff. Also, the Magneto buff was crazy. The fact that his meteor flies at Mach speed.
Yeah.
And, obviously all these mag players are so patient, so smart. Alongside of like melee characters in the game too, I imagine that impacts, how fast you can break the Meteor M compared to, previous patches. So you can be a lot more patient with it. It's not it doesn't explode as fast as it would otherwise. So Daredevil on the defensive side for Swamp Gaming. Lunex sticking back on Redis, Wolverine.
Scatter going to be setting up now, and there is going to be that switch from Tones over to the Groot, who I do think plays very strong at this map defensively and offensively. We're gonna, you know, the idea again for Scatter on Swamp here is if you can match that ultimate, if you can eat it, not only do you have a free Meteor M opportunity, but you know, you get value for canceling it all, but really not having to do much besides kind of hover your finger over the Q button. Great attack style here from Lunex too. I like this off-angle play, resetting in the backside together and ready to commit, forcing the team to completely switch. It's essentially like they're going to be defending now. It's going to put them in a tough spot, something maybe they don't practice as much, and that's what you need to do against a team so practiced as Swamp Gaming. You need to kind of shake up their thought processes and try to exploit something here as Logan and Silent are taken to the moon.
Yeah, they want to set up Logan on the height, on the backside, force the green early, though, and the Snowflake towards that Daredevil. Cooldown's used. They have to sort of keep running away from that Daredevil who's ready to dive on them. The pocket coming from Silent, and Redis needs to find a kidnap, but cannot find it, unfortunately. So, with that cooldown removed, that's so much playmaking potential gone. Invisible Boundary committed, though, because of the damage output coming through. Swamp Gaming try to disengage it in the meanwhile, and they do so, but they give up 2 ticks while doing so. The Daredevil have to come in and touch. On the backside does have that Snowflake. It's brought back, and nice job. The target focus stays, removes that Daredevil out of the sky, even though Swamp Gaming can come back in with that Meteor M, still don't have Shroud Ult yet. Forky Dog building up so slowly. Large Rock's also here from Mady, and actually connects on the 2. But do they get the KOs? Yes. Logan goes down on that copy. No Straddles after. Off the map? No, never mind. Not off the map is Valentina. Redis thought they found Valentina, but didn't. Root ultimate here on the backside. White Fox just to live a little bit longer. Gets the teleport out there at very least, but they lose Forky Dog during that fight and both Straddles, meaning Valentina eventually goes down. They peel off Daze. You have Wolverine on the point. And Lunex peel off Kraz. Head to second phase of the map.
Beautifully called there, my friend. Lunex, though, off the back of losing numbers maybe a little bit early on, just clutching up and making some big plays, and that's what you need to see from them. The question is, can they keep that going? And that's where their you know, I guess their flaw has been is when they see the lights, when they can see the end of the tunnel, the car stalls out a little bit, and that just cannot be the case right now. They're back against the wall, 2-0 right now for Swamp at game, set, point, match here. We'll see what happens in this next fight. The setup starts here for Daze, who's going to immediately head towards that back line. Not even able to pop crystals. I'm not even sure if they were available. What a play there by Daze. Got some shout out early on for being quote unquote one of the best in the game for Daredevil. And that was a shout out from Melophobia. Up goes the Meteor M with the, off the back. Oh my goodness. Goodbye. But that's a combo you haven't quite seen a lot, huh?
No, I mean, that was beautiful work in that combination, like you mentioned. The Daredevil has been led on the backside, but eventually he's going to go down to Tico. You know, and for the side of Swamp Gaming, I'm interested to see, you know, what goes on, because this Captain America switch up for them hasn't been as good. You know, for them to play on that, you know, previous group composition on their offense was a little bit better. And honestly, Lunex on their attack looked even better than they did on Idrisil Path. But for Daze, you know, maybe they could set up a dive. Maybe they have follow-up with Kraz again. Maybe I'd like to see him on the Venom or something later on, but they still don't have Straddles. They can maybe find Logan early, but he this time is aware of the amount of damage Large Trunks used early. Didn't find any value. They walk in now with Logan's copy, and they can play as aggressive as they want with it. Kraz kind of can stall out, but eventually they lose Valentina early. Tones cross map again, finds the KO. Kraz's ultimate is going to be pretty much negligible. They still don't have any ultimates to help peel off this defense, but Lunex, again, they need to find the KOs before Shroud Ults are built, before Meteor M is built, and they're just not. Scatter built up that Meteor M on the backside. He goes in aggressive. They don't have greens for it either. They needed to go for a swap last second, trying to block it. Nice job to avoid it, but the copy comes out from Valentina. Now they can play aggressive. They can find the KOs afterwards, and they do. Lunex, again, they get pushed away at the very end of first point.
Yeah, Daze able to find a few here as Kraz gets another Forky, taking out Logan, and that should be the rest as they all crumble. But again, 2 minutes and 18 seconds on the clock here on the offense for Lunex. It's been held here before, folks. Will it happen once more? Did you see the Meteor M is very close, excuse me, and not quite there, but instead the Strangling Prison and the Invisible Boundary available. The dance floor from Forky to have an answer, and a Madian's Glartrox, which can be a massive threat with the off-map potential right behind where he's located right now.
Yeah, and last time the Madian wasn't able to hit, it's been a longer of like a range. Green's already used. I mean, not a pressure provided now by Kraz on this defense. Looks a little bit better with Daze. Also, they're able to set up on the defense. Glartrox goes out, gets onto that Magneto. I don't think it even expected that because he shielded it off, so it didn't bring it back to be able to get that KO. Daze still set up on the back line, though. Glartrox was maybe more to force out more, but they, again, don't have Stratus cooldown. Silent Blaze's ultimate too late to save Logan. In Daze on this Daredevil has been roaming free. Silent Blaze's ultimate's going to run out eventually. And again, the advantage goes for Swamp Gaming.
You can see now the reset as a unit. But they do have a lot of answers, a lot of ultimates here. As Redis, Iffy, Tico, and Logan will all be able to press the Q button, whereas Daze will be close. Nice shots there by Valentina, able to find Logan in the neutral, and that's just going to give Swamp more time. And this is these small wins that we're seeing from Swamp when they are in a dangerous spot. This changes everything. These few seconds, you may think, oh, whatever, they lost somebody, just going to drop back. No, but now look at the ult charge. Kraz is there, Amadian's almost there, Valentina, Forky, Scatter, and Daze all now should have ultimate in these next fights, and that is exactly what they're trying to do with those initial neutral picks.
They use the invisible boundary, try to peel off the Daredevil, who's met by Forky Dog and his ultimate, Phoenix ultimate from Tico, and Meteor M committed. But if they don't find a KO here, I mean, these ultimates basically wasted. Like, you would want Tico's ultimate maybe for the Captain America. Luckily, they peel off Daze. But after this, I mean, they could stall forever, right? Like, Swamp Gaming used Forky Dog's ultimate. Now they go in aggressive. Silent plays close that invisible boundary. And without Daze, at least they don't have, like, maybe the damage output. They green early, but the Glartrox, oh my goodness, that's both Vanguards, I believe. But the invisible boundary's there. Afterwards, what happens with this Meteor M? Is there a shield to block it, maybe? Or can you double jump away on Silent Blaze's side? Doesn't matter. Tones takes down Valentina on the flank. Excellent work to remove that. But also, here comes Daze in the backside. Logan goes down Silent Blaze afterwards, and that's both removed. Regis' ultimate is negated. Doesn't get any value because of the Captain America. And with overtime taking down Amadian, takes down Regis. Nobody else here on the side of Lunex, and beautifully played after the first point snowball. As they get it done, Lunex gets stopped at 111 meters.
Folks, if your friends say DD's buried in the ground on all these nerfs, go ahead and just show them a couple clips there of these engages from Daze. It's instant. It's instant. It's insane combinations. The flow looks clean. The backline gets deleted. And that is all she wrote. Just so disgusting from the side of Swamp Gaming once again, who just lock in on that defense on point 2. It is a pretty defensible location as your spawn is relatively close there, especially considered to the attack. And now the goal is here for Lunex to buy time on point 1 and try to hold exactly or a little bit shorter as to where Swamp did on their defense. We're going to find out in a moment how that looks and what they like to run here off the rip, because honestly, Swamp, could not hold that long on point 1.
Absolutely, you're right. Going back to Lunex, like, I feel like they're just using too many ults in certain fights, whereas Swamp Gaming are being smart. Like, sometimes we would see, even in map 1 where they were winning, Lunex would, like, layer Regis and Tico's ultimate, whereas Swamp Gaming are, like, being patient. Daze ult, then Amadian's ult. Then we use Captain America ult to delay, Meteor M to help peel. We saw in the last fight, you can combine Meteor M and the Phoenix ult for sure and find those KOs, but with how Swamp Gaming are playing so evasive, it just feels like they can maybe lose one and still be okay, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah, especially with how they've been playing. But we're going to see what this looks like here shortly as we can see the change in comp. I mean, the Venom coming out. This is the kind of stuff I thought I'd see more of today that we haven't at all, No,
that's a good point. Like, I feel like in EMEA, we're seeing even, like, Venom bans. Like,
Yeah,
definitely interesting.
Yeah, I mean, the top teams, which is funny because Swamp is a top team, and they're like, now we see, obviously, Kraz on the cap, but top teams have been running Venom or cap consistently.
Wait, they off the map.
Oh my goodness, that's unlucky trying to find the flank. Yeah, right.
See what happened. What happened to my Daredevil? Fell off the map. Reported.
Throwing reported. Yeah, exactly. You get him banned in the middle of this, but I'm surprised. I think you need to have it in the bag right now in the current meta. I think maybe that'll change here coming up, tomorrow as things change up. But either way, it's so strong. Trying to happen again here. A little bit of the wall run from Daze. This is a preview of what we wanted to see last time. Yeah, as the pick comes through there from Silent Blaze.
They lose a Madian while setting it up, but now he's lodged into the backside of the cranium of Lunex at the very least. See what Daze wants to do. He goes in for the dive, immediately comes back and regroups with the team. So immediately he loses that flank, has to go for a different angle, but they lose maybe Kraz. Nice bubble to keep him alive for now. Daze sets up on a different angle, gets pulled in. Nice job of the counter dive, though. Daze gets read through the wall in that fight. It's in the 1v1, though, has the snowflake, so has the edge and that advantage in the duel. But in the meantime, if he goes down early, that Venom being removed is a big pick-off for the side of Swamp Gaming.
That was really clean to launch clones there, just fully commit on damage. That's just a lot of damage. Okay, out goes a big strangling prison. No crystals available just yet. Logan instead going to launch crystals to the side of Ludex on the defense, and the copy comes through. Boundaries available. Going to wait potentially a little bit, and there is the commitment now after the dance floor goes out for just a short while. You don't always need to ult instantly. Keep that in mind, as sometimes you can find value in using some of those other cooldowns first. That's goodbye now to the boundary. Here goes that Meteor M. Logan dropping back, getting pressured here by Kraz, who lands on that health pack, and that is unfortunate if he finds one. Daze able to take out Tones, evening the numbers once more. Commitment from Regis and Silent here for Lunex. And Tico with the end song. Forky holding on to the dance floor. Kraz still has that answer, and will that ultimate come through? It does. Freedom charge now also, folks, will charge up that backline. Whoever goes in it, 20% faster on the ults is value, but Iffy is going to find Valentina.
Yeah, excellent job to find the cap ult, but is that enough for the side of Lunex? Maybe they find Forky. I mean, Silent goes down to Kraz on the opposite side. Portal from the defense as well allows Lunex to hold for a little bit longer. Daze also falls off the map again, trying to evade the damage on the other side. So that's 2 off maps in this situation. Maybe that one looked like a little bit more pressure towards him. Kraz finds Logan at the very least. So even though they've lost one after another, I mean, Kraz kind of brings it back. This is making these fights a little bit odd and kind of make them indecisive. Scatter came back onto the Angela and finds Iffy, so they've kind of split up Lunex as well, finding one after another. And even though we lose Daze in the middle of the fight, we're still up. At the end of the day, Green's used, obviously, to help peel and play that objective, but there's no more portal now for this defensive side. Tico is coming back onto Dr. Strange regardless, but Logan goes down, then Silent Blaze. Hold by Lunex, actually kind of impressive, about 3 minutes for their side. But regardless, Swamp Gaming will get it done, move to second phase.
Again, in a moment where it's getting a little dicey for them, they step up. Great play there, and honestly, great switch by Scatter here, looking strong on the Angie. Not sure if that switch is going to last long. Looks like I was going to say it might be heading to the spawn door there, but no, instead just going to play around point, protect that backline, peel a little bit while Kraz takes the space, allowing Daze to make some plays, and that was an unintentional rhyme, but sometimes comes out like that as we see more commitment. Swamp going to be up in ultimates here. Does have to let the devil out. No answers right now for Lunex, who need to make something happen here and try to take and own this space, stopping the cart for just a short while. There it is.
And I have seen people equate you to Eminem, you know, of the Marvel Rivals scene. I have seen that, but everybody coming back to peel the dime. In the meantime, Cart's still pushing. Scatter again, swapped over to the Angela, able to find Silent Blaze. Excellent pick from him. Daze lets the devil out on the top side, and oh my goodness, goodbye, Logan.
Dude.
Disgusting. Yeah, like you mentioned, bro, gross.
Oh my, what am I looking at, Daze? Stop it. Somebody stop him. I mean, you can't let DD through, I guess, when Daze is on the opposition. That was frame perfect across the board. I'm not even sure how you answer that. That is so oppressive. And yeah, again, send that clip to your friends, you know? Send that clip to your friends that are saying that DD just ain't in it, because they are silly geese if you watch something like that. More commitment comes in. The Heaven's Descent lands. Another 3-piece. Kraz, Daze, and a Median, and that might be it here for Lunex. The stall for a brief moment from Iffy, but I don't think he can last long here as the commitment from cooldowns goes out. Feast of the Abyss should buy a little more time. Dance floor goes out to keep the team healthy. Daze, though, is still able to find it through the chaos.
Yeah, I mean, this is just one after another. You have people kind of stall out. Tones now into the Captain America, gets pushed away by an Angela. Invisible Boundary here, at least Forky kind of in an aggressive position, but does have all of the pocket on himself, in fact, with his own Snowflake and Idol, but once his Invisible Boundary run out, Lunex have nothing. Tico in the Phoenix Ultimate to help stall, but that's going to do nothing. Diddly squat. Lunex are done. Swamp Gaming 3-0 in our very first match of the day in North America's preseason playoffs.
Wow. I mean, that looked a lot more decided, right? Like that kind of looked like what we expect from Swamp just based on stats in the past. But Lunex really stepped up. I would say map 1 and 2 didn't get to show off as much of what they got there on 3. Just don't think they were as comfortable on the map comparatively to what they had prior. But yeah, I mean, I do think it could have been a very different story if there was a little more clutch there from Lunex. Again, that will come with time. A team that definitely looks like they've got what it takes, but they're not out yet, folks. As we will be seeing them again, they're just going to be on that lower side bracket.
And a very scary team to go against. And you know, Zoe, I'm sure, is going to rejoin us in a moment here, Zoe. Like 3-0 from Swamp Gaming, but the very first map was kind of close, right?
Yeah, this is one of those scorelines where it may fool you into thinking that, oh yeah, obviously Swamp Gaming just rolled over the opposition. Of course they would be. We're looking at like Lunex, right? The MRC team that just happened to find themselves in this situation due to some quote-unquote lucky victories, but that is really not the story here. Lunex made them sweat, they made them work hard for it, and they very much deserve to be here. If their last few matches are any indication of how they can punch up and play with the big guys, and you know, they're a formidable opponent. So yeah, in that lower bracket, they should be a team that has to be taken very serious. In the end, they kind of seem to they lost steam. I feel like it was as much Swamp Gaming finding their stride and their tempo as it was Lunex just kind of losing steam there. Unfortunately, they didn't seem to have the right answers. I think that started already with the ban phase here for this particular last map.
Yeah, I mean, this kind of goes back to, what we're talking about. Like, it's hard to ban against these super flexible teams. Like, with Daze coming in with the Madian, they have that hit scan god, and then Daze kind of fills to whatever and makes plays on his own. So, like, there was no individual bad play on Lunex, but like you said, Zoe, I mean, the ban phase, you can equate it to Swamp Gaming be unbannable. Like, what's the play now versus the Swamp Gaming squad? Because they were kind of getting better and finding the tempo, like you said, Zoe, and got the job done versus Lunex and made it kind of smooth on that third map.
Yeah, I mean, across the board here, Swamp, although we all know how strong they are, right? Like, as a team, I will say, I think it's worth reiterating, just like, that was a close matchup for map 1 and 2. We'd be lying if we said that wasn't the case. That is a testament to the Americas region right now. Lunex, I mean, guys, this is the top versus bottom seed, right? So them being able to look that close on map 1 and 2 already is, I don't know what we're going to see for the rest of the day, but it could be crazy today.
Yeah, it's just one of those things, right? Like, yeah, they played it close, but now if you're one of the other teams and you're looking back at this particular match, was an actual weakness exposed? I kind of feel like it wasn't, right? Because either way, like, Swamp Gaming managed to make adaptations, they managed to come out clutch when they couldn't find the right adaptations. So over-under is still, they kind of look unbeatable.
Yeah, Swamp Gaming, I mean, they're kind of living up to being clutch gaming now. So yeah, I mean, they're gonna be a tough team to go against in the future. And it's the same thing for Lunex. And it's kind of like, I kind of predicted wrong. I was like, okay, maybe Swamp Gaming stocks go down, for the side of Lunex, maybe stock goes up. But both teams look good, like you mentioned, Zoe, even though it was a 3-0. And for Lunex, I think if they maybe figure out a few of their target focus issues, maybe, can find these KOs in the middle of the fights, then I would put them a lot higher, maybe change up that ban phase too. Maybe don't need to focus on the Invisible Woman. Maybe need to prioritize keeping, either Gambit, since that was available, and getting better at that comp could be a way forward for the side of Lunex.
Yeah, and they certainly won't find themselves in the same kind of pickle, right? Going up against, I feel like, any other team that is left in the bracket. I think this is specific against Swamp Gaming, where it's just really, really hard to craft a plan that is strategically against them versus just kind of try to play to your own comfort and hope for the best and hope that the opposition is making mistakes. That's kind of the game plan going up against Swamp Gaming.
Yeah, I just want to piggyback off what you're saying, Dog, about the invis, right? I think the lock was great, the ban out was smart, but you saw it there. I mean, Days initiation, it wasn't hindered at all by invis. It was 17 finals, the next closest being 8 in the entirety of the map. A ton of healing from Silent looked disgusting on the hero, but again, I'm just not sure the hero in this current meta is even enough to stop some of this dive.
Speaking of which, we do have a Days ready for a quick chat after this first dub in the playoffs. So let's bring Days in to talk a little bit about how they got it done. Because there was clutch gaming front to back on pretty much every map. They managed to actually clutch it up. Days, welcome to the show. First of all, congratulations. This was a hard-fought victory, even though it was a 3-0. Talk to us a little bit about why this match was so close. I mean, you started off on the back foot, right, on the very first map. Was it needed for you guys to, like, kind of get slapped right out of the gate in order to wake up and log in?
Right, yeah. So, I mean, first map, we didn't expect them to come out on that type of comp. It's really uncommon to see those Deadpool comps, DPS pool or support pool. So, as soon as we got to adapting, figuring out our picks, our tank line, it was kind of just a lot easier, more coordinated, and we really just took the front to back duel to them, and we just won with Wolverine.
Yeah, absolutely. To kind of piggyback on what you said, Days, a little bit, on that map number 2, I mean, obviously, they had a solid offense, but you guys as well just kind of snowballed like crazy. Is this sort of your read on the meta? Like, are you sort of enabling the team with these plays and the follow-up on you? Like, is it just good target focus out of you guys? What sort of enabled you specifically on your guys' second offense when we went to Aegis Path, when you guys started just snowballing towards the very end?
Well, I mean, I think really what it came down to is we were not taking our turn fast enough, and we're not taking it hard. Like, we're on Cloak, we have Cloak advantage, and they're on Sue, so Discord, and we should just be able to walk forward with it. Unfortunately, like, we just weren't finding any value with our Cloak ults, and they were really cut short. They're on Mag and Wolverine, so they can easily die out of Cloak ult. And as soon as we swapped to Luna and kind of got the ball rolling, we found a little balance between swapping a Cloak, swapping a Luna when they have Mag ult and stuff like that, and it was just really easy from there. I wouldn't say it's anything at all from my plays individually. I really don't think I'm like the carry of this team at all. I think it's just our team cohesively is really, really good, and we work together. Target calls are great, communication is great, and the energy it all comes together.
But you also carry, so there's that.
Yeah. Hey, it's good to finally talk to you face to face, buddy. I mean, we talk about some people needing bans, right? We talk about Polly's cap. I mean, at this point, there's an argument to say your DD's got to get removed because that was just disgusting. Just from a standpoint, out of curiosity, what is the answer for DD in the meta? Because they're going Invis, they're going Fox, and they can't stop you.
I mean, I think just being really coordinated about it. Like you understand whenever like where DD is. If you have your own DD, just have your own DD, call out where he is, stack together as supports, and that's really it. There's no specific support that just hard counters DD. I guess you can consider White Fox, but I don't think Logan had a lot of time in that hero compared to other Foxes that I've seen.
All right.
Right now, Days, one last question. Looking ahead, obviously you're one round further into the playoffs. Your next potential opponents is either Hunted Thieves or SSG. How do you rank those two teams? Do you feel like either of them can be a threat to you?
Definitely. I wouldn't go into any match underestimating anybody, especially after how today went. We really like showed some weakness and showed that we are like not the Thanos team, the world beaters. So got to bring tomorrow with our A game for sure.
Right. We're super excited to see what you guys have in store for us. For now, rest up. Thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck in your match tomorrow.
Thank you.
Great to hear from Days. Being humble. We love a humble king, but also definitely caring. Be that on Wolverine, be that on Daredevil, be that on literally anything. And the same can be said about literally every single player on that team. They're, as a unit, the cohesion, they're just so good.
Yeah, that maybe that comes down to coaching and stuff, right? Like Fox doing a great job with the Swamp Gaming roster. You saw Humble interview with Days, and they, as a unit, like you said, so we have just good heads on their shoulders across the board.
To do indeed. Now they are one round further in the upper bracket. Lunex finding themselves in an elimination match tomorrow in the lower bracket, but we're far from done. This was just the first of our matches today. We're heading into a quick break, and afterwards we are back with our second upper bracket quarterfinal.
Control, lock in, oh yeah. We won't stop it. Flying high is our destiny. Lighting up flaming stars. We're reaching out towards victory. 눈부신 꿈으로 차가운 심장을 쉬고 더 높이 날아가. They can't catch my vibe and my life. We're dancing on the moonlight. 손은 꺼버려. Turning up the heat. Get it, oh. We're switching up the lip gloss, mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's the restricted flight mode. Yeah, 차올라 내 눈빛 봐. 불부터 나 ready now. 떨림이 번져가 입안 위로 올라타. 거침없이 난다. 겁없이 뛰어가 flight mode. Be breath free, shining, flying higher. Feel the spark of flight mode. 우리 눈을 위로 더 rise up. 사라져 fade away moonlight. Gonna burn the night out. Every time my heart's flight, we go higher, eyes wide, right through the starlight. 차가운 공기속을 realize 지금이야 take flight. We're dancing on
The hunt is on. 1,000 gods!
Talk when you hear a character who is a better solo duelist than Winter Soldier. Storm. Mr. Fantastic. Iron Man. Human Torch. Punisher. Hela. Duelist Deadpool. Psylocke. Jean Grey. Moon Knight.
That's my boy on my life. To this day, whoop anybody's cheeks all day.
As solo
to the moon,
duelist.
alright, to the moon. Yeah, he take 1v6 for all I care. He take 1v11. All he does is 1v3 in his mind. He can take 1v11 in reality. He's got this.
All right, Matsy's been stressing, but still holding out. Wolverine. Elsa Bloodstone.
Okay.
Oh, Wolverine. Why Wolverine?
I was thinking too hard, man. I just love the way that the feral leaps can really enable fights. In comparison to what you see out of Bucky right now. I don't know, but I mean, in that sense, it's the solo engagements, and I think one of the same. Wolverine with the Last Stand can just absolutely rip and tear anybody. I've seen many a Wolverine just a solo ult. Tons of strategists, or for anyone for that matter. So, yep, I'm locked in on Wolverine. The claws are out.
Talk when you hear a map that is harder to full push than Central Park. Manhattan. Spider Islands. Museum of Contemplation.
Yeah.
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 Ooh.
Yeah.
After today, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That hurt teams today. That was morally crushing for some people.
Doctor Strange got the better of him.
Which bit's the hardest to push?
Man, stay on the point. Stay on the point.
Which bit's the hardest to push?
The final area.
Yeah, I'd say in some ways the first and last part of the map, but more so the last part of the map.
I would say the last sixth specifically.
Yeah.
Because that first section of the third, it's kind of like, yeah, okay, around the corner. But when you're at the end, it's like there's spawns right there. There's no good line of sight to protect yourself. It's decimation.
Welcome back, everyone. This is day one of the Marvel Rivals Ignite preseason playoffs. Wow, that was a mouthful. I guess I could have also added America's preseason playoffs just to make it a little more, dragging it out a little more. Since, you know, Swamp Gaming, they made it close 3-0, so we need to fill time some way or another. We do have a hopefully closer series coming up, though. It's going to be 100 Thieves and Space Station Gaming. And listen, guys, these are two teams that they're coming off of losses in our group stage, but not just any losses. They're coming off of losses against MRC teams, against which they were considered the heavy favorites. Does that mess with the mental?
It might.
Yeah, I think so, buddy. I mean, like, it's tricky, right?
Yes.
You never want to get pulled into the playoffs from another team. You want to do it on your own accord, right? So it's a little bit of that going on, and I think there's and you know what? Again, we've seen these teams. We love these teams. We just want to see more out of them, and I'm sure we will.
It's about kind of like rebounding for sure, like you said, Zoe. But like, it's tough because MRC teams are good. Like, really, I think people realize that now when we've seen. Yeah, we lost Lunex, Cafe Rose, like. All of these teams, the top to bottom, were really good. Like, we lost dominated MRC. Like, it wasn't really close when they played the qualifiers. But anybody can kind of win any given day, especially if you have good coordination, good cohesion as a team. Because I'm always of the opinion, and, I'll see what you guys think about this, obviously. But any plan's a good plan, no matter how dumb it is, as long as everybody does it, right? Like, that's what matters most.
If we're all wrong, we're all right. Kind of, but not really. But no, I do agree with it. It's just like, it's the team cohesion and the communication that needs to be on point. As soon as players are disconnected, that's where the struggles begin. We see that with FlyQuest, right? Individually, incredible. But they just couldn't find a way to bring it together. Like, they were not on the same page. Sometimes it even felt like they're not even reading the same book. So yeah, that's where things are just kind of falling apart for teams. So I'm very impressed with what we've seen from the MRC teams thus far. I mean, just think about it. we have 2 MRC teams which made it through the playoffs in Group B. That's incredible. So massive achievement. Achievement. Sure.
Well,
Why not?
Cheese
Let's
is a
run
part
with
of.
it.
Cheese is kind of a part of how these teams are getting
True.
upset. So you're on something there. But like, well, I mean, on that, Zoe, like we're only in the preseason. It's still early on, obviously, in the Ignite series. But like, imagine once we get relegations going and stuff too, your team could be out of Ignite later on. Obviously, we're just in the preseason. There's not that many, crazy situations that can happen like that, obviously. But yeah. Still crazy.
That's where it gets spicy, really spicy. Speaking of spicy, well, actually, this one's not spicy at all. Terrible transition, but we're working with it anyway.
Hey, could be. Yeah.
Let me introduce our guest, because, surprise, we have a special guest to help us set the stage for our next matchup. He's follically challenged, but universally adored and loved. Of course, it is J3. I said what I said.
I like that.
Thank you.
That's a clever one. I like that.
You can put that. You can put that in your bio. I'll let you have it.
Oh,
I'm stealing it.
That's amazing.
That's gonna be my new Twitter bio.
How are you
watch
doing?
By the end of the day, I'm doing fantastic. Shout out to you guys for having me on the broadcast. Shout out to Marvel Rivals and the production. A massive W in the chat. You guys are. I'm glad to be here. You guys are doing amazing.
Thank you so much. Coming in flattery, and I've just insulted you straight out of the bat. Feeling a little bad now.
We'll take turns punching in. It's okay.
Right. Let's talk about what we've seen so far in the group stage. Are you aligned with any team? Are you cheering anyone on in particular? Are you disappointed about a team or surprised with another team? Like, give us all the things, all your thoughts.
Ooh, to be honest with you, I was really surprised how LoonX just played. I thought that was going to be like a fast 3-0, but LoonX was showing a lot of life. So I think I'm now a fan of them. They were doing really amazing. But a team that has been disappointing me, I will say, is 100 Thieves. I thought they were going to be much better. No shade or anything, but yeah, I thought they were going to be way much better.
Totally. I mean, speaking of that, buddy, we all got, first off, Jay, it's good to see you, my tall, full-haired prince. I'm going to go the opposite way with it. It's good to see you again, but my question to you, man, we got all of our brackets exposed on the official Marvel Rivals X. Do you have a bracket breakdown, and can you kind of describe what you're thinking?
Ooh, for sure. So I went over the bracket with my chat on stream. So going from 1st to 8th, I guess I would have Swamp Gaming being number 1. It pains me to say this, but after seeing today, I don't know how I feel about that anymore. Team Liquid Citadel was going to be my number 2. NRG's number 3. 100 Thieves I have in the middle at 4. Space Station Gaming I have at 5. Sentinel 6. LoonX 7, which is planned to change, I guess, after today. And then I have YWL. No, I'm not trying to be mean. I have them being last. Yeah.
Okay.
Awesome. Nice to break down.
Kind of on that, Jay, like maybe to, see what you think in terms of who you're rooting for. Not necessarily who you think is the best, but is there a squad in particular that you're like, damn, I got to root for this team? Or are you trying to be as unbiased as possible as a co-streamer of this game?
Ooh, hey, if anyone wants to sign me as a streamer, I'll be cheering for their team. But I have friends. I'm not trying to give a PR answer. I have friends on a lot of the teams, so I'm just cheering for my friends. I'm cheering for close matches. Ooh. I think it's very boring to see 3-0s. Hey, man, I want to get good games, man.
That's right. Good games, long games means more viewership for you as a co-streamer. So, ka-ching, it all adds up. The math is mathing. I know. Let's break down our next series though. Since you're so disappointed in 100 Thieves, let's talk about how they can bring it back, right? Okay, obviously 100 Thieves, with the caliber of players they have, they're coming into this like as the top dog. Expectations are high. Then they're losing their star player heading into the season. So now even more pressure is on like the player who has to fill those big shoes, right? While they seem to struggle finding their identity, I do feel like they kind of came back in week 2 and then they dropped the spaghetti in the last day. So where are we at now? Hope restored or not? Are we feeling good about them?
Ooh. I think it depends day by day for 100 Thieves. They did lose, Terra, obviously great player. Yeah, it's very complicated. But I do want to say they got a new DPS player. They just the person that was living in the shadows of Terra, is Delena, but he is now showing up as like, a star player instead of taking that backseat. So I think I'm gonna see how it is today, but I think this is gonna be one of the best matchups so far.
How do you feel about SSG then?
I think they're pretty close in terms of skill. I think they're a great team, but I do think. But if I had to make a prediction between 100 Thieves and Space Station Gaming, I will say probably 3-2 100 Thieves probably winning.
Running the numbers.
Yeah, I think 100 Thieves can win this. I have to cheer on my little bro TTK. So.
Oh, I love it, man. I mean, we're speaking a little bit about metas and stuff and how teams are playing together. You got hands on yesterday, twitch.tv/J3 with Black Cat. Can you give me your predictions on, do you think we'll be seeing her at the top side of the meta?
Ooh, she was a lot of fun to play. I mean, a lot of people know me as a melee specialist, so she was a lot of fun. I do want to see how much better people can get with more playtime on her, but I do think maybe she might be able to combat Daredevil at that top melee duelist spot. Her ult is so fun.
Yeah, dude, it's dirty.
It is.
And we're looking here at the breakdown of the teams, right, Zoe?
Yeah, let's take a look at Space Station Gaming. As I said, both teams are coming off of a loss that probably irks them. So I think both of them are coming into today trying to make a statement to show the world that they are, in fact, an absolute top contender. Now, Space Station Gaming, listen, we've had nothing but good things to say about this squad, right? Like, I think they've gotten better and better as the preseason went on. The number 2 in their group. We didn't see an awful lot of weaknesses in terms of what they can play, right?
Yeah, SSG's been this squad that kind of was getting better every week, and then they had that loss versus Lunex. I mean, we could call out Nectar and how good Nectar's been, but this whole team, the cohesion is there alongside Blur. That pickup's been big. Jay, when you watch this squad for Space Station Gaming, what's been your biggest takeaway for them in the last week? I know, or a couple weeks ago, I guess, because it felt like it's been an eternity ago. As we move on to 100 Thieves after.
Ooh, my biggest takeaway would be I'm loving Psylocke right now, and we have seen what Nectar can do on the Psylocke. So I'm saying give Nectar the Psylocke and let him let him have free reign.
Yeah, and Nectar Psylocke goes brr. It's been pretty much their win con in their last match too, right? Like the fights they did win was whenever they put Nectar in a good position to do so and waiting out those ults. Now, the other side, of course, 100 Thieves, they were considered the top dog, had a slow start in the season as we already alluded to. But they started to kind of find themselves. There was a bit of an identity crisis. Have they arrived at their home ship? Do you feel like they found what works for them?
That's a tough question, right? I know they have the talent. I just think they struggle a little bit with running what might be the most meta right now. I think when they play their traditional comps, they look great as always. They're all super talented, but I'm not sure traditional comps are enough for them to take this thing home. They've got to expand, pull out that. I think they need to run the Van pool, which I think is incredibly strong right now, and don't know why they're not really prioritizing that. They're running more, what I would expect to see from last meta. But outside of that, yeah, they look great. They could play well. I want them to play well because they're a fun team to watch, but we'll find out in a little bit, I guess, Jay. Well, I mean, what are your thoughts on them in the current meta?
I don't think the current meta really benefits them the most right now. I think the previous meta, yes, it could be a different story, but you are not seeing, so he said, I think you're the tank Deadpool. We're not seeing that too much from them. And I wish they did play a little bit meta more, but it seems like they don't know what they're doing on any given day, I guess.
So what are you considering the meta right now? Because obviously different regions have different reads on it, and also different teams have a little different takes on it. What would you say is the current meta? Is it just that triple strat backline plus?
I think it depends on the bans. I don't want to say this because I don't want to promote it, but triple strategist is very strong. Please don't run that in my comp games. But for duelist, and my chat can also, and I'm sure a lot of other people will agree, a lot of teams need to ban Elsa. I understand you might want to play Elsa, you might think you have the better Elsa, but I think just getting her out of the game right now is the best strategy in my opinion.
That's fair enough.
Yep.
Is
it a game of chicken? Like, I'm not scared of your Elsa. Watch me.
I believe
like,
so.
What's
I mean,
happening there when you don't ban it?
I think it's like, do you want to ban the Elsa? And if you ban Elsa, people are scared of the Gambit, which is also really strong. But I think you have to ban the Elsa. I would rather play against a Gambit than an Elsa, especially a really good one at that.
Well, on that, Jay. Okay, here we go. Okay, I'll jump into this. Sorry, sometimes you might be focally challenged. I might be challenged in the brain a little bit. So for you, Jay. How do you feel like when people say Elsa diff, if you get to play Elsa and the other team gets to play it? What do you say if somebody's like, man, our Elsa sucks, even though it's probably not your fault?
Ooh, I'm gonna do the classic, just type GG no heals. It's never my fault, man.
Classic. Never change, J3. Never change.
There you go.
That's why we love you. J3, thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat and for giving us some insight. Here, a quick opportunity for you to promote yourself. Where can people find you?
Ooh, well, people can find me on twitch.tv/J3. But, I just want to say appreciate you guys for having me here. Shout out to, all the players, production. And, hey, shout out to all the other co-streamers. I want to see this scene grow, and it's really fun to watch, definitely.
It really is. And it's people like you who make it so much fun. So once again, thank you so much. But for now, it's time to say goodbye to you and hello to our upcoming match, because our players are about to get ready for this second series of a day. So let's talk a little bit more about what we're going to expect from this very matchup. Starting with you, Shib. Looking at, I think you're out. You can
Am I out? I thought I was out. I will be completely honest with you.
Get out of here.
I felt like I said bye,
Walk
but maybe
away.
you're one of
Goodbye.
those people who doesn't get the hints, like some people don't get social cues. That's okay.
You say where to find me. I was going to say keeps.com, but, I don't want to say that. But,
I have a cough. Don't make
I'm
me
here
laugh.
until you guys kick me out.
That's right. Well, I'll just continue talking. There we go. And he's
I guess
out.
that's now.
On that note. No notes. Solid transitions. We got it. No, all the love to J3. Absolutely nothing but love for him. So many years of entertainment that he's been providing. And no matter what game I'm covering, I can't escape him. So here we are. Let's talk about our match though. 100 Thieves versus SSG. We do expect a close series. Two teams that really want to prove something today. Make a bit of a statement.
Yeah.
I mean,
Go ahead, Doggy. Give me a breakdown, buddy.
Well, I mean, it's tough because, when we look at both groups, I feel like Group A was looking like the stronger group, but based on what we saw of Lunex before, SSG is just a wild card right now, dude. They were getting better and improving every week, but at the same time, same thing with Lunex. This group overall just looked to have improved drastically in this couple weeks we've been off.
Yeah, I think I'm with you. It's difficult because I don't even know who's going to show up today, right? As we're looking now, I'm going to get a glance at our first map. And you know what? Teams love Celestial Husk because there's a lot of stalling, and Domination does a great job of stalling. So we might see some Venom play or something like that along the lines of Cap, or a little more of those dive comps here just to try to make a play and then stall for days. But yeah, I'm with you. I don't know, but to continue my thought, I don't know what we're going to see out of these two teams today. I do think 100 Thieves haven't really shown their full potential in this meta by any means yet, but SSG is also squandered a little bit. They have a ton of talent, right? We mentioned Nectar. They're one of the best duelists, right, in the States for sure, maybe even in the world, and super flexible. So I'm looking forward to seeing what that is. And maybe that's not quite enough because, they did struggle last time. They lost to Lunex, right? It was 2-0 to Lunex. So that's something everyone's got to keep in mind. So very, very tricky. And I'm going to base a lot of my opinions here off of how this first starts off.
Yeah, that's fair. And at least I feel like we're finding ourselves on even footing. 100 Thieves, in week 1, they really struggled on domination. They just couldn't win a domination. That seemed to be their kryptonite. Now, in week 2, they did a lot better. So they got that, out of the way. I think that should inspire some confidence, not just for the fans watching, but also for the players heading into that first map.
Yeah, I think for them, that was a huge game, obviously. But it's like you said, SSG, you could say they struggled only versus Lunex on domination, or, well, obviously Team Liquid Citadel. I mean, we can't fail to mention that. But yeah, like you said, Zoe, I mean, I kind of favor SSG when we head to domination. But after that, when we head to Convergence and Convoy, also from the experience aspect of the game, 100 Thieves, I think, look a lot better on the other map types. And it is kind of, as Shib said, it's a bit of a cop-out answer, but it kind of goes like what we see in these first few maps.
Yeah, that's what it is, right? Like in most video games, it all comes down to who's showing up on game day. And we're about to find out as we're heading on to our first map. It's going to be domination in order for both of these teams to show us what they have in store for us today. SSG versus 100 Thieves, map 1 starting right now.
All right, my friend, here we go yet again. Definitely a pretty good series off the rip last time, but, you know, went to a 3-0 situation, and I expect this thing to be a little bit different, but I don't want to curse us as, again, the exact same band we are used to.
Yeah, get that Elsa protect and ban, and then it's kind of the opposite side where Space Station focusing on the Gambit compositions, don't want them to play those sort of divey comps, as well as the Mantis gets removed afterwards. That can promote a little bit of that help in that department, but they get that Gambit protect, unlike the last team we saw, Shib, where they went for that invisible protect. Now we get the Gambit immediately saved.
Yeah, I think Gambit's just so worth it. I think it's just so strong in the meta and still has such a good neutral, right? And, well, you know, one thing I want to call out, I was actually talking to Delena a few days ago and just having a conversation. I was like, you know, I haven't really got to see a lot of your Elsa gameplay. He was like, yeah, it's been banned every single game, you know? So we're going to finally get a look at that. And we got to see Self in the past look really good on the DD. And I do really like that ban on Rogue. I think Rogue in this current format, in this current meta, is incredibly strong with Gambit. So you don't even want to risk it at all.
Yeah, I think it was 100 Thieves that were like letting it through sometimes, even, you know, versus teams like FlyQuest, where you saw Vest popping off with it. Definitely teams have learned you can't really let Rogue get through. But for Space Station Gaming, they get the Invisible Woman protect alongside the Gambit if they want to play that as well. And the Star-Lord is as well as banned against Space Station Gaming, trying to hard counter anything to do with the Gambit. But I mean, Shib, it's interesting because obviously, well, they go for that Daredevil protect, but with Gambit, it feels like you can kind of play any fast-paced deep duelist, and it's just good.
Yeah, it enables not only the dive comps, but we talk about those brawly, snowball, just rush comps, right? Because you hear that alt and you just run. But, you know, they're going to make sure a lot of the complementary strategists and Vanguards and Rogue and Loki aren't around. And I do think this looks like a much better ban here, phase for 100 Thieves. I think they're getting two heroes that they really want, enabling their duelists, which I think is their potentially best characters that they play in that DD and the Elsa. So looking forward to seeing what that looks like. And then looking over at SSG, see what they're going to be floating in a moment. Looks like Nectar, they're going to be running that Phoenix and Doomed on the Wolverine. Wolverine's been taking a big step up today, too.
Yeah, absolutely. Wolverine's, you know, just been, especially if you have like the team to play around it, you can make it work for sure, especially to counter certain heroes. But we'll see what 100 Thieves want to do. I think a big also talking point was, and this might be something we will see later on, was, you know, what does TTK play in this squad? I think Vinny last time was playing a lot of the Van Pool. This time around, we'll see as we load into Celestial Husk what he wants to go for, but we're probably playing a lot of that Van Pool moving forward. So, I mean, I kind of agree with you. I like how the ban phase sort of went for 100 Thieves, but also for SSG, they've just been better on domination than 100 Thieves has been. Sure. So I think regardless, we'll have to see how 100 Thieves adapt to this map type in particular. Also, wait, real quick, it's interesting too. This is the only matchup so far where both Vanguards, at least in terms of Neckrise and TTK, are on roller too, right?
Oh, true. Yeah, I mean, yeah, 100%. Shout out to all those who play on the sticks, which I do think there are certain heroes that play very well. We mentioned that obviously on the last go around, how certain Vanguards play great on controller. It just feels good, including things like Emma and Strange. As we see the portal potential play here for Neckrise, trying to get a kidnap and electing instead to just attack the back line with the Wolverine, not able to get a tackle through portal like we did see last matchup. But should be a fun one, folks. Strap in as we start up on our first fight on point. 5 seconds till go time.
Yeah, at the moment, 100 Thieves with the edge in terms of surrounding the point. Winnie forced to sort of back away. The self set up that dive. Boom, goodbye, Month. See you later, Fidel. And, well, pacing flipped on its head. Both duelists already coming online, like you said, finding the first two apiece for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I mean, getting the duelist they wanted to run and showing it immediately. That was some clean play from both of them. And, you know, you mentioned there's a lot of poke and peel potential when it comes to Elsa, but you know what? She's actually not that bad in engaging heavy, too. She has some CC. She has a lot of movement. She can just disrupt and deal so much percentage-based damage. And we'll see a little bit of a change coming up here, obviously, in the next patch. But outside of that, just plays well here with DD, and it showed up right then. And then you obviously have the commitment of that Fox backline who could jump in there and keep you healthy. Vinny on the cap also disrupting. This is a really good composition, man, for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I mean, tough fight. SSG, like, you gotta at least react in that fight, maybe with the, you know, your Gambit dashing away or something. But you know, everybody again rotates towards this backside. You do have that dead pull out, and Vitello goes down again early. Wow, immediate value from 100 Thieves removes him with that dead pool, and everybody else collapses too. Shiv, these fasts are as quick as we can speak. 100 Thieves already get the second fight win.
Yeah, I mean, this is just lights out. I mean, TTK with a nice initiation there, using that ban hammer on the back line. Folks always want to try to use that on a strategist that actually has to land shots. It's going to put you in a tough spot if you miss even a little bit or a single shot. You'll take extra damage. And yeah, so TTK looked great right off the initiation, forcing that out, and then it was just a collapse fest when he found a two-piece, and that's it. And that is the entire story. Again, we'll see if something changes here, but not letting off the gas pedal at all. TTK on this front line is looking real strong once again.
This is what sort of fans were asking for, was to see TTK on the Deadpool, and Necrise tries to match on the opposite side, but Lartrox get big.
Dude.
Two players in the middle of it. Goodbye, Necrise and Nectar. Again, fight sort of ends before it even begins, and not even a single Stratus ult is going to get built for Month or Fidel unless they get a portal play coming back. With 5% to go, do they just give it up and go next map? Save onto ultimates. Doom comes through just a touch for a second longer, get the overtime procced, but they don't go for that Doctor Strange portal. They're just, it looks like go next round at this point. Blur finds Millennia, but damn, 100 Thieves looked good there.
Yeah, I mean, that was a shellacking, brother. Like, there was no flaw. I mean, it was perfect execution. Every ult found value in every single fight. They found a pick instantly. I mean, this is like, if I'm going to bed, this is my nightmare comp to go against, right? In ladder. Yeah. This is something that is a problem always. And then shout out Millennium, shout out all Luna players on that fact that you can deal so much damage on Luna. And little known fact, you can actually deal more damage on Luna in the next patch than you can on Hella. So if you're a strong Luna, you can be an absolute menace, not only in the healing front, but just with that freeze into headshot combo. And Millennia has been doing that for seasons now on that Luna. So shout out on that front as well.
Yeah, Xeon crazy for that one. Buffing the healing of the anyway. I won't get started on that department. That isn't poor Hella mains, you know. Us Hella mains sitting over here seeing Luna Snow do more damage. This is why it might be a good idea to switch full time to strategist if you're a Hella main, because Luna Snow is just a better duelist now than ever. For Space Station Gaming though, their sort of advantage, I think last week, Shib, was especially in dominations, they would make plays first. You know, going over to the Thing in the sort of more reactive comp does not feel like the SSG we saw in Group B.
Yeah, it's tough because I think Thing definitely has a play still in the meta, but there's just too much movement. I know you're saying, oh, you know, Yancey shots down some of that movement, but it's like, yeah, you got to get on top of them first, though. And yeah, you can dash in, but you're using cooldowns that you need to escape. And if you commit heavy, you're in danger. And we're seeing that with these compositions right now where Thing can do a great job peeling backline, but you know what? Vanguard does a great job even into Thing. Just raw damage onto the front line, and then you ult the back line, and then what's he going to do? Not much. So you can see here TTK holding that space to Lena, trying to find some damage onto the front line instantaneously on a Blur, who's down to 20% HP, and a Dream Doomed able to escape there, but TTK finds that quickly, taking some pictures to get experience, and it's another clean start. Here is Vinny. Goes out with the Freedom Charge after the dance floor ends. Here comes the end song from Nectar. Will that find value? Not quite yet. It does not, and it looks like they're still holding on, and it's Jeff goes through. Great movement there by Vinny on the cap. Blur finds potentially the first pick here for SSG.
Yeah, Jesus. I mean, at least they get one on the board. But regardless, yeah, I mean, this has been tough. Like, Nectar on the Phoenix, at least Phoenix in general, I know has been played a lot more, but we saw Psylocke a lot last week, and, you know, going away from it, maybe something happened in scrims and in practice that they want to go away from it and more towards the Phoenix, but TTK's been on a tear. And 100 Thieves just keep this moving forward. Ultimate's used in the last fight too. SSG again looking lost, Shib. And guess what's up, man? The Glartrox, and it's hungry.
Yeah, I mean, and the idea with Glartrox is you just want to use that dash to initiate, and bang, there it goes. It's going to find somebody. It actually does not, but a good idea is they all drop backwards, forcing them into a weird spot for you on the retake of point. Notice that the point was moving. Go right back and just stall for days. The idea now is just to hold on for as long as possible, but that's a huge pick there from Blur. Goodbye, Millennia. What does the Fox say? Indeed, as the commitment comes through from Winnie, trying to hold on for a moment. Great bubble there, still able to stay in Fox form somehow, and the pressure is still in favor of 100 Thieves, even after that pick of Millennia, the strategist, a main heal strategist. And wow, I mean, 100 Thieves are looking woken up completely.
Yeah, playing cover well, playing those right side angles perfectly, and then the target focus is here. I mean, we'll see if Fidel can live in this upcoming fight. The answer, it's Nectar, actually, that goes down. So fully charged up is Delena, and saw the hella mismatch now just kind of taking full effect as Delena's been free. Self has been nice on the Daredevil, and I imagine a lot of people are like, why would you give Self the Daredevil? Because this guy, whenever he plays it so far, has looked beautiful. However, Doomed finally he gets on the board too. Millennia goes down into Winnie with his ultimate on the back, or sorry, with the dive on the backside, and gets 3. So nice follow up from Blur's dive, finally controlling the objective after a struggle bust that happened first.
We heard it in the interview, folks. Remember what Day said. You know, if you're struggling with the DD, go DD. You mark them, call out where they're at, try to shut down some of those flank plays. And right off the rip after the switch, we are going to see some success there from Doomed. They're getting rid of that Wolverine. So again, a good swap there for SSG, who needs to find some momentum. 21% in climbing as the commitment goes out. Necrods with the Banhammer. Nectar coming in, bang, lands with the end song. But again, not to any avail. Vinny very close here to the Freedom Chart as well.
Yeah, 100 Thieves obviously don't have like as robust of as a strategist line in terms of like the strongest ones at the current moment, but they're making it work, playing around it well. Here's the Glartrox into Doom's ultimate, shuts it down off the rip. Huge pick off from him. The Captain America Colt to sustain a little bit longer. They have that Shred ult advantage too with Millennia. They just have to kind of peel off Month again, who is kind of afraid to ult, but that's leaving Blur so low on the point. Getting target focused by Delena and the rest of 100 Thieves, so they have to back up, give up the point. And if we get picked off here, that's even more brutal. But see how Month sets up his ultimate. I mean, last time he was peeled off for 100 Thieves side, they have ultimates too, Shib. 80% on the board. And maybe they could fight with some solid ultimates, but Necrorise has to find the pick. Tries to peel off the Deadpool ultimate, but cannot. Fidel goes down again. Month's ultimate's too late to save him, sadly, and has to play for his own life. Can't even get an eat. Now Self can go for this dive afterwards with his ultimate. Doesn't even need it, though. Nectar falls, pops the ultimate too. And everybody from PlayStation Gaming are kind of staggering into this point because they have 3% to go and have to funnel on in. Blur goes for the ultimate and has to try to live with his ult after, but cannot. I mean, after that ultimate just gets melted down, though the pocket is here from the Jeff Cross map, and everybody has to come back and peel off the back line. So maybe you can make something work with this portal coming back, but it's going to be dicey.
Yeah, but then here comes the Gambit never folds. Full commitment now. Necrorise trying to find one. Good movement there again by Necrorise finding Self. Fidel able to take out TTK. And now SSG will be on top, and that's the value of that Raging Royal flush. It is tough to win a fight through that, and I would say really good patience there by Winnie. I mean, sometimes especially in ladder, folks, I'm sure you've seen this experience. You hear something like the Gambit never folds, next thing you know, the Fox is unleashed, and you're like, wait a minute, we may not be able to hold on through that, and goodbye to everyone. It's just a waste at all. And now 100 Thieves with some good patience are going to be able to retake with Delena and Winnie, and that could be their win condition here.
Good call it, Shib. They walk on to the point now with said ultimates. See if they can peel off the dive. A Blur early gets frozen. Oh my goodness, couldn't even use the E. What a freeze by Millennia, giving them a massive edge in the upcoming fight. As they need to sustain, they can't. Fidel goes down. Same thing with Necrorise. Month's ultimate ain't going to save anybody with the pool of healing water, or maybe even an E. I mean, he has to come back through. Nectar tries to make it tight, dives around the backside, but in overtime ticking down. Blur has to touch again. And can't. It goes to 2 maps only. 100 Thieves win on Celestial Husk despite all of their, flaws in the map previously.
Yeah, this is bringing back memories of the 100 Thieves that we have grown to know and love, right? I mean, truth be told, if I'm being honest, I really just think SSG lost that in the ban phase. You gave the duelists their best characters off the rip, and I don't think that 100 Thieves triple comp in the backline is anything that's like need to be fully feared right now in this meta. Maybe I'm missing something on the scrims front, and that's where it's a little bit difficult to make correct assumptions, right? Because we're not there sitting there watching those. But that was the idea, is they were shutting down the triple instead of anything else. But I think 100 Thieves likes traditional comps. They're not too worried about it.
Yeah, fair play. I mean, you saw Self pop off in the Daredevil, like you said, and I mean, you get it in your own, but it's also like the strength we saw was the Psylocke, and I guess when Daredevil gets through, it's kind of the same role as Psylocke, I suppose. Like those sort of hard commits, you need a lot of just root damage with the Phoenix. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of like goes back to what you and Jay were saying at the beginning, man. Like it just feels like Elsa uncontested is crazy. Delena with 26-0, beautiful stuff out of him in 10 final hits. So we'll see how they keep moving on forward, as the first map was 100 Thieves map, and it was pretty one-sided. We'll have to see what Space Station Gaming's map is after the short break.
There's anything we can do to make your flight more enjoyable? Please don't hesitate to ask. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight. Just watch me now under the moonlight. 저기로 날아올라. Bright shine on my window frame. On a boat to my flame. Blinding shining lights. Oh, yeah. I feel skipping way out of control. Lock it. Oh yeah. We won't stop it. Flying high is our destiny. Lighting up flaming stars. We're reaching out towards victory. 눈부신 꿈으로 차가운 심장을 쥐고 더 높게 날아가. They can't catch my vibe in my life. We're dancing under moonlight. 소문 꺼버려. Turning up the heat. Get it, oh. We're switching up the lip gloss. Mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's time to switch to flight mode. Yeah, 차올라 내 눈빛 봐. 불부터 나 ready now. 떨림이 번져가 이 밤 위로 올라타. 거침없이 난 dive. 겁없이 뛰어가 flight mode. Be breath free, shining, flying high. Feel the spark of flight mode. 우리 눈을 위로 더 rise up. 사라져 fade away moonlight. Gonna burn the night out. Every time my heart's flight, we go higher, eyes wide. Right through the starlights. 차가운 공기속을 realize. 지금이야, take flight. We're dancing on the moonlight. 소문 꺼버려. Turning up the heat. Get it, oh. We're switching up the lip gloss. Mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's time to switch to flight mode. Wake up, feel it. This
Welcome back, one and all. And with this, we do see, of course, 100 Thieves going up 1-0 in this series. But you guys talked about how you felt like this was kind of already like on the horizon after the lock and ban phase. Let's talk a little bit about that more, because yes, we've seen 100 Thieves playing the triple strat, like support backline, but like really putting like all your available bans into that, like was it that scary, really?
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious about your take on this too, Dog. I mean, for me, like, I go through Winnie and I say, all right, played a lot of White Fox, looks really good on White Fox. Millennia, very consistent Luna, loves playing Luna. Delena, known in the community as being one of the best Elsas. Self, one of the best Daredevils. TTK, haven't really got to see the Vanguard pool, but if you watch Ladder, you know TTK is a great Van pool. And then last, Vinny, we know can play Cap. It's like every single one of their players got a character or a hero that they're incredibly comfortable with. And it's like, to me, you don't want to do that at the end of a ban phase, right, Dog?
Yeah, I mean, you put it perfectly. I mean, I don't really have a lot to add on it besides just, like you said, putting TTK on the Deadpool. That's been a big thing, and, figuring out those kind of characters for him. That's why I've always thought maybe it's a decent sort of ban phase to put him onto something else, but that just like isn't beneficial towards controller players, because we saw for Necrise on the opposite side having to switch to the the Deadpool. But at this point, at that point, it was a little bit too late, and I don't know, man. I think the ban phase, like you guys said, is just perfect for 100 Thieves right now.
On the flip side of that, though, it was great to see 100 Thieves like having the availability of all their biggest comfort picks, because that's what we complimented them in week 2, right? For them to kind of go back to the true and test it to what they feel comfortable in, it looked like a completely different team than when they tried to like shoehorn like the meta into it and whatnot. So it was nice to see them, especially obviously if you have your eyes on their duelist Elena, finally, as J3 put it, like emerging from the shadows of Terra and having an opportunity to be that star player for the team. And that's very much what's happening. Like the last couple of weeks, even in their losses, it was Elena that was a standout. Also Self, big shoes to fill, and has more than just proved themselves a little bit.
Yeah, this 100 Thieves squad is looking damn good, and you guys put it perfectly. You put it perfectly, Zoe, and same thing with Jay. Like the overall, the Elsa play, I mean, he's just been one of the best, if not the best Elsa. And it's when you make them uncomfortable, when you make them switch to other stuff. That's why it was kind of surprising, to go back down to it, because it's like you need to put Self onto something else. Maybe make him play that Ultron that we saw. We haven't seen that any today, obviously, because of how the ban phases have gone. But for 100 Thieves, I imagine feeling good about the 2-2 style, maybe putting Self onto something a bit different for SSG could be the play. Maybe going for that Daredevil ban earlier, or even the Deadpool ban. But the Invisible Woman mismatch, I thought would get more value. But based on the last series we saw to Lune X, and based on this one too, where they again went for that one-sided invis, it's just not really working, because they don't even end up playing it too, because they got the Gambit through alongside Jeff. So feels a bit awkward to focus on something that's just not going to happen.
Yeah, I just piggybacking off that. There's something we're missing, right? It has to be from scrims, because that is something that both teams are doing now. I mean, obviously Invis, we know the strength of Invis, but we just haven't really had the ability to see the carry potential come from the hero. I mean, it's that simple. I just don't think it's worth it right now. I think there are very strong strategists in the game that can fill that role fine. And Invis, although especially in ladder, can do a great job carrying and helping you move forward. At team play, things like Gambit, we've seen Jeff, I even think Fox, and even Luna, Ultron, all that kind of stuff is still very, I mean, there's even more, are very viable. Mantis, obviously, like, there's just so many selections. I'm just not sure it's the end-all be-all, and it's worth the lock-in.
Now, so she, as the loser, gets to pick the map. They are heading to Midtown. How do we feel about this choice, Dogman?
I mean, it's obviously a solid map, I think, for 100 Thieves overall, but regardless for SSG, it's tough because they were kind of stringing together games. That's the tough aspect. Now, after that last map, I mean, they're on that loss streak after losing to Lune X, and I think this, again, builds up back towards the Group A strength, and 100 Thieves on Midtown, I would still favor them. I would still put them pretty highly unless something changes in that ban phase for SSG. Because right now, I mean, I don't think we expected 100 Thieves to look that good on domination. We just kind of have to go off of that. And obviously the record is the record. But I still like 100 Thieves on this map and their chances unless something drastically changes for SSG, which I imagine they are a top tier team. They are a partner squad. So they're probably thinking about those things well in advance.
Perhaps they just overcooked, maybe they overthought this one, because they seem to have a really good idea and identity earlier on in the group stage, and maybe it was just that last match in week 2 that they lost that kind of rattled them, maybe made them panic and feel like, oh, we got to go back to the drawing board and come up with something like super specific. Well, it's obviously not on us. Like, there is something indeed that we don't know. Maybe some answers will happen after we get a look at our next pick and ban phase. So guys, please take it away.
Thank you very much, my friend, as we head in again. And Dog, dude, I would not be surprised if we saw SSG bounce right back. I mean, truthfully, I think if they change up the ban phase, they have the skill and talent. I mean, this team is honestly incredibly strong. It just didn't look good for them after the ban phase, I would say, map 1 and on domination, and it clearly showed on map 1 when it was just an absolute sweep the whole time.
Well, they flipped the sides, dude. Like, now they're going for the Elsa ban and then protect, just like 100 Thieves were. So we get to see the Nectar Elsa dual teams maybe just like hand shook. They're like, guys, we need to play this sort of matchup. They went for the invisible ban, so now they're doing the exact opposite that SSG kind of did for the Gambit protect. And, we'll see how they kind of do and what happens with Nectar now on that character, as well as Daredevil still being potentially bannable to get that Daredevil mismatch if they really want it. They go for the Loki ban like we've seen previously, which was not something we saw in the last series specifically, and Loki got incredible value for both teams. But they're just going to go for the Invis ban afterwards to focus again on backline once more. And this is kind of tough. Like, I think we were kind of... The Loki ban came through for Hunt Thieves, by the way, into a Rogue Protect, because that got through due to the... Well, maybe not. Maybe not, but the Rogue is an option if they do want to play it. Regardless, they don't think they've played Rogue in the past. So maybe that's the idea for SSG, is that they don't necessarily have a good Rogue player, is they go for the Wolverine Protect.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be cool, though. You know, I agree. Having the Rogue available, that'd be one of those surprise picks that might throw off the opposition and give you an edge. And I think that it's difficult to play at this level of play with so many different heroes, but there are certain situations like when Gambit gets through, if the team does not have to worry about banning that Rogue, that is an advantage for the enemy team. You know what I mean? Like that kind of stuff at the top level meta of the game is sometimes there's certain heroes that just get enabled so hard that you need to almost have it in the bag. But not saying it's an absolute win condition for him, is not everybody needs to play everyone, but looking forward to seeing what this idea is now. The lock-in here of the Wolf is just to be to counter that triple, or nowadays it's triple Vanguard, one duelist, triple backline. You know, it's not a bad option.
And this is the first time we've seen Mantis make it all the way through. And then the Daredevil, not Daredevil, Deadpool band, Vanpool band on the opposite side for SSG to get that one-sided matchup again. To force Necrise onto something different, maybe the Doctor Strange, but without Invisible Woman, it's going to be tougher. They do get the Mantis at the very least, so we'll see what they want to do. They get the Wolverine, so they obviously don't have to think about it too much, and they're forced onto the Emma. So, I mean, yes, they get Nectar. I think Nectar, honestly, leading into this is going to have to go absolutely insane alongside this Mantis comp for them, just due to the fact where Emma is kind of in the ban phase, but regardless, kind of on an original point where 100 Thieves is a team that is slow to adapt early, whereas SSG were kind of fast to adapt to the patch, but as time goes on, it seems like they're a squad that can adapt to the meta. It just takes them a bit longer than most other teams. That's at least in my opinion, Chip.
No, yeah, I think you and I have probably had that conversation just off in the green room, right? I think that's not a bad call out, and that's why the deeper we get into these seasons, the more we head into Ignite, teams are going to find new avenues to find wins and come up with new metas even, and come up with new strategies and compositions. And obviously, you know, patches are going to change things. But outside of that, like you're saying, it's really just about adapting to what works for your team to either counter the meta or to play inside the meta. And SSG, though, off the rip here, looking like they're going to play with that fastball special for Doomed.
Let's see what they can do with it off the rip. They will, you know, obviously control that point for 100 Thieves side. I have one video on the road
there.
Yeah. Look, see how he does. You know, I think it's the first time we get to see him on it finally in this sort of matchup. But for 100 Thieves, they give up the space early. They try to control height, but Doom, nice kidnap onto Self, who was on the Magneto. Triple Vanguard, 2 backline, and 1 Delena on that Phoenix. But huge pick off from him. The fastball specialty talked about, Chip, immediate value.
Yeah, that, like we said, they're going to run that 3-1-2 comp, and you're going to use that Wolverine to try to get value. And here it is right now, finding value immediately. Already moving the cart up to this point. The idea would be to try to retake a fight here by the ambulance and then have one more fight just guaranteed if you fight up here. But right now the space is kind of being owned by SSG. Self back on spot now. A tackle comes through on a Vinny, still staying healthy up on the high side. And the space is owned once again. Good retake by Thieves. This is the point where you want to hold. We'll see if it works out for him. But SSG, I'm liking what I'm seeing. At least playing way more confident than they were on map 1.
And they're back onto that thing sort of comp, immediate Deadpool ultimate on the back line, but they're trying to play hard counter dive, which we honestly really haven't seen work, you know, despite the heroes played elsewhere, right? For this upcoming fight, though, we'll see if that changes. Here comes the fastball in the high ground, but he goes immediately down to Self. Nice trade, though, onto Vinny, who falls on the Rogue. But it is 1-for-1 at the meantime. The Glartrox is available on the offensive side for Space Station Gaming. No straddles yet, just for 100 Thieves either. They're trying to build up to those quickly. Self has to fall back, though, giving towards that Cloak and Dagger ultimate. And Blur gets takedown super low. Doom comes back, though. Nice bunny humps to get back towards that cart. Back to 6 versus 6. You have that commitment by the Cloak and Dagger to go deep into the back line, trying to kidnap Winnie out of the Cloak ult. Winnie does not escape it, though. But does have a health pack to play around. It's stolen by Doom.
Wow.
Nice job to fall back towards that. He gets back, though, Winnie regardless. Everybody into the main side. Maybe going to get hit by a ultimate soon by Blur, but SSG playing it super slow. 100 Thieves now walk in with the Gambit ult. Winnie takes down one of the Necrise. Follow up there on the inside with the White Fox. Nothing else can be really KO'd here, although they do use the Glartrox. It's not getting any value. 100 Thieves win another fight.
Yeah, and shout out again, I think, to Millennia. I mean, you mentioned this in the past. You think Millennia's up there in the conversation for some of the best strats. I think he's really, really strong and able to play a bunch of different stuff. We don't really get to see a ton of Millennia on Gambit, to be real, in the past. So happy to see it's working for them right now. SSG, though, ult advantage in this fight. Need to make something happen now. And there goes that Psionic Seduction, walking them backwards. Self tries to hold on, but the tackle comes through. Goodbye to Self. Nectar finds one, looking for a 2-piece now. On the high side, out goes the commitment from TTK. Going to stay healthy because that Banhammer makes it very difficult to get a KO through.
And see how they played. I mean, we talked about how this sort of double anchor comp with both Vanguards, the Thing and the Emma, Can't really control off angles, but at least on Midtown, you don't have to control them too much. When Doomed does that, went in, took out 3 with the last stand, and TTK is trying to take a selfie at the very end. Is going to stop 100 Thieves so far, but will there be a portal here, Shiv? They try to use the Magneto ultimate at the very end self. What does he connect on? Oh my god, nice job from the White Fox to teleport away, but that might have bought time for Vinny to come in with the portal, and it did, but they don't have ults afterwards. Necrise into diamond form, kicks TTK, roundhouse kick into the cart. Vinny also falls immediately afterwards, and at this rate, it's just staggered. Delena does find one at the very least, but it's into the fist of the side of Blur. Job will finally be done for SSG as we move to second phase.
Yeah, shout out Month for that iframe right there. That was clean. As we see now, SSG able to find one. They have 2 minutes and 51 seconds on 100 Thieves. As Delena's ult available, the Unsung Inferno. Millennia going to be close with the Raging Royal Flush. But there's answers now. When you're looking at a Russian at you Gambit, and you can land an Apex Predator, that might just be enough for you to shut that down quickly. The dance floor going to be an option if they want to try to hold on. But it is tough to stay on top of a dance floor, on top of that fate of both worlds when there's a ton of movement and a ton of pressure from the side of Gambit. We'll see what happens here on this attack. As ult's already, Month able to find one onto Vinny, showcasing more why White Fox is so strong.
The tough part is they keep losing like Vanguards really early. Necrise again on the Delena finds that KO. Glartrox, nice job, finds 2, but the Cloak and Dagger ultimate is here. Regardless, we're down 2. We need to find these KOs, and unfortunately for the side of 100 Thieves, they're not able to do so. TTK goes down. Winnie will get removed afterwards as well. And they got to kind of figure this out because their comp is a little bit odd. They're playing front-to-back style with this rogue stuff and are just not finding the KOs at the right time. At least they got out double straddle.
Yeah, it's tricky. It's tough to play more of a dive or 3-2-1 comp on defense, especially in a map like this where it is very like tight knit and you want to be more brawly. But yeah, that's what they're electing to run right now. But here goes the Raging Royal Flush. Great ult here by Necrise. I'm really liking what I'm seeing from SSG on this map, just to slow down the pace there. And that's going to be one from TTK onto Doom. Notice the little jump there to make sure he's in a better position while taking that photo. Gotta love to see something like that. Little nuanced, small things to make you better at the hero. Again, folks, if you're trying to learn how to play heroes, why not watch some of the best of the best duke it out on Ignite? So make sure you keep it locked here. And there are replays available in client, so that's another thing to keep your eyes out for if you want to try to take it after you see the live stream and do a little more learning. But here goes the next fight. We have another last stand opportunity. This could be huge here from Doom, trying to build up those claws before committing.
He's trying to heavily play on that cart around the Emma. Anti comes out to slow down SSG, but they do have last stand still available. Doom, oh no, goes down again. TTK so far on the Vanpool yet again has looked clean. So switching back to this hero has enabled him a little bit more, who has the Deadpool ultimate on the flank too if they want to. The current moment, SSG still slowing it down. Have to wait for Doomed yet again. So really hard pick off. The spawn super far away. And they slow it down 200 Thieves do. I mean, they don't really want to go for too much, understanding the straddle situation as Delena now comes through as well onto this Vanguard line. Month able to take down TTK, who went too far and got kidnapped.
Month trying to start something there. Going to take to the height. Good utilization there. Some commitment now, but not going to find too much as Delena ends that Song Inferno. And now they're walking. SSG, you're going to find that as some big value. That and it was not. It looks like it landed on anything there with the last stand. The tackle comes through now. Bang, Necrise trying to turn that around. And Nectar now with the Apex Predators. That fine value, not quite yet. Everybody has an answer right now in low HP, but it's not going to matter as, again, right back into non-Fox form. Vinny looks for one. Month with a nice TP out onto the dance floor. And again, nobody goes down. Really clean play from both sides.
Yeah, but cooldowns used at the very least. Meanwhile, Nectar, nice job, takes down Millennia. Has the pocket on the right side. Self goes low too. He goes as well. And
wow.
Nectar again, showing the Elsa mismatch, getting 3 in that fight, looking for Winnie now. But TTK is like, where did the team go? Because of this right, SSG moved to third phase. Excellent flank angle and push by SSG.
SSG want to make this a 1-1 series, folks, and I do think we see a lot of the time this is more of an attacking-sided map. We do see some overtimes happen here, actually more than, I'd have to check the stats, but potentially more than anywhere up there with Yggdrasil, but we'll check on that later on. But either way, we'll see now if 100 Thieves can stop it. There's only a minute here, so that is some pretty decent defense, and if you can hold early on this point, it's definitely winnable. But the side of SSG, Necrise has an answer here to Millennia. I think the idea is to use that Psionic, yes, as soon as you hear that Royal Flush. Well done once again, but TTK able to take out Blur. He's dealing some raw damage, and before getting Trance, takes a picture. Beautiful play there. TTK once again, forcing them to walk backwards.
It's got to be comfortable in their sort of comp, because you can see Vinny was like, I want to play Doctor Strange with this Mantis stuff and whatever, but You know, TTK is the one being able, with all these damage boosts coming through under that Deadpool to get his value. And then obviously the lockdown too by Vinny, kind of like Emma Frost, but a little bit better with the Gambit. Meanwhile, AT comes out on that flank angle, so Nectar has to fall back to the main squad. Phoenix ultimate committed by Delena. The slow down SSG at the meantime, but no KOs found. Glartrox available. I'm sure they have to play around it for 100 Thieves' side. Do you want to use this Deadpool ultimate to maybe slow down the Glartrox from Nectar? Does connect on the TTK. Brings him all the way back to the other team's spawn. Does pop out the Deadpool ultimate at the very least, though, and is still alive. So Vinny came in, sacrificed his own life. TTK comes in with Millennia and finds the KO, so it looks like it was worthwhile. You do have Doom close to that ultimate, but he's still far away, getting poked very low by this disengage of 100 Thieves, who has played it so well, but you still have Month, you still have Videl, this backline pocketing Doomed, but he gets poked down super low, has the Snowflake, does get antied, hit by that giant Cloak and Dagger Terror Cape, but now we go aggressive with the Mantis ultimate, trying to force out that cloak, that Luna Snow ultimate. Blur goes down to the meanwhile. Nice work to disengage around that to block off the healing of Blur. And Doom now trying to fight for these off angles. Again, Delena built yet another ultimate in that fight, but still has to use it to stay alive. Doom doesn't have ult just yet either, due to the fact that this Vinny ultimate slows him down from building it. Last stand is nowhere to be seen. Clobber in time too. SSG get held to 85 meters. 100 Thieves, great hold.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great attack, but I would argue even better defense on point 3. That's exactly where you want to hold it on point 3. That gives your team the best chance on the push through, because that spawn is now roughly more in the favor of the attacking side than it is on the defense. And when you have that kind of advantage at this level of play, that can be everything. So shout out there on the defense of 100 Thieves. You're really locked in. But SSG waking up right now and definitely want to take this thing home.
Is there something to be said, Vinny? Not Vinny. Is there something to be said, Shibby? Of Vinny playing the rogue, even though, you know, maybe he looks like he wants to play the Doctor Strange. Like, what do you think about these, you know, trying to fill a role necessarily, even if you're not 100% sure about playing it yourself, like mechanically speaking?
Yeah, I mean, it's tricky, right? Because I do think Rogue is mechanically intensive and has a ton of value. If you're maybe not as comfortable, it's a whole other conversation. But also Rogue plays really well when you have Gambit, but even more so when the enemy team also has a Gambit. Because if you're able to get on top of the Gambit with your Heartbreaker, and you do use that CC to just slow down the pace and just drain some of that ultimate, that's game winning. That's when you see a lot of value. So it's all about getting on top of the strat line, but I don't think we saw a ton of that happening against SSG. Not to say Vinny wasn't on there, just some really good focus and play from the back line. And Month obviously moving it around a ton. We saw Fidel with some good movement. I mean, the entirety of that back line looked clean. We'll see what happens now if the Rogue can get more value on attack, because you kind of do have a little more agency as to when to engage when you're on attack.
Great points all around, Shib. And double Mantis is not something we really see too often. Right. As you know, like as this series has gone on, but you know, we'll see what Space Station Gaming opt to do on the defense. I mean, Nectar was going off, right? But these off angles as well were heavily controlled by Delena, who played that very well. Oh my, okay, get cast a curse, buddy. You go down early to Butts cross map to a charm. Excellent shot from SSG.
Yeah, and they're going to take priority on point early on, and we didn't see that really from the defensive side of SSG. You want to play on this corner if you can, because you do have LOS break right here in this internal location, and around that, you know, you do have the indoor access to the right if your strats want to drop in there. But, you know, I think it's a nice defensible position. It's not always about dominating and winning 100 fights. It's about stalling as long as possible. Nectar, though, looking clean, able to find Winnie, trying to find more now as Self is trying to hold on in the sky for the moment. Well, there's still...
These are like some brutal stagger picks. TTK uses his ult, has to live. But like Nectar's hard controlling these high grounds because Delena went down early. So kind of one after another, 100 Thieves make some slight errors, slight mistakes. And it looks like Vinny, oh no, goes down again. And Nectar matches him. Did not have the help. And again, I mean, 100 Thieves at least get card space this time. But Glartrox is available, comes through on that flank angle. Nobody to match him. Delena maybe looking at him. But here comes the Glartrox. Onto one, gets deleted. Might be a little bit too far. Although now SSG in a bit of a weird spot because Vinny comes back now. In this fight, they use the Gambit ultimate, go aggressive. No Shroud Ultra Step from SSG either. They use also the Phoenix ultimate to collapse onto Doomed, who just falls over. Poor guy, deleted by that combination, but they're still playing on the dance floor. You do use that ultimate in the last side on the offense. Here comes Winnie ultimate and the Cloak and Dagger. But again, down one for SSG. What do they do? Delena hits the shot. Nice job onto Fidel, follows through onto Blur, and they're going to have to rely on a portal at this point because it's another fight win for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, 100 Thieves committed a lot there, though. But again, they do have some answers coming up here. It's going to be all about, can the strat side of SSG hold on? Can Necryze use that Sonic Seduction to cancel something, or at least slow down the pace of maybe Vinny on ultimate after this touch? But Self's Meteor M could be potentially point winning here if it can stop something like Month or Doomed mid-ultimate. Delena dropping back the whole team, kiting here, playing slow. Great call so far, but Delena does get transit, pays for it in blood. Goodbye there as Blur finds one and walks forward on the Strange.
You talked about it. I mean, that combination of keeping the White Fox alive with that Sonic Seduction and then finding a KO, excellent work from Necryze. And now we have a minute 30 left. TTK looking to open up the comic book and unfortunately doesn't have a brand new Deadpool skin that just dropped, the maid pool, obviously, but that comic book is still as red as ever. For Space Station Gaming side, though, how do they set up Nectar, right? This could actually be a fight-winning play if he hits a huge Lartrox. Does connect onto Vinny. It looked like on the front line, or at least one of the members, Self in the meanwhile, but Vinny goes down to Necryze, kicked in the face. Meteor M by Self does connect, but you're down your Rogue. They use Mantis Ultimate to come back into it. Missing Fidel doesn't really end up mattering. Blur close to that ultimate as well. Could go big with Ayabagamoto. Doesn't get the shield off, unfortunately. Runs out of the cooldown in the nick of time. Blur goes down, or Self goes down to an excellent Ayabagamoto.
Yeah, Blur looking really good. That was just really good understanding of cooldown utilization. I mean, and that's the beauty of comms, alt tracking, but also just cooldown tracking, right? You're going to call things out like mag bubble. You're going to say things like shield. You know, making these calls is important, but you might say, why? For moments like that where Strange knows, all right, I can just hard engage here, press the Q button and make them fall over. But here comes the commitment heavy from 100 Thieves, and you know what's about to happen with this Royal Flush. In a few seconds, this is going to be everything. No answers right now for SSG, and this is the value of these Gambit comps. And here they go. Will it work out? Nectar falls. Self finds one. Winnie is going to take out Blur, and that is a 3-piece star. Make it 4 now. Millennia is going to pop off, and that should be point 1.
And no portal play after they used in the previous fight. SSG move on to second. Solid hold still. Going to be a really hard fight to win regardless due to the fact that you're down so many ultimates. You had to try to make a play. In this case, it did cost Nectar their life. But with 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go, Shib, 100 Thieves, we're still sitting with a solid ult bank, right?
Yeah, I mean, that was smart. I mean, you know, using Millennia to push them forward, you don't need to commit too much, especially when you get picks like that early. You make sure, in fact, you don't commit anything more, because you only have 2 minutes on this push, and it's everything. You need to make sure you're min-maxing when to press these ultimates, and there is the smart commitment, I think, from Vinny. You use this Heartbreaker to steal as much ult charge as possible, and you don't use anything else just yet until the space is owned, and now they have that space. In a few moments, we'll see some more commitment, but there's not going to be as many answers immediately if they want to play off it right now, but they have to do it right now if they want to use that Heartbreaker to their advantage. Nectar, though, does have the Predator available.
Yeah, at least they, you know, force them away, like you mentioned. And Vinny finally coming online with Self, too. Huge commitment, like you mentioned. Able to find the KOs, coming through with the Deadpool ultimate as well. Another job win, another fight win for 100 Thieves. And the portal, I mean, it's still going to be down in cooldown. Space Station have to touch this raw.
And notice, dude, how right after that fight, all of them get their Qs. You just have to make that play happen ASAP. After using that drain, you've got a hard commit because you know for that exact moment they can't answer it. And wow, another huge pick here. Vinny saying, all right, I can play Rogue too. Looking very clean right now. And Delena does have this end song. Nectar falls there. Great shots by Delena. And we do, you know, you want to use that ultimate in like low locations like this, but it may not even need to commit anything as Self finds Fidel. Winnie onto Doom and 100 Thieves. Want to find a second map here.
And the reason why, okay, the portal does eventually come through from Blur, but it's too late. Like you said, maybe going to get that second map when SSG were looking good first point, but I mean, the big reason why I like Delena so much in this game in general is that he just kind of makes plays the right time when aggressive with the Cloak ult and is not afraid to go aggressive and take down the opposing duelist. Now in this upcoming fight, SSG, they do have that Mantis ultimate, but it's only that, Shib, as they have to go against that Phoenix ult, which kind of soft counters it to a degree, going to remove all of that overhealth provided. Also, Millennia does have the Cloak, or sorry, the Raging Royal Flush, and they started off immediately with that ultimate. Go aggressive, Doom forced to go forward, hit by the Terra Cape, and boom!
Wow.
Delena and TTK combined for 2.
Wow.
And with 2 minutes left and no portal, this is looking done. 100 Thieves have won Midtown and are up 2-0 over SSG.
They're back, buddy. I mean, that was great. They looked so good there again. This team is finding their footing. And you know what's funny? It's on the back of what we mentioned. Pulling out the TTK van pool, it needs to be an option the enemy needs to be worried about. If they don't have to ban it and then you're not going to play it, then they have agency over stuff and all the major meta stuff. And now they have to think about that in this ban phase. And they are looking very strong. SSG was waking up there, though. And we will see if they're able to keep that trend moving upward here in a moment.
Yeah, and we saw it. Like, all you have to do is play a serviceable sort of rogue, and it's like not necessarily a diss at Vinny. It's hard to play so many different vanguards in this game. But yeah, as long as they get that across the board, they're fine. SSG not prioritizing either the Rogue or that Deadpool in the situation. Because of it, they are definitely, backs against the wall. We'll see as this is moving forward, because I mean, Delena also matched in terms of damage dealt and final hits, or not final hits as much as Nectar, but still was able to put in work, make plays as Phoenix. I think we didn't see that as much out of Tico earlier. It's a bit hard to match in that regard, but we'll see what happens. Can SSG come back? Can they reverse sweep, or is 100 Thieves going to close out over them 3-0? We'll find out after the short break.
Light shine on my window frame, audible to my flame, blinding shining lights. Oh, I feel it's skipping way out of control. Lock it, oh yeah. We won't stop it. Flying high is our destiny, lighting up flaming stars. We're reaching out towards victory. 눈부신 꿈으로 차가운 심장을 쥐고 더 높이 날아가. They can't catch my vibe in my life. We're dancing on the moonlight. Turning up the heat. Get it high. We're switching up the lip gloss, mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's time to switch to flight mode. Yeah, 차올라 내 눈빛 봐. 불부터 나 ready now. 떨림이 번져가 이 밤 위로 올라타. 거침없이 난 dive. 겁없이 뛰어가 flight mode. Be free, shining, flying higher. Feel the spark of flight mode. 우리 하늘 위로 더 rise up. 사라져 fade away moonlight. Gonna burn the night out. Every time my heart's flight, we go higher, eyes wide, right through the starlight. 차가운 공기선을 realize 지금이야 take flight. We're dancing on the moonlight. 손을 꺼버려. Turning up the heat. Get it high. We're switching up the lip gloss, mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's time to switch to flight mode. Wake up, feel it.
Just like that, it's match point for 100 Thieves. Although there are a few moments in the game where I was like, okay, SSG, they're in it to win it, they can get it done. We saw some crazy stuff there. I think there's a lot to break down, right? First of all, we get to see a double Mantis on the server. That's a first. Also, just a general shift. I feel like, sample size very short. This is just the second match, but there seems to be a general shift in ban prioritization. Is that a word? I'm not entirely sure. I didn't get paid to talk though, so that's unfortunate. Vanpool ban doesn't seem to be as, people are not as pressed about. Should they be though?
Probably. I think we've been kind of harping on about it. It feels like the one-sided Vanpool, specifically in the last map, was a bit harsh. It just feels like, the group, and you have to be worried about Vinny's hero pool. But the fact that he just flexed over to the Rogue has been huge. And if he can keep that up, the 100 Thieves are going to be a kind of a top dog in this tournament, especially if he can keep improving at that hero. So for him, for 100 Thieves, this is the adjustment they needed to make in previous weeks. The fact that Vinny's picked it up and then keep playing this Deadpool kind of makes them unbannable.
Yeah, it's interesting how you mentioned as well, right? No shade to Vinny, as you already said as well. The Rogue was serviceable. It wasn't like a standout performance of a Rogue like what we've seen in week 2. Who was that? Lunex?
It was Vess,
Rogue
yeah.
going up, going up against.
Or
maybe
Tones,
maybe SSG had still some PTSD from that whole Rogue off, and which did not work out at all in their favor, even though Rogue was available to them. But it's interesting that the Rogue only needs to be serviceable in order to make this work. That just goes to show how strong Vanpool is in the current meta.
Yeah, I think Rogue, it's crazy because we were trying to dissect what the right solution is, and it's tough. We saw the ban of the Groot at the end. We haven't seen a lot of that, obviously, throughout Ignite so far in the preseason. Maybe it would have been better to ban something else like the Rogue, but I don't think they expected it. That's the value to having that kind of surprise factor and being able to play more heroes that you haven't really shown off. And Vinny, like you're saying, you looked pretty good on the hero and found success with Ultimate. I think the idea is if you're able to play Rogue and able to get onto the back line, use that team up and use the Ultimate to just stress them out, pull ults, force them to miss ult opportunities, and allow your team to keep rolling, then you'll win. And then they did that on point 2, and that was why they won point 2. Vinny engaging immediately onto the back line, and then they just fully sent back line, and at that point, they were staggering onto point and gave point 2 for free. And that potentially could have won them the whole map. It's something as small as that not happening for SSG to hold that point for 2 minutes, then they have 10 seconds on the final point, and they win the game. So there's a lot of answers, a lot of opportunities. I'll tell you what, I don't know what the answer is right now, and that's why it's so beautiful in the Americas region. There's so much going on. I don't know who to ban anymore. Mantis is making it through every game. I don't know, man. I don't know what you guys are thinking.
I do love that, though. It kind of makes everyone scramble a little bit, and obviously teams coming into this week, they also just seem to... It almost feels like they want to reinvent the meta, like they weren't satisfied with where it was heading. So I was like, you know what? No, we could maybe also do that. So perhaps some teams are overcooking here a teeny tiny bit when it comes to the ban and lock phase. I do like to see more usage cases for like Cloak and Dagger, right? When you played that here as well, just like what we saw earlier from Forky Dog, to great success for the team.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I think that they could maybe switch it up to that sort of play style. It's tough because, I mean, in the last series we just saw between Lunex and Swamp Gaming, like we saw kind of like these full front-to-back comps work. It seems like these more coordinated dive teams are just a little bit better if they can, control these off angles and do whatever. Because I feel like Nectar was doing a lot on Elsa and stuff, but it just didn't end up mattering, especially if you have a good Phoenix player. Like Delena slotting into the Phoenix was kind of big. I feel like that was kind of a lacking aspect of Lunex in the previous map, but just the fact that they were making Nectar's life really hard, right? Just like setting up and especially Necrise. Like Necrise got ran down so many times, and it's tough because they just can't be as dynamic and make plays as much without sort of more aggressive, more playmaking resulted like dive heroes like the Rogue, like Venom even, and instead they commit back fully to that sort of thing composition alongside the Emma. And Blur, we've seen him at his peak look really good on Venom, maybe not feeling comfortable after map 1. That was a 2-0. That potentially maybe ruined a lot of their game plans moving forward.
Yeah, I think that's a good call out, right? Like, I mean, I think it's interesting that you're right. That can get in the heads of a team. It's like, hey, you know what? The Venom's not working against this team, but it's like it's tough because that's not always the case, and it may have a different result on the next map. But no matter what, your mental's kind of at that state already, so you may not play up to the peak potential, which you could, as we're looking over towards Central Park, Zoe.
Yeah, I was just about to ask you, where do you think SSG is going to take us now? Obviously, the third map pick in a row for them, or rather the second map pick in a row for them, so they have to dig a little deeper now into their scrapbook.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they do. Like that should have been a map that they would win. I mean, they won against, Team Nightmare in week 3 on that last map sorry, not week 3, day 3. Versus the side of Nightmare, but obviously some of the squads in Group B I think weren't as good on Convoy and Convergence and stuff, so maybe that's kind of a reason why they were in such a good position. And meanwhile, for 100 Thieves in the rest of Group A, it was a dogfight, guys. Like, it was insanely close at the very end. They only got through because Sentinels lost energy in that last week. So just how tiebreakers work and everything made Group A just absolutely the group of death, and now it's just looking like that's the case, especially if Swamp Gaming were to 3-0, if 100 Thieves were to 3-0. What does that say about the rest of the games? Like, we could see maybe even Liquid Citadel struggle versus Sentinels later today. That would be kind of fun to watch that matchup. But in terms of Central Park, I still think 100 Thieves are pretty favored, Zoe. And, for how they've been playing, I don't think that's going to slow down against SSG.
If you look at the teams historically performing, I say historically as in the group stage, there's so many caveats to it, right? Because teams are newly formed, the meta literally just changed. Like, there were so many odds stacked against them, teams trying to figure out their own identity, other teams' identity. Everyone just had to kind of get their feet wet. So, like, there's only so much really you can take away from a win or a loss in the group stage, whereas now when, everything kind of came together and we're in the playoffs, and that's what the preseason is all about. It's about, like, trying out your rosters, see if what you put together is actually working in not just in theory but also in practice. So yeah, you have to take the group's results with like a grain of salt. It definitely was a bit of a Mickey Mouse ride, right? for both groups. I feel that's why all of our brackets were busted. That's why literally no one got correct predictions.
14
like, I
people,
think,
80%. Yeah, insane.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what your percentage was, but I think EMEA, very nice, a little over 50%. I was feeling good about that. Americas, almost don't want to say it. It was like 14% or something. It was rough. It was
Relatable.
rough.
Yeah.
Well, these teams, they still have to figure it out because, like, the last time we saw for Central Park specifically for SSG was week 1, day 1 versus TSM, and that was a close game. So, like, honestly, due to that fact, like, I feel like, you know, TSM, they're out of the tournament now. They were the last seed out of that group, and they still had a close Central Park. Like, Midtown was their best map type, but like I said, I don't know, man. Like, I just feel like these, especially the Group B, especially a lot of the MRC teams, and in general, like, the overall play styles of these squads kind of favor them on domination. It feels like a lot of this sort of game planning and target focus and overall team cohesion isn't there when we play sort of front-to-back styles. And if 100 Thieves can figure out this rogue stuff, I definitely like their chances moving forward in this tournament, considering they used to be one of the best teams in front-to-back style. So, yeah. I feel like that in terms of gameplay still favors 100 Thieves, and for SSG, I'm worried considering how things have shaped out.
Yeah, so we're clearly yapping and waiting for the teams to get ready to dive into this next map. Let's look ahead a little bit, right? Because the winner of this match will be facing off against Swamp Gaming. Obviously, the team with the target on their back, the team to beat it all, to beat them all. Which of these two will stack up against them better?
Well, that's a tough question because, it's been about who shows up. I mean, right now, I've got to say, which is a little bit of a cop-out answer, 100 Thieves, because they look great. I think, again, we're going back to, I liked what you talked about in the front-to-back style of this map, right? Now, that group ban is a potential ban, because I think group plays great in the opening door of this map on point 1, not only on attack, but also on defense, because you can really hold it down and block the single LOS that's available down the main line and set up pretty well. So that's now something that's on the table. We've seen that they've got diversity in their Vanguard selection, so now there's even more on the table. They're duelists. You can't allow them to get the Elsa or the DD. You saw that on map 1, so it's tough. For SSG, it's just about going back to basics because they looked really good early on. And yes, you're talking about Group B and Group A and how, maybe we haven't really seen the full potential of Group A's lower side of the bracket because Group B maybe wasn't up to snuff in the same, skill level or whatever it may be. But I do think that SSG is just kind of struggling right now and they just need to find their footing. But once they do, I think it could be a very tight matchup.
And imagine you're SSG right now, because now you're just one map away from dropping into the lower bracket, and then you have to go up against Lunix, which kind of whooped you in your last regular season, or rather group stage game. So not an enviable position.
It's not. I mean, I don't know, man. Like, they gotta ban out the freaking Deadpool. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I just like, honestly, maybe be a bad coach. Like, yeah, straight up. Like, we just got to put the controller players on characters that don't have aim assist. Like, it's really that simple. I don't know. Like, put them on Angela. I don't know. We saw even EMEA, I think we saw a little bit of Angela, and it was kind of working, but that was absolutely chaotic as hell. Like, there was absolute dogfights happening in the sky. But, like, straight up, just don't give this guy freaking Vanpool because he's already shown that he's kind of insane on it. Like, I want to see Necrez obviously played it. I love that matchup, but you just can't give freaking TTK Deadpool. Like, just please ban that stuff early.
Yeah.
It's so difficult, right, with a system like that where it really is pick your poison, because something will slip through. Like, these teams are built to be flexible, to be able to adapt and adjust.
Well, not TSM, Zoe. I mean, they were inflexible. That's why the reason I was
like some people. Some people out there are. But yeah, so like obviously with these teams, we do know that they have some tricks up their sleeves that they can pull out. So even though you feel like, actually, that ban phase went pretty well for us, sometimes it just turns out it wasn't, and they still have like a pocket pick.
I love the fire from the hip there, dog. But yeah, I'm with you. I mean, looks like we're going to be sending it in here in a moment. I'm looking forward to seeing what they end up coming out of the spawn door with. I think SSG, I didn't love the Thing play. I don't think the Thing comps, although, stat lines are great. I don't think stat lines tell the whole story. I just don't know that they're able to play on the back of being more defensive. They've got to attack right back.
That's right. No time to take risks right now, as they are currently down 2-0. Match point for 100 Thieves. Can they bring this home? Let's find out.
All right, dog, and here we go for game set match point here for 100 Thieves, who, if they win this, have officially had the upset in terms of seeding, who only got in to the playoffs due to a loss from Sentinels. So this is very much going to be something they want to prove. They want this win to move forward confidently and stay on the upper side of the bracket. SSG, however, needs to have a huge comeback. We've seen it before, and it looks like not too much has changed in terms of the ban front.
Yeah, I mean, they make it the Gambit Protect, but I wonder if they're even thinking about not playing Gambit on Central Park. Like, that could be an option, but no, they're going to go for it. They go for that Protect to make sure they get the Gambit stuff, and we'll see what SSG do. Like, maybe they go for the ban on the Rogue instead. Wait, Psylocke might be an option, too, for SSG. That's interesting for hovering it, but they go for the Loki on this map. It makes sense. But, like, I just wonder if they're going to ban out the freaking... The Deadpool, and I wonder if like 100 Thieves are going to protect it this time, because I think last time they protected the Mantis and stuff. So I understand we want the Mantis to get through, but if the Mantis gets through, then we got to ban out Deadpool.
Yeah, I could see this. I'm actually surprised because Psylocke, especially early on in the preseason, was looking really strong on people like Nectar, for example. Looked disgusting. They look disgusting on the hero. So I could see that being an option if they want to shake things up a little bit. It applies a lot of pressure to the Gambit, and there is a conversation where, if you see Gambit using some of the dash cooldowns, your ult can be effective against him, and that could be huge, but it's a little less like of a guaranteed KO answer. And then some of this other stuff like Strange could be a pretty decent answer for it. But yeah, we're going to see what they elect to run here on both sides. Outside of that, it's been pretty traditional. I mean, pretty samey from last time.
And what's this last ban for SSG? This is the big one. This is what we were kind of talking about and seeing what they would do. They're still thinking about it. Okay, they go for the Van Pool. There we go. They finally did the thing, but I wonder, like, let's see. I know 100 Thieves, they want to play the Angela. That's obviously something they do like playing, Shib. Do you think that's something they're going to end up doing and maybe they're even more comfortable playing on?
I don't think it's a bad idea. I'm not sure, though, because we haven't had a ton of, I don't know, it's months showing it right now, but, it would surprise me, but I think that's the kind of stuff that you need surprises to win, especially in a situation like this. All right, we are going to see at least a floated different comp. This is the stuff I expected when Mantis gets through, and Ultron. The Mantis Ultron comp has been so successful by the very top seeds in America's region, especially, Team Liquid Citadel, who's running it pretty frequently. Ultron's incredibly strong. He's obviously going to get a little bit of a boost to damage here coming up, but I don't hate that idea at all. And this is the kind of change that I think needs to be seen from the side of SSG in order to find success. I like this attack team a lot, as Necrise is going to be on that Vanpool.
Yeah, I mean, straight up for me, if 100 Thieves were to win this map in 3 over SSG, I mean, that ups my stock to them for sure, just because, like, kind of what we were talking about earlier, Shib, and I mean, I want to see what, like, you think about it. I just feel like the ban phase, like, it's obviously it's very easy to screw up your ban phase and stuff, but if you're like an ultra flexible team, like if you can put Vidi on Rogue and stuff, then you can kind of, the ban phase almost may not matter. Like, obviously you can make bad decisions, but I don't know.
Yeah,
what do you think?
No, I think it's a testament to the current meta, though, right? Like, because there is a lot of pretty viable comps. Like, you can run a bunch of different stuff. There's a lot. I mean, the Vanguard's and strategist in a really good spot. I would argue that out of the least diverse in terms of what you can run is in the duelist front, because there's just certain duelists that are incredibly strong right now that you don't want to let up. But the Vanguard and strat line is very flexible, and that is why, like you're saying, if the team has the ability to roll around and play a bunch of different heroes, you're right. The ban phase maybe isn't as impactful as it was over these last 3 seasons.
Well, they're going to play that sort of Angela comp that we saw in EU today. A lot of Angela for these roller players. It definitely feels like a comfort pick for a ton of them. The Nectar in the Sky coming down to the low ground. You're going to always have to deal with this Angela flying around to the height. So you got 2 sort of micro fights happening. Self gets pulled in, falls back though with this shift cooldown to the main side. No angles controlled by SSG just yet. Sort of playing it slow in the main, taking about a even fight as you can. And Nectar trying to get towards that 3 tiers that you need to have low cooldowns, pulling in the Groot on one side. Benny does get slept as well, but it doesn't matter. Gets woken up, brought back to the team. Straddle's being built at the meanwhile. Already even off the clock, though. You have Nectarize trying to control the point with that drone and also the Luna Snowflake, but getting target focused heavily. You can see that. They have to take advantage elsewhere, but it looks like they're not going to be able to. Millennia tracks him down. Nectarize falls, and they lose one early in the fight. Or, sorry, late in the fight.
Yeah, Necrise there was doing a good job just kind of owning that height, the top left and right side, and making sure the duelists couldn't take that height on the defensive side, but then overextended a little bit, tried to go for a play missed, and then started having to, play off that natural cover of the pillars, and from then on was kind of in trouble, especially against the Chase of Millennia there. Out goes the commitment with the Rage of Ultron, trying to find someone in the back line. Self going to keep the team healthy. Again, that's going to get a little change here coming up tomorrow in the new season, so be excited for that if you like Ultron. It's making it actually significantly better in my mind as Nectar lives with a single HP and a dream there. Vinny does have this ult available, though. This could be huge.
It could be. Lartrox on the other side. Where did that go? Lartrox head slammed to the wall. He's concussed. That thing got nothing. And you're walled off now on the other side. Swapped into place. Blur goes down. And this is not like the SSG of the past. We've seen SSG play way more dynamically. And at the current point, they swap Necrise over to the Deadpool at 2 minutes left to go on first point.
Yeah, and I was telling, like we were talking a bit, like when you have Groot on a map like this and the enemy's going to triple strat comp, it's actually really difficult to have wall break. Like you are going to just absolutely dominate this front line on the side of Vinny. You're going to be looking exclusively at Blur and just constantly peppering and walling off Blur and putting him in a tough spot always. Because, yeah, I guess Ultron can start peppering those walls, but you have your heal wall up and the Mantis team up. You're getting ultimate, every few seconds, and you can just constantly have this, the fear of you pressing Q while you're constantly walling off everybody and forcing them to look at walls. It's just, this comp is really good on defense into a triple strat line comp, but as we're saying that, we'll see what happens as a lot of commitment comes through.
Okay, the Mantis ult, the meanwhile Magneto ult on the side, but now it's a free ultimate committed by the group. Vinny, it just waits for that ultimate to run out, goes through after the Meteor M, finds the KO. Ultron ult a little bit too late. You'll have a little bit of rain cover as well from that ultimate. Necrise pops the ultimate out, but can they find the KOs in himself? No, he gets bubbled. The pocket is there, and again, 100 Thieves showing very smart decision making in terms of playing this 3-3 style. TTK as well on the Magneto has been playing perfectly, and SSG just don't have an answer at the current moment. I mean, they have this Luna Snow dance floor. They're coming up on Nectar's ultimate, but it has to be big. Nectar has to get an off map or something for them to have a chance here as Blur takes the off angle at the very least. There goes the Glartrox, but it's into the corner, and that thing is going to be useless. Here comes the Phoenix. Here comes the Meteor M, the combo. Boom! Down goes Fidel. Nothing else to save the side of SSG as they just get ran on with 30 seconds to go. The staggers come out, and SSG have one more fight.
Yeah, I mean, again, textbook composition here on defense, and it is working for them in spades. What we see now is Self is constantly answering any of those strategist line ultimates, especially when they're running the Ultron with another Ultron ult just to keep the team healthy, looking at the exact same targets and healing them. And that's like, it just worked every time, always had the answer. So it just removes that all off the table. You got Vinny constantly looking at the back line, walling off the mag and just adding pressure. And it looks like at the moment, Necrise just can't get into that back line.
And he's diving on in, also was lacking upgrades too. We have to bear in mind, obviously Deadpool gets stronger throughout the game, so Vinny goes with that Groot ultimate, does connect onto 2. Also with the anti there, so huge work from the Gambit player to capitalize off of that 2. Goes down, Self in the sky, just able to get so much downrange, even with the Deadpool ultimate. Doesn't end up mattering because the pocket is there. Blur staggers it out, no more ults, it's done, not even 33% given. SSG get first point help.
Yeah, and I made a comment about saying, whatever team has the most success with Groot, I might have to buy that Vanpool skin. And you know what? I'll tell you what, 100 Thieves are not afraid to pull it out whenever need be, and actually getting it banned here. Vinny, shout out there on the group play. I do think that was just too much for them to handle, and constantly it just cut off any sort of pressure and advantage they had. They looked, again, incredibly dominant. I don't know what's changed with 100 Thieves, whether it's their ban phase or their diversity in terms of hero pool, but it's working without a doubt.
Yeah, I think they're just slow to pick up metas. So really, at the end of the day, I thought the Deadpool Vanguard ban would be good, but it was somehow even worse than the last map. Like that's just crazy. And just kind of we're talking about shit. Like the ban phase, people will go on and on about the ban phase and how important it is and stuff, and it is important. Don't get me wrong, but if your team is flexible, that is the important factor, right? Like we're not looking at the ban phase deciding whether a team is good or not. We're looking at the overall team cohesion on different sort of compositions, right?
Yeah. I think you said it beautifully. I mean, I'm not sure what needs to happen for SSG. Yeah, it looks like they're just going to try to match comp. And I don't know, buddy. Typically, you and I say if they're matching comp or if they're switching a lot, it either means they're finding an answer or they're panicking and they think it's the comp that might be the difference. Vinny is making that switch to Rogue again, too. Changing up on attack, and I think that Groot is definitely better on defense than attack, at least for point 1 here. So that is another smart decision, but SSG, would they have the talent? Can they lock back in and make something happen? Potentially start up the reverse sweep. We'll find out here in a moment.
And they're going for a portal play on the backside with TTK. We'll see if it's an off map. In fact, it could be. I don't know if people like to go for that, but looks like it's still coming. Still waiting. No. Pack. Okay, he just blocked off those sort of inside angles to hide towards health packs and stuff to kind of bunker up and stay healthy. So trying to push them on the main side. So what's the idea from SSG? Okay, they just get kills. Okay, just get KOs in this fight. Doesn't even matter what they do with the portals as long as Nectar just pops off. So he's already got 3 charge, and that's the first fight won for SSG.
Millennia falling back there, trying to get a little alt charge first. Nectar with some really good shots. That drone is going to enable Nectar to do what they do. Just apply a ton of pressure. 3 minutes available. Only need a single tick. And folks, if they do not do this, it still is going to be a tie here. This would go as a tie map when we move on. This is, something we've seen in the past. Not saying it's going to happen necessarily, but something to keep in mind as the pressure starts unfolding. Notice those walls giving them free space consistently, and nobody's breaking them. Trying here with Luna.
They're trying.
That's the way.
And we'll see what happens as they move up. I mean, with that Wolverine ban, it's been tough too. Vinny's kind of been moment free, but already a minute off the clock. I mean, this could be like 100 Thieves of old, right? Like we've seen them potentially choke fights like this before, but they have ultimate soon. Here comes the Ultron's Rage from Doom to the sky. Does have that damage boost, and TTK goes down to the damage boost on the low ground.
Oh, it's huge, dude.
Oh my god, Glartrox and the Groot ultimate combines. Well, actually kind of counter synergy a little bit with that. Millennia gets left on the backside, finds 2. So with that, I mean, a lot of ultimates committed, but it's another fight win for SSG.
Yeah, it's a huge ult, but yeah, I think a little bit of overcommitment, like you're saying. That's 3 down there, but they will have Fidel Month and Necrise as answers, and that's enough. That's definitely enough to hold on for a while. You just got to be patient and smart about utilization. Do not overcommit, for sure.
I mean, see what happens. It's looking fine. He's trying to build up towards another one, so they are in this fight doomed. 100 Thieves finally have ultimates. I mean, they've had ultimates forever, though. They want to play it slow. They can maybe go in this fight, not let SSG build up. I mean, Nectar's already halfway towards another Glartrox, and they build it in the middle of the fight. Gambit on the back angle. Into the sky with the Meteor M and the Phoenix ultimate. Did they find a KO after it? Anti comes out of Blur, able to find him. Nice job. Here comes the Meteor M. The Screw ult after is available. If we don't lose anybody, this Meteor M, and we don't.
Wow.
So they're still alive. Doomed peels it off. Delena goes down in self. So actually, wait, Vinny can't even set up this ultimate. It's the defense that's succeeding for SSG.
Wow.
They peeled off said ults, and that's another fight win back to back to back to back. And now I might be a little worried if I'm a 100 Thieves fan.
No, that was beautiful. I mean, like we said, they did not overcommit. I mean, they still have Month's ultimate available. They use Fidel. They drop back as a unit. I mean, a great ante coming in from Millennia there, too. Oh, and this could be massive from Nectar. Wow,
Goodbye.
He does find a 2-piece there as Necrise cleans up TTK. Very smart play. Nectar stepping up. And there's 60 seconds on the clock here, folks. We might see a tie, and this could be the momentum shift that SSG needs. What a battle here so far.
Hands are sweaty. Ties on the board. We'll see what happens for 100 Thieves side as they're building up towards ults again. They had the full ult bank and just sort of collapsed when it mattered most. Stun does come out to slow him down. Doom goes up with the Ultron's Rage early, Self using it to peel. So it's a bit of a neutral engagement that either team doesn't fully capitalize off of, but at least Ultron's Rage gone. Meteor M. Oh, Doom sniped him. Self goes down. Cross map. No way, and this is the worry. Self not on the Daredevil that we saw earlier onto the Ultron. Maybe getting a little bit.
Huge.
Root ultimate doesn't connect though. Nice wall. It looked like actually Meteor M ate it. So at least they use it in the meanwhile. Biddy, oh no, he gets taken out. Necrise finds him and 8 seconds left to go. TTK falls on Emma Frost of all things. And somehow it's fallen apart. This might be the first, no, this is the first North America draw. Nobody gets 33% on the board. We're gonna see a map number 4.
This is insanity! Are you joking me? Come on now, SSG. That's what we needed to see from you as a team. Incredible defense there.
What? Both teams got first held? Are you kidding me?
Bro. That
What?
was the defensive comp of Destiny. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I will say I do think the Ultron answers to each other, playing a little safe, maybe a little too safe there. Wasn't necessarily the play. Not getting a ton of finals. A Doomed finding 4 at least there. Nectar really shined, right? They just again on the Elsa, you could see their backs against the wall, and they were just getting so much value. Really targeted damage, but 23K, most in the lobby by a significant margin. You look at the opposition. Delena was 16, right? Like that is just raw focus. Yes, obviously Mantis boosted, but so was the opposition as well. So really good work there by Nectar to clutch up and some strong Vanguard play, but I don't even really think that was exactly what drove them on that defense.
No, it's excellent work from the side of SSG to bring us to another map. And yeah, I think that's the first draw in our entire Ignite preseason, which it's a weird way to kind of go about that. You know, like usually we'd see both teams cap out and then maybe neither team cap first point, but no, both teams just struggle bust on attack for 4 minutes, which is so unlikely. Actually crazy. Doomed having a big map. I don't know how we can give both teams MVP. I mean, that kind of happens in draw, of course, but man, like I feel like we should get no MVP because that is just a just even match across the board. Insane stuff regardless. This is definitely uncharted territory for us so far on Ignite as of the preseason, so it's going to be exciting to see kind of what happens. Does SSG start to reverse sweep now? 100 Thieves couldn't take advantage of their ult advantage too that they had. So kind of a weird situation for both squads, and I don't know, man, like 100 Thieves, how do you rebound from that?
Dude, what we were saying, and I think it's worth reiterating, is, you know, 100 Thieves, you got rid of the Elsa, you got rid of the Vanpool, and you allowed the triple. And although, honestly, look great on defense, they're not absolutely dominating on this triple backline comp. They're not like, it's not their win condition. Although they can play it pretty well, I think if you just get rid of some of these heroes that they're really, you know, carrying with, that is your solution, and that is the evolution we're seeing in the ban phase here. So, wow, what a battle, folks. Keep it locked as we will be heading to our next match right after this break.
Watch out, they're headed our way! Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
The hunt is on. 1,000 gods!
Felicia's here to steal a win. Good fortune for me. Cat's claws. Me, ouch. Let's make a deal. Peekaboo. Hup. So stealthy.
That's how we do it, Catwalk.
Eat your heart out, strange. Deliciously dangerous.
I unleash the shouting.
Now's the perfect time to strike. You crossed my path. Good boy, Petey. Meow.
Talk when you hear a character who is a better solo duelist than Winter Soldier. Storm. Mr. Fantastic. Iron Man. Human Torch. Punisher. Hela. Duelist Deadpool. Psylocke. Jean Grey. Moon Knight.
That's my boy on my life. To this day, whoop anybody's cheeks all day.
As solo
to the moon,
duelist.
alright, to the moon. Yeah, he take 1v6 for all I care. He take 1v11. All he does is 1v3 in his mind. He can take 1v11 in reality. He's got this.
All right, Matsy's been stressing, but still holding out. Wolverine. Elsa Bloodstone.
Okay.
Oh, Wolverine. Why
I was
Wolverine?
thinking too hard, man. I just love the way that the feral leaps can really enable fights. In comparison to what you see out of Bucky right now. I don't know, but I mean, in that sense, it's the solo engagements, and I think one of the same. Wolverine with the what is it, Last Stand can just absolutely rip and tear anybody. I've seen many a Wolverine just a solo ult. Tons of strategies, or for anyone for that matter. So, yep, I'm locked in on Wolverine. The claws are out.
Talk when you hear a map that is harder to full push than Central Park. Manhattan. Spider Islands. Museum of Contemplation.
Yeah.
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 Ooh.
Yeah.
After today, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That hurt teams today. That was morally
Yeah.
crushing for some people.
Doctor Strange got the better of him.
Which bit's the hardest to push?
Man, stay on the point. Stay on the point.
Which bit's the hardest to push?
The final area.
Yeah, I'd say in some ways the first and last part of the map, but more so the last part of the map.
I would say the last sixth specifically.
Yeah.
Because that first section of the third, it's kind of like, yeah, okay, around the corner. But when you're at the end, it's like their spawns right there. There's no good line of sight to protect yourself. It's decimation.
You crossed my path! Gotcha!
Watch out, they're headed our way! Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Hello and welcome back, one and all. Zoe here, joined by Dogman and Iron Ship, and we're once again getting ready for the potential last map, as we just experienced the first draw, I believe, in America's the preseason. Wow, I mean, initially I just was like, they had like Doom written all over SSG. We're like, oh, that's not a great attack. But turns out 100 Thieves attack was equally disastrous, and they both just held and held and held. We saw both teams like opting into the triple strat backline once again, but some changes are there coming into the ban phase that we asked for, right? We wanted to see them banning out the Van Pool, and SSG delivered that. What else could they have done in order to not just draw this one, but actually walk away victorious?
I think they just should have not played Angela. Like I just feel like we saw it in EU. I know some teams are playing it in the EMEA rather, and now we're seeing it over here. I just don't think Angela is particularly good this patch. It's tough. That's my main takeaway. What about you, Shib?
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I think that's obviously one thing too. I think you kind of play to the competition a little bit. I think they struggled obviously on their attack and kind of panicked a little bit. So I'm not sure what the answer may be. But Zoe, any parting words before we dive in?
Absolutely not. I just want to get this one going. We've waited long enough. Match point for 100 Thieves.
All right, let's dive in. You can see now the idea of potentially the Venom from Necrise is being shown. Hell's Heaven domination. We're going to be on Dom here, folks. There's no way you can tie that. Thieves need this win to clinch up a 3-0-1. record against SSG. You rarely hear that. And it looks like the double Elsa off the rip. This time we're going to be seeing Gambit on both sides.
Okay, new strat then, Shib. Maybe both teams, we go 1-1, and then neither team caps the point. We get another draw because we're tired of waiting. They're like, neither team wants to cap the point. They're too busy fighting off like in their own spawns or something.
Just Lord Farm.
Yeah, just Lord Farm or something.
Yeah.
But
hey, unique strat. It could happen, but I would hope not because that's just crazy. But we do see the removal now of the Rogue, and I think that could be matched back, but we'll find out in a moment.
yeah, this is the first time we're seeing both Elsas get taken out early. I think, both teams were not happy with having to play against Elsa, especially with the Mantis and stuff. So, that's not being looked at the current moment. Gambit Invis sort of protected for the side of SSG. Meanwhile, for 100 Thieves side, what do they want to go to ban next is the Star-Lord. So with a Daredevil ban on the opposite side, SSG don't want to deal with Self's Daredevil. I think it makes sense. Put him on something else. And then we have the Van pool Deadpool come through yet again. So 100 Thieves get to play that. And if they were to win this map, that would mean that so far their 100 Thieves, TDK playing the Deadpool has been pretty much undefeated.
Yeah, I mean, also, okay, Vinny's showing the cap, but I was going to say they could run that Rogue, right? Because they did remove it for SSG, but yeah, I don't think Rogue's bad into Gambit because if you can get on top of Gambit with that grab while you're using ult, like then you have that ult early and you have a slight advantage in charge, and that's pretty much everything in these Gambit comps, especially at this meta, but electing to not do that now at least, and is going to be having that cap, which plays a similar role because not only do you have an answer ultimate, you have a strategist line, similar style ultimate, but you can charge up that back line a little bit faster. And we will begin here in a moment. Looking forward to this one, folks. If you're a 100 Thieves fan, excuse me, I just need one more here for SSG. This could be the start of a sweep after a tie, which would be a massively long series, and I love it.
Yeah, it would be. And I think for SSG's side, this is maybe the start of their comeback. We'll kind of have to see what they want to play moving forward. But it looks like as we enter the first round, SSG are going to be playing what we thought they would on other maps, which is Nectar on the Psylocke. But because, okay, never mind. Never mind is going to be, as we load into the game in a moment, they're switching it up. They want to go to that Hulk stuff we send to the other teams alongside the Phoenix. So this is the startup for them with the portal play. Maybe early 100 Thieves. We'll see if they expect it.
And let the games begin, folks. As I set up, yep, there's that portal. This time looking for more of a kidnap instead of just flanking the back line. Not able to make that happen just yet, but no, Psychot lied, going right after the back line. And instead, they are just taking off immediately. Delena is on that Psylocke. There is that Psylocke matchup, who plays great on this map. Just mostly, I know that because although I don't play a lot of Psylocke, she's always played here by folks at this level of play. Blur on the thing. We said maybe not our favorite in this current meta, but it does play great, in team play as a whole. We might see more success with it right now.
And they're doing it with the Luna, so the Snowflake advantage definitely is a thing.
True.
Kind of pay attention to, but
too.
Yeah. And as is Fidel on the Invis this time around, as well with that one-sided matchup. But they lose Blur early on the thing yet again. I mean, walked upon 100 Thieves just kind of surrounding them. Nectarize goes down, building up towards that Deadpool, level up the upgrades, and Doom gets the kidnap, sure, but it's Vinny on the onto the Captain America, and he's able to live. Delena's there with the follow-up as well. That's the first fight win for 100 Thieves as they cap the point early. They get a stagger Fidel as he gets a KO on his way out.
Getting a little something, getting a piece of the pie on the way back to the spawn door, and ult advantage going to be slightly up here for Thieves. Here comes the TTK and Delena, but Fidel, after that pick, will be close behind, actually a little bit ahead, and we'll have an answer for Delena should need be, since there's going to be no Loki to use crystals to stop something like Psylocke. Shred ult will need to be committed because stacking may just not be enough, especially with all the pressure that you can provide in this meta. Necrise looking for one on TTK, trading backwards, not going to use an ult, does not have it yet, so that is a win for the side of SSG. Monk now has the Raging Royal flush, and if they can use it quick enough, it could be huge. Yes, they are. They'll try to commit heavy now, and they do find one off the rip on a Winnie, and now this could put SSG up in terms of point if they can take it. Trying to get that pick, and instead TTK is able to find Fidel. Necrise goes down, Nectar 2, and that is enough for them to maintain presence.
Yeah, Star-Lord combo towards the point. They're not running Mag on the opposite side, so, he's kind of free in the sky to just clean up. If the target focus is good, Millennium does get found at the very least, but it's, again, another fight win for 100 Thieves. And the tough part is, as well, is like SSG alongside this sort of Daredevil Psylocke composition is that the reason they're running the Phoenix earlier is you get a little bit more like neutral fight engage as well. They kind of fill a similar role, so we'll see how it pans out. But for 100 Thieves, able to take advantage of Self on the Starlord, who looked good. And right now, 100 Thieves, especially Vinny, is doing a great job living. We'll see if they can keep it up, though, his upcoming fight. Vinny's close to that Freedom Charge at the very least. Space Station Gaming, they have their own sort of duelist ultimates, but Doomed, look how far away they're playing. I mean, Doom has to close the gap so much. So many cooldowns have to be committed. Whereas on the Phoenix, maybe you could poke across the map early. We'll see if they play around Vinny's ultimate to counter any of the upcoming ults. But Blur has to use his ult early. They use the Captain America Freedom Charge to counter that and still in control of the point as well as they slowly play it. SSG now get to set up Nectar's ultimate. Same thing with Nectrise. But when he's close to the ult, he's close to that Lunasaur dance floor in a moment. They've also peeled off Doom 2, goes down immediately on the backside. So many cooldowns to engage there, and Delena now sits above the high ground, finds one early on the month. Excellent job to follow through there from TTK. And you can't even use ults. We're going to the next round already. It's 100 Thieves. They made it look easy.
Yeah, that was clean. Again, you know, there was a little bit of back and forth there, but Thieves on domination are stepping back into their own. This is a comp they wanted. I think this is totally fine. They're putting TTK back on that Van Pool today. He's just seen so much success with it. Granted, it's against, you know, SSG right now. We'll see what that looks like more in the future. But SSG was a team that we really expected to excel in these matchups, but just not able to do it on the newly refreshed 100 Thieves that are cleaning up their ban phase and finding picks that are a little more meta and making them work.
You get some solace in that this next round they'll have ults, and you know, I think that last round too, considering the distance you know, required to close the gap there when you're not running the Phoenix, we saw it's going to be tougher to run. You know, maybe they're like, okay guys, you know, that last map not our best, we had a tough start. Blur goes back over to Captain America off of the Venom, but I'm not sure that's even necessarily the problem. Like, he's obviously deciding on what to do, what to play. I like the Venom engages and stuff. Like, I understand you want, you know, another straddle to deal with them, but you know, the last map is always going to be tough, I think, for closing that gap, regardless. 100 Thieves still have the means to counter the engage of Space Station Gaming now.
Yeah, and here they go once more. Again, like you said, ults are available to fly. Winnie does have an answer here with the dance floor. Delena should be close behind Nectar on that Dance of the Butterfly, and those are very impactful. We'll see which one gets more value here, as the setup is more so in favor of SSG right now.
Here comes a dive from Blur early, forces around one. Here comes that Daredevil ult as well. Nice job by Fidel to follow up on it. Who went aggressive on the Invisible Woman to find Millennia. Removes that ultimate potential in the upcoming fight, but they trade back one. Delena finds one. Nectar comes through to counter out Delena and Winnie, though. So the first pick ended up mattering long term as 100 Thieves finally get pushed away and Space Station Gaming claim the point.
Nectar, we talked about wanting to see the Psylocke a little bit, and this is, you know, a choice that could be very impactful. Obviously, on map 1, not seeing too much from it, but Psylocke in the current state right now is actually in a really good spot, and neutral strong on Psy, and that's important, as Month will have the Royal Flush available just slightly before Millennia once again. And here goes the charge. Can they kite it, or do they need to commit? We'll find out in a moment as Nectar finds one. Month able to take out TTK. And that is going to be more in the favor of SSG, who want to take map 2 here. Millennia, though, able to find one.
Yeah, I mean, they traded 1 for 1. I think the tough part as well for SSG is they have to decide, you know, they want the Van Pool, obviously. But then, you know, maybe they would want, like, the Magneto to counter Self as well, because in this upcoming fight, there are going to be so many ults, and you can get KOs through Strataman's ultimates on the side of 100 Thieves. Like, this is almost like a fight win button. But, you know, SSG, how do they disengage it? Do they only lose one this upcoming fight? Maybe they can live with Fidel's ultimate. Here comes the Gambit, here comes the Starlord early, but it's not disengaged by the two divers of Blur and Doomed. But maybe that's their strat. Go down early, try to anchor on the point while we try to portal back, and that's actually not a bad play, because now they're towards the point with those ultimates. 100 Thieves still sitting. They have to find the follow-up KOs. The map is changing meanwhile, too, and Vinny's able to capitalize up Nectar. Portal going to come through from Doom, though, at the very least, so once this portal is here, they can stall on the point for a little bit longer, maybe pop some ultimates if we were to build them, but we're not. Target focus is too good for 100 Thieves' side. They can't force any more ultimates out, and regardless of the game plan, it's not going to be effective, at least in terms of holding onto the point any longer as 100 Thieves control it.
Yeah, that's another hero we haven't seen much in these first 2 matchups, is the Starlord, who hasn't really been a ban priority or necessarily a pick priority. He does a great job in the self-survivable comps and being a sole duelist if you're going to be running something like that, but definitely can be very strong here. And with Gambit, it's just so enabled, so I like the comp there. We're going to see SSG on the retake. Again, they're at a 72% number. They really just need to win one good fight together. The commitment comes through from Blur, answered right back by Vinny, though, as Nectar finds one on Delena, saying, I'm the Psylocke here, as they still have pressure and their Q available, should they decide to use it.
Yeah, Delena a little bit too aggressive, especially versus a dead Daredevil, who can see through the walls, obviously was called out. Shredder is still living on Space Station Gaming side until now. DTK takes down Doom. Nectar now missing one, has to fall back to the team. They're still in control of the point. 100 Thieves are at the current moment, so this fallback is just going to enable 100 Thieves to keep building up points. DTK has the ultimate, goes aggressive with it. Same thing with Necrise, but they want to go with the Gambit ult first on the offensive push, but no KOs found just yet. Winnie's staying alive very long. Only one found from that Gambit ult is kind of interesting, but at least they're close towards that Daredevil ult on the opposite side. Millennia's going to go down. He was caught at an off angle, and they're going to flip the point. 100 Thieves give it up, concede it for now.
Still kind of up in the air. I mean, ult's in a similar spot. You're going to have the big ultimate, right? The Raging Royal Flush from Millennia. And it's difficult to use the Invisible Boundary and really just sustain through the chaos, especially when you're going to see Delena there from that Psylocke. The Dance of the Butterfly could be a problem. The Cutterfly always is a problem for Invis. And we're going to see Self find one on a Doomed. Millennia now finds Nectar. The commitment on the floor, from Self is probably going to go in that favor. Yes, it does. Good focus there, and the retake comes through, but 99% for SSG was the number they're looking for. But the problem is, ult advantage is still up for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, it's tough, especially with that Magneto to disengage in those fights. We'll see. I mean, this guy's coming down to the wire now as 100 Thieves look to close out. The draw happened in the last map, obviously, but 100 Thieves looking to counter their mistakes. As you pointed out before the series, the domination not drawable, so they want to close out here and now. SSG, though, if they reclaim the point, they can start a potential reverse sweep. But it all comes down to this fight. They go aggressive. Meanwhile, on the outside flank from SSG, or rather inside flank, towards that car side. Delena's there to match it with that Psylocke ultimate. Does find Fidel caught out on the right side. No strat ults either. Month goes down. Both backline removed for SSG. It's going to be so hard to come back into this without any healing. Necrise pops out the Banhammer, but Blur is down. You have to stall onto the point. You don't have Portal because I believe you used it earlier too, so TTK just gets to track down everybody else. Doom tries to stall on, but there's nobody else here. Necrise falls. Maybe one more here. It's Nectar and the rest of the crew trying to stall, but they cannot any longer, and 100 Thieves will win the series 3-0. But it was pushed to 4 maps.
3-0-1, and wow, that was a clean display again by 100 Thieves. I mean, I'll tell you what, despite maybe having that tie, they looked very good today. They were the underdogs coming into this, and they didn't look like it by any means. They looked like what we would have expected from them prior to going into the playoffs. Shout out to the side of 100 Thieves. You're going to see the MVP in a moment.
Yeah, absolutely, Shib. And, you know, I think 100 Thieves, they look a lot better than they did in previous weeks. They're still showing a little bit of, like, some holes, obviously. But, you know, obviously we could break down a lot of that later on. For 100 Thieves side, though, I mean, there's some solace in the fact that they win 3-0. They looked way better than they did last week. And I think that SSG were a team that was on the up and up. Obviously showing also a lot of holes in their game plan and their overall decision-making. But, you know, I don't know. Like, it seems like 100 Thieves are a lot better this week and look to improve. And are going to be a tough matchup in the next round, too. As Zoe, like, what do you think about that matchup? I mean, 100 Thieves, first game between SSG to bring us to a draw in 2026. That was crazy, too.
The infamous beginnings of a fake comeback. We do love to see those. But
you called it
yeah,
out.
honestly, it takes a lot for teams to not let that rattle you, though, right? Because if you're finding yourself in that position, it's very easy to let that get to you, and the match can spiral out of control very, very quickly. It's great to see 100 Thieves locking back in and taking this one home on the back of a lot of great individual performances, but also just a different read on the meta now. Like, it's great to see that the last match in the group stage against Cafe Rose, that was just, I don't know, like a blip in the matrix. Like, that was, we don't have to like over-index on that. We felt right before that match that they're on the right trajectory, they found themselves, they found their identity, and then we got worried again. And now we're not worried anymore, because this is the 100 Thieves that we wanted to see heading into the beginning of the group stage, right? We wanted to see the dominant force that just makes quick work of very formidable opponents, and that's what they showed us here today.
Yeah, this is the 100 Thieves we know and love, Zoe. Like, they're just the most up and down team. The moment you believe in them, the moment you're like, oh, this team's good, is the moment they let you down. You know, you're like, it's like the moment my dad comes back from AA. He's like, oh, I'm recovered, I'm better. No, that got dark really fast. But honestly, 100 Thieves, they're a dark team to support right now. My dad is a great guy. He's actually never been to AA.
Right. 100 Thieves, as well as your dad, they're all trying their best out there, and that's all we can ask of people, okay? That's all we can ask. Speaking of trying their best, though, I think there's a lot of individuals on the opposite side here for SSG that really stood out once again, right? Like, I feel like their duelists have put in so much work time and time again. I think they just kind of didn't find their rhythm in this series. I feel like they were just forced into a lot of uncomfortable positions when it comes to the compositions they had to play, and they just couldn't quite log in. But like individually, there were still a lot of like highlight-worthy moments.
Yeah, there's a couple things I want to address. One, you're right. It didn't look like SSG kind of found their footing there. Two, it begs the question: is Group B, because they look great in Group B, and now I'm thinking, is Group B going to be struggling here against some of Group A? Because Group A was a battle, and Group B looked a little more dominant.
That you immediately turned that into transitive properties. It's like if they're struggling, all of them must struggle.
Well, they look good in the series against a lot of those teams, right? Now I'm thinking like, it just makes me think. But who knows, right? We actually have to see it, and it's the same thing as we always say. It's any given day, right? And 100 Thieves today, truthfully, looked dominant. They played clean. They had a ton of different comps, and that's super important in this meta. And I think that's what they needed to succeed. So, shout out to the coach. Shout out to all the players being able to be flexible.
Which individual stood out for you today, Dogman?
Which individual stood out for me today? I think Zoe, you stood out to me today. No, honestly, like for 100 Thieves, like I feel like the big thing was Vinny. Like that was kind of the question mark. Like, could this team pick up? You're not excused. Could this team pick up like a lot of the rogue and stuff? Obviously, like that was the question going into this week, and I think Vinny showed it. He could flex over to it, and I liked how TDK performed as well. Like when we saw TDK on the Magneto. I think that he looked phenomenal too, and I think his Vanguard line was really the reason why they looked a lot better this week, and huge shout out to them for sure.
All right, and I'm hearing we do have our interviewee ready, so let's bring Millennia into the mix for a quick chat after their victory, which they move on in the upper bracket. Hello, welcome to the show, and of course, huge congratulations on the dub. I wanted to get a vibe check, but it seems if I'm looking at the back there, the vibes are good. The vibes are at an all-time high. Talk us through your comms, though. Like, the moment you guys were faced with a draw, how did you guys rally the troops heading into the following map in order to not let the beginnings of a reverse sweep, like, happen?
All right, well, I mean, nobody thought that we were going to get a reverse sweep. I was just a little annoyed, but I'd say besides me, we were fine. Like, our coach rallied the troops together. We were chilling after. Wasn't too much.
Dude, I feel like
too much quarrel.
Not to cut you off on you, obviously, but I feel like you've been around this crew for so long now, and like every time we see you guys on interview, like it's like a party back there, but you always look like you're fed up with it. Are you fed up with it? Are you, or is it just your persona? Like you're just a chill guy.
I'm just a chill guy, bro.
Well, I mean, on that, like I feel like a lot of people haven't really given you a lot of credit, I think, for switching back over from Duelist to Strat. And I think you were leaning into, at least on social media, being like, oh, I kind of want to play Duelist again. How are you liking the role of strategist this time around? Obviously, now that you're fully committed to the role, like, are you feeling a lot more comfortable, obviously, playing and flexing to so many different strategist heroes if you're especially target focused in the ban phase?
I mean, yeah, I play everything now, so it's like nothing compared to China when I was just a Luna one trick. But low-key, now Luna's like broken, so I'm looking forward to playing like the fun supports again instead of just playing like Cloak Slop every game.
I was going to mention, I was like, yeah, obviously Luna's going to get a big buff, and you're known for being just disgusting on the hero, does kind of play that hit scan role. But we saw today, you guys playing a bunch of stuff that you haven't played over this last weekend. You looked like a refresh team. Honestly, looked like the team that we've known from some of these past LAN events. What was the change? What was the mental change? Was it a team thing? What happened over these last week?
I mean, compared to like the start of the preseason, we were just like dead set on dive. And we want to play dive everywhere we go. Our new team is like basically just a dive team, but over the time we've kind of learned the meta, and it's like it's just so impossible to play dive sometimes. Like you just have to force the triple support, and yeah, we've just been practicing a lot more and getting a lot better at it, along with the triple tank gambit, of course.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's definitely been looking clean and versatile as well. Thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat and sharing the insight, and best of luck in tomorrow's match.
He's really good to talk to you.
Iconic in the back there. It's been a few years since I saw iRemix holding up a shield. different color scheme, but you know, same vibe, same vibe. That's a bit of a throwback for me. Either way, I mean, okay, listen, he sounds about as cool, calm, and collected as possible. Obviously, most of what we've seen today from the team has been very dominant. So, yeah, you should definitely feel comfortable. That said, you are moving on in the upper bracket now, and that means you have the utmost pleasure of facing off against Swamp Gaming. Will that look quite as easy?
Ooh, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Am I becoming a 100 Thieves believer? Shib, are we becoming 100 Thieves believers? Zoe, are you? Do they have a chance to swap?
Listen, I'm full on buying into recency bias. Like, that's my entire identity.
Good.
So yes, fully believing in 100 Thieves. Why not? I mean, until it works, until it doesn't work, right? For now, they're in the upper bracket, moving on and facing off against Swamp Gaming. That concludes our second match of the day and also our stint here. So the three of us will skedaddle, and we're making room for a brand new crew. They're freshly minted and in peak form in order to give you our last two quarterfinal matches. You don't want to miss it. First, a quick break, and then we're back for more.
Watch out, they're headed our way! Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
The hunt is on. 1,000 gods!
Felicia's here to steal a win.
Good fortune for me. Cat's claws. Me, ouch.
Let's make a deal.
Peekaboo. Hup.
So stealthy.
That's how we do it, Admiral.
Eat your heart out, strange.
Deliciously dangerous.
I unleash the shouting.
Now's the perfect time to strike. You crossed my path. Good boy, Petey.
Meow.
Talk when you hear a better team-up than Symbiotic Shenanigans. These are team-ups that are currently in the game, not old ones. Arcane Order. Gamma Charge. Cosmic Cyclone. Rocket Network. Stark Protocol. Chilling Assault. Vibrant Vitality.
Yeah.
Vibrant Vitality?
I think Vibrant Vitality. I can't say it. It's that good. It's too hard to say. Tongue twister.
The healing and the damage boost is so good, right?
Yeah, and like you get so much out of it. It's like 3 meta heroes all at the same time. That yeah, it's just the best there is, I think.
Dan is suffering, so we shall continue. Deep Wrath. Gamma Fastball. Mr. Pool's Interdimensional Toy Box. Sword of Duality. Bestial Hunt. First Steps. Divine Armory. Stars Aligned. Planet X Pals. Primal Flame. Parker Power-Up. Explosive Entanglement. Blade of Khonshu. Bless of the Kumiho. Dan, you believe that Symbiotic Shenanigans is the best team-up in the game?
I mean, it enables Jeff, right? You can either play him really far back, that's what he's usually doing, but with Symbiotic Shenanigans, you can really play up close. You can even facilitate dive with it. But, like, I got so close to talking over Vibrant Vitality. I was like, oh, maybe it's stronger. I don't know. I mean, to be fair, it does get pick banned a lot, but...
Did you consider that the Vibrant Vitality makes the regen domain real big?
That is true, yes.
Talk when you hear a team that you think could beat Gen G tomorrow. Chiefs. XOXO01. SLZZ. Fury. Team Peps. Triple AD. Yeah, we lost. Pirates.
Yeah, I'm going back to we lost because it's not will they, it's that they can, and I do think that we lost can beat anybody. Will they? Probably not, but they are they are capable.
It's the flashbang strat. You can kind of beat anyone if you catch them off guard enough.
Yeah, that's their whole thing. Like, they win by attrition, and, if they just wear the other team out, I think they could do it.
All right, we'll keep going for Dan. Pirates.
Yep, I think Pirates can beat Genji. I think they have the chance. They are looking, considering that they're an MRC team. Yeah, they're an MRC team, but my God, they got so many huge names. Hoodie, Aztec, Fun Kaidia. They're all looking really, really strong. And I honestly am excited if I see Pirates versus Genji, because oh my God, that is going to be absolute cinema.
If I didn't speak up for we lost, I would have also spoken up for Pirates.
Yeah, I was waiting for Pirates. I was like, where's Pirates? Pirates right now. Oh yeah, there we go.
Like, we've been watching Pirates just dog walk the entire Asia region for the past 2 weeks. I think I think they're ready for Genji.
Well, hello friends, and welcome back to Quick Sweeps to start the day. But that last match was, a little bit of the fire that is the Ignite, but we are here halfway through. I am Cozy, your new host, joined alongside a new powerful duo in the amazing Vicky, Kitty, and Gaskin. Gaskin, 100 Thieves, SSG, first draw in America in the preseason, but you had SSG winning. What were your thoughts on the match?
Why'd you have to point that out? Why did you have to start with that? I mean, I'm a bit of an SSG fanboy. I did notice that they had tweeted out saying they were going to do a giveaway for every map that they won in playoffs, so it's not looking great so far. But I do think 100 Thieves just seem to have found what they were missing, right? That little bit of shine, that little bit of extra that they so desperately needed before. And if they can carry on that momentum, they are going to start looking more and more threatening. We had said that 100 Thieves can be good if they can find that little spark, and it seems like maybe that kick up the backside was what they needed.
Yeah, absolutely. We've talked about that so many times, Vicky, with them. And, we thought maybe it would come match over match in the preseason the first couple of weeks, but it maybe just took, it getting to the playoffs and really locking in. They always seem to do that. Vicky, were you impressed with what 100 Thieves did there with SSG?
I'm very happy. I'm not really impressed would be the words I'd say, Cozy, because I feel like, with that one break, when you take a look at a team like 100 Thieves, I knew that this team was going to come out of the gates with something different. Seeing TTK on that Vanpool was something different, but also showcasing the flexibility and the importance of the flexibility from the Vanguard lineup, too.
Yeah, sure. I mean, when you look at what that team was and they had to kind of find their new identity as a roster, I think, it was going to take a little bit of time. And now Self really clicking in, everything kind of came together there. So it was fun to see what they were able to do. And now we'll see how SSG does in the lower bracket. I feel like that is going to be a team nobody wants to go up against. In fact, in my predictions, I have them making quite the run down there. So we'll see how that pans out. Now, on the other side, Lunex, if you guys missed it, obviously Lunex went down 3-0 to Swamp Gaming, but it was a lot closer than we thought, Gaskin, and not only thought, but what the scoreboard, shows.
Yeah, I think Lunex had the opportunity to win maps, if not the series, with how it was going. They actually looked very strong. I think a lot of people's predictions are going to be maybe changing after they saw that performance from Lunex. And, to be honest, on the other side, from Swamp, should Swamp have been more dominant considering the position they found themselves in? I think we heard it in the interview as well, him saying that, maybe we should have done a little bit better. But we'll have to see how these next couple of matches go.
Well, we've got 2 more matches, and Vicky, NRG. Now, I know we just came back from the Collegiate Clash. We got to see Fraud and how well they did, and they ended up winning the whole thing on their team as that sub. But the rest of the team, we know these guys, and they are all pros. This is very... just a stacked roster from front to back. A couple of people to point out. Obviously, Chime, I think, is just such a absolutely lethal duelist that can kind of anchor down the team, but also can flex to the strategist. Vic, who do you like?
I mean, Stinkers too, and I love how you bring up Fraud, right? Of course, he's on the bench because he's got a really hard major to work with, but also highlights the talent that the rest of this roster has. Madra has always been that one Vanguard, though, Cozy, that I always bring up, who has made a big difference, though, for this team and helping to enable a lot of these plays. And as you already mentioned, and to chime in onto your comment with Chime specifically, the Elsa cannot get through, but I feel like that's kind of been the theme of the day that we've seen, even from the start of EMEA.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's a great point, Vic. And I feel like this team is going to be, it's an interesting matchup with Yeah, We Lost. Now, everybody picked NRG to win this. I did pick Yeah, We Lost, Gaskin, because you know what? I'm a believer in this team. I think NRG is very stacked. But we've seen them either feast or famine. They're a very fun team, by far the most, I think, fun to watch entertainment-wise. But let's go to break down the roster a bit, and starting with Jitward, Gaskin. I mean, this guy is such a different duelist than some of the other teams that we have.
The fact that Jitward's been on Spider-Man, I think, 5 times so far already, I mean, that is not like anything else we have in the league at the moment. But haven't necessarily seen the success that I would expect from Jitward. I mean, you showed us a graph on your podcast, actually, where we were looking at deaths versus KOs and how Jitward was playing, and he was just dying quite a lot, was getting eliminated so much when he was pushing in and maybe being a tad too aggressive, which was leaving his team in a lot of 5v6s. But when it works, they look incredible. And I do think Jitward has got just so much potential. I think there is something to be said about what is left up his sleeve going into this next one. But you pair him alongside some of these incredible players. I am excited to see whether they go for more comfort picks today or whether we see more meta. For example, I know that Mask likes to pull out, sometimes he pulls out Thor just to be a little bit different. And I do think that going up against a team like NRG, if you can surprise them, if you can go a little bit off meta, maybe you can catch them off guard.
No, that's a great point. I mean, heck, with Black Cat, obviously, if you guys, just now coming in, this is not going to be yet the patch where Black Cat is here. But man, I need Black Cat with Yeah, We Lost like I need air. I cannot wait to see how they utilize that fun hero and the new kind of dive potential, with her. But either way, Vic, yeah, I think that's a great point. Obviously, when they went up against SSG, Nectar was such a good baseline for that team. Jitward would pop off. I like to call Jitward like the glass cannon build in an RPG, right? Just goes off awesome, damage, but, it does fall pretty often. Luckily, he plays a hero pool that can get back. Is that what NRG has to do? Just be themselves to kind of take care of Yeah, We Lost?
Yeah, I definitely agree, because I feel like we also touched up on this by the end of the first week when we saw the group stages, where a lot of these teams are, honestly, even listening to the interviews in EMEA, still trying to figure out what they should do when it comes to dealing with a very unorthodox composition. And usually the answer is go for what you feel comfortable with. If you feel like you could excel on certain heroes that may not be able to provide, the same type of outcome for other teams, maybe it's a different story depending on what map we go to and how you get to play to your strengths. We've obviously seen that in the past with NRG, Modern specifically, when we haven't really been seeing too much of the Emmas, try to resort to that and then swapped over to a Venom to make some crazy plays, even with the Doctor Strange. And then Yeah, We Lost too, have been able to do that, making a lot of these teams uncomfortable by forcibly trying to play to their tempo.
Yeah, and I feel like, I think this is going to tell us a lot of who NRG is. They had a fast start to some of the week 1 and week 2, and then kind of in the middle, there was some questionable stuff with them, and then they obviously ended fine. I want to know what they look like against a team like this. If anything, for Yeah, We Lost, the pick ban phase is something that's really going to highlight, I think their chances of success, Gaskin, as you move forward, because it has been one or the other with Yeah, We Lost. They've either dominated or been dominated, right? And so it's going to be interesting to see, because NRG has kind of been in the fight even when they've lost matchups every single map.
I do feel like Yeah, We Lost had some, let's say, easier matchups to start the group stages, and there was a lot of expectations put on their shoulders, and then they played a couple of teams that had a little bit more structure, a little bit more practice, and more time to assess them, and then Yeah, We Lost struggled a bit. But I think with that lesson now learned going into playoffs, I would like to think that they have done equal amounts of VOD review against NRG, and they can find the weaknesses that NRG have, because NRG are going to be another team like SSG did in the group stages where they're going to have that structure. They would have put that time in. And one thing about NRG is they are so good at being versatile with their hero selection as well. Sometimes you'll see some of these teams that are pretty clear on what they want to play and they like to stick to a certain meta, but actually NRG have been happy to change things up here or there depending on who they're going up against, which could be perfect here against Yeah, We Lost.
Yeah, it's a great point. They're calm, cool, and collected, right? And I think that it's funny because if you look back at Yeah, We Lost in the matches they did, in fact, lose, they said they just weren't playing themselves, or they weren't playing the way that they want to. And it's a very snowball level, and I do feel like NRG is kind of like a great, sometimes you look at different matchups, as we look at our first map of Celestial Husk, different matchups kind of work out with different teams. Some can dominate one team but lose to another, and this could be kind of the kryptonite, if you will, of this team that is going to be Yeah, We Lost. I think a matchup that's really exciting for me is going to be probably Zatex there versus Stinkers. Just the way that they play is going to be, the Phoenix, the hit scan, the poke battle. Vicky, that's what I expect to see. A lot opening up. Celestial Husk, though, is kind of a dive friendly at times, Matt.
Yeah, exactly. And then when you take a look at, and I know Gaskin has crunched up a lot of the numbers, the specific like win rates of what we have seen so far in Celestial Husk. It's interesting, right? Because a lot of these teams, when you're moving away from a best of 3 into best of 5 territory, you have a little bit more room for error in the pick and ban phase, following up from what you were saying, Cozy. But then you look at like the history of what some of these teams have been able to play on, and specifically for Yeah We Lost, they did have more success on Celestial Husk like versus what NRG provided in that first part of group stages.
No, that's a good point. I mean, listen, first Gaskin, absolute GOAT when it comes to the statistics side of things, because you can see exactly kind of how they painted the path to victory here. And we're going to find out right now as NRG Shock is versus Yeah We Lost. And we can promise you one thing, it's going to be a good time and a fun watch. Take it away, Vicky and Gaskin.
Thank you so much, Cozy. We are ready, Gaskin. It's finally happening. The pick and ban phase for our next series, our third best of 5 in Americas. And would you be surprised to see the first 2 bans, of course, being the Gambit and then the Elsa on the other side?
Who'd have thought a Protect onto Gambit after Elsa's banned away? And that probably means we're going to see Loki bans afterwards as well, because you can't let them go through. We are going to see a different side of the matchup, though, because with how things have worked out, it means one team has been able to protect Elsa, one team has been able to protect Gambit. So we are going to see, maybe in this match in particular, who is the stronger hero? Would you rather have the duelist of Elsa, or would you rather have the strategist of Gambit? I know my preference, but I also am not much of a strategist, Vicky. I like to have a solid duelist. But by opening up Elsa, that does mean you've got the potential for a triple strat comp as well. We have seen both teams kind of dabble with it here or there. Velocity, fantastic at spreading across the board on those strategists as well. So we'll have to see what happens with these bans. You can see with Mantis being removed, people are very worried about that triple strap being happening.
Yeah, and plus, like, the fact that you have damage boost, and if you know that the Elsa's protected, imagine, I mean, putting the entire team in a microwave of how much damage will come out of that damage boost. So that's why you see the Mantis ban from the other side as the Protect onto the Strange. This is interesting because we have been seeing this. I feel like, yeah, we lost, and I think the other time we saw more of, like, the Strange prio was actually back in group stages with Nightmare, thinking that they were cooking up, you know, maybe trying to take away a portal on a domination, which is incredibly important, Gaskin, when it comes to coming into contest back in from a portal when a game is getting really close into overtime.
Yeah, also the fact that Kendrick has just been like unbelievable on Strange as well.
Oh
So
my
to
God,
have
yeah.
that and to have that possibility of it happening, it makes sense. You get the Protect on Invisible Woman on the side of NRG. Again, I'm not entirely surprised because we've seen so much of Renko on Invisible Woman at 5 picks so far, 72% win rate when they have that Invisible Woman available. And now they've kind of got the advantage on the strategist side with Invisible Woman on their side, but banned on the side of Yeah We Lost. But we know that Yeah We Lost like to play sometimes just something that little bit different. Jitwood already looking to hover on the Spider-Man. We have seen, though, him switch over to the duelist pool as well. And actually, technically, he's had more success on the duelist pool than he has on the Spider-Man.
I love it when it comes to Gaskin and numbers, man. Crunching it all up, looking at what we've already had as a basis here in the group stages. But Jitward, as you mentioned, has been able to go back and forth, right? And when it comes to rolling out the gates and doing something flashy, it has been Yeah We Lost with a lot of eyes to see if this team could be more consistent at the very least in their end part of their group stage run into the beginning here in the bracket stage.
Also, huge shout out to Ryan Central as well, who has been amazing with stats. And often just making sure that we've all got all the numbers across all regions, by the way. Insane amount of work being put in by him, so I really appreciate him. I wanted to give him a little bit of a shout out as well. But 14 seconds and we start to get this one going. Is it going to be a simple, one-sided affair for NRG? Are we going to see the experience shine through, or will we get Yeah We Lost showing us what they can do now they are in the big leagues?
Look at this. You're going to be seeing a lot of Lunar, by the way. And the next time we go live within the MRI, I love how the pros have been talking about it. Xantho's rolling out on that Luna before we see the big changes coming out. Together with the team up with the White Fox, too. You get that little charm in Lumina's pocket here, while Shock are going to be able to rely on that God of Mischief together with the Raging Royal Flush.
Yeah, which is a nuts combo, by the way. The fact that that has got through, they are going to be eating it up for sure. Stinker's already getting in the face as well. And that is easy as you like. Wolverine terrifying.
Here, kitty kitty, the claws have answers now. Xanthos gets a clap back literally now on the gambit. Back and forth as Window keeps Energy Shock in the driver's seat. Jitward's gonna get stunned, and this is gonna be Energy Shock to take the point first as the stall continues on, at least from Zatex. But it's just a matter of time unless Zatex has something else to say. Already love this opening of a very long fight here before now finally Shock do manage to flip the points, and they force out even more of these staggers away from Yeah We Lost.
The fact that we lost are losing the neutral here is not a good sign for them, because I do think in terms of the lock and ban phase, NRG Shock have got the better of them. The fact that they have the Gambit plus the Loki is just going to be unbelievable when we get into the ultimates. The fact you've got 2 Raging Royal Flushes is going to give them such an advantage here, because sometimes it feels like a win button. I know it's not that simple, but when you see teams like this put it into effect, it does feel that way.
It's that get ready, set, go button, right? The green light, though, before following of Kendrick finds Madara. It's going to be Chime, though, onto Zatex before Dipple is going to be able to activate and put in some more pressure onto that Luna Snow, but they're going to be able to just back away from now. But this is more time bought for Energy Shock right now as they keep their feet planted. That was from Window originally, and then the Kidnap, another possible stagger, but then the teleport away saves the day for now.
It's a lot of eyes going to be on Zatex at the moment. Glatrox is going to be available for them as well to be able to use and maybe just be able to break through. Could even send people off the map if you do it right, but now here comes that first Raging Royal flush of the game.
Oh, I love the stall right there, too, before diving right back into the action. And it's going to be from Velocity's side because Renko still has that Raging Royal Flush. You talk about having both of them. You could bet everything on red and on black here. You got 2 chances as we're nearing 70% and climbing. And Energy Shock really only used up those 2 ultimates from the very end before Window also got another round. And they still have 3 more in their pocket.
I think the scary thing for We Lost as well is the fact that you've got Xantho having to play Luna when, 6 out of the 8 games that they've played thus far has played on Invisible Woman, so again, just off of comfort in this particular situation. But you can see now, another Raging Royal Flush is available. NRG Shock just want to win this one right here, right now.
But it's great because it's not chime time just yet when you have Xanthos ready with the dance off right now. But Stinkers getting that dive in right outside the healing range as it's nearing 99% in favor for Shock. And the stall was still there at least all the way up into 99%. It looks like the Wolverine has been a problem, but they do manage to finally flip it for now.
Reminds me of what we saw in the first match of today where Wolverine was just whipped out by Swamp Gaming whenever they were in trouble. So difficult to try and deal with. Window gets one onto Xantho, so that is going to open things up now for NRG. Is this the beginning of end? Can maybe Jitwood do something on the backline here?
What are you waving at, man? The Deadpools are still becoming menaces onto this backline. Window has been on fire, but also taking a good chunk of that damage. Same thing for Stinkers, as he's going to get punished for it. But Cart, even though he's found Velocity, needs some backup. It's going to be Jitward rolling out with some desperate measures. Sure, you get the stun. You don't get the pick off, and Renko stays alive.
Renko stays alive. They're trying to push in and see if they can take this point and maybe win this last engagement to take the first round. But Chime also going to just push straight in. Mask gets shuts down, and with the first Vanguard out, this fight is going to be very difficult for We Lost.
I mean, it's the fact that you keep seeing these kidnaps coming up with the follow-up, literally getting whiplash. Atex trying everything they possibly can. A nice freeze onto Stinkers. He's going to go in for the dive down, though, with the last stand, but the wall clips him right outside the range to get the follow-up. Velocity's also very close to getting that God of Mischief. They're going to have to desync this together with Renko, but this fight is still going. Zatex is still holding it down for now, and with the Raging Royal Flush, they want to be the nail in the coffin here since they still have control over the point.
Yeah, Velocity's popped it. Renko has gone down, though, so isn't going to be able to pop it. Jitwood has been able to get behind backline, but now here comes Chime. He's going to find 1, make it 2, and this surely is the beginning of the end. It will be. First round goes in favor of NRG, and I do wonder, Vicky, whether this is just all in that lock-in ban phase. Have they just got one up here against We Lost?
Gambit never folds. It just never does. And when you got 2 of them, sheesh, you got the jackpot on top of it when you got Chime to follow up with that Galactic Legend. And with Renko going down at the very end of that fight, it's fine because they still holding on to that Raging Royal Flush into this first fight.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. There might have been the potential of just popping it, wanting to win that point in those final moments out of panic, but now you get that extra little bit of a beginning here, and that might just pummel We Lost into the ground yet again, where NRG can find themselves in a similar spot that they did the previous, where they start to earn the point early, they dominate, and they force We Lost to try and do something a little bit different. Speaking of, it looks like we are going to see some changes. Jitwood thinking about switching over to Venom, as he already has, 50% on the ultimate. Zatex is going to have Glatrox available very shortly as well, though, and I will say, Zatex is so impressive. Amazing flex player. Doesn't matter what they're playing, but particular when they're playing on Elsa, fantastic.
and gets the picks necessary, right? Like, if it's not going to be the Elsa, we've seen it on the Mantis, we've even seen it on the Atom. Talk about having to showcase that flexibility, but you did protect the Elsa. You need to get enabled here. The Glocktrox is online. Xanthos could also keep everybody alive once this Rage and Roll Flush comes in, but having to be careful with an anti. As a Glocktrox comes in, the Rage and Roll Flush purifies them outside the Glocktrox too. They try to dive down, but Madara gets caught by the Hulk. The dance-off is moving forward, and Madara just gets the Eye of Agamotto at the perfect time. As Renko goes down, he tries to get the stun, finds two, and stops Kendrick right out of having that Kumiho unleash.
Oh, that's a perfect start, though, from Yeah We Lost, especially considering the Raging Royal Flush was pumped and dumped. And now NRG are going to have to try and fight their way back into this one. Yeah We Lost need to show what they can do in terms of their flexibility here. This is why I'm excited that Jitwood has switched over. Spider-Man hasn't always been successful for them. I understand he's incredible on Spidey, but just wanting to change things up, and look at the aggression now getting in the face of NRG.
And now pushing in with the Feast of the Abyss. It finds Renko, but there is no follow-up, unfortunately, for Jitward. Cart also gets that reset too. Worldbreaker Hulk tries to get the also stun before backing away, but they're trying to extend on this lead here. They need it. Trying to force out even more utility away from Shock. Stinkers does have that final stand as well as Chime, but he's got to get ready with Velocity, and they got a Mischief to follow up with the combo.
Nice slice and dice. Sinkers gets the one onto Jitwood, and now this is the moment for NRG because they have the extra player. They can start to get a little bit more aggressive around the side. Good freeze, though. Does deny Stinkers initially, but there's going to be the follow-up from Renko.
And this is why, when it comes to that Loki and Gambit, you gotta ban one or the other so you don't get it twice. Madara does get caught by Mask's ultimate, though, before trying to back away. Interesting look here from Mask when you were talking about how we've seen that before with the Thor or the Rogue, but it's not like they have the Gambit. Now they push in with the Rage of Road Flush and release the what? The Apex Predators now found themselves at the very bottom of the food chain before moving up in a rather inexpensive fight for Energy Shock, and they're still holding it down with Madara finding head after head.
I love the switch onto Groot as well. Just now they can really start to frustrate Yeah We Lost with the walls as they trying to push in. Jitwood only on 64%. Cart's going to be the one to watch, I think, on to Bruce Banner. But now Deadpool, again, is just such a nuisance as well to try and play against. But some good time from Yeah We Lost. At least this is a little bit better for them. They do have time to kind of be patient and assess how they want to break this one. But look at the ultimate economy on the side of NRG right now. They are more than ready for this fight.
They have everything, and Chime also has everything on Jitward because Jitward has just really not been able to get much started here, even after making the swap up to the Venom. Madara does get frozen for now. We know how detrimental a lot of these daggers have been for Yeah We Lost to deal with, and Shock have been forcing that to be within their playmaking abilities here too, in terms of their pacing. Talk about everything in the bank right now as Match tries to close in the gap and does find a head onto Velocity, but Renko is still alive, and so is that Raging Royal Flush before diving in.
Yeah, Window doing so well to jump onto that backline with Vanpool as well, because you can be so deadly with the extra little bit of damage, plus the ultimate, of course. And now they are forcing Yeah We Lost back yet again, but it is going to be the counter ult coming out from Mask with his own Deadpool, as Yeah We Lost just cannot find their way through.
Yeet! Took him right out of the gates, and they finish him off after he pops that ultimate. Chime still has that Galactic Legend. Velocity looking to get that God of Mischief. Looking upwards, though. Yeah We Lost really only have Xanthos to rely on in terms of survivability, and Jitward's out again!
Zatex does take down Velocity, though. Very threatening onto the side of Elsa, but he's trying to get another. Chime does get taken down, so this is going to be NRG now having to fall back. Probably want to try and wipe this unless someone can go off. Maybe Stinkers can do something on the Wolverine, but no, Kendrick and Mask will work in tandem to shut two more players down. NRG will lose the point. So Yeah We Lost with a chance to take this round now, but NRG, they'll be looking at Chime, saying, all right, big responsibility here with the Galactic Legend.
They just jumped Cart, by the way, and not only does the Bruce Banner get sent back to the spawn room gates, but that's going to be another pickoff leading into some more of these ultimate charges. Another kidnap, as Jitward cannot do anything about these kidnaps from the Wolverine. Chime has a Galactic Legend, and the Glocktrox brings everybody inside, but perfect Rage and Royal Flush to help for a reset here too.
Xantho had to pop as well just to try and keep everyone alive. It's going to be a 6 versus 5 at the moment with Zatex going down. Renko just about stays alive as well. And NRG can now look to try and take this point, which they have done. And now it's about just closing this thing out. The stagger might be perfect for them.
Now looking ahead, can they even make it back with Matt trying to teleport back in? They're trying to stall before diving together. 99% overtime forced away. Madara does have that strangling prison, but misses out. The perfect teleports from the White Flux keeps them alive, but the Raging Royal Flush is among us now, Gaskin. And you have to imagine with two more going down for Yeah We Lost, they have no sustain. It's just a matter of time as Energy are looking to dominate on this first map.
Mass did throw a ball down. If anyone's quick enough on Sport, no, they will not be. And NRG still look like they are carrying momentum through from the group stages. But yeah, we lost. Just couldn't quite get into that domination matchup. Very impressive from NRG. Again, I think that a lot of it was won during the lock and ban phase for me. I don't think you can let Gambit and Loki go through. It's been a big discussion with all of us, right? Like, you know, is it Elsa? Is it Gambit? But I think if you let Gambit go through, you cannot, for God's sake, let Loki go through.
It's like the same thing. You don't let the Mantis go through if you see they protected the Elsa. If you see they protected the Gambit, you cannot let the Loki go through. It's just hand in hand in this rock, paper, scissors in the pick a ban phase. A Chime is your MVP. 14 final hits with some help of that Rage and Royal Flush. If you take a look at Velocity and Renko with that strategist healing in general in terms of their outcome versus what Kendrick had here on the White Box. Great looks all the way around, though, here for NRG Shock to set themselves in the driver's seat once again in our best of 5. We're going to have to see if the pick and ban phase here changes up into this next map, which we'll find out where we're going to be going on to on the other side of this break.
Alrighty, guys, just shy under 10 minutes. That was definitely a strong, opening for NRG versus Yeah We Lost. I think, Gaskin, you said it well. Obviously, a little bit in the ban phase where things, I would say, need to be cleaned up. You can't give the Gambit and the Loki for sure, with Velocity being such a great Loki himself. But Chime's going to pop off no matter what. Vicky, Chime is going to play well. Star-Lord, he did 14 finals, 30-3. So the Elsa, I get it, but I think there's bigger priorities.
That's what happens when it's Chime time and you got 2 Rage and Royal Flushes, right? Like, it's been insane to see that we saw the Loki and the Gambit go through. I feel like we're broken records, but for all the right reasons, right? You see, even in ladder, like, you see a Gambit and you already know if they're going to be able to run out a Gambit because you didn't ban Gambit, I mean, you're going to be in for a bad time if you didn't ban out the Loki too. And we keep seeing that go down within the MRI across so many different regions, Cozy.
For sure. I felt like, when you look at that first map, especially Zone 1, Jitward going into the Venom did feel to play a little bit better there. Things looked a bit tighter. Zatex was playing a great game, and Xantho throughout. That if you were to kind of highlight two, Gaskin, those are the two I would highlight. But yeah, on the other side, it just felt like they always had an answer. Madara was the server admin there, just continually not letting any momentum be gained from Yeah We Lost. They don't open up always the best in domination, but yeah, is the answer just fix it in the ban phase? Would you like them to switch things up? Because if you look at Yeah We Lost, sometimes they swap who's playing the tank mask, sometimes going to the heal role.
I do think that they've tried to target Chime, and I think they might have just learned a lesson. Because yes, we know that Chime has a fantastic win rate on Elsa, but I think you look at Velocity and what Velocity can do on Gambit or Loki, you can't allow those to get through. You really can't. It is as simple as that, and I would rather take the risk of going into a matchup against the Duelist. It will be slightly different now going into this ban phase for them, I'm sure. I do want to give credit to Zatex, like you say, because Zatex did absolutely everything that they could to try and bring them back into that game, and that's what you should do. If you are on the Elsa, that is your responsibility to be the carry, essentially, but sadly just wasn't enough against two Gambit ultimates, just over and over. Both Raging Royal Flushes was just too much to go up against.
Yeah, we've talked to coaches, Vicky. We've talked and we've seen now over the course of just a year, there's a lot of ban plans going in. You either try to do meta staples and some of the basics out there, or you look at the strength of the team and kind of what is the anchor, right? And the great teams, you could take out anything and they're just not going to fall because they have other roles that could pick up the pace. And so with this team, it's like, what do you look at NRG that you try to attack if you are in the ban phase? As we look at the map that I thought would be picked here, this is usually, YWL's comfort pick, especially with the dive. But how do you think they plan to attack this ban phase different? And who? Because Chime's not the answer.
I mean, just take away the bread and butters, right? Like, obviously, if you see the Gambit get through, then you're going to have to make sure you don't get the double Rage Royal Flush. But not only that, like, you see the Vanpool getting so much outcome as well. So you have to make sure, like, okay, if they're going to have that damage boost, then you cannot help enable a lot of that extra damage coming in from window that we saw earlier, too.
For sure, and I think Gaskin with this map, this is one where try to get Kendrick, if not on Strange, go with him on the Jeff. Jitward's going to have a lot more room to breathe, I think, in this map as well. Obviously, when the again, we call it a glass cannon, right? So if it's not like working right off the rip, what can you do to adjust? And I liked the Venom to kind of try to get a spark going, and it did work somewhat, not perfectly, but it did work a little bit better. And so with this map, I think it's going to flow a bit better for Yeah We Lost.
I do think that that's something about Yeah We Lost is they don't have someone who has been able to play Venom successfully, so that's why we've got Jitward trying it, but they have their best results when Jitward switches over to dual pool. So maybe if we do see the Jeff on Kendrick, because again, there's a 68% win rate when they use Jeff with Kendrick as well. I think you're completely right there. Maybe that could be the answer. We haven't seen NRG win on Museum, so again, it's just going to play to the fact that they've gone for this map for a reason. Maybe it's going to make them uncomfortable. Maybe it's going to be a dive situation.
Yeah, well, it's 3-0, 3-0. Now it's 1-0. Will it keep up the history repeating itself? Vicky Gaskin, here we go at the Museum of Contemplation. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Cozy. All right, Gaskin, we got another one out here, and we see the Gambit ban, we see the Elsa ban, but then we see the Protect on the side of Yeah We Lost with that Elsa. Once again, just trying to help enable is what we saw from Zatex, but this also is going to have to proc definitely a Loki ban going in next.
I swear to whatever being I need to. There is no way you let Loki get through. I understand the Rogue ban as well, because similarly, if you're going to let Gambit go through, Rogue is also a concern here, but I do think that after what you've seen, you still have your chance here. You can still get rid of Loki. You can still get rid of both. But remember, they were scared of Mantis last time, and they still seem to be scared of Mantis. And this is just going to work out for NRG. NRG are just going to go for the Protect. Like, maybe they don't even need to. Maybe they're thinking, well, they're not going to ban Loki. Let's just protect Invisible Woman again. This is crazy.
I mean, okay. So what's crazy to me is like it's like the pick your poison, right? It's obviously like pick your poison, but I would much rather deal with like the power up Rogue than I would with the double Rage and Royal Flush, I feel like. But I guess, seeing what Yeah We Lost have in store, maybe trying to change things up. They linger over the Ultron, but you already see the Protect on the Gambit and Invis. That would be crazy. So it's going to be the Vanpool. I like that idea because we just mentioned what Windows impact was. And aside from like the damage output with that Zatex had the second most highest damage in the lobby for that first map, Window was there leading the damage with over 17,700 plus damage done, and that was on the Vanpool.
do Yeah We Lost protect Strange again? They're going to protect Mantis. Okay, so we're going to see triple strat with Mantis coming in. Might see a Strange ban on this side, but... Oh, Jeff actually would be really good. Just if you think about what we were speaking of with Cozy, I mean, the success rate we've seen with Jeff on the side of Yeah We Lost, I think that's really good knowledge. Great ball knowledge from NRG, some would say, but that is very impressive. They've done their research. They know what to get rid of. I am still a little bit concerned that we've allowed Gambit and Loki to get through, but I guess maybe on this map, they feel like it's going to be less likely, but look at what's being currently locked in. I mean, going up against Gambit, Loki, and Invisible Woman, I would probably just FF.
It's gonna be crazy. I mean, it's definitely gonna be hard. At least with the Vanpool off the table though, Gaskin, we know how Vanpool scales on maps like Museum of Contemplation. Obviously, the longer it goes, the stronger we know Vanpool gets. So you won't really have to worry about that, at least on one side. And this is what I was also wondering here too, with Mask taking more of that lead on playing, not really the Vanguard that we were expecting. Now is hovering over that Thor. Not sure if he's actually gonna roll out with it. While like Jitward was struggling though, right? Like when we saw that Venom come out, but we've also seen Jitward pop off on the duelist pool as a more priority pick for Jitward than that Vanpool.
I asked this question in week 2, saying, are we going to see more Mask on Thor? Because in week 1, we saw him bring it out a couple of times, and I was very impressed with just how oppressive he was, how difficult it was to play against his Thor, and we're going to witness it yet again here, I think. And you combine that with Venom on cart, Jitward is going to be on the dual pool as well, which I said is their highest success rate. This is Yeah We Lost chance to try and prove what they can do with slightly off-meta characters.
Gonna be a tough one here. Renko's already healing everybody up together. As well as Chime lingering in the back. The fact that you have this triple strike here on this hold before backing away. Love utilizing the geography here of this map too, just managing back away through that broken wall before you know that Duelist Pool is going to be able to get that ultimate online just as quickly with the Banhammer, trying to push in, but needs some follow-up help as Cart takes a good amount of that pressure too. Jitward's forced to back away, and Cart also, just for that reset, Renko's keeping everybody alive, but this is just straight neutral that we're currently seeing, as well as that stall.
Yeah, We Lost need to take advantage of this neutral as well, especially considering they've used one ultimate already via Jitward. NRG doing so well to sustain at the moment and sitting back. And sooner, they are going to get their ultimates and NRG are going to be able to win this fight. But there is still a little bit of a push here coming out of Yeah We Lost. So at least they were able to force them back, get a little bit of time on this one. But now you see the Raging Royal Flushes are going to be coming thick and fast as Yeah We Lost lose too.
And they have no sustain here. Card is literally one. It's just going to be a wipe here as Energy Shock keep their feet planted on this point on the defense. While Renko will have a Raging Royal Flush for this next fight, and Kendrick's going to try to stay alive once you have that Kumiho unleashed, because Kendrick's probably going to get hit with an anti on top of it too.
So now NRG have won their initial fight, and now they're going to be ahead in the ult race for me pretty much every single fight if they do this correctly, because Renko can delay this one, Velocity can start to build, and it will almost feel like they have a Raging Royal Flush for every fight if they time this right, especially with staggers. Jitward does get an opener onto Velocity though, and that is going to force out a Raging Royal Flush from Renko.
Now they're going to be able to try to push in at the same time here while the Kumiho Unleash does come in, bringing everyone together. It's going to be the Strangling Prison with a wall to their back. You see the White Fox just trying to navigate away from Kendrick as now Xanthos comes into the mix. Oh, but the stun! Madara, he comes in with the smash, and then Mask comes up from the sky, holding Mjolnir in their hand. They try to get this going. They found 3 originally, and Shock looking a little bit more mortal now, as long as they can clear up this point with some help from Zatex.
Yeah, that was a big early pick just coming out, and NRG sadly were just behind on an extra player. You see at the moment, they're trying to think about what they want to do here with this portal. They are going to go for it as well. Chime initiates, but Chime gets shut down. Zatex gets the opener, and it should just be like clockwork now as they flood through this portal, probably to their doom.
Oh, Zatex is going crazy. This is what we were expecting too. You see the Doctor Strange puts one toe outside that portal, gets deleted, and then keeps it going, mowing the rest of the lawn here. Is going to be Zatex as Energy Shock get wiped again. The stall tries to come out before Window inevitably goes back to the spawn.
Lots of switching though. Magneto now coming into the fray. Venom might be switched over to Window. Stinkers onto the Wolverine. So NRG very much changing and adapting the further this convoy is going to move that little bit further. But Zatex still showing what they're made of. Glartrox comes out as well. And it's a big one. Manages to catch 3. And Yeah We Lost are starting to look more and more comfortable here on Museum.
I think that pick and Bambi is going to look a little differently, Gaskin. I think that Elsa won't be able to see the light of day, maybe stuck in jail, and this is what happens. But Zatex, we've seen Zatex before pop off. If it's not the Elsa, it's usually that Phoenix, right? And Jitward's already getting to position to follow up with Cart.
I think mainly it's just been these early picks from Yeah We Lost. NRG haven't been able to stabilize very well and get themselves into a direct 6v6 fight. That being said, Velocity now going to pop the Loki ult, maybe try and get something on that Raging Royal Flush, but look at Jitward yet again, just being a threat on this back line. And Yeah We Lost are tearing through NRG.
He's bouncing on top of their foreheads. And Chime, at least in the back, does find Kendrick. But that's all that space that they've been trying to build. They still need to push the car over to the second checkpoint, but it's about building up that space before they try to go in for a recontest.
And this is what we were talking about with Comfort, with Yeah We Lost. Like, play on some heroes that you are so happy with. And Mask on Thor has looked incredible so far.
Oh, okay, going to be able to pop the Galactic Legend. It's going to force out the dance-off here from Santos. Renko's going to be able to get the anti and find Zatex. The biggest problem as they've isolated Zatex. Behold, nothing. There is no power to behold now as the Thor's get back to the spawn room gates. You get that final stand. Stinkers has had enough. They clear up the point once again. It's back to the drawing board for Yeah We Lost in their attack.
Can they stagger a little bit here? It is going to be somewhat, but with 2 minutes still left on the clock, it's not like Yeah We Lost need to rush out of spawn here. They can gather and start to plan, but then you look at their ult economy at the moment, it's only Zatex who really is going to have a chance to do anything here. And on the other side for NRG, you've got Madara who's going to have a fantastic opportunity with a defensive ultimate from Magneto. And now NRG, have they been able to find their way and find their footing here on this point?
I'm just glad whenever you see Chime just swap over to that Starlord, okay? No more triple strat, right? No more invis in Chime's hands. Too much talent out here when it comes to these follow-ups as Madara goes all the way up with the meatball. Misses on the shot, but the follow-up from window. The Glortrox was sent out, and it may have just done more than enough pressure here as Mask and Cart isolate the strategist. Velocity had gone down with the God of Mischief, and that would have gone huge. But now they've isolated Mask, who is forced to wrap around, separating a lot of Yeah We Lost.
I mean, this fight's all over the place. It's the battle of the big boys at the moment. Vanguard's going toe-to-toe, 1v1s. Xantho does get one window or reply with one of their own, though, and now Yeah We Lost. Can they actually stabilize a little bit after losing those first two players and regain control of this cart? Looks like no is going to be the answer right now, but Zatex back into the fray.
Oh no, big bully Zatex is here. Velocity now just trying to run for their life after getting booted out of the God of Mischief here too. Even a little bit of a misclick and trying to help stall, but Madara does find Cart. Rager Royal Flush as Yeah We Lost try to gather up on the cart to get to the second checkpoint, but it's still getting contested.
I mean, the contest has been crazy from NRG. The speed in which they get there, but on the back line now, you can see a couple of fights happening. Xantho, Zatex gets one on his Stinkers as well. But are you going to be able to do enough here as the Elsa? Because you are getting targeted and focused, but dancing and dodging around the cart right now.
Oh, the White Fox going down, overextending just a bit, while Energy Shock come right back with Velocity on the rocket, means that BRB gets even more impact before Velocity goes out, and now Cart is clearing up the point with some help from Jitward. The contention now coming in from the portal play. They stay on there. They still don't get the second checkpoint. Jitward is trying to be the nail in the coffin. They block them out from the other mouth of the portal, and they at least get the second check art through the finally on that finish line to the finish line.
It was a valiant attempt from NRG, but I think the writing was already on the wall, and then the stagger on this Strange is absolutely deadly at the moment. Stinkers kind of just left in the middle of nowhere. They're waiting to pop him off and get that KO, and it will just allow that cart to be pushed that little bit further by Yeah We Lost.
That is such a big stagger right there. You lose out on your Strange. You had Eye of Agamotto. Feast of the Abyss does hit Kendrick. Xantho waiting on that anti, heals everybody back together so that way they can try to overextend. Well, they know that they have the number advantage just for now. For seeing Energy Shock making some changes to Stinkers now over onto the Phoenix, having a lot more of these open sight lines. A Galactic Legend, you have no sustainability here other than Kendrick, who gets melted, by the way, in that Kumiho Unleash. So they're just trying to be able to play right outside the range.
Keep an eye on Zatex, though. Glortrox available, and a chance to really pop off alongside Jitward. You can see they are planning something, and they will jump down onto Stinkers. They find their first, and now they're going to be following up, and maybe it's going to be a Glortrox to get it as well. Renko does get one, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
But being able to reset here is big. Cart still has a Feast of the Abyss. Kendrick trying to bring everybody up together in terms of health, while Jitward is controlling the high ground. Also has that banner ready to go, too. But you have 5 seconds to try to get this cart to the finish line, and they were trying to stall for as long as possible with your energy, and they still have these 3 ultimates.
It's going to be a difficult one sometimes in OT, but you've got to just get it past that bridge, and then sometimes it turns even more difficult. Jitward's going to pop. Xantho on the other side also has popped that ult as well. thought about popping it, but of course only on 51%. Now overtime is going to be there, and Jitwood throwing himself into the back line.
The way that Jitward plays Duelist Pool, man, you would think you're seeing Daredevil, but with the Mjolnir hammer going all the way up, it has to come crashing down. Finds one, but Madara is going to be able to take care of Mask like a fly swatter before Velocity comes in, and nobody else to go in together with Yaoi Lost to push his cart and to keep stalling. We at least get it past these 2 checkpoints, though, Gaskin.
The real question is, how are Yaoi Lost going to do on the defensive side now? Because it is a little bit different. I think if they can win this initial fight, then maybe they can make life very difficult for NRG trying to pop out. That being said, Stinkers is going to be the player to watch on the Wolverine to be able to break out of that initial point. If you can get a little bit of a kidnap on the go, then suddenly you're going to find your rest of your team just marching on through and gaining control and getting so much time on the convoy. For Yaoi Lost, though, we have to give them credit, Vicky. I mean, they're going up against the Gambit and the Loki, and I was saying in particular, it's just so difficult to try and play against, but they did find a way. They thought about the lock and ban phase, and they said, okay, well, we don't really want to change things up. We don't want to give them the Elsa, so what is our answer? And they went for something a little bit different. Mask was incredible on that Thor.
It's always like, I feel like Mask has been like the only Thor that we've really seen like try to stick to their guns on playing this Vanguard, right? It's very unorthodox compared to like the usual compositions that we see rolling out. And on this map in particular too, maybe you do get that verticality on that 3rd checkpoint, but everyone's so grouped up together. You're also trying to capitalize on baiting out some of these Loki lamps too. It's all about trying to pull that utility away. As we see now, Yaoi Lost doing something different with Xanthos being on that Loki, Mask now on that Mantis, still running that triple strat. Now this time in Kendrick having that White Fox.
Triple strat of Loki, Mantis, White Fox. I'm all for it. Let's see how it goes. But if one of them goes down, you might get absolutely destroyed here. And again, Stinkers is going to have a lot of responsibility. Renko gets the opener onto Zatex.
Oh no, Zatex going down. Also going to stall out that ultimate 2 from the Apex Predator. As Shock now try to close in the gate now, trying to make sure that they're going to be able to extend on this advantage. For Energy Shock, though, with Window being on the Groot, and Yaoi Lost not having that team up together with the Loki and Mantis, here comes a dive in from Cart, trying to harass Madara, but you have to be careful with that Wolverine, as Jitward's also one-shot. He's able to get the health back.
Jitwood very close to ult, though. Banhammer can come out very shortly and might just be able to delete someone on the back line very quickly indeed. And here we go. Oh, the kidnap is perfect! The timing is unbelievable.
No way here. Jitward! It's not the Panhammer, it's going to be the big test with the Duelist Pool finding its impact right now. Visible Boundary comes up from Velocity after they lost out on Madara now from the other side. Window also close to that Strangling Prison, while Renko's looking to rotate in with a Raging Royal Flush with a different look, right? Being able to swap over off of that Loki themselves, and now Xanthos trying to match that together with Mass this time around, rallying the troops together, but it's going to be hard here. Energy Shock now just trying to be able to get some more progress as we see a portal play from Madara.
We're also seeing really what the lack of an Invisible Woman can do sometimes and trying to out-heal NRG, who just seem to have that advantage in some of these engagements. That being said, Yaoi Lost have been able to stall very successfully, and now the Loki is going to be able to pop the ultimate as well. But here comes Window, slam down, and Madara will get one as well, and just like that, Yaoi Lost are going to get wiped.
Oh my, off of the Eye of Agamotto follow-up here too. They shut it down immediately, and now you get the follow-up to add. You clear the point from Yaoi Lost, and if you look at what they have to work with here too, Gaskin, they really only have the Feast of the Abyss. Kendrick is close to that Kumiho Unleash, and Zatex could make some plays happen, and Madara did use up that portal that we already saw on cooldown.
Yeah, portal already used, so they're just going to have to march on up to this one, but Zatex and Kendrick both going to have ult available. Car also popped as well to initiate, and Zatex follows up onto one.
Being able to get that sneaky pick off, though, is even bigger. You keep up the sustainability. If you're Kendrick, who's got the claws, they knew what the impact was when it comes to Kendrick's Jeff, but they didn't know about the White Fox here, as Kendrick still holding on to that ultimate after they clear out another team fight.
I mean, this is why Cozy was talking about this map just being so terrifying to play against. Yeah, we lost with their dive potential, and also this comp is a little bit crazy to try and play against as well, as Cart gets velocity, so NRG are going to be backed off again, but the time is slowly ticking down here. Only a minute and 13 left.
Now Kendrick activating the Kumiho Unleash. They found velocity earlier. Chime is going to be the next victim. Jitward taking Chime right out of the sky. Finds another victim into Stinkers. And this is what we're used to seeing from Jitward this time around.
Yeah, I was going to say, Jitward has just been incredible on Deadpool. And that's why I was surprised we didn't see him in the previous map. We saw the Venom switch, but now we're back onto Comfort and just deleting anyone who goes in his way.
Look, he's frying them. The impact that we're seeing from Jitward is so scary. Still holding on to that ultimate, ready to go too. And he's literally pushing NRG into the spawn room gates. Sinkers gets another kidnap, but was it worth it here as Windows at least does get the punish onto Kendrick? Yeah, we lost, still holding on to these ultimates, and Zethel's Mask are right there for the sustainability, even though they lost on Kendrick.
So NRG now backs are well and truly against the wall, but they have plenty of ults to try and work with. Raging Royal Flush will get popped, but you're going to see lots of counters coming out. But now Stinker's taking full advantage of everyone grappled by Groot. And now NRG can start to regain control of this bus.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. You get hit with an anti of your Mantis and you pop that ultimate, and then Xanthos also gets staggered here. It's gonna have to be Madara trying to make some portal plays here. Maybe if he could get a little sneaky with, yeah, we lost with Mask swapping over to try to contest themselves. But we're gonna see the portal play come in now from Mask hands, trying to wrap up on the other side of the portal play out of the line of sight. Beast of the Abyss now comes in from Cart, but Zatex from the back gets the Glartrox. Mask gets the follow-up, and you cannot stay alive. Velocity, unfortunately, two behind, getting distracted. The invisible boundary cannot help them out, and they cannot get back onto the point. As We Lost have other plans and continue their run when it comes to Museum of Contemplation.
Well. It looks like, We Lost say, you know what, we've got a series on our hands. Yeah, we struggled against Gambit and Loki on Domination, but very different when we move away from Dom, because it changes the entire game plan for them. The dive potential they have is insane. Jitwood just pulled off a madness. I mean, everyone on We Lost just played incredible, but Jitwood back into his comfort zone. 26k damage alongside Zatex with 27k. If you get a Van pool playing in that way or a dual pool playing in that way, either way, it is so difficult to try and play against with the damage output they have, especially against your backliners. I mean, the fact he was able to target Velocity and Renko at times and just delete them out of the game.
Dude, the Jitward, like the last game Jitward with the Venom into Duelist Full Jitward on Museum with the boosted XP, 26k in terms of damage, 18 final hits. This is what we want to see here, Gaskin. That was map number 2 in the books. We got a tied series on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to distance. Don't go anywhere. We'll find out what our next map is on the other side of this break.
guys, and welcome back from the break. Yeah, they just won, and they did not change up anything with the pick and ban other than their playstyle. I mean, Jitward going back and forth from tank pool to dual pool in the way that he just felt much more of a factor, obviously, in this match. And I also think, Gaskin, when you look at domination, it doesn't always tell the story, right, of what we might see with this matchup. But what was the clear thing that jumped out to you and how they won so firmly at the Museum of Contemplation?
Deleting the backline and making Gambit and Loki a non-factor. Like, yeah, you don't want to let them go through, but they said, actually, we are going to allow this. We've got a game plan, and they executed it perfectly. I think that there's always going to be a worry if the deletion of the backline doesn't happen, then you are going to be stuck in a 6v6 where you're going to be overpowered by ultimates, but they were constantly getting that pick, and I do think it was very difficult for NRG to respond.
Yeah, Vicky, that's what we say, right? You have to manage through the chaos, right? Obviously, Loki's great at that, but it did look like, obviously, they were just throwing so much NRG constantly, and it cracks me up. People with Jitward, this is why we brought up the statistics at the beginning, where he's all the way to the top and left. He has insane eliminations, but also there's a lot of deaths involved, right? Little glass cannon build at times. It's like, I just see people, it's like, Jitward's cooked, Jitward's cooking. It's like everything in between, Vicky, and I think that tells the tale very well of, yeah, we lost.
Yeah, what's the state of the food? Is it burnt already? Because you know what? In a best of 5 series, Cozy, you already know that the distance is all about the name of the game, right? And how long can that keep going for Jitward to work off of it, right? Because you have to now look at the next map and see, okay, well, if the duelist pool was a problem, what is that pick and ban phase going to look like? What are they going to prioritize? Is it going to be different if you're on the side of NRG when you had to deal with that if you were part of the backline?
Yeah, and I think what's interesting about this team, Gaskin, is that when you look at, yeah, we lost, like, there's just immense talent on that team, and we keep saying, like, are they going to get figured out? Are they going to change things up? No, it's like pick and bans, they've got a mission, that's what they're going with. Their comp, they know exactly what they're going with. Whereas NRG, I think, definitely are a bit more calculated, what we've kind of seen from pro teams in the past. And I think that's what makes Yeah We Lost not only fun to watch, but also very threatening, and something we haven't seen very much at the pro level, because most teams that play like this get figured out over time.
Man, I was just about to say, I bet we go to Shin Shibuya, and then they bring it up like 5 seconds too quickly. I wanted to look smart. We haven't seen NRG on anything but Shin Shibuya so far this season when it comes to Convergence, so I'm not really surprised. But we have seen, yeah, we lost playing it as well. It's not like NRG are unbeaten here, so it's not going to be a guaranteed win, but it is their comfort map for sure. And when you think about trying to play against Yeah We Lost and trying to kind of set up a line here to defend against them, Shin Shibuya could be the perfect response to trying to stop Jitward in his tracks.
No, if Museum of Contemplation is like the perfect offensive map there for Yeah We Lost, this is like, you could not pick a better defensive map in the way to highlight that energy and the styles that they play. It's funny. A lot of people, like, if you're a casual viewer, it's like lots of colors, heroes fighting each other. But when you look at it, teams have like big identities in the way that they carry and play the game. Oh, yeah. And I think that's why Shin Shibuya works. It's obviously defensive oriented, and it's definitely a Loki map. So I think if they allow that through, which Vicky, the history shown now, a couple of maps, they don't care if Loki gets through. Well, the pick and ban phase will tell the story, and we'll find out here in our first 1-1 of today, folks, as we go into Shin Shibuya. Vicky, Gaskin, let's see what we get.
A lot of firsts here, it seems like. We got our first draw earlier. Now we're going all the way to distance in this 1-1 at the very beginning. And now we get to see the Gambit and Elsa once again. Are you surprised, Gaskin, as they are going to be the first two out off the table?
So yeah, we still feel like Rogue is more of a threat as well. And as Cozy was saying, maybe the Loki does sneak through here. And even though they let it happen in the previous, I do think that Cozy is also right in the fact that this is a very different map to try and break through. That being said, if you do break through that initial point, there is a chance you can kind of keep pushing, you can keep deleting that backline, you can be very difficult to play against, and maybe NRG are going to be well aware of that. What is interesting is the protect onto Daredevil here from Yeah We Lost, because we saw in the previous two, NRG have been banning away Daredevil and not allowing it. After what we've just seen from Jitward, do we see Jitward now on the Daredevil start to go off here?
I mean, we talked about the Loki and Gaskin. Daredevil on this map is a terror to deal with, actually. So you're going to also get that information if we actually see this composition really shine through as a protect on the Doctor Strange is another one of Yaoi Loss's priorities. We saw this again earlier on for that first map here, and now being able to try to enable Kendrick as well, because we've seen, as you already mentioned, Gaskin, Kendrick go crazy on that Strange. The Invisiwoman is going to be the next band on top of the Mantis here too, so it's going to be the Van pool that they want to prioritize in now the hands of Energy Shock.
So yeah, we lost one last band to try and maybe disrupt a little bit of NRG's plans here. Trying to work out what you're actually trying to do. Like, I mean, do you go for a Loki ban here after what you've seen? Especially, and you know what? I don't hate it. I don't hate it because of how impressive Wolverine has been on the side of Stinkers. That being said, I'm still worried about this Loki, but I guess we'll wait and see.
Stinkers was hovering over that Daredevil before we even got into the pick and ban phase. Let's be real right now. Although, of course, there was that option to make that swap just in case. It's going to help enable Kendrick more, right? Because they saw that they were going to protect the Doctor Strange. You don't want any Amber Alerts going out here when you see some of these kidnaps, so that's going to be off the table too. Zatex, as we've already highlighted as well, Gaskin, being that flexible player. We've seen Zatex on this Ultron be a menace before too.
We have. I love that Zatex is so flexible. Haven't seen as much Ultron as Mantis, for example.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that they're not going to find an incredible amount of success here. So you do have to be careful if you are on the side of NRG. But it's going to be, yeah, we lost defending first then and trying to set up shop here. And I'm going to be keeping a keen eye on Jitwood on the Daredevil. But on the other side, we've got Stinkers. And it's going to be the perfect counter for one another. We always say, if you have a Daredevil on the other team, one of the best counters is just a Daredevil of your own. The real question is, who would you back? Jitwood or Stinkers? As I say that, Stinkers switches off, so never mind. We'll go to that conversation a little bit later.
He heard you. He said, I gotta do something different here. But you know what I am also afraid of, actually, is gonna be the Van Pool from Window. We saw so much damage output from Window in that first game alone, which is why, yeah, we lost wanted to respect it in their pick and ban phase going into that second map. As we get a portal play just to open up things for NRG, already trying to rotate from that side window too, before looking at the split positioning that, yeah, we lost is currently sitting in.
Did they isolate anyone is the real question. There's going to be an absolute brawl in the room, but no connection yet, no first pick for anyone. So we are going to see NRG just stuck here and reluctant to be able to push out. They need someone to be able to just push forward and create some space for them.
Ew, the way that this fight is playing so split up. Somebody help Velocity here. He's got the Hulk on his back. Nice little snap, though, as Window falls low. So does Stinkers. They try to use the portal to block out the line of sight from the right side, but they've isolated themselves as Yaoi lost with great coordination and Jitward shining up for Yaoi lost on this Daredevil.
It was an interesting attempt. It was a cloak and dagger that was sent in initially because they were just expecting a close brawl and just having that extra bit of oomph on the side of the strategist perhaps. But now Renko is going to switch right back over to Gambit. Velocity very close to Ultimate as well. So we are going to see a Raging Royal Flush potentially in this next fight.
We're diving in here. Cart also has a reset available. Velocity so close to having that God of Mischief, as you already mentioned. Forces out the lamps already. Cart, job well done. Now you get the copy. Do you get the stop here as the Rage Roll Flush comes through? But the juggling is not stopped. But while you're busy juggling at the circus, 3 of your teammates from Yaoi Lost have been taken out. It's only really up to Santos and Cart, and it's just a matter of time before Energy Shock try to get this payload moving.
Yeah, NRG should get hold of this one, you'd imagine. Yeah, we lost potentially have a portal, though. So, yep, here comes the portal. Here comes the last chance to try and stop it. Kendrick does have Eye of Agamotto available as well, which, if you time it correctly, could be perfect. But now here comes Jitwood trying to get on the back line.
Oh, trying to get the Rage Roll Flush, gets to pull it off here before diving in. The Eye of Agamotto here as the Doctor Strange gets shut down. Madara still holding on to his. No Eye of Agamotto is going to be seeing anything from Yaoi Lost. They get the payload finally off the garage, and they're going to start getting some more progress as they try to build some space. And it wasn't really that expensive, right, Gaskin? You look at Shock, they still have 2 ultimates, while Yaoi Lost at least have some sustainability once Jitward comes in too and some oppression.
Doctor Strange could have looked in the future 1,000 times, and that ultimate only gets stopped probably twice, but somehow, some way, they are able to stop it. There is no worse feeling than an Eye of Agamotto being popped, and then you just get wiped off the face of the server. That's going to be a frustrating one for, yeah, we lost, but it was desperate times lead to desperate measures, right? As now we're going to get another engagement here.
Oh, Eye of Agamotto finds Mask and Cart, but it was Mask that was together with that Kumio Unleash. Antho's gonna have the dance off here, trying to bring everybody up to health, including Cart. They're trying to push onto suppression, considering they've already found 2. A nice freeze onto Window, and it's back to the gates for Shock. As we lost, they get to count their blessings. So Jitward still holding on to that Daredevil.
Jitwood makes me feel things. I'm going to be honest. I love watching this man play. It is absolutely incredible. I would detest having to play any sort of ranked mode against a player this good at destroying the back line. Daredevil has to be focused. They need to stop Jitwood from doing this much damage, but Jitwood also is going to be able to let the Devil out shortly, which just could be bad news for NRG. Windows can have ult available, maybe can do something to try and delete that back line as well. Perhaps wants to try and target Xantho.
Man, getting just stuck in the blender right now. Window at least has that ultimate. Jitward's gonna have some fun though. He can let the Devil out once again. Remember, before trying to isolate from the sidelines here, Windows is trying to push in together with Shock. But Jitward's playing such a big split position. He's forcing a oh no! Zatex got exterminated himself. Letting the Devil out now is gonna be Jitward, while Window is just gonna continuously get some more progress on this payload, because we lost are playing so split up right now that they still need to navigate away and prevent Shock from getting any progress.
Big Eye of Agamotto, though, out of Kendrick, which is going to be able to tag a lot, but no KO that comes out of it. With Jitwood falling, it is going to be a 5 versus 6, and NRG somehow, someway have been able to survive past this and will continue to push. Cart has ult available, but probably has to back away from this and try and join the rest of the team.
Oh, you do not want to get staggered here, too. Well, Stinkers is so close to that Galactic Legend, and you already know what's going to come right afterwards, Gaskin. You got that Rage and Royal Flush to follow in this triple strat lineup that Shock are running out with. We lost here. Now looking at a different story with Santos, at least having that sustained together with Mask. I got the God of Mischief is trying to get the copy here. Stinker tries to get the follow-up, but it looks like a stun here as Velocity is trying to back away. Renko at least finds Jitward.
There's that Rage and Royal Flush you were talking about, and Cart, he's behind enemy lines, but might be focused very quickly. Everyone kind of targeting at the moment, but at the same time on the other side, trying desperately to keep Cart alive. Mask gonna pop it out as well with the White Fox just to try and generate a little bit of pressure for some of these players back here.
But you get the health, too, coming in from Chime, just bringing everybody out, and the lamps are forced out, too. But we're backing away now. We lost. Don't really have that sustain, but Cart instead finds Velocity because they don't need that sustain. 1-2 as they wipe out more of Shock, and it's going to have to be a recontest here from Shock before they dive back in together.
Yeah, they've got 1 minute 10, but you can see they are being chased down at the moment as well. I love this from We Lost, just being aggressive as they can, seeing if they can maybe catch someone to create a little bit of a stagger. But NRG looks like they have been able to group up. They're going to have one good push at this and maybe a chance of a portal if they haven't used it already. And We Lost are just going to need to hold on this one.
Going to be able to try to dive in together with Kendrick and the Eye of Agamotto. The Rage and Royal Flush is going to be the answer, though, to purify everybody. The Extermination now comes in next after Stinkers was able to get that follow-up Meteor going all the way up. Finds Santos. He doesn't even look at Zatex up in the sky. No elimination is going to come in together with that Extermination from Zatex. It's really only Jitward that can let the Devil out, but it's going to be Shock here. Going to be able to hold forward while Cart is still unstoppable.
Yeah, Cart on Hulk is just such a terrifying thing to play against. A 70% win rate when Cart is on Hulk, and you can see why. Just oppressive and in the face of the enemies, but Velocity and Stinkers will get the opening here. Cart did ult, though, and is chasing down Renko, seeing he can find the back line. Does find it alongside Kendrick. Stinkers tries to reply. It's 3 versus 3 here in what is such an important fight.
Cart was able to turn that around, but they need to go back on the board. They're continuously stalling right now. With 3 seconds on the clock, we see some swap ups. Zatex going desperately over to the Jeff, but with 3 ultimates still ready for Shock. It's big to take out the White Fox. Cart and Jitward, they find the next 2, and they're so close here as the overtime takes away. They keep this fight going as Shock are waiting on the sustain from the God of Mischief here. Velocity can get this copy.
NRG are trying as they might, but surely, We Lost have enough. And now the ults are going to absolutely fly through this portal, though. NRG popping everything that they can to try and survive, but We Lost just seem to have the response to every single question that's being answered.
Looking like the legend here. Eye of Agamotto fights 2. It catches onto Jitward and Cart. There needs to be the follow-up, though. And with Xantho still alive and having that ultimate, they keep everybody off with the dance-off here. Cart is still going crazy. Beast of the Abyss, a big anti-heal comes in, but the sustain is still there for We Lost.
But Cart is just bullying everyone at the moment. Are you able to bully them off the point enough? The answer is no. They are going to have to back off somehow, some way. NRG have been able to survive this one. But again, Cart and Kendrick working in tandem to just continue to bully the opposition team, and maybe they were just delaying enough for Jitward to come in and do just this.
Cart is literally a raid boss right now. Ayabakamoto finds 2. Madara is stunned. Window gets stunned following right afterwards. And no bodies left from Shock to stay on this point. Yeah, we lost. They fully hold them back before getting to that second checkpoint.
Have NRG done enough with how far they've pushed that cart? Typically, I would say no. I would expect another team to be able to push it a little bit further. That being said, NRG defending here have a fantastic opportunity with the heroes that are available to them to build an incredible defensive line. It's going to be very difficult for Yeah We Lost to try and break through. That being said, if we think about the previous map on Museum, when Yeah We Lost had to break through a pretty similar composition, we saw Mash jump onto the Thor. We saw how deadly they were off that initial point. And with Jitwood playing the way that he's playing right now, I'm sure that NRG are going to be a little bit concerned with this one.
I can't wait to see what the stats look like, right? Because every time we swap over to Jitward, he's just still going crazy. If he's not bouncing on their foreheads as a Vanpool or Duelist Pool, he's definitely tethering on top of them with this Daredevil. It's been lethal too, because then you still have the stall potential that Cart has. Being on this Hulk, if anything, Cart is literally driving the car and Jitward's right there, Passenger Princess making sure to give all the directions to help with these follow-ups because it's been on another level.
I just want to be a passenger princess whilst I'm being carried through. Honestly, I mean, some of these duelists don't know how good they have it with the Vanguards alongside them. But for NRG, they need to respond, and they need a long old hold on this first point. They can't allow this one to be a quick one for Yeah We Lost. Xantho onto the Jeff as well. How important could that be? The last chance we're going to see Jeff with this much power before nerfs come through. Or, of course, they have come through in the game. But in this particular matchup, we don't have it yet in MRI.
And this is a really good Jeff map too, in my opinion. We were highlighting Loki, of course, and comes in clutch when you have that God of Mischief together with the Raging Royal Flush, but that's kind of not what Shock have been running out with, right? They made some swaps here, still sticking to Chime, being on the White Fox Velocity on that Luna. Renko getting the follow-up though, catching Jitward, not letting Jitward get away while Shock now take the advantage in terms of numbers before backing up though, looking at Renko specifically and how they have to split up a lot of the strat ultimates across 2 other strats.
They are taking them down one at a time, and they are targeting effectively our NRG at the moment. I think that's how you beat Yeah We Lost. You have to continuously be looking at where is your priority? Who do you need to shut down first? Zatek switches over, though. Jitwood gets one as well. And just like that, NRG are falling apart. It's going to be just Window and Renko to try and hold this one, but surely Yeah We Lost have done enough.
Window could try to stall as long as Renko gets his portal play to help go back onto the point. They haven't gotten that second checkpoint just yet, but Renko should have enough time here as they do open up the portal. They try to body block here at the same time with Mask leading the way, but it's going to be allowing them to get right back, stop for as long as possible. Cart with the counter portal play finds Renko on the other side. Talk about playmaking abilities here with Cart recognizing the swap that he had to, putting them out to the portal right on the other side.
Cart, you filthy, filthy boy, and I'm very impressed to see it, and now they're going to be able to take control of the cart, thanks to Cart, really. Just having that innovation, having that idea as well. I know you see it in your ranked games, but to do it in pro play, insane. And now, Yeah We Lost. Look at the amount of time they have on the clock here. They are confident at the moment. The momentum behind them is insane, and NRG at 6s and 7s.
And now you get to see Window going over to the whole card, making that swap. The Dance of the Butterflies gets cut down from the hands of Stinkers. Chime, though, incredibly low after Santos got the It's Jeff, and it's a big one at that one. He sends them to the corner, putting them in timeout, but needs some help. He can't get away. The wall being right there, unfortunate, as he cannot reach the health pack that is right behind Jitward.
It's another 2, though, for NRG, so Yeah We Lost. Just going to have to back off, allow this one a little bit, but the difficulty NRG are having, a lot of it is caused by Cart, not just the portal play, but on Hulk has just been so difficult to try and go up against, and maybe that's why we're seeing the switch here. Window onto Hulk, Madara onto Thing. They are trying to counteract just how difficult it's been to go up against Hulk.
This is always the issue, too, when you're having to... Jitwood put a beautiful stun, actually. Stops letting the devil out. Unfortunately, the lawyer's going back to the drawing board here, maybe taking something out of his briefcase because it's all up to Stinkers here to help clear the points. A great stall, and they prevented Jitwood from having a lot done with that ultimate, too.
Speaking of ultimates, look how healthy NRG look at the moment, ready and prepared for this next one. It's going to be a long hold if they do want to win this map, but it is definitely still achievable for them. They just need to avoid this a little bit of pressure, and now you start to push back. With the White Fox ultimate activated, you really have to take advantage of the space that can be created for it, as just jumping, bouncing on the back line. Kendrick goes down, Xantho falls afterwards.
I just heard Mask go all the way up with that Thor ultimate and then get stunned right out of it. Meanwhile, Chime taking the claws right over to the Hulk after Mask then finds the Luna. That's a big pickoff. You will not have that resustain from that Luna ultimate too, so it's going to have to be another reset here, as Shock at least have been able to regain their footing here on this defense.
So a little bit of a slowdown and reassessing a we lost and just waiting for some of those ultimates to tick over to the 100%. Zatex is going to have Rage of Ultron available. Mask close to having Thor's ult as well. This is going to be a difficult hold for NRG. A lot of pressure is going to be on Velocity. Can't get picked though. Need to be careful. Needs protection. Getting hunted down by Cart, but then there you go. The dance floor is there and available for them if they want to use it, and it will be popped.
You're going to be able to pop that button here with the fate of both worlds. It's time for the dance up from both sides here, but going all the way up, it's going to be Mask with that ult, at least finding the White Fox right in between that. Kendrick does get stunned. Sinkers is still unstoppable right now, trying to harass the Luna, but a great follow-up and some help with the peels as Kendrick gets the 2K.
Yeah, we lost. They're going to continue pushing, and they are so close to winning this map and taking the lead in this series. Now, of course, there is still time for NRG. Renko is going to have Raging Royal Flush available, though. Madara's going to have an ult available via Thing as well, so they can get very aggressive here and try and force back. But that stun is huge there to deny any sort of push initially, but now they are brawling with their fists.
Oh, they're trying to jump them. The reset. Talk about the timing right there with the Kumiho Unleash, even getting hit with an anti. But look how quick the Kumiho Unleash almost gets melted down. Somebody help Kendrick. The teleport was available, getting right back together with the rest of the team. But it's going to be Worldbreaker Hook coming in. The stun with the clobbering time. Catches out with the White Fox. Cart can only live for so long after the reset came out too. And with no sustainability, it's up to Jitwork to be the nail in the coffin to clear out the rest of Shock.
Zatex being such a nuisance on Ultron as well, just absolutely frying everyone in their wake. Stinkers does get one, but it's not going to be enough to hold back. Yeah, we lost to continue to push, continue to dominate here, and they are so close to taking this.
This is insane right now. Look at this. Yeah, we lost two with Cart going right back over to the Hulk. I was wondering here because he went over to the Doctor Strange. Chime now needs a push. No way! I thought they were going to activate the Kumiho Unleash a little earlier, but they don't even close in the gap. Yeah, we lost. Take another map and an unexpected outcome right now versus NRG.
Drama alert. There is a chance that we might see a big old upset happening here. I know, yeah, we lost have looked incredible at times throughout the group stage, but there was definitely the expectation that NRG would come into this one and show what it's like to be the more experienced team, the more experienced roster. But yeah, we lost, have reacted so well to that first initial map when it looked like they were completely outclassed, completely outsmarted with the lock and ban phase. Was it all just part of their master plan, it seems? Because now it seems like they have the answers to those questions that NRG were posing. And when you look at these stats, Vicky, I mean, if you have a player like Jitwood on your team, you are going to be feeling as free as anything to be able to maraud your way around the map. And it just seemed like, yeah, we lost had that little bit of extra something in some of these fights.
I would not want to be the backline of Shock right there to deal with Jitwork, man. 39 and 9, 12 final hits, and also Cart going crazy with the 10 final hits on top of Kendrick. Like, talk about the flexibility. You talk about Cart pulling up with the Hulk, and I cannot wait to see what Yeah We Lost have up their sleeve as we get ready for our next map, and that's coming to us shortly on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, my friends, and welcome back. It is now 2-1 with Yeah, We Lost, taking both of the last games. Gaskin said an upset is brewing, and Gaskin, I don't call it upset. I call it predicted as planned. I was the man with the sword drawn against the army of the predictions. I believed, man, this team, I feel like, yes, sometimes they could lose anybody, but man, could they beat anybody.
I mean, I learned not to count my chickens too quick. If that's the saying, it's probably not. I might have made it up. But careful, Cozy. It might come back to bite you. But I tell you what, you look like a genius right now because you're right. Yeah, we lost. Map 1, I was thinking, all right, yeah, 3-0. There's no way this is going to be a close one at all. But yeah, we lost. Have found something here. They found a way to counteract the Gambit Loki that's going down. And you were mentioning it in the break there when we were chatting. You don't allow Chitwood on Daredevil is what we've learned. We've only seen him on Daredevil once so far this season. And you can imagine how that went. And now our second time visiting it, again, it has gone the same way.
Yeah, for sure. We were just saying that about, velocity and don't give the strategist Loki and Gambit. Now it's on the inverse with the Daredevil. I mean, Vicky, I felt like, first of all, Hero Hulk card. I mean, just the pure Gamma God himself holding down the fort there at the end of the defensive hold. That was absolute cinema in the making, but it just felt like they adjusted well also. The Mantis band having Zatex, it's like at first I'm like, oh, no, where's the Phoenix? No, he plays Ultron, and it's tough sometimes to go from that duelist role into the strategist. Did a great job at that. They now bring it to Yggdrasil's path, which is kind of where I thought they might go. Now, if you were an NRG fan or you predicted NRG, Vicky, how do you right the ship?
Oh man, I mean, at this point, I feel like now you know the tricks that Yeah We Lost have up their sleeve, and you don't want to have the Deadpool come out. You gotta make sure the Deadpool does not see the light of day, I feel like, Cozy, because that's definitely one of those maps that you could see the Deadpool really pop off.
Yeah, and you know what? It's crazy, Gaskin, about this team is like they don't care if people know their tricks. Like they know what they're going with, and that's just how this team rolls. If you want the meta, look somewhere else. I think Vicky makes a great point. I think this is obviously going to lend its strength towards that. You can't let Jeff here, most likely, either. We'll see what they end up going into. Can we get ourselves a 2-2? Honestly, I would expect nothing less with the U2 as we have Vicky and Gaskin bringing in NRG versus Yeah We Lost. Big upset potential. Here we go.
All right, let's get this going. Let's see with Yeah We Lost currently sitting at match point. They want another one here, Gaskin, in our best of 5. And I believe when we saw Yeah We Lost specifically on Yggdrasil, didn't they win like 2-1 versus Lunex? So this is like obviously a map that they also feel comfortable with NRG, trying to take them here and seeing what we have differently with the pick and ban phase already rolling out here. Also protect here for Yeah We Lost.
As expected, I mean, it's going pretty much the same way at the moment. We've seen how it's gone previously. The real question is, do you allow Daredevil to get through? Do you allow Jitwood to do it yet again? The protect is initially going to be on the Elsa. That makes complete sense. He wouldn't protect Daredevil that early. That being said, after he's just played, I mean, I don't know. Sometimes I would like to just give Jitwood the floor and allow him to do his thing, especially when he's not playing Spider-Man. Don't get me wrong, he is very good on Spider-Man, but you put him on a meta hero, and suddenly it is a different game. There is the protect onto the Daredevil. It has been let through, and the Devil is going to be let out.
I mean, if anything, at this point, if you're shocked, you want to do anything possible to make sure that you have an anti-dive comp that you could roll out with and not help enable what Yeah We Lost has rolled out with. Instead, of course, you could expect that Loki Gambit to continue going with Shock, but it's obviously Yeah We Lost that show no fear as they protect the Wolverine. And we did see Yeah We Lost ban that out before because Stinkers having such a high priority and getting these kidnap targets made it so hard on that first map, but they now have it in their pocket after it was banned in that previous map.
This has been a lock and ban phase of mind games throughout every single one of these maps. They're like, okay, well, you had this last map, but we're not going to allow you to have it this one. Oh, you banned this from us? Well, we're going to protect it now. It's just a lot of back and forth here where you can definitely see where the comfort lies for both of these teams. But as I was saying, leading up to this series, both teams are so flexible and so versatile with their hero selection. When you look across some of the other squads, I mean, in particular, I'll talk Team Liquid, for example, just because they are one of our prime teams, or if not the prime team. Their selection is pretty straightforward across the board. Like Cooper always on Luna, Energy always on Elsa, Nero pretty much always on White Fox. Like they know the heroes they're going to play because they know what is usually banned in the meta. Whereas, yeah, we lost it at NRG. They're like, well, actually, we're going to try and do something a little bit different here. Our bans might be a little bit off meta as well. We might go for something more targeted, and that means we might have to play a little bit different ourselves. And that's what has created such an interesting matchup here.
I think it's also really interesting to see how We Lost is forcing the Hulk Ditto to come out, because they know that Cart has been able to diff Window when we did see them face off against each other in that Ditto match with the double Hulk, because now you don't have Vanpool, right? And that's something that Window was really excelling on. And again, being one of those maps, We Lost already noted, all right, we're not going to let that go through the build-up on the XP2, and we're going to see something different here as Velocity makes that swap over to that Cloak and Dagger after giving everyone some of those extra shields.
Well, are we going to see a response from NRG then and send us all the way to the 5th map here in this best of 5? I'm sure they would love to get another domination after their first performance here, but it all starts trying to break out of this initial point and try and get one of these picks. A lot of responsibility to Stinkers, of course, as this Wolverine.
Ooh, Kendrick was so low. Unfortunately, cannot back away in time because Chime rolls out on the Phoenix. Mask gets stunned, he gets kidnapped, and with nobody looking at him, it's going to be an assassination in the backline. Shock now playing very split as they take down We Lost one by one.
We do see sometimes, We Lost go for these very split fights intentionally, but when it happens unintentionally, very difficult to try and plan for. And that's exactly what NRG want to try and do, disrupt the plan that we see from We Lost at the moment. And Stinker's doing exactly what the job that was set out to do. But now on the other side, we are going to see Jitwood on Daredevil trying to get behind enemy lines, but it's Stinkers again who gets the opening pick.
It's a bird, it's a plane, no, it's a really scary Wolverine, and of course it's at the hands of Stinkers. Now you noted why that we saw those bans come out in that last map. And Chime, something else to know when it comes to Gears Solo is that you have so much of these open sight lines. It's going to help enable more of that poke, especially the damage output that we're currently seeing from Chime.
I mean, we have seen teams keep the other squad at that point at the start of this matchup over and over and over again throughout the history of this game. So the fact that we have seen NRG break out so successfully, I think there is good reason why they protected that Wolverine. It might be a bit of a different story when they're on the defense side, but right now, Stinkers is doing his job.
Exactly, and Mask is going to be able to utilize that man on the other side here with that strap pool. Instead, actually another different look, but with the stun and the follow-up, he comes slamming down with the end song Infernal, and then Stinkers has the last word. We lost, get wiped out, and Shock clearing the path now for that first checkpoint.
I mean, that was pretty much as perfect as it could be for NRG. They've now got plenty of time going into the next. No worries for them here. And in terms of ults that are available, Velocity going to have one. We Lost do have a response of their own, though. We'll have to see whether Jitwood's going to try and let the Devil out to really disrupt this backline as well. A lot of damage was done onto Window, and that's why it's just a response of an ult. But look at the stun as well, just to stop the push-in. But all the meanwhile, this convoy is moving.
Gonna be able to have the 1v1 though here from the right side, as it's gonna be a reset once again once that ultimate ends. And now it's gonna be Cart's turn as he jumps right here onto the point. Madara with the meatball goes all the way up, and after finding Jitward, finds Zatex next. The duelists are off the table for We Lost, and that's what Xantho's trying to have the dance of, trying to keep everybody alive. Still gets Cart right out into the Bruce Banner form, and another kidnap here as Madara is making an entire highlight reel of his play right now on this Magneto.
It's another Eye of Agamotto that goes to waste as well. NRG able to survive through it. I mean, they had already taken down 2 players, so I'm surprised it got popped. Maybe it's going to be a switch over. Yeah, it has to be. Okay, so that's why. They just popped that Eye of Agamotto, and now they're going to switch over. You can see Kendrick moving to Jeff, trying to create a little bit of a difference here on the Sharky Boy himself. And now NRG, though, are still moving this one forward.
Cart getting stunned again here. No 2 to match that from the other side. Renko close to that Raging Royal flush. Want to get that damage? I'll put the final stand, though. Comes in, and Chime gets the follow-up onto Santos. The Glartrax gets sent out, and Jitward lets the Devil out. Window coming right back to help out the rest of his team, finding them. But Cart and Mask are splitting up Shock, and now it's back to the drawing board and some time wasted as they're going to be able to stall them out. And it's great, too, because it cuts off their momentum that they built up.
They do have Raging Royal Flush available, though, here at NRG, so they're going to be feeling pretty confident about this fight. Oh, my goodness, what's happening over there? Hitting those shots through that gap, by the way, just shouldn't be allowed. But now we see the portal, and now we see the push.
Trying to contest here. Stinker's going to be diving right in and out of the portal himself. Looking at that Rage and Royal Flush together with Chime that could get a lot of that damage done here. Mask tries to get the isolation, being on that Fan Pool, activates that ultimate, but with a winning hand, Jitward isn't going to be winning much here because it's going to be Window capitalizing thanks to Renko and that Rage and Royal Flush. Someone's got to contest here on the point. Shock are just taxing this payload over here to the second checkpoint. A nice anti too with a follow-up. Stinkers does find Mask, and now Shock down to a 5-man right now. A stun onto Renko. Velocity's very close to the Eternal Bond. They try to keep everybody alive, and Kendrick could keep this going. He activates the It's Jeff. Does he catch anybody here as Kendrick cannot get away?
And still here in MRI preseason, I think we've only seen one successful It's Jeff throughout. Just so difficult with how good everyone is at responding.
Oh my.
Window's been able to find 2, and surely now NRG should push this one through to get to this second point. There's going to be an attempt at maybe jumping on. Does come through, but Cart's gone down. Mask is going to follow, and they are dropping like flies here, and the second point is secured.
Window said, it's my turn now. It's my turn to pop off on the Hulk. Going to be able to find not only just 1, 2, but then clearing off the rest of the point as Shock now at least have the Eye of Agamotto themselves. Let's see what Madara could do flying in from the heavens before Chime now over to the side is creating so much of this open sideline for free.
Eye of Agamotto pops. Eye of Agamotto hits, but now you're going to see everyone start to respond to their own. Glartrox does come out, doesn't really connect though, but Zatex does connect, and now they will be bullying NRG back with that extra little bit of damage that's been done, although Chime was able to get 1, so it's not going to be the easiest push in the world. Keep an eye on Renko though. Rage and Royal Flush is free.
And with the Rage and Royal Flush available, I'm looking at Sinkers too, who does have that Devil to let out. Same thing for Jitward though, but won't really have that damage boost that Shock will in their favor. All eyes too on Mask to see how he can help stall for as long as possible. He's going to be the first to open things up. Letting the Devil out is going to be Stinkers together with that Rage and Royal Flush. And with no damage boost necessary, Jitward at least finds 1, but it's too much as Shock at least clear up another one. Cart needs to be stopped though. No one look at him before he backs away. And he already said goodbye to 2 of his other teammates. So it's just a matter of time before the stall is inevitable. And he's forced to go back, but he survives at 205 health. He manages to get back to his spawn room gates.
Yep, going to be able to get healed as well when the strategists come back through, just about surviving, but more importantly, NRG are still pushing. Chime gets one into Zatex as well, so now it's going to be a very difficult fight, unless Jitwood can let the Devil out and maybe do some damage, but holding it at the moment, doesn't want to pop it unnecessarily, waiting for the right time and the right rhyme or reason to be able to pop it through.
Just waiting too because Velocity's still holding on to that Eternal Bond. Wait for it though, trying to ice to the backline. Does find the other Daredevil, and there's Velocity with the answer on the Eternal Bond. Stinkers shuts down Jitward. The It's Jeff gets countered as Chime dives on top of the Shark's head. Gaskin, you're talking about the success rate, not being very high. It's very difficult. The momentum being built back up for Shock, but the stall is still here. They're not getting progress on the Cart just yet because Cart has been such a menace. Once again, the raid boss.
Jitwood switching over to old-fashioned Spidey and is going to be able to work in tandem with the rest of the squad. They should win this engagement and should be able to reset NRG here. Meaning NRG are going to have, maybe 30 seconds to try and get this one over the line to get the full 3 points. Yeah, we lost need to hold here. You don't want to allow NRG to get the full 3.
I'm gonna know, maybe. The portal is gonna be inevitable. So I'm looking at Jitward to see if he can get a portal cancel, if that's what they want to open up with. Windows coming right back together, as well as Madara having that Eye of Agamotto. Look at Mask on this off angle. The Glartrox, though, up on the balcony bridge, finds Madara. No chance here. And you're down now less than 15 seconds on the clock for Shock to at least force this into a stall.
It's going to be an ult on the Hulk. Window needs to try and get onto the point, and that is going to be the aim of the game here. Enough time to get Madara just having the portal and get everyone back on the point. Eye of Agamotto now comes out, his last stand here for NRG.
And it only finds Cart, though. That's going to be big. Xanthus is still alive, but Window and Madara, they open up the gates after finding Zatex and Cart. Moving back together, they need to get on the Cart with overtime taking away. They've isolated the Jeff, though. Kendrick is still in the back lines. They're going to be able to recontest right now, playing the split angle, as Jitward, unfortunately, is called out on the Spider-Man.
Jitwood gets deleted. Zatex, though, responds with one of their own, and we are going to see a fantastic effort from We Lost to try and stop this, but as you said, they are being forced back. Kendrick will get one off spawn. Zatex follows up. I don't think NRG are going to have the stamina to get through this one, but boy, are they going to try.
They didn't look at Kendrick, who was still in the back right there, too. He's got the It's Jeff. They find Stinkers and nobody to touch the point. Means that Shock get held right before the finish line.
I mean, it was still a great distance from NRG. I think they'll be pretty happy about it. It's very clear this map fits their style more and more. I love what Cozy was talking about. It's something that we've been discussing throughout preseason in general, how styles of play are going to be affected on maps, and especially with more maps being released and catering to certain styles of play, we are going to see those map picks being more and more important. And when, you know, sometimes in certain games, you'll look at some stats on map wins and map losses, and you're like, yeah, whatever, you know, any team can win on any map. I think it's going to be a very different case the further we get into MRI this year, just as it was last year, where certainly some styles are very much going to be benefited on certain maps, and we will see teams prioritizing them for sure.
And we've also seen how hard it's been so many times for teams to even finish off on your Yasuo when they're on the attack. So being able to even get that far, though, is going to be great for Shock now as they start things off on the defense, seeing if they want to change things up here before. Yeah, we lost. Mask heard you, Gaskin. The Thor has been putting in the work. We're going to see if they're going to be able to roll out with this, as well as Kendrick getting a little tricky with the Jeff, as well as sneaky and harassing that back line.
Well, Mask has been doing what basically we've seen on the other side from Stinkers on the Wolverine. Mask has been doing something similar, has just been griefing and getting behind and deleting when needed to on the side of Thor, and we'll have to see where they can do it again, because breaking out of this initial hold is really the aim of the game here for Yeah We Lost. It was very easy and simple for NRG, but if they can delay here, eat away at that clock early, then maybe it'll be difficult for them as Stinkers full sends it here, and alongside Velocity and Window, it is just like that. Yeah We Lost walk into a wall of death.
Oh, Shock, they took what happened in that last map personally. They were like, all right, well, we TP'd into that side room against Dive, and we immediately got deleted. Well, guess what? Yeah, we lost, of course, with their backs against the wall in that own private side room here. And now with another wipeout, Cart, we're coming right back over onto the Hulk, but Jitward has been on fire with this Daredevil.
Absolutely on fire as well, but Velocity has to be careful. Will be assisted by the other strat, and now we're going to see Zatex try and get aggressive here and push in, dealing as much damage as possible. And there we go, Chime and Stinkers get the opener, so Zatex going to have to try and back off. And Yeah We Lost just cannot get through the hold at the moment from NRG.
It's a lot of damage to deal with Kendrick being on the Jeff and Santos being on the Luna. Is it going to be enough? That's what I was wondering. They make the swap over to the Cloak and Dagger instead. Remember, they literally have all 4 strat bands targeted towards them. So you only can play so many strategists here with this lineup too before you see Masters trying to take a different split angle, getting information together to enable Jitward. Before you see the Terror Cape coming out as well as Zatex having to be a little careful as inside that bubble.
Zatex just constantly blind, but is going to be able to find Stinkers through it. Renko has all available and will use it as well, so NRG are going to take full advantage of that. Get on the carpet and start to push it through. But now we're going to see it's Jeff. Will we see a successful one? The answer is no. It kind of was. It was a protect. So maybe that's the way you use it's Jeff.
Well, it was worth it here. I mean, at least you were able to get the reset here, stall at the potential as Zatex then gets Velocity. That's a big pick. You will not have that Luna Snow Fate of both worlds for this fight here. Window also at least has a Feast of the Abyss, but he's going to have to wait for the rest of his team to reset.
Dude, I can't imagine how the observers are feeling. I'm going cross-eyed trying to keep up with Jitwood, and I'm sure everyone else is as well. That is the danger of having Jitwood on the back line, or in that instance, just right in the faces of the Vanguards. And now, Yeah We Lost finally are able to break out of that initial hold. But NRG will get the chance to try and stop this first point from being taken. Mask is going to try and get ahead here, and maybe seeing if he can delete someone trying to get on the back line. But it is going to be Window who dives on in to stop that car.
Point of view, you're Jitward's camera and you're getting car sick while you're looking at it as he jumps on your head in a different form. Cart, though, going crazy. He's going to be able to find Chime. It's going to be the reset coming in right afterwards. Madara with the Meteor goes up and finds Zatex, though. A nice little stun for right now as we do take a quick pause. But it was a lot of action happening and there was still at least 1 minute and 23 seconds on the clock, Gaskin.
Yeah, I mean, plenty of time to do so. And of course, Cozy, that means that we get to bring you back in as well. I mean, pretty hectic. As I said, Jitwood just confusing everyone and maybe confusing himself at times with the way he's been able to dance on the Daredevil. But they did allow the Daredevil to get through again, but it has been a good hold so far.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think they've done a good job. 1:23 seconds left. I mean, it feels like if you're looking at Yeah We Lost, the way that they can stagger so much is what has won them the last couple of maps. I mean, Cart Cart just seems like he is just deniable at these clutch moments, and it's been a lot of fun to watch him. But yeah, it's definitely interesting to see. First of all, the spectators, definitely have carpal tunnel at this point, because it is mad just tracking Jitward. But I think that's what you get with him as a player. You're going to get some ups, you're going to get some downs, but right now I think NRG is doing a good job kind of settling in and calming things down. We keep talking about that with this team, trying to play calm and play your game, because you're not able to scrim against a team like this that much. Maybe, to some level, but not to what We Lost will bring. I think they're finally kind of, coming together here. Want to ask you, though, Vicky, do you think NRG holds the line?
I honestly, with the way that We Lost is playing, I think the biggest struggle if you're We Lost, and this isn't the direct answer, I'm going to get to it, Cozy, is the fact that the strategists have so much limitations with the fact that they have they have Gambit banned, Invis banned, Mantis banned, and White Fox banned. There's only so much you could rotate through. Like Rocket BRB would go hard, but you're on the attack this time around, right? You're trying to clear up some space, want to enable Cart, and Jitward is still distracted the backline. I personally think if We Lost gets some momentum, it's going to be scary, and I think that they could get that card to right before that third checkpoint.
Okay, Gaskin?
I think time might be against them a little bit. NRG definitely did this first one quicker, and they're going to have that advantage, and I think that, well, we're at a pause where NRG can have a chance to defend yet again here. I wouldn't be surprised if they're able to hold us out to maybe overtime, but we'll have to wait and see.
No, absolutely. And I feel like, when you look at what NRG can do at this break, as we are here, actually, I'll let you guys take it away.
Ooh, thank you so much, Cozy, because we are diving right back into the action. No breaks this time around. We did see the Eternal Bond come in from Santos right beforehand. And with Kendrick finding the follow-up here, this goes back to what we're saying, Gaskin. Zatex is getting enabled, and We Lost are close to getting that second checkpoint with Chime maybe trying to make a portal play.
There we go. Chime is going to be able to allow everyone to push through, but because they have forced themselves through while players were still down, they are staggered slightly, and that might just play into the hands of Jitward, who starts to let rip again. Stinkers is the first to go down, and now there's going to be follow-ups, and there's the break. We lost slam NRG, and are surely about to push this point through.
That's not lore accurate name to We Lost. They're winning right now with the way that they're taking over a lot of these fights. The reset, we see some changes now coming out of Shock, going right back over to this triple strat. Look at this window going over to that Venom Chime now, this time onto the White Fox. They have to help enable Stinkers right now because Zatex and Kendrick, they have those ultimates online for this next fight.
So I will say there is an extra minute that NRG had when they had got to that point. They had 4 to push from this second point. We lost are only going to have 3. So they need to try and make this one a little bit faster. But with that initial pick onto Jitward, Velocity getting it is just going to hold them back a little bit now. We lost as they have to retreat ever so slightly to this corner. NRG are going to be more than happy to hold this lane here and continue to press their advantage when they have that extra player.
And we know it's so hard to try to beat through this choke once the team is already set up from the defensive side. And that was all thanks to Stinkers, by the way, who marked Santos from being able to help support Jitward and Cart, who were pushed all the way up. Again, though, Ult Economy looking at We Lost. They have the advantage. Rainbow could keep everyone alive. Same thing for Chime, though. You're going to have the Eternal Bond sent out from the side of Shock, painting the floor purple. Santos is going to be able to match that together. And it's going to be Zatex with the Glarchuk, who's hungry. And it's going to be Renko from the other side, taking Renko out and also taking that Eternal Bond out with them as the Itch Step also comes in. It's the way that these ultimates are being rotated from We Lost as they find pick after pick.
They are hungry and they are feasting. But again, it is about time here. It is about being efficient. I do think it's likely we see We Lost get this second point, but it is going to be about trying to push through that third. How many times do we see teams not quite reach that third point, just getting stuck on that corner? But NRG now trying to press up together. Cart being aggressive, very aggressive. Will use the ult as well. Bruce Banner starting to pop off as he gets bigger and bigger, but NRG get the opener. Jitward gets shut down by Stinkers.
In that 1v1, Daredevil v Daredevil with Stinkers coming out on top before diving down. Kendrick gets us the finishing blow with his own Hydro Pump before backing away. The Daredevil now on top of him, but with some help, he was reloading. Unfortunate. They lost it on 2 this time, while Jitward comes right back, make it 3 with Mats going down. And this is the reset that Shock needed because look at all the resources that they still have in their pocket for the next fight.
Chime just holding off and waiting. But it is going to be Stinkers Velocity. Madara all going to have ults available here, and I'm sure just waiting to use that Meteor M as a defensive rather than an offensive ultimate at the moment. But here comes Stinkers. Kendrick gets deleted, and now they can follow through.
Oh, was that pause worth it? I don't know. Energy Shock right now are running with it after finding Max to follow up. You're down to less than 30 seconds on the clock, and Jitward and Zatex will have those ultimates online. Depending on how long this fight goes to Gaskin, Kendrick and Xanthos could keep them alive.
And they can't surprise them as well. As Stinkers being on the Daredevil, they've just got so much information about which way they're going to be pushing for. One last push then from Yeah We Lost. Zatex and Jitward both having ultimates.
See how they're going to be able to work into this too with Velocity having that sustainability. Window gets stunned here. Jitward's letting the devil out though. Trying to take that Laurie to court as he needs the sustainability. He needs help. He gets stunned. He gets grabbed. Window going crazy, but it's a trade up on both ends. Both of the Daredevils are off the table. Mask has a reset opportunity right here, and Santos is going to have the Eternal Bond first. Renko is so close to it. He just gets it online, so they get the reset, and Chime is going to be able to follow right after it's done.
Meteor M came out, didn't really do anything. Now we're going to see the Glartrox will penetrate through. Grabs 2, if not 3. It's Jeff comes out, but Kendrick does not get away. Stinkers denies. Stinkers gets the initial KO. Zatex goes down, and NRG are holding here.
Can Jitward make the comeback, though? He swapped over to that Strange before. Was that portal even used up here before? Stinkers has their own highlight reel when the world needed him most here for Shock.
Overtime is there. It's surely not going to be there for long, though, because NRG are just pummeling Yeah We Lost, and we are going to a map 5.
Going the distance, here we go, and this is what I like to see when we start off our preseason bracket. Gaskin, Shock, take us the distance in a tied series. Game number 5, now we're going to have to see what these teams are going to do differently, because it's literally been a game of patty cake going back and forth. Talk about the Hulk plays, and at the very end, the Daredevil plays from Stinkers as we take a look at the results.
And we might see, for the first time in playoffs, certainly in Americas anyway, the benefit of the best of 5 instead of the best of 3. Remember, if this was group stages, we would have seen Yeah We Lost win this one. And we've heard that from a few of the more structured teams who like to plan out things. They say, if this was a best of 5, we would have won it. Well, this is a chance for NRG to now prove themselves here. Have they been able to finally work things out from Yeah We Lost, or has it been a map thing? And remember, if we end up going to domination here in map 5, are Yeah We Lost going to be at a significant disadvantage against an NRG team who had their number all the way back in map 1? Yeah We Lost fans probably nervous. Cozy, maybe a little bit nervous as well, I would imagine, because we certainly know that he really has been the only player to predict them, certainly out of us lot. Well, that is going to be such an incredible matchup that we've seen, Vicky. But we still have more to come. This series is still alive. Map 5 is right around the corner, folks. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back after this break.
friends, and welcome back. Sleep is overrated. We have found ourselves going the distance. And Gaskin, I think you closed it perfectly. This is the difference between best of 3 versus best of 5. And why BO5 is so important, because it's a game of adjustments. All sports are, right? Especially esports. How do you adjust and how do you continue on to try to get momentum back in your favor? Now, obviously, NRG got to pick the last couple of maps, and so now, yeah, we lost. They get to, choose the path of their destiny. It's in their own hands. But Gaskin, we talked at the break there. How do you think NRG was able to slow things down and kind of put it back in their favor?
It was the way NRG were able to isolate some of those fights. I think having the Daredevil in particular, just be able to call out where those flanks were coming from and say, oh, look, this is the push they're trying to get. This is where Jitwood is. Let's take Jitwood out of the equation. The amount of times you saw Jitwood shut down initially and not being given the freedom that he had in the previous just made it very difficult. A lot of 6 versus 5 fights in general. But I think that their fights were just quick. They were clean. They were prioritizing very well. And in the previous maps, it was a bit messy. It was a bit all over the place, and NRG seemed a little bit flustered at times. But when they are structured, when they're feeling good, they look very strong.
Vicky, do you feel like the White Fox ban also helped a little bit? I think, you look at Shin Shibuya and the way that was played for Yeah We Lost, with not having access to that. And you pointed out at the break, I mean, pretty much no strategists were access to them, right? They really had to adjust. So we saw they got rid of the Mantis. They went over to the Ultron. We had Zatex go to the Ultron, right? That's how they adjusted there. Well, when you get rid of, all 4 picks for strategists, what do you do then?
You only got, so that's literally my worst nightmare to deal with. If I were to see that band lineup, it's all right, okay. So now you only have 3 other strats that you could try to lean on. And I feel like that was the big difference maker, because then you look on the other side, Shock had the triple strat lineup, and then they were also able to enable Stinker to, by the way, had 19 finals. That's actually insane. You talk about the Daredevil up your sleeve. It's everybody's Polly Pocket, right? It's gonna be the Pocket Daredevil. This is gonna be able to come out and be enabled. So I do think in this pick and ban phase, it's also gonna put a little bit of fear into trying to prioritize and helping out your backline.
No, that's a great point. And, as we know, with it being 2-2, I'm pretty sure domination is what we're going to be going and looking at here. Obviously, we know how domination worked out the first time, and it was really in NRG's favor. I think it could have been a little bit of nerves for, we lost to go in. Remember, what I think is so funny is we kind of highlight LuneX all the time as the MRC team. The MRC team, we lost, same kind of, feeling for them and coming from the exact same thing. Obviously, they were the winners of it. But, when we looked last year, we talked, for a team like Nemesis, and they said sometimes the lights were bright and just adjusting to it. Well, this is, when you see what you're made of. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, and I do think that with domination, a lot of it comes down to the neutral at times, because you can make so much time or percentage with the neutral initially. And if you look at what's happened a lot of the time with the neutral from We Lost, they've been losing out to NRG without the ultimates. Once they get into the swing of things and they have the ults to work with as well, and they know how they want to plan their attack, they look far more comfortable. But I do think that NRG have that slight advantage in terms of just raw ability that is going to take them over the line when it comes to domination.
Yeah, I think, honestly, we're going to find out very quickly how this domination is going to go. We're going to see our map here as we get things rolling and Jarvis gets it going. But, I think this is, with domination, from what I've seen from We Lost, they either come out humming or it's the direct opposite. And this has actually been uncharted territory, right? We Lost either is 2-0'd or whatever, or they get 0-2'd. And now it's kind of this back and forth battle. But this is what I love about the America scene. Obviously, it's chaos. We know that. But it just feels like these teams are all very neck and neck. Even LuneX, the way they were, it's very close in anybody's game. And this is just showing to the max, Vic.
Yeah, and I like how you bring up, now that we're moving on to Dom, what is that going to mean for both these teams? Because I feel like We Lost, I believe, is 50-50 on their win rate on domination in general. But NRG, on the other hand, have had a much rougher time on domination. I believe, looking at group stages alone, that they were 2-3 on domination. Now, as we move on here, it looks like we're moving on to Hell's Heaven. And this could spell a different story depending on how that pick and ban phase goes.
Hell's Heaven. I mean, I would sign up for Stinkers versus Jitward on a little Daredevil v Daredevil at Hell's Heaven. That would be the perfect cinematic ending, which seems like such a chaotic day. We're just getting started. I mean, again, I'm going to have to get more lights on in here because it is already getting nice and dark, but that is what I'm all about, right? It's always going to be more fun after. But taking a look, Hell's Heaven going to be the matchup. Gaskin, who do you think favors, obviously looking at the map? We Lost picked it, but we've seen them both play here a couple times.
Yeah, We Lost have been able to find victories here. We haven't seen NRG find a victory here. So technically, advantage goes to the side of We Lost. But again, if we go back to map 1, Yeah, we lost. Looked a little lost at times, and they need to clean things up if they're going to be able to play the way they do. That being said, if Jitwood is able to get the Daredevil here on this map, could be big for him. Because if you think about map 1, that Daredevil was banned out. He didn't have the chance to just have that freedom, look that good. He was playing on the Spidey. Then he switched over to the Venom. Never really found his footing. But now, as the series has gone on, has looked better and better. Sure, got a little bit isolated in that last game, but in domination could be the difference maker going into this 5th and final map here in our 3rd series of the day.
Well, Vic, if we know anything, if you look back to the last couple of weeks, we know that when NRG is pushed to the pressure right here, they always seem to get the win against when they had 100 Thieves and with Sentinels. I mean, it's always right there for them, and they end up punching their ticket. I'm sweating because I'm the one against the army here. You guys are all going to be right if I lose, but it's just, this has been fun, Vic, and I'm excited for you guys to bring in all of the action. I mean, Bandface, here we go. Let's see what we've got. It is going to be match number 5. Of course, the best of 5. Loser goes to the lower bracket. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, Cozy. Okay, our last game in our 3rd series, and we have gone the distance. You know what? Cozy was highlighting and opening up this series here, Gaskin, and he could literally come out looking like a prophet as we come in with the Elsa and Gambit ban.
Yeah, this is where we're going to see the mind games in full effect now. With it being Hell's Heaven as well, does that change things a little bit on your bans? And knowing what we've seen Jitwood do on Daredevil as well, do you want to let it get through? The initial ones are going to be the simple ones. It's when we get to those final picks that might be different. This would be very... Wow. Yeah, we lost protecting initially the Daredevil straight up. So that means we've got the chance for a Gambit and an Elsa ban here for NRG. Mantis is also going to be that initial one if they would want to. But that's a crazy protect right from the get-go.
This is actually great because now Shocker kind of forced, okay, well, they did ban out, the Mantis earlier. What is going to be the next strat is what I'm expecting if they follow through with the ban lineup that they had in our previous game. They're taking a bit, though, and I like to see here with Yeah We Lost prioritizing the Loki ban, while on the other side, they are sticking through it. It's going to be the White Fox ban this time again.
So yeah, we lost do have the option to protect the Elsa if they would want. Maybe NRG trying to lull them into a false sense of security that they aren't going to ban it, potentially. Okay. Or maybe they don't care about it. I mean, they haven't really been worried about it in some of the other matches. Oh, a strange ban is and could be absolutely vital. If you think about Dom, if you think about those last-minute portals to try and get a touch, not going to happen for Yeah We Lost as they get Strange ripped away from them.
That was option coverage, too, because they know, if they were probably going to ban the Invisible Woman, right? So now that they protect the Invis while they were protecting the Doctor Strange before, it was going to be a 50-50, and Shock took full advantage of that. And as you already mentioned, Gaskin, the importance of a portal to contest the points when it is dire is going to now be off the table for Yeah We Lost.
Well, White Fox banned on both sides. I remember after the White Fox changes, I thought we were going to see more White Fox bans coming through on both sides.
Yeah.
We are slowly but surely starting to see the real threat of White Fox and how incredible she can be, especially going up against teams that like to play a certain style, because she can really be the perfect counter. But some very interesting map 5 bans that we've got there. The lack of Strange could really hurt, I'm going to be honest, because the amount of times you'll see a team just about lose a fight, but then the Strange can be switched over to, you get that portal, you're back in, and you just about survive. No chance of that. There is not any room for mistakes for Yeah We Lost.
It's going to be hard, but they took it all the way here in this game number 5. Shock answering right back to tie the series. I love that we've already opened up day number 1 here in our preseason bracket with a banger of a day in Americas. Let's see which of these teams are going to come out on top to stay in the winner's side of the bracket, because that's something else we need to highlight, right, Gaskin? It is double elimination here. There's another chance, and we're going to have to find out at the end of this game, as Jitwood already coming out with that Daredevil in hand, as well the Vamp Pool that Matt's can get away with as he goes right back over to the Thor, as we're not surprised, and I much rather prefer it.
Chime over onto the Mantis as well. I mean, it's so funny. You look at the typical roles for some of these players, and it's like, yeah, you see them as a duelist. We know Chime absolutely destroys on Elsa. Mantis! And now we're going to see if you can destroy on that Mantis and make that difference for your squad here, as NRG are going to be able to push across and see if they can get the initial touch onto this point after it unlocks in 10 seconds. But look how they are all positioning themselves. Positioning has been fantastic from NRG so far this series. They want to try and isolate these players, but also avoid some of the damage that's coming through, and the first Hulk takes too much.
Window took so much damage there. Put them in the blender as Santos capitalizes, being on the Invisible Woman. Now the follow-up is inevitable. And look at all the extra damage here, too, while Jitward is a nail in the coffin. Kendrick uncontested over on the point, and the point goes first over to We Lost with a nice dagger.
I think Window will be pretty annoyed with himself. The fact you don't really want to expose yourself that much and just be isolated in the way. Like they were going for a game plan. They wanted to try and back off into the corner, but I think there was a stun that came out. Something kept him from jumping away. And NRG now going to have to be the first team to try and plan a form of attack here. Whereas Zatex over on Elsa. Remember, NRG allowed Elsa to go through here, and maybe Zatex will make them regret it.
That could have actually been Mask in that bubble, too, just preventing anybody from trying to get away here, too, actually. The Hannah's Chime knocks the head off of Zatex's shoulders. And that's going to be the first pick in favor for Shock to at least have the number advantage. This forces Jitward to now linger back. He needs some healing. He's going to take his time before wrapping up to rejoin the rest of his team. Mass 2 is going to be able to reposition. Kendrick does have the Itch Jeff, while Zatex a little away from the dash there, but he's getting right back into the action. The Itch Jeff comes in. Velocity now comes in with the Rage Royal Flush.
I love that Chime doesn't have Elsa, but is more than happy on Mantis to be the damage dealer. Velocity gets one onto Kendrick as well. And NRG look like they should be able to clean up. As I say that, though, Mask and Zatex working together. They're right back into this fight. It is all over the place at the moment. No one is in any sort of structure. It's like 4 different engagements happening at the same time.
It's so split up here. Renko came up, though, with the Eternal Bond. But remember, Shock do not have control over this point first. It's still in the hands of We Lost. And Cart, he's taking them to the ring, and he's going to be able to slam them down, stalling the inevitable. And Shock, they thought they had some signs of life, but letting the devil out is some extra pressure. And We Lost keep their feet planted on this point.
NRG are going to have one last push. But We Lost have just been doing so well to force them back. And actually now, with the invisible boundary come out, it is going to go from bad to worse here for NRG. They're not even going to get a chance to touch this point. We Lost take the first round, putting themselves 1 round away from winning this entire series and progressing into essentially the semi-finals here of playoffs.
Are you not entertained? Welcome to the Americas region. For those of you who may be new here, this was kind of the outcome that we were expecting. Expect the unexpected, I like to say, because when it comes to this region, Gaskin, there is always something that surprises us with the way that these teams roll out on tournament day. And right now, We Lost was rather expensive in that last fight, but we know that Glartrox will come online for this next upcoming fight, as well as Mask does have that reset potential too with the God of Thunder.
I'm still surprised that NRG allowed Elsa through. NRG had the opportunity to be able to ban both Gambit and Elsa, but clearly they had a game plan in mind. And, there's still 2 rounds to try and make up for it here. That first one didn't necessarily go that way, especially after the initial fight that I think was just a little bit unpredictable with the Hulk being taken out that quickly. And then they were constantly on the back foot. What did I say earlier? When NRG are at 6s and 7s and they're kind of a little bit lost and there's fights happening everywhere, they don't really feel comfortable. And We Lost are doing so well to disrupt that from NRG, not allowing them to play in the way they would like.
Oh my, they kidnapped Santos! Oh no, the portal play from Madra. He does it again. I was gonna say, Gaskin, being the number guy, it's looking like PEMDAS could cancel each other out, but then that portal play came up right behind their backs. Going all the way up is gonna be Matt before slamming down, and Window at least is able to restabilize with the rest of Shock after capitalizing off of that pick.
The difference here is now with the advantage, NRG holding the point. Remember, it's going to be increasingly more difficult for We Lost to get back to the point quickly without the Strange here. So NRG need to keep up the aggression, keep up this hold, and make sure that We Lost do not get that touch. Bully them in the way that they did to you previously.
They're bouncing away. It's about breaking through that choke. As you mentioned, you really only have so many routes here. And you can't let them get too much on the point before trying to dive in. And Shock have so many answers too. Velocity's very close to the invisible boundary. Zatex does that like Glartrox, but after getting marked, Madra calls out where Zatex is. They get that first pick. Kendrick's close to the Itch Jeff, but this is a lot of damage that they have to worry about. With Window looking directly at them, Jitward at least takes care of Stinkers in the 1v1 duel, trying to get sneaky right behind them. Kendrick with the Itch Jeff though, can they get away? It looks like Renko doesn't have his just yet, and Velocity at least has the invisible boundary, but the call out after the pushback as Zatex capitalizes and finds Chime.
Bagamoto comes out though. It might be enough to get that initial stun and allow them to push back onto the point. But Zatex tearing through, and the Elsa just being allowed to survive could come back to haunt them here. But they haven't been able to secure the point just yet. NRG are holding at the moment, but probably not for long. But of course, they will have the portal available. 63% is all they could do after their first hold.
I love it when you get to see, like, just the heroes get ragdolled out there. Dr. Strange said, hasta la vista for real. But now, they're here by the spawn room gates, and they do have at least that portal. We saw them open up with it at the very beginning of this round, but Zatex is waiting to press that button on the Glartrox.
Glartrox available. Stinkers are going to let the devil out. That's going to be the first one and the first target. Mask is going to try and follow up by getting behind enemy lines, though. Window gets the opener onto Zatex, so that's the duelist down as It's Jeff comes out. Can we see any sort of advantage from this ultimate is going to be my real question. Does manage to get away a little bit, being helped by the strategist big time.
They find the Thor, but it may be too big for them to swallow from the It's Jeff because Mask there had the reset. At least takes down one. It's going to be a trade-off from both sides. Releasing the Glartrox, though. Zatex, who just came back from the spawn room gates, gets taken out, and Window finishes off the progress here on the point.
Do take down Jitwood as well. That's going to be a bit of a stagger. Mask should be able to get away. You'd think will have the support, so he's not going to be staggered himself. Now, NRG, 78%, but as I say that, yeah, we lost to be able to jump onto this point and get behind them. Xantho was being a little bit sneaky alongside the rest of the team, and NRG now getting aggressive and in the face of, yeah, we lost.
They're trying to get the Fly Zapper to deal with Masu, who has been a pain against the strategist to follow up with Jitward. It's going to rally everybody together. It's going to be Chime with that Soul Resurgency. It's Chef now comes in to take Chime at the hands of Kendrick. And here we go from the Mantis to not be able to jump down and unfortunately find themselves off the map instead. This is big with overtime ticking away. It's still in favor for Shock before the flip inevitably happens. But with this invisible boundary, Ayabagamoto, does it land? No, it doesn't. The push off. And now it's up to Jitward to try to continue on with the oppression, but with Stinkers finding Mask, that's one out for Yaoi lost, and Shock are looking to go the distance.
It's going to be all neutral as well, no ultimates available, a little bit of overtime to work with, so they are going to be able to walk back to this point, but are they going to be able to do this before Zatex respawns here at this point, as NRG just looking to hold. Renko does have its Jeff available, probably want to save it at the moment, because they are ahead. As I say that though, does not save it, Renko uses it, Stinkers gets two, and yeah, we lost. I don't think I'm going to be able to hold, and we are tied up 1-1, and we are going to round 3 of map 5 here in our third series of the day, and for me and you, Vicky, our first series of the day.
It is our first series overall, Gaskin. We continuously collect the Infinity Stones of the talent that we have here in Americas, but this final round determines everything. It's literally gone down to the wire for this third series.
I mean, unbelievable that we found ourselves here with the roller coaster ride we've been on thus far, the back and forths with the bans as well, trying to suss out playstyles from each side. Just when you thought, yeah, we lost, had finally found their way through NRG, they get responded by NRG. And then just when you think NRG have been able to do enough to shut down Yeah We Lost, there's an instant response from them. The fact it comes down to a domination final round is absolutely perfect. Now, in terms of ult economy, Stinkers is going to have the Let the Devil out first. Zatex should get Glartrox pretty quickly, and Xantho is going to have Invisible Boundary very much quickly as well. But the one advantage NRG Shock have, of course, is Doctor Strange, and here comes that portal.
And Moro's always going for these sneaky plays. Who's going to be the next victim? They jump down, they look behind them. Where is everybody, though? And they manage to rotate on the other side of the portal. Talk about some timing here, as they can also use this portal just to get out of the line of sight with a lot of pressure onto the Thor here. And yeah, we lost. Do have Santos with that invisible boundary as Sinkers lets the devil out. Here goes the invisible boundary to counter it.
Well, Xantho is able to get the initial pick, though, and it's going to be Chime falling afterwards. So NRG, despite being the first ones to pop, are going to be the first ones to fall. Mask and Jitwood work together hand in hand to shut them down. And NRG will not get this first point. It's going to be a repeat of the first round here for Yeah We Lost. Real question is, can they do what they did in that first round, where they bullied NRG? They constantly pegged them back and did not allow them on that point.
With the 3K, tipped them over like a line of dominoes, and Chime had to answer back Gonna be with a Manhammer just to be able to get some of that extra damage onto Zatex, letting out the Glark trucks though. Can everybody eat? But the Doctor Strange portal also comes out, and they're gonna be able to at least delete that damage of the Glark trucks. Not getting the impact that Zatex intentionally wanted, but Velocity does have the invisible boundary. Here comes Kendrick with the counter on the Itch Jeff. They do lose out on some healing though. Big bite though, as the Jaws music is queued up, and Kendrick finds double of the strategists.
Finally, we're seeing Jeff put to work. Ayavagamoto does get popped as well. Can it help out? Looks like Zatex says, no, it's not going to be able to help out. Window's going to be the next one to get targeted, focused, and deleted. As, yeah, we lost find themselves at 50%. And they are 50% away, Vicky, from taking this entire series and sending NRG down into that lower bracket.
I just know Cozy is scheming in the back, hands together, looking at this play out right now with Zatex and Jitward finding even more of these victims. The stagger is on, and Shock have no momentum. Mask is pushing onto the spawn room gates, and look at their positioning.
Finally, Mask does get shut down, though. Slightly overextended, but it has given them so much time here. It means there is very little room for error from the side of NRG, but the invisible boundary gets popped by Xantho. We are going to see Renko pop. It's Jeff to try and respond. Chime also had to pop the ultimate as well, as, yeah, we lost do back off slightly, and they are not going to be as aggressive. But as I say, that NRG were able to steal the point away from them and at least stop this getting to 99.
This would be so hard, though. You have 82% at least here on the point, and Cart is still having their way on the backline. Window is going to be able to answer and find Jitward. It's going to have to be a huge reset from Cart, but it's inevitable before he's forced to back away.
Who has the bottle at this point? Because I feel like we're going to get to a situation where we might even get a 99-99 with the back and forth we've had at the moment. NRG just need one stronghold. Zatex is going to have the Apex Predator available. Need help. Window needed help so much there, and Velocity was there to the rescue.
Coming in clutch here, too, and just look at these old charge. Zatex has a Glartrox. Is it going to be big here? Finds one big one, and it's going to be Stinkers with letting the devil out back in the spawn room gates. Maybe on the other side of the Glartrox mouth instead. And Zatex continues to feast onto Mara this time. Velocity has the invisible boundary, forced to pop it after losing out on two of their members. Chime and Renko need to rotate within their own sustain, too. And Kendrick with the counter. It's Jeff is going to be able to eat anybody that's in the boundary. It's the double strat again. Kendrick and this Jeff cannot be stopped. They want to make sushi out of him, and even with these portal plays, they're looking to body block this. They're looking to flip it back in their favor.
Kendrick on Jeff is different gravy, just similarly to what Kendrick does on Doctor Strange with the Eye of Agamotto. He times it perfectly, as yeah, we lost. Now take control of this point, and NRG needed its Jeff of their own, and they do find it. Renko answers back, but Jitwood is currently going off.
The Devil's greatest warrior, being the Jeff, has been a menace from both sides, but the numbers are still advantageous for, yeah, we lost. Overtime, 99%. Aiva Gomoto hits absolutely no one. Madara is looking at Ghost, and Jitward, he's been the topic at hand. He finds another one, and yeah, we lost with victory in sight. Are holding back Shock, and they take the series.
Yeah, we lost. Forget it. Rename them. Yeah, we won. And they've done it on domination as well. Considering that first map, how it just went so dreadfully for them. Yeah, we lost. Progress to the semi-finals of the winners bracket here in Marvel Rivals Ignite preseason. And not only that, but they send NRG Shock down into that lower bracket. I mean, Vicky, we couldn't have asked for a better match to kick off our second half of the show here, because what an incredible map 5 we just witnessed.
Oh my god, yeah, we lost. Are you kidding me, man? I mean, Cozy the Believer, right? Like, this team is just putting on a masterclass of entertainment. I cannot wait to see the stats, man, because you take off the winning card from Stinkers, Jitward just excels. Zatex, by the way, oh, here we go. 17 final hits, 12 finals for Jitward. Look at the damage output from the duelist side of, yeah, we lost. Sure, Window is going crazy. We've seen that damage output too from the Vanguard. That is the Deadpool here from Window. But then you have to think about Kendrick. You're playing on Hell's Heaven. You have environmental chaos, and you have the impact of the Itch Jeff to counter these invisible bounders when you can expect the Invisible Woman.
Wow, I mean, like, can you believe what we've just seen here, Vicky? The fact that you've got Zatex being able to get away with the Elsa. By the way, remember, I am going to remind you that Zatex was allowed to have that Elsa available to him, and maybe that shouldn't have happened. But so one thing we certainly learned is, yeah, we lost, are here to play here in Marvel Rivals Ignite preseason.
Absolutely. And while we get Cozy back into the mix here to break down the action, I know he's giddy, by the way. I see him smiling. We're looking at a lot of these replays. And Cozy, what was the biggest thing that stood out for you once you saw that? Yeah, we lost, took control over that point.
Oh, don't call it comeback, right? I mean, that was awesome. Just definition of the series on that one domination, right? Like just back and forth, one team just both imposing their wills. And yeah, I mean, one thing that stood out, I mean, obviously, they're all great players, and they all kind of shine in different moments. I just got to say, Zatex, obviously the Elsa is great, but we've watched Zatex now, time over time, always be kind of this second duelist on the team. This guy is such a perfect complement for any duelist on the other side and the whole team. And just the really, they prioritized the perfect pick for most of those opening battles. I thought that's what NRG did well, the couple maps that they won. Wow. I mean, Hell's Heaven is now known as Yeah, we lost home court advantage. That was cinema.
I'm still appalled. Like the way that they were able to also play like into the pick and ban phase, into their own advantage too, Gaskin. Like we saw the Doctor Strange man, and they were able to not only dominate on the point first a lot of the times in the opening fights, which is very important when you don't have a Strange, but they were able to build so much space and keep the pressure up to waste more time away from Energy Shock.
I wonder whether NRG overthought it a little bit in that final lock and ban phase, because the stats don't lie, right? Elsa and Gambit are the two biggest threats without a shadow of a doubt. They had their chance to get rid of both of them. And they were like, no, we're gonna go deeper here. We're gonna break through the strategy of, yeah, we lost. We're gonna get rid of Strange. And don't get me wrong, I like the Strange ban, but they could have done Strange plus Elsa at that point. And I do think that they are gonna regret doing that. And maybe that will be a lesson they learn going into the lower bracket. They gave it a valiant effort. It has to be said that the Jeff on Jeff action was very fun to watch, Cozy, because as I was mentioning last week, we didn't see one successful Jeff ult, I don't think. So the fact that we saw several here in this map made me very happy.
Yeah, Kendrick v. Rinko was so fun to watch, and just insane ults back over back. I mean, obviously we knew, Hell's Heaven is going to provide a lot of those with all the environmental. But yeah, I mean, just to perfection. How many times do you see the teammate, swallowed up with the enemy? They all go down together. Like you saw it in slow motion there on the second map as, I saw the quick spin out from Kendrick and get a double piece there. Either way, though, I'm just pumped to watch this team continue. I think this team's got the world ahead of them. They're super fun. Obviously, there's a lot that they can polish up. But, like, this is how they play. And I kind of said it earlier. We're going to obviously have a great interview here. But you can't practice against this team all that much. And some of the stuff that they bring and some of the talent they have and specific heroes in constant threat. And they can, like I said in the break, can really go up against anyone. Vicky, I mean, 5 casters versus 1. I mean, are you surprised that no one... And I'm not trying to... I am going to frame that pick, okay? And I'm 3 for 3 on the day. I'm pretty pumped, all right? But I got to say, are you surprised that no one else picked... Why don't you think anyone else picked them to win?
I think it's because of what we saw Energy do in the group stages. You have to take the recency bias and add it to the mix. And, like, what happened, yeah, we lost, like, on the tail end of the run in the group stages. And I think that is usually the freshest thing on everybody's mind. And then I think the fact that as Gaskin mentioned, we saw the Daredevil once in the hands of Jitward. Now we see it back to back. He literally out-damaged the Elsa on his team. Like, that is crazy to say what the impact that Jitward had just on that hero alone. And it's going to be difficult for a lot of other teams to, like, keep that in mind with the flexibility that this team has too. And, like, you talk about, like, what went wrong too on Energy side and some of the plays that we highlighted looking at their past series with 100 Thieves. The biggest upset to open up the group stages was being able to find more of these crazy, cheeky portal plays from Madara, but these Eye of Agamottos are not landing. I wasn't a big fan of the opening portal play there, too. It kind of isolated them and even delayed their aggression on the point. So little things that needed to be cleaned up there, too.
I mean, Gasky, going all the way back, I believe when Ego Death was a thing and you had Zatex on that team, I believe Jitward was the coach of that team. And so it's like, we've seen now a couple times coaches go to players and they end up really great because you're getting like a 2-for-1, right? I don't know how much shot calling is going on when you're Spider-Man zipping around the map and Deadpool jumping on the heads. But still, you have so much in like one package and you get what you get, right? Any coach would want that out of a player that plays like that. and there's truly not, you can see statistically, no one that plays like Jitward.
No one that plays like Jitward. Unbelievable what he does, and also what impresses me about Jitward is the fact that he is not egotistical enough to be like, no, I will continue to play Spider-Man. He knows what's best for the team. He knows he's good on Spider-Man, but then he will switch off and he will play better heroes if he is available to play them.
Well, let's welcome in the winner's interview of what was an absolutely insane matchup. The Shark himself, Kendrick. Welcome on in, buddy. And I've got to say right away, congratulations to what was a just two Rams going back and forth. How are you feeling after such a crazy matchup?
Feeling good, feeling good. That was a really close one.
I mean, I'll say, man, I got to ask first, man, you guys have been some of the most unpredictable, aggressive kind of teams in the preseason. And when everyone kind of doubts the style that you play, how satisfying is it to prove that it works, you know, on the biggest stages that Rivals has?
I think it's funny, honestly. I think a lot of teams are starting to see that it's not just a gimmick strategy. It's a real, like, it's how you're supposed to play the game, honestly.
All right, I like it. I like the confidence.
I like how you get to highlight that too, because I'm getting word actually that teams were canceling scrims against you guys, and here you are like taking chalk all the way to game number 5. And how are you feeling about that? Because you guys go to Hell's Heaven, and you probably were like, sweet, it's the playground that I get to flourish in as Jeff when you're looking at Mantis and Invis.
Yeah. Yeah, we have scrimmed like probably 3 times since the play-ins, because everybody cancels on us. Nobody wants to scrim us. I think everybody's scared of us, to be honest, and they don't want us to get better in practice. But yeah, I guess they can't practice versus our playstyle now, so we'll see how they play.
I mean, you guys just amaze me every single time you're on my screen. Like, there was one point, I think, during group stages where you played against SSG, they were able to beat you down a little bit, and then you've just come back stronger and stronger since then. If you're not scrimming, how are you guys improving? Like, what does practice look for you if you are struggling to find scrims?
Our entire team queues 20 hours of ranked a day, so that's how we practice.
Hell yeah.
And we just run it down, basically.
Amazing.
Yeah, no, that's the truth. Every time it ends here, I go and I see Jitward Street. It's like another 10 hours of ranked. It's like you guys are addicted in the best way possible. But that's what it's all about, is the passion behind it. And honestly, like, I fell in love with you guys going back in the MRC. Got to cast you and see y'all's team kind of develop then. And it was so fun because we haven't seen a team be that dominant in the MRC. And so it's going to be interesting how y'all kind of took that into what this Ignite is. And but I mean, I'm a believer. I think this team has so much, obviously potential. And I want to ask you, it's not often you see the fun teams just do so well when, in watchability. How far can this team go? I mean, are you guys thinking there's no question about it, you could take the crown and get this dub as the first place?
Yeah, I think we can. I think our biggest enemy is ourselves. If we play like how we should play, we can win, for sure.
Awesome, man. And, I have to say, too, who would you say, if I give you a chance to give some shout-outs here, man, because I want to give you the floor. I mean, you guys just won the biggest game, I think, for your team in the history of what you guys have, had together. Like, give some shout-outs. Who do you want to highlight that maybe doesn't get all the, attention and love?
Honestly, shout out the people that scrimmed us. FlyQuest, 100 Thieves, and Z10. Those are the 3 teams that actually scrimmed us and didn't cancel. So, shout out to them.
Any words to the teams that didn't scrim you?
Good luck.
Well, my friends, that was a good time, and we appreciate you so much for coming in on this interview. And good luck, celebrate the win, and tell the team congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, job is not finished, obviously, y'all, and I love the confidence. And I think it's, we've said it going into a lot of those matches, y'all, is they're tough to scrim against or practice against, and people weren't even doing that to some degree, right, when you look at it. So impressed with that overall, and I think, again, the sky's the limit. Excited to see how this team moves forward. Vicky.
Yeah, talk about a statement, right? On taking that dub, and then imagine like being one of the teams that just did not want to run a scrim against We Lost because you just didn't take them serious, and now they're moving on through the winner side of the bracket. So I can't wait to see what they've changed up and what else they have up their sleeve, considering that possibly their next opponent may be a run back against Liquid Citadel. Cozy.
For sure. And I think just when you look at it, they talked about the passion for the game. I think anytime you look at anything, people that have passion and like just love for what they're doing, it shows. And it shows on the biggest stage. Yo, we are just really getting started. I mean, we're only at the halfway mark, if even that. After that was an insane best of 5. We have a surprise guest coming up and then an amazing matchup. Don't go anywhere. We're going to reset, reload, and see you after the break.
누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸
Talk when you hear a better solo Vanguard than Doctor Strange. The Hulk. Deadpool. Angela. Penny Parker. Captain America. Venom. Groot. Thor. Magneto.
Okay, gotta speak here. I feel like Magneto is like the 9 to 5 solo Vanguard that is out there, right? Like you clock in, you clock out. It's hard work, and unfortunately, it is. You don't get thanked for it very often, but you have to do it if you are showing up for your team. Maybe not as much this season in the pro scene, but definitely when you're playing ranked. I've played Magneto as a solo Vanguard more times than I can count, and I need help. Please, somebody fill the role.
Gaskin's still going. We move on. Rogue. Emma Frost. The Thing. Gaskin, you believe that Doctor Strange is the best solo Vanguard?
I think he is. I think whenever, well, I have the solo Vanguard a lot because no one ever wants to do it in my ranked games.
But we're all here with you.
I just think Strange is the solo Vanguard. I think if you're struggling, if everyone's playing duelist in ranked games, you just need to go onto a Strange. I think Magneto is a great shout. I just think that having the portal as well just seems to make Strange that little bit better as a solo Vanguard for me. It just adds a little bit of extra, little bit flair. So yeah, I'll go for Strange.
There's also the argument of playmaking with the Eye of Agamotto versus potentially something more defensive and reactionary like the Meteor M. Talk when you hear a team that you think could beat 100 Thieves tomorrow. Pulsar Esports. Vulcan Red. Reject. Black Cat. TSM. N1 Hex. OUG.
Okay, I'll say OUG at this point. I mean, they are the best team in China for a reason, and unfortunately, 100 Thieves no longer the best team in North America. Haven't been for some time, and it seems like this meta specifically has not been working out for them. OUG, from what we've seen this past weekend, they continue to be the best of the best in the region, and I don't know if 100 Thieves make a land at this rate. OUG probably do, so they might not even face. Who knows?
Gaskin's holding out. We move on. Shikigami. Sentinels. Heretics?
Yeah, well, Heretics beat them. Yeah, I think Heretics beat them outright, but Sentinels would have been a closer one. I was like, I don't know with 100 Thieves. I think 100 Thieves are in a very strange spot where they certainly know what they want to do and what they want to achieve in the game, but at the moment they are just getting outplayed in certain areas. And I do think them versus Sen would be a great game. Them versus Heretics would be a very one-sided affair, I feel, and they might get a little bit stomped. But we'll see. 100 Thieves, maybe they'll surprise us. I'd love to be a 100 Thieves fanboy, but yeah, it looked worrying in the group stages.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the halfway mark in our show, or more than the halfway mark at least, but in this set of matches, and we still have such a great one to go. It is Team Liquid versus Sentinels, and if it's anything like we just watched, A, could an upset happen, and B, will it go the distance? Hey, let's go to 3 a.m., Vicky, yeah?
Yeah, of course. I'm on the East Coast. Why not, right? Like, let's go the distance. You know what? If anything, it's kind of exposing my schedule anyways, because I would probably be playing ranked at this time. So you know what? It's perfect.
Daska, do you think we see what we just saw? Maybe an upset brewing up? I think there was no one that picked Sentinels on this, so this would be, I mean, the biggest upset I think possible in the tournament, but definitely some big-time stage for Sentinels and Team Liquid.
I mean, it could be like some of Vicky's ranked games, very one-sided affair in favor of her enemies. Sadly, it's not usually Vicky's fault. I will say, I've been stalking Vicky's ranked games a little bit, and I like to watch them back to see how she's doing. And boy, she has been put with some absolute garbage, let's be saying. But yeah, I do think that realistically, Liquid should be the better team here, and in my opinion, should be dominating Sentinels, but we'll wait and see.
Well, they are going up against Sentinels, and for our surprise interview, before we go into the matchup today, we have former pro on Sentinels, still a pro in the creator sense right now. Ara Mori will be joining us on the air to give her thoughts right now on the meta and everything that is Ignite. Please welcome Ara Mori. It's so great to have you.
Hi, everybody. Long time no see.
Yes, it now feels like Ignite now that we've got Armory on the cam for the interview. So glad to have you on here. And I've got to say, obviously, you just watched the madness that unfolded. Is your bracket already busted after today? I mean, what did you think of going into today?
Yeah, a little bit. I'm kind of sad that, you know, my boys Chime and Ranko on Energy didn't pull through, but that, yeah, we lost team. That's what everybody's been saying, right? Is like they're scary because they just run different things and you never know like what's gonna end up happening for sure. That's every team's worst nightmare.
So I have a question for you, because in this scene, right, you can go from like the next big thing to overrated to they're the best team to all of a sudden everybody thinking you're the worst. I mean, just in the chats, like Jitward's he's cooking, it's all back and forth. Like, how do you as a pro go through that whiplash and keep your confidence and know that you can beat any team and the names are just names?
Yeah, I think it's kind of fake, right? Because like you said, like, oh, they recency bias, like, oh, they popped off, oh, he died so much, like, oh, he's the worst player, oh, he's the best player, right? I think it's just like somebody sees one bad play and you're just the worst player ever. And that's just how our like brains work, right? Like, it's like you see one bad play and that means they're awful. But for every like one bad play, there's going to be 5, 6, 7 good plays, right? So and those are just completely overlooked for the most part. Everybody just expects that. So definitely, you know, one match does not determine skill level of a player. And yeah, for sure.
Amazing.
And you know, but looking at the positives, because you know that's the thing, right? We always, as humans, we always focus on the negatives. But you know what? I'm always focusing on, Aramori. I'm looking at everything that you've done for the community. I actually wanted to give you the floor and get a little bit more info on your Game Changers Cup, because you know what? You talk about people trying to get better. Not only do you provide live coaching for them, I mean, how has that been? Being able to incorporate that into the scene, allowing players to get better through your weekly tournaments.
It's been really, really cool. I'm really, really happy that, you know, I took the idea to NetEase and NetEase said, yeah, absolutely, we will make a space for, you know, Game Changers players within Rivals. And it's been really great, you know, all of the players showing up every week for additional coaching sessions and improving and just all practicing so hard every week. And we still have 2 more weeks to go before Grand Finals, right? So it's just insane. And the support as well from just the viewer side of the community has been outstanding.
Aramori, you talk about changes coming through, and 2 weeks to go till the grand finals. We will see changes coming through from the patch as well. We've just had Black Cat announced, CC changes as well. I'd love your thoughts on how you think the meta's going to shift and how Black Cat is going to potentially just change everything here in Ignite.
Yeah, so I think right now we're already kind of going this like triple support meta, and I'm very curious to see if Black Cat is going to kind of just throw that all on its head, right? Like, she, as a character, I'm playing her like a little bit, she just has so many options in her kit, right? She just can do a little bit of everything. So I would love to see meta kind of go back towards dive. Maybe not for my team, but just for the whole of the game in general. I think it would be healthy for dive to be played a lot.
I mean, yeah, we lost would certainly be happy. I'm actually terrified of we lost with Black Cat coming into the equation, Cozy.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I'm waiting on Armory's tweet of I've never seen a good cosplay of Black Hat ever. Nobody has ever done a great one. No, honestly, though, I think I have to ask you, Armory, do you miss it at all? I mean, obviously, Crimson's still on Sentinels. You're watching them. Is it hard to take yourself out of it, too? Because, like, you were so much for Sentinels in that team and the ult track and the shotgun. Like, there's so much that you played a role on. Is it hard to, like, kind of not jump in there and be like, if you see a loss, let's say, for someone, like Sentinels?
Well, I think every time I watch Ignite, I always am like, dang, that looks so fun. And obviously I'm very like a competitive person. So I do, miss it and want to jump in. But honestly, I'm living my best stress-free life right now and just really enjoying hanging out with my chat and the community and being able to see the other side of things and be an audience member has been great. It's a blast, actually. Like, some of these co-streamers like Space, J3, all of those guys, they're so fun to watch. And yeah, I'm sitting here with my little popcorn bucket and I'm watching. It's so fun.
It's almost gone, I can tell.
Yeah. The games have been so good.
Hey, with the popcorn ready, of course, Sentinels matchup coming up, which I'm sure you are very interested to see how this one's going to go down. Obviously, we know the favorites are Liquid, right? But if anyone can give some gas to Sentinels now, it's probably you. What do you think they have to do to beat this Liquid roster?
Listen, last year, we were the underdogs by far. Not a single soul predicted Sentinels to come out on top. And despite it all, even through like I think it was like a map 7 series, we won. Despite everything, despite all the doubters, we won. And I think with the meta kind of shifting the way it has been, and the little maybe inside whispers of scrimbucks that I've heard, we might have a big upset today.
Honestly, if it's anything like what America's scene has been in general last couple of weeks, and today, I wouldn't even be surprised at this point. I on purpose tried never to pick you guys. I felt like anytime I was like Sentinels is gonna, it was doomed to failure. So I'm glad right now I'm staying far away from it, Armory. I've got to ask too for you, as we close things off. But I want to just ask, when you look at year one of the esport to now, right? I mean, just how things have changed. You just said, the watch party's gotten bigger and better, and some of, a lot of things behind the scenes as well. What's something you want to see come to the esport, though, as a fan, as a player, as a creator, every part of it? Is there something you want to see come, to the Rivals esport?
I think just more drop incentives are really, really cool. I love seeing that. It gets everybody really excited. Yeah, just things like that. And then maybe more girlies watch partying with me. Maybe we need to start like a girl watch party session. That would be really fun, no?
Ooh, I love that.
I'm waiting for them to announce where the land's gonna be. I want to know where everybody's going this year. That too. I've been kind of waiting to hear what's going on with that.
Very excited for all of it to come. Hey, you heard it here first. For a girlies watch party, Armory is your girl, and just appreciate all that you've done for the scene, for Rivals and beyond. And thank you so much for coming on here and making us feel like last year a little bit. And hopefully we can continue to have you on throughout the Ignite scene. And if Sentinels win, I can guarantee you we'll get you back on here. We have to at that point. But thank you so much for your time today, Armory.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me, guys. Thank you.
And there you have it. That is the lovely Armory. It's just been so fun to watch her as, you know, all the way back from alpha to beta. You know, the scene has grown with her as a player and with the teams with it. It's just been a ton of fun to witness and watch. And Sentinels v 100 Thieves, I mean, that still plays in my head rent-free over and over last year. But it's this year. We've got Sentinels versus Team Liquid. And if you don't know these rosters, we're excited to welcome you into these players and kind of how they got here. Team Liquid, they are flawless, Gaskin. They have not dropped games. They've not dropped matches. They're in Group B, but I don't think that shows too much, especially with, yeah, we lost just winning. I think, if anything, that makes them look even better with how they've handled business. This team is one of those that just don't kind of have an Achilles heel of any sort.
No, not yet. And I say yet because we always have to be ready for a little bit of drama here in the Americas. It's always waiting around the corner. But Liquid Citadel have just been the best team without a shadow of a doubt. Swamp Gaming, not too far behind, but you said it best. There has been absolute perfection. No mistakes from Liquid Citadel. No maps dropped thus far. Domination has looked unbelievable. Convoy, perfect. Convergence is the biggest question for me. We've only seen them play it once because they've only needed to play it once. So perhaps that could be something that Sentinels could potentially lean on a little bit here. But you look at this roster and it is full of absolute stars. And I mentioned it in the previous match about the selection of heroes for this team. They know what they want to play and they will ban around it. And I can't wait to see what they do here, Vic.
Yeah, and then you look at Sentinels and like the fact that they're gonna have to go through this gauntlet of a team that everyone has been noting that they always rely on the triple strat. Now, with the ultimate nerf that we introduced, starting with the group stages, we've noted also how that could be detrimental, right? It could kind of be a double-edged sword for Sentinels because you're splitting that ult charge between 3 of the strategists, so you may not have that same survivability, but they've leaned into it and they're trying to make it work. They were sitting at, what, 5-6 in terms of the results in the group stages, and you're going against the Titans that are Liquid Citadel that didn't even drop a map. They literally went 10-0 for a reason. That's why everyone is looking at Liquid Citadel as being that Titan of a team. So this is going to be a lot on Sentinels to actually prove themselves now that we've now brought in White Fox, and to see how those White Fox changes actually are implemented to benefit Sentinels, Cozy.
No, I think you said it best. I think this is the definition of who is the Sentinels of this year. I mean, I think we're going to find out a lot from this game because, you know, we saw that with NRG and yeah, we lost, but obviously they have a tough task. And hey, you get what you get in terms of seeding, right? You're going to obviously go up against who you deserve to go up against in terms of that. But either way, I mean, this will tell the tale of what this Sentinels team is moving forward. I mean, Armory just said it. They've been in this position before. They have 3 of those members kind of locked in, and Hell's Heaven, what closed the chaos of the best of 5 just a second ago, is where we're going to start this journey. And this would absolutely put the entire bracket on fire if it's not already, Gaskin.
And I think this is an interesting one. If you're looking at going up against Liquid, who are 5-0 in domination at the moment, you want to try and avoid some of their comfort. And Hell's Heaven might just be that. We haven't seen them play it thus far. You can say the same for Sentinels, but at the same time, you just don't want to be... You don't want to be on Burning T'Challa, for example, where we've seen Liquid absolutely dominate and slap people around for fun. I'd like going for something a little bit different here in the first one, and maybe, just maybe, it could be Sentinels getting the jump on them.
Yeah, and what we've seen, Vicky, time and time again is, you know, when you look at Liquid, it's like, what do you try to ban? Because we talked about that in the last series. It's like you try to find their focus point, and it's this game of adjustments till you finally find the thing that clicks. And we've seen that over and over when we look at these different matches. When it comes to TLC, stacked on duelists, Vanguard, strategists, obviously you cannot let the Gambit through. You can't give Cooper, who's just it's just something else. You know, the power of Gambit. So what do you do? I've seen people try to go after the Vanguard, Spark, Poly. They tried that. That didn't work. How do you stop the momentum that is this team?
Will Poly, Captain America get out of jail? Like, that has always been my question, right? Because it's been such a target. It's been such a target ban. But you only have so many pick and bans, right, guys? So that could also be a drawback. So you only have so much. Do you want to use this ban onto Poly? But we did see what happened when the Cap was released out of jail and Poly was able to just take reign of the entire ban. So I think that's probably still going to be a prio ban. We're gonna have to see how Sentinels just try to approach this, because I think one thing that definitely needed to be cleaned up, Cozy, was the way that the pick and ban phase went for Sentinels.
Well, folks, whether it's still today or it's tomorrow for some of you in the East Coast, we've got our next match ready to go with Sentinels versus Liquid Citadel. Here we go. Take it away, Vicky and Gaskin.
Let's get it going. Our last series of the day here in the Americas, guys. It's been all day action within Marvel Rivals Ignite and Gaskin. I would not have it any other way. And we already see the Gambit, double big Gambit, ban on both sides, which definitely leaves that Elsa open for the protection from Liquid Citadel.
Yeah, so we're going to see Elsa versus Elsa, which is going to be slightly different to what we just saw in the previous, and that is just fantastic news for Energy. We've seen Energy on Elsa 7 times so far, 100% win rate, obviously, with how Liquid have been, so very excited to see Energy in action yet again. But then it's the bans around it, right? If we're going to see Elsa being protected here, you have to think about the trip support that's going to follow, the trip strat. And that's why we're seeing Invisible Woman ban on one side, Mantis on the other as well. You have to start targeting that backline. And you were mentioning the backline, and we were talking about Gambit, but for me, Cooper has been unbelievable on Luna. And I think if you've got a Luna that is playing that well, it's so difficult to try and play against.
Man, and you know what I'm just thinking about right now? The nightmares that we just saw from like the Jeff's point of view of Hell's Heaven. Guess what the Glartrox is going to be able to do, especially when it comes to this map alone. But you can see the target. The Ultron is going to be great, because something else when we talk about flexibility is Rymazing when it comes to rolling out and having that triple strategist lineup for Sentinels. Rymazing usually on that Ultron. You've seen Korova flex over to the Invisible Woman, and that's something else that we have to talk about, right? Because Korova's not here. It's going to be Flamme. We have Yusher here as well as Dogman.
I'm not judging.
Well, this is going to be an interesting set, because with these bans coming through, there's definitely a target of the meta here. Both teams very much understand what is powerful and what is not as much of a worry. I do think the Ultron ban is an interesting one, and perhaps is slightly targeted, because we have seen Speedery play a lot of Ultron so far throughout this season. Actually, I think 6 of their maps they've played Ultron, so Speedery will have to switch over to something a little bit different. But as we know, Speedery is the flex for them. He can play on Ultron, or he can switch over and just play an outright duelist. And again, we could be in for quite the treat with TLC here. Liquid Citadel have constantly shown us that they are above and beyond the rest of the teams when it comes to their preparation, when it comes to their strategy, and they always seem to be innovating. So I'm excited to see in what will be our last matches on this meta, what they have for us today.
And they have Nero back on the White Fox. When we saw Nero like popping off on White Fox just the other week, Cooper rolling out too on the Jeff, after we just saw the menace that Jeff is on Hell's Heaven for all the right reasons. But there is no Invisible Woman to counter. I mean, Mirror is on the Rocket, probably going to swap right after coming out of the gates, and that's even better for them, because then you'll have the Itch Jeff to counter the Invisible Boundary. So a lot of tick-for-tat play going forward as Liquid Citadel come out of the gates on the other side, matching that of Yusher, who once again I have to pinpoint, they do swap Korova in sometimes for Yusher, so Sentinels are also taking advantage of their subs.
So it's going to be Yusha versus Energy in terms of Elsa versus Elsa here. And it's a far better and more successful win rate when it comes to the side of Energy, as Rymazing is getting up in the face and having a little bit of a chase of Nero, but not going to find anything just yet. Instead, she's going to have to back off, as it is a little bit lopsided at the moment. Everyone is kind of staggered around the map, no one getting in the face of each other, but now we get more of a central 6v6 as Crimzo is going to look to try and bully everyone out of this zone, and it will be Polly that gets taken down. Energy falls, and Sentinels look to have got the better here in this opening engagement here, Vicky. And I think they should be very proud of that. I think this is a great confidence builder and momentum booster for Sentinels going up against one of the best teams in the league.
It's also great to highlight the flexibility that Sentinels would rather have like Mirror be on these Invis instead of like kind of leaning that into Korova and putting in that extra pressure, together with Flamme being on that Luna. The sustain is here for Sentinels. They've been able to get set up, and you look on the other side, just delaying some of these ult chargers. Cooper is the closest to the Itch Jeff for Liquid Citadel.
The neutral is won out by Sentinels. But remember, the neutral isn't everything. When we start to see these ultimates stacked, and it's about timing when to use them as well, as Speedery isn't going to have the Ultron, but does have the Daredevil.
Oh no, it harasses the backline at it too. Nero takes out the claws, completely harasses the Daredevil back into the spawn room gates, and Liquid Citadel then move in to reclaim this point in a very clean takeover after taking so many heads away from Sentinels.
Player I'd like to talk about is Spark Chief, and I know that Spark Chief sparked a lot of debate after an interview that happened, and I say debate, it was online debate. I think a lot of people liked his interview, some people didn't like it. I personally like a little bit of drama here in this region, but Spark Chief, one thing he does is incredible isolation on the Vanguard. Sometimes won't be the highest on the stats board, may not get the MVPs, but is always doing work to help the rest of the team.
You can see that Gaskin, a little bit of a drama queen out here, but that's how we get some of the chisme, the action going as well. Before diving in, Rymazing going to PO for the backline. Going to be the Vanpool ultimate activated in the sustainability from Flamay to enable Rymazing to then find for a Chief at the same time. Lartrox out on the field though from the hands of Energy. The It Chef now comes in. Mirror doesn't even have the invisible boundary, and Rymazing's going to be there as the bouncer to try to help them out. But the backline needs help. The invisible boundary comes in at the perfect time, but the sustain isn't there. The focus onto Mirror makes Mirror fall down and crumble and forces the swap up into the White Fox.
So if Rymazing going down, it means that they're still going to be scoring here on the side of Liquid Citadel. It looked like it was going to be Sentinel's chance. Like they were going to... They had that initial pick. They were pushing in. But again, Liquid Citadel demonstrating how impressive a team they are. They know how to back out of fights and delay those fights, allowing that respawn to actually happen and get re-involved.
Look at Polly's health. Okay, managed to get away. That's going to boost up into those strat ultimates after this next reset too. Again, Crimzo just being the mosquito to try to take a different off angle together with Rymazing to dive onto one of the strats here before finding Nero isolated, who can try to teleport over, does utilize that cooldown. Spark Chief also has that anti-heal, just looking at Dogman and the plays that he can make with the Eye of Agamotto.
Rymazing just biding his time, waiting, see if he can pick off Energy, but the dash away is going to be too good. And now we are at 99% and into overtime. Liquid just have to hold, and Energy gets the opener onto Rymazing here.
They cannot deal with Energy right now. It's just too much of a damage impact, but also a lot of these scattered fights looking a little messy. Back half attempt coming in as Sentinels are falling, and Liquid Citadel, they harass them enough to take this first round pretty cleanly.
Yeah, that was pretty clean. After the initial fight in the neutral from Sentinels, that's where Liquid Citadel really shine through, though. One thing that they plan and their strategy around these ultimates, when they use them, when they hold them, when they back off from a fight as well, how to engage, who to prioritize. Like, it's all the textbook stuff that should be simple for a team. Liquid Citadel have just got it absolutely nailed down. Very little mistakes. If they do find that mistake, you know, that one player gets picked off, they respond to it. And they are one of the best teams to responding to things happening into the game. And that's why they are the #1 team in the region right now, closely followed by Swamp.
It's just so crazy too, because it's the way that these strats from the backline of Liquid Citadel have been able to hold it down, and that's with like all the strats banned again. Like, we're seeing this happen more and more. I mean, Cooper has been able to flourish. It doesn't matter what you give Cooper, he'll make it work, and it's on the Jeff this time around. And now we got Nero rolling out, still sticking to that White Fox, very close to that Kumiho Unleash. You look on the other side and you talk about like sustainability, falling a little bit behind. It's gonna be Mirror and Flamay, but it's all up to you, sure, to see what plays he can get with that Glartrox off to the side of the point.
Well, when you're going up against a player like Cooper, who I think has had 5 MVPs on the side of Team Liquid throughout this preseason so far, and has on average around 10 solo KOs every 10 minutes, that is a terrifying strategist to play against, especially when usually on Luna as well. But in this case, it's going to be... We see Cooper just absolutely barreling towards the enemies.
Getting closer to that is Chef, releasing the Glartrox though, bringing them all into the line of sight is going to be Speedery as the victim. A nice little trap here. Can they get the follow-up though? Paulie taking a lot of damage. Yusher is going to be able to finish that pick off too, making it a little quick 2K, and it's going to force Liquid Citadel to back away. They're getting harassed. A beautiful freeze. Can they find Spark Chief before he manages to get away? And yes, they do. Yusher is clicking on these heads, and here's another reminder why Elsa is still called the server admin.
Not for much longer. It'll be enjoy it while it lasts, I'm sure, because there's going to be changes coming. We know there already is changes coming, and they actually have already happened, but not here in Ignite just yet. We get a few more days of action on the old patch. Now, Liquid Citadel do have ultimates available. Nero Energy and Cooper ready to pop them and lock them, but Sentinels are going to have responses of their own. Luna is going to be available on Flamay, and Dongmin is going to have the Freedom Charge as well.
With the dance off here for Sentinels that they're losing out on Crimzo, you won't have the Heaven's Retribution, at least in this fight. Mirror, though, getting caught by the Glartrox. There's so much damage output. Paulie being able to follow up right afterwards. Liquid Citadel in a very inexpensive fight are still holding on to these 3 ultimates, and it's the Elsa v Elsa matchup that we keep seeing.
You know, I was talking about solo KO average as well from your strategist. For Energy, it's around 15 solo KOs per 10 minutes, which... That's what you require from your duelist, right? You need someone who is able to absolutely wipe the floor with anyone who goes in front of their crosshair, and I would be terrified to go up against Energy, but here comes that Freedom Charge.
Rallying the troops, though, and getting the Avengers together is going to be right amazing, letting the devil out. Savage Retribution, nowhere to run. It's Jeff now coming in from Cooper. What can they do here to help out the rest of Liquid Citadel and stop a play from happening? Gets an eat here, trying to send back the rest of Liquid Citadel to hold down the fort, and yeets the Deadpool like he is a cannonball into the place of Flame. Miro, unfortunately, also taking a trip back to the spawn room gates, and this is going to be a wipe as Sentinels are back to the spawn room gates and Liquid take over.
Forget the good old days of Wolverine getting tossed. How about you just spit out a Deadpool from Jeff and throw them in the face of your enemies? Perfect. Again from Liquid Citadel, up to 50%. They are finding themselves now. On the other side, Yusha is going to have the Apex Predator available, so we are going to be able to see their Elsa try and respond. But it's how Liquid Citadel are just pinning Sentinels back at the moment, not giving them any space to try and break through.
Also forcing a lot more of these scattered, messy fights, too. Keep your eye up on that high ground. Waiting to see what Amazing and then Speedery having their duel up in the 1v1 as it keeps going. The balcony is going to allow Speedery to get healed up into the line of sight of their own Jeff. And as you mentioned, Yusher still having that Glartrox ready, but it could be a Glartrox v Glartrox, sending the Pokemon out on the field. Energy also having the Glartrox in their own pocket. It's all about the sustainability. Crimzo taking a lot of damage. It's going to be the Kumio Unleashed first, initiated by Nero. It's just going to be able to buy some more time, though. You see the group walls, having to be careful. You're not isolated.
Who blinks first on the Glartrox is going to be the real question. Well, there is the first one that is popped. It's Energy who decides to give it to, but Dongmin gets the first pick. And even with the Glartrox coming out from TLC, it's not going to work out for them. Sentinels have the advantage, and Sentinels should be able to get this point now in overtime, unless there's any sort of last-ditch attempt, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. So they will get it and stop Liquid Citadel at 99 here.
Look, that Groot swap from Crimzo was the coffee I needed to keep me going because, talk about an auto counter to deal with not only the Glartrox, but you also are going to be able to enable your own Elsa with some cheeky plays.
What's crazy is the win percentage for Crimzo on Groot is 7%. They really haven't found success when he does play on it. But if you time it correctly, if you find the right match for it, and it might just be here as Amazing shuts down Cooper. Liquid Citadel on the back foot a little bit here. Need to get together. They need to make sure they're actually pushing as a unit, not just one by one here. But look, Vicky at the ult economy for Sentinels. They have everything available for them. This could be bad news for TLC pushing this.
That was like a horror movie. Ayúdame! Trying to break through that wall. Oh, that's so sad. And imagine the other enemy on the other side that has you pinned is Yusher and the Elsa. Now you've got the Glartrox ready, nearing 99%. It's going to be Sentinels, Amazing, letting the devil out, trying to capitalize too, maybe force out more of these cooldowns. You find the Jeff, you find the Tether, but you do not find the picks when nobody gets a follow-up. They're forced to go back. Overtime taken away. Mirror keeping the rest of Sentinels alive. Dogman, Meteor M, the meatballs, unfortunately, only hitting the floor, making a mess all over it. Speedery's going to let the devil out. He bounces on their heads. He finds Mirror. And with Yusha still having the Glartrox, can it be enough? Because overtime ticking away now, this time in favor for Liquid Citadel.
Cooper shuts him down. Overtime, just a little bit. It's not going to be enough as Team Liquid Citadel will close it out. Sentinels could not get the touch. And TLC take map 1 here in our final series of the day.
Oh, the portal came out like a big so late too. Like the stall could not come out, unfortunately, from the Daredevil. But even more fortunate is to see the way that Liquid Citadel were able to hold it down with a nice reset, especially when Nero was able to pop off once again on this white box of flexibility from Cooper, despite having 4 of the strategists banned. And then taking a look at the stats here too, Gaskin. 21k, 24k in terms of healing. Yes, LeMay was keeping it down here with the Luna, but the oppression from Nero and the timing on these Kumio Unleashes were also on point. The follow-ups allowing Paulie to also deal a good amount of that damage, but then it was the energy show sitting in the driver's seat with the Elsa.
Nero's first MVP of the season, if I am not mistaken, and just shows how incredible the White Fox game is at the moment. And again, when you talk about targeted bans and you look at Liquid Citadel, it is so difficult to try and remove anything from this team because it doesn't matter what position you're looking at, Vanguard, Duelist, or the Strategist, there is just perfection across the board. So Liquid Citadel will take the first map here. Of course, we have plenty more coming up. Maybe just 2 more with the way Liquid are playing right now. There's only one way to find out. We'll go for a quick break. When we come back, Liquid Citadel versus Sentinels will continue.
Hello and welcome back from the break. We are here with Sentinels versus Citadel, Liquid Citadel, and it is, you know what, a bit of fun one. I've got to say this, you know, with it being domination, typically you want to see the team that's not picked to win try to squeak that out because it is tough to go ahead and kind of get the ball rolling after that. But man, with Liquid Citadel, we've talked about it. We keep bringing it up. First of all, Nero, Cooper, that backline, so crazy. But, you know, sometimes on your team, you have somebody that stands out. And you don't want to talk about them too much. You want to highlight the other players. You can talk about anybody on this team, and it's fair game for just pulling their part all the way. You know, Gaskin, looking at Sentinels, what do they have to do to try to right the ship? Heck, we just saw, yeah, we lost to it.
Need to try and shut down these strategists, to be honest. Like, the survivability of the strategists on the side of Team Liquid Citadel is unbelievable. I think it was an average of 2 casualties per 10 minutes throughout preseason so far for the likes of Coopers. Like, if you are only falling that much, it's very difficult to try and take out anyone else on the team, because if the strategists are staying alive, the likelihood is the Vanguard's going to be staying alive, and then we know how things follow from that. So I do think their targeting of the backline has to be a little bit better from Sen. It wasn't like it was a bad effort. Like, that was a very close effort. I think Sen should actually be proud of themselves. But as you alluded to, as we move into like Convoy and Convergence, does it get any better here, or are Sentinels going to struggle a little bit?
Yeah, for sure. And they, you know, if a team can adjust, and they're kind of like NRG in that way, they are going to be able to kind of, you know, right the ship a bit. I mean, we just talked about it though, Vicky. Like, when you attack the pick ban phase, you know, try to find something that works. That time it's like, hey, let's just try to shut down the strategist. Guys, they tried. Cooper, Nero, they banned everything they could and left nothing but the kitchen sink. But that's all they needed over there. And I think, you know, maybe taking a look back at what that adjustments could be made. Spider Island is the map they pick. Vic, do you think they changed anything up in the pick ban phase, or continue to go for the strat?
I mean, they should know at this point too, just looking at the stats alone, like the strategists are so flexible. But I feel like that's kind of been the topic of this team, right? Cozy, you hinted at it, that it's going to be hard to talk about anybody because they're so flexible in general.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, listen, Sentinels, though, they're a team that's been here before. And yes, they're adjusting a little bit with, you know, obviously they had Kurova, they have Mirror. I've talked with, you know, sources, and, you know, it's right now I think the meta's favoring the way Mirror plays. Having a lot of practice with Kurova, especially with that core 3, like, it's just an interesting story of this team. But hey, you know, stories need great beginnings, and in this playoffs, this would be certainly a way to start against Liquid Citadel. It is 1-0 right now. Will an upset again happen? We'll find out as Gaskin and Vicky break down the action in Spider Island.
Moving on to our second map of our final series of the day here in Americas. It was rather close here. Liquid Citadel still dominating in that first game, but this is what I was curious about too, Gaskin, because Cozy talked about, you know, subbing in and no Kurova. Mirror stays in the mix here, and we already see the double Gambit ban, so looking similar with the Elsa Protect too.
I think looking at win rates between Mirror and Kurova, Mirror has a slightly better win rate for the team on Invisible Woman, so I think it's difficult to try and bring in Kurova when, like, they've been performing better. But that being said, you know, if things are slightly going downhill, there is always that option of changing things up, which I think is great. The use of substitutes is not something that happens too often in other esports, so it's very exciting to see that some of these subs are being utilized. Now, as we look at the pick and ban phase, it's going to be an Invisible Woman ban on both sides. I just said that, you know, we've had a more successful Invisible Woman from Mirror, but Mirror's not going to be able to play Invisible Woman. So instead, we're going to have to look elsewhere for what you can play. Also, Liquid Citadel opting to protect the Ultron for Speedery. It's not like Speedery looked like he was struggling without the Ultron in previous, but if we now look at the compositions that Liquid are comfortable with, we're now going to see the triple strat with Ultron come out and Liquid at their very best.
It's literally going to be like a mirror. You were talking about this actually in the last game, right? Like knowing that both these teams have a really strong Ultron on their team. And when you go to a map like Spider Islands, you have a lot of verticality to play from. You can play off the rooftops too. And it's about breaking that chokehold, depending on what side you're starting on, with Sentinels, of course, being on the attack. Liquid Citadel going for the defensive side too. So fully expecting maybe a different type of composition from Sentinels, with them already going with that triple Vanguard lineup.
What if I told you that we haven't seen either of these teams on any other Convoy map but Midtown? That's what's crazy at the moment. Is they like we've had 4 matches on the side of Midtown for the side of TLC, 2 on the side of Sen. I do feel like Sen are trying to find maps that perhaps that they've been practicing off camera, and they're trying to find something that they can, you know, be good at themselves and maybe shut down Liquid Citadel, who might not be as practiced on this one. We'll have to see whether it pays off, because in terms of the the lock and ban phase here, it's pretty similar across the board. Both teams kind of got what they were expecting. The meta bans came out, for example. I'm just very intrigued to see what we see from Liquid Citadel in terms of this triple strat. Like, do they utilize Ultron a little bit later, or do they try and push him early on? We'll only have to wait and see.
That was very amazing. I see the thing on the other side. I have to keep in mind what's waiting for me as yeah, the moon. This is what I was expecting here, right? Because Rymazing's also displayed a masterclass with the Moon Knight. You see the triple Vanguard lineup, you want to break them through that chokehold, and what better way to do it without the help of Khonshu to help you do it here? As we already see Dogman trying to dive onto the strat backline, trying to disrupt the piece here too, so that way they can build up some space.
I think everyone getting a little bit of PTSD with Moon Knight, but of course with changes of the ultimate, it's not quite as oppressive, and it's why you don't see it as much in pro play. But certainly Rymazing going to show us why Moon Knight is still a very powerful hero, especially when that ultimate charge starts to get locked in. Usha just going to try and work alongside Rymazing to deal this initial damage, and Rymazing will get the opening onto Speedery.
That's going to be a big pick here, while Polly's just trying to put down the bubble, separate themselves in the heals that the Vanguards need from Sentinels, but backing away now. Getting a little bit of that trade-off. Speedery making the swap up, going to be able to come right back into the action on this rocket. Pauly still holding down the front line together with Spark Chief too. Nero very close to the Eternal Bomb, but even closer is going to be the God of Mischief from Cooper. Before wrapping around, here comes the hand of Khonshu in the hands of Rymazing. It's going to be Cooper with the Eternal Bond just to paint the floor.
I think what's amazing here is I've been speaking about Liquid Citadel innovating, changing things up. Typically, they know which heroes they want to play, but they've been switching things. Energy, typically we don't really see Energy playing on Magneto, but switching things up and maybe Polly allowing just the freedom of Energy to be there and provide that extra little bit of oomph in that front line.
Been putting in so much of that impact too in terms of DPS now, as you can really see Rymazing holding on the Wombo combo. Here it comes, the bread and butter, but Energy! He shuts down Rymazing. The sustain is there for Liquid Citadel. They were waiting for it, calling it out on the combo that they wanted to utilize. Imagine the hand of Khonshu could not even whisper in Rymazing's ear because Dogman said that out, and then Rymazing immediately got countered by the Meteor.
Dude, if you're gonna have 3 Vanguards, sticking your best duelist on Magneto can be absolutely deadly. It is far more difficult to hit those Meteor M's than they make it look, by the way. They make it look so easy, these pros. Smart Chief has gone down, though, I will say, so maybe Sentinels can use this as a chance to finally break out. Mirror maybe can get a little bit of a capture here, but is just gonna have to back off. And we will see Sentinels still struggling to break out.
I mean, it's also time wasted where Mirror has to just reset completely, too, and the Cocoon goes down, unfortunately, for Speedery. No rocket on the table. Crimzo follows up, and with these swap-ups, allowing them to clear up Liquid Citadel in this chokehold. Now it's a good amount of time wasted, but they still have a minute and less than 20 seconds now on the clock to close in the space.
I mean, this is where we usually see Team Liquid Citadel really shine in a map like this as well. By the way, they pin their enemies back, they frustrate them, and they bully them in this way. And now they're going to get right in their faces yet again. And the question is, do Sentinels have what it takes to stop them once more as Energy switches over to the Strange?
That's a little stun here, too. Speedery on that Wolverine. And they're going to be able to go all the way up. Looking at the Shark, because Mirror is going to be playing very spread up. It's another one of those messy fights. Rymazing calling out Nero, though. He's even bigger. No one's looking at him. No one's turning around. Rymazing with these sneaky pickoffs, though. And the follow-up. It's just a matter of time as Sentinels completely clear the point from Liquid Citadel.
I mean, that's the dream as a Moon Knight, right? You know the ranked games that you get in when no one's looking at you and you're able to just fire for free and absolutely delete the enemy team. Well, it is not as simple as that. It is the fact that Sentinels were able to distract the entire team of TLC and give Rymazing that freedom here. And now there's going to be a lot of ults available for this next fight.
It's going to be another attempt at the Wombo combo. The hand of Khonshu comes in, and now this time everyone's stuck in the side room. There goes the Cloak. There goes Energy on the Elsa. The dance-off, though, it sounds like a Slumé commits. They lost it on 2. Despite finding a majority of these picks, Polly is going to continuously go. So is Spark Chief, though. They're trying to ice at the backline. He finds Slumé. Big pick off here. Nero's still alive. Eternal Bond isn't online just yet. And with overtime ticking away, it's going to be the recontest from Dogman on the portal play.
I mean, Spark Chief has been going absolutely massive to keep this one contested, by the way, and be able to constantly pick off that back line. It's allowed the rest of the squad to come through. Nero's going to get the opener onto Flemay as well, and now Polly can follow up, and Liquid Citadel start to force Sentinels back here.
Now coming up is going to be Paulie. See the Terror Cape, the follow-up, all the extra damage onto Dogman. Only so much you can survive for with overtime taken away. Sentinels, you see that checkpoint in sight, but the numbers are dropping despite even losing out on the Hulk. It's just too much pressure. Energy may have gotten that pick, but they were fully held right before that first point.
Watching Team Liquid Citadel makes me tingle in places that I care not to admit, Vicky. Sentinels are unable to break through the first point. Unbelievable what we're seeing from T. The way they adjust is fantastic. They respond to and they change so quickly as well. It is almost just second nature for them. It doesn't need to be an elongated discussion. They know what they need to do and when they need to do it. If they need a hero change, it happens. It's not long-winded. It doesn't give much time to happen on the other side. And now Liquid Citadel don't have to do too much really to win this second map.
And looking at that cohesion, I'm so glad that you brought up, like, knowing when to swap, knowing how to be able to rotate that together with the rest of your teammates. Thankfully, with our esports client that we have in-game, you can even look at the different perspectives of our players to write down some notes, figure out what you have to implement into your own gameplay to do something similar here. Because Liquid Citadel, as you mentioned, not only being such a flexible team, but knowing when they need to make those crucial swaps to even stop one checkpoint from being captured.
I think the other cool thing about the esports tab as well has been able to look at which heroes are being played by all of these pros and what is the best heroes in the game. What is being banned? What should I play in my ranked mode as well? You can learn so much just from the statistics that are available to you in there. And maybe it'll help you be a better ranked player. Certainly has helped me be a better ranked player, that's for sure. As now, Liquid Citadel. Are they going to be able to break through this Sentinels defense, or can Sen hold them for 4 minutes and maybe, just maybe, do the unthinkable?
Oh, they jumped. You sure they took his whole shoes? Oh no! And then we see the swap up here as well. Paulie coming right out, holding this choke on the Vanpool together with Spark Chief. This is such a scary lineup to deal with Groot too, with these walls, trying to find some of these isolations. Crimzo gets stunned, by the way, before trying to move forward, before Spark Chief cuts him off and finds his next victim.
The Liquid Citadel train is rolling and it is not slowing down anytime soon. Sentinels have to back off. They have to regroup, but so much time is being gathered here by Liquid Citadel, or distance, should I say. Polly's going to have ult available as well. Speedery waiting to dive in, just misses out, but that was dangerous, and Sentinels have to be aware of that.
Knowing what to expect here, Speedery getting already close.
Oh
no! With the point, but the isolation off the group walls. This is what we're mentioning before. Oh, this is so lethal. They're staggering through. The finish line's right there, the golden box of victory, as Liquid Citadel have planted their feet on this payload. Energy then finds Crimzo with nobody to touch, and these group walls meeting them on the other side. Talk about a speed run and a statement from Liquid Citadel versus Sentinels for game number 2.
When I grew up, TLC stood for tables, ladders, and chairs, but I think that Team Liquid Citadel might be even scarier from what we have seen so far here in preseason. They find themselves 2-0 up against Sentinels here, and they do not look like they are going to slow down anytime soon, Vicky. They continue to show their dominance. They continue to make a statement here in preseason, and I just can imagine that it is only going to make them stronger, better, going into the actual first season here in Ignite of 2026.
Look at this. Paulie has almost as much damage as Energy, by the way, who was on the L side. Yeah, we had the damage output there from Usher, but the follows were unable to come through. Even Ramazing making like the last minute swap at the very end over to the Ultron. But even with the trip strat that they were trying to pull off, man, the hold and the recontest that we saw from Liquid Citadel on their defense was chef's kiss, Gaskin.
It was just unbelievable. I mean, it's what we've come to expect from TLC at this point. Like, that's what's funny, is that you watch Liquid Citadel do that, and you're like, yeah, okay, it's no big deal. You know, they've done it for the last couple of weeks. But actually, if you dive into it and look at the fact they've just done that against Sentinels, who are, of course, one of the best rosters that we have in the region as well, just is even more impressive as well. And it really just shows the gap that Liquid Citadel are creating between themselves and everyone else in the region at the moment. Polly obviously getting that MVP, their 4th MVP of the season as well, so I'm sure they'll be delighted with that one. So it's 2-0, Vicky. We have one more map potentially. Could be a 3-0 sweep, or maybe there is still a fight back from Sentinels. We'll find out, everyone, after this quick break.
going on, guys? Welcome back from the break. If you wanted to wait for Black Cat to come out in a few hours, you're in luck because you can just hop right on and channel your inner Jitword as he is going to be grinding rank as well. Listen, Gaskin, you said it was table, ladders, and chairs. TLC to me was the learning channel, and I think most of these teams can learn from this. I mean, it's crazy that Liquid, it's not just like the talent that they have. You said it's like they flex so quickly into what they need to adjust for whatever's thrown at them. And I think Sentinels, that's what they do very well, is they throw untraditional and try to surprise you in different ways. But to me, what's shocking is how polished they are in their play.
I think what's more impressive is the fact that it feels like Sentinels are trying to find a chink in the armor at the moment. They are picking maps and they're saying, all right, well, we'll go away from Midtown. Let's go to Spider Island. Let's see if things are going to be different. Maybe we can find a weakness here. And Liquid Citadel have an answer yet again. And it just seems like no one can penetrate this team right now. They can't find a way through. Surely eventually someone takes a map, right? There's no way they do the whole preseason undefeated, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think we all had him in first place for a reason. A lot of us in our predictions. I mean, Vicky, we knew we've casted so many games together, and we've seen this before where, like, we see one of the duelists or both of them have the damage numbers up there, but it's that final hit number. It's finishing the job. Because if you don't, you're just giving ult charge, and then at the end of the day, it's over. You know, it's like that's just going to be a grave, an early grave at that. And that's what we found as a lot of, I would say, issues for some of these teams that struggle, especially early on.
I just feel like it's unfortunate for Sentinels because I just think like Team Liquid Citadel could do everything that Sentinels has provided themselves as like the best at, but better. And now like you're dealing with that as like the mirror matchup, and you're questioning, all right, well, Mirror couldn't really get much done on that Jeff, right? Like we've seen some moments where Mirror came alive, but going down with like less than 7k healing on the Jeff while it was going back and forth, like that is not the outcome that you want when we're highlighting how strong of the strategist lineup is for Liquid Citadel. So that's my question, Cozy. Are we going to see Krova come back together, or is it going to be Mirror that stays on this starting lineup here going into Central Park?
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, sometimes they have flex in Kurova. I think they might stick with what they have. I mean, again, they are going to change up, I think, something going into it. But, you know, it's, so, you know, you can, again, we said you can call it like a tough pull, but, you know, you kind of get what you've slotted yourself into. I do expect Mirror to be the one that will be continuing the show for them. And again, I don't know. It's tough because there's a couple. It's not that you can point out one or two holes. I think there's just been a few things that they've just not been able to get up and going with it. But Central Park, it's their map. We've seen crazier things, surely, Gaskin, but this would be up there.
I've seen some ugly things happen on Central Park. I've got to be honest with you, Cozy, and I'm worried that it might happen right here, right now.
Well, guys, the stage is set. This could be our last match of the day, last map of the day. It is Liquid Citadel versus Sentinels. Take it away on Central Park, Vicky and Gaskin.
Liquid Citadel sitting at match point right now, one win away from progressing through this winner's bracket, and the pick and ban phase already starting off very similarly to what we've already seen in the last two games with the protection onto Elsa, this time for Sentinels.
Very excited to see how Sentinels try and combat this pressure that we know Liquid Citadel are going to apply, especially on the defensive side. Like, how many times... I said I've seen ugly things happen here, Vicky. And that's because how many times have you seen this initial point not be taken? I mean, we saw it today. We saw a draw, right? On Central Park, we saw two teams just unable to get to that first point. And I think that if Liquid Citadel can hone any energy away from that, then Sentinels may struggle a little bit. But as the bans and locks come through again, we are going to see Elsa protected on both sides, Gambit removed on both sides as well. Again, both these teams understand the meta a lot. It is very similar on both sides, and we are going to see Liquid Citadel protect that Ultron once more.
Again, I feel like just Liquid Citadel could ditto the matchup that Sentinels is going to roll out with and then probably just do it better, because that's kind of what we've already seen from Liquid Citadel, aside from the fact that they have so much flexibility, which is what makes it so hard. It's the target bans on the strategists. They did this that first game around onto Liquid Citadel, and that didn't really matter for them because Cooper was still able to pop off. We saw what Nero was able to do with the White Fox, and there is only so many pick and bans that you have of your Sentinels, so that White Fox and Jeff will still be available. But with the Ultron getting protected, I like this a lot because you have that verticality that we know both these teams really like on Central Park, whether it be Speedery coming out on the Ultron or even from the Sentinel sides with Rymazing leaning into that Ultron for triple strategist.
I mean, almost identical lock and bans except for a Loki/Luna swap on each side. Other than that, like we said, both these teams know each other very well. They know what they should be banning and what they should be keeping. But when we get into the nitty-gritty here, my question is going to be, can Sentinels break through? And I do think that in terms of being on offense or defense first is going to be an advantageous position here for Liquid Citadel, because they can really set the pace being on defense, and Sentinels are going to have to try and break through, because we could be seeing a very quick matchup here if Sen are not careful.
Last chance opportunity for Sentinels right now. Their backs are against the wall within our first series of playoffs in the upper bracket quarterfinals. Who's going to be going down here and face off against NRG? We'll find out shortly, because Liquid Citadel now sitting at match point, but also feeling very confident. Speedery, of course, with Liquid Citadel starting things off on the defense, will be able to roll out on that Wolverine. And I like this call too, because if you could try to predict how Sentinels are going to roll out, something else you have to consider is the diff between what Crimzo could provide as well as Vanpool with Polly.
Polly on Vanpool is quite something to watch. You know what else is quite something to watch? Teams trying to break through this choke, because it can get very unpleasant to watch. Sentinels, though, they need to be relying on Rymazing to try and make a break here and get that pick on the back line.
Already trying to put in a lot of that pressure here, too. You can already see Polly trying to match that with Crimzo and having that Vanpool ultimate, trying to catch Dogman, who's trying to be a little sneaky here, falling incredibly low with no help. The ability to just separate the rest of the team as Spark Chief puts down these walls is something else that they're going to have to worry about.
Crimzo wins the ult race, though, so is going to have the first chance to try and do so. If you can hit one of those backliners with the Banhammer, then maybe you can target them and be able to deal that damage as well with the damage increase, or the increased fire rate, should I say. But for Liquid Citadel, now they're going to have one of their own on the side of Polly, and there is going to be the first one popped. Is there going to be a response?
Oh, getting the stun as it can get the kidnap as well. Dogman trying to get away. Is forced to pop the armor as well as swing away. He gets into safety. Cooper falling a little low. God of Mischief is almost here. Nice freeze onto Smart 2, because Energy, though, is running the show to be his bouncer and to provide the backup that they need. They take care of the Daredevil. It's going to be Sentinels wondering if they're going to have to make any sort of adjustments here, because they're getting held in these more neutral fights.
It's how Liquid move as a unit. As soon as they have a little bit of an advantage, they press the team together, they kind of death ball towards other teams, and they don't allow them to escape. It also creates a stagger opportunity for them as well. And we are going to see a potential target onto the Venom as well. Look at the damage output from this team. And now they've got 4 ults to work with as well. And there is one of them used. Sentinels get obliterated, and Liquid Citadel playing with their food right now.
Sparktief is having way too much fun, right? Amazing, just literally witnessing the massacre happening before his eyes, and not much he can do as he's lingering in the back line, maybe try to see if he can get a stagger on one of the strategists here. If a pick does come out and he can hold them before trying to wrap up behind them. Spinning up some attention too. You do have the guard trucks at the very least. Gaskin and Flamme Mirror do have the sustainability.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one to try and break through for Sentinels. They just need that one pick, though, to give them a chance. But we've already seen for Liquid Citadel, when it happens, it's so difficult to break through.
What happened to Dogman? He fell off the map. Did he swing the wrong way? I mean, we have to see what happened to him over to the right side of the map. He'll come back from the spawn room gates here. Liquid Citadel also holding on. It's a plethora of ultimates of their own. God of Mischief ready to go to copy the Eternal Bond. Crimzo's is waiting to pounce on the target. I feel like the biggest issue right now is just dealing through these group walls that Sparkchief has been laying down.
You can understand now why we saw a draw on this map here today, because it is so difficult to try and break onto this first point. We saw 2 teams unable to even get a tick onto this first one. Is it going to be the same here, or can Sentinels maybe break through, or can Liquid Citadel, if they do hold, break through themselves? As now finally the push does come through. Look at the amount of ults that are available for Sen. But you've got to start popping them. Banhammer's going to be the first one that comes out. Dance Floor now activated on the side of Flamme as well.
And they want to follow up with Dogman having the anti-heals too, right? Just waiting out as Nero uses the Eternal Bond, uses the Feast of the Abyss though, and not trying to find its mark onto one of the strategists. Instead, Smart Chief does go down just a little bit earlier. The It's Jeff from Mirror is going to get popped. Playing at a split angle is going to be Dogman up on this high ground, and Energy has found Flamme. Big here. Now you have no sustainability if your Sentinels hugging for that health pack for dear life, and they try to get away. Paulie finds his next victim, and it's going to be another clean wipe here as Liquid Citadel now just keep their feet on this defense.
I love watching Vanpool in action. A good Vanpool is so difficult to play against, and just the way that those guns go off is so fun to watch. But now, for Sentinels, it's do or die time. They have 10 seconds to try and break onto this point. This is their last push.
Bubble for Bubble. Let the devil out. He's out of jail, and they're taking him to court here. Speedery also gets the final stand over on the dive down. The Glartrop's coming in. Energy just deleting everything in their line of sight, saying that they're the ones at the top of the food chain. No Apex Predator needed. Crimzo follows through. And Sentinels with some help. With overtime taken away, there are no bodies to stay contested onto the overtime of the point.
I warned you of what could happen. I said that Central Park can get quite ugly, and now we are deep and dirty in the ugly. Sentinels are going to have to try and do exactly what we saw earlier on today and play for a draw at this point by stopping and denying Liquid Citadel. But with Speedery on the team and with Wolverine being available, I do think that Liquid Citadel have the kind of potential to break out of this very quickly, because we've seen how damaging Speedery can be on this Wolverine.
I'm just saying, man, Smart Chief was having way too much fun. That yeet on the Gruul, the strangling prison, he sent them to jail. We got to see how this is going to play out, because that could also be like a mental boom, honestly, if you're like Sentinels. You're going to have to see what they're going to roll out with here. Is we're really going to stay on this penny? I don't know about that one, but maybe try to go for a portal play if they can, considering that Doctor Strange isn't banned like we've seen in our last series this time around. But it looks like with some communication, they're changing up their minds before rolling out on the defense.
So while Liquid Citadel are going to show us just how it's done. Remember, two teams couldn't do it earlier on today. Space Station couldn't break through on their attempt. But maybe Liquid Citadel are just going to show why they are the best team in the region. As I said, keep an eye on Speedery. He's going to be the one to watch here, because he will attempt to just try and jump in, get a kidnap. And if they do get that first pick, this might be a very fast map and a very quick 3-0.
Who will be the first victim that activates the Amber Alert? Gonna have to see too, because it's also been that battle of the Van Pools. Have to emphasize this. Crimzo kind of leading the charge right now. Rymazing lingering up in the skies on the Ultron. Someone's gotta look at Yusha, by the way. Just getting away with dealing so much of that free reign damage, but I like the way that Liquid Citadel are going forward with this rotate. Rymazing hugging the pillar.
Where's Speedery? Oh, Energy does get shut down, so at least that first pick is going to be in their favor, and now they have to capitalize here. Do what exactly Liquid Citadel did to you and start to bully them back to that point. Remember, Sentinels only need to... Sorry, Liquid Citadel only need to get one tick onto this point to win this one, so Sentinels cannot afford to make one single mistake here.
I do like the decision to go Emma. I mean, you see the Groot, right? And you get free charge with her primary fire, with that beam onto these walls. So you could try to retain that for some extra damage. Here comes the Eternal Bond. Polly to also follow up with the Banhammer here. Rymazing lingering up on the high ground too. Got the Snowflake on top of him. Thanks to Flamme. And Cooper then follows up to find Dogman. But that is not who you want to see going down. The issue is they didn't really have any sustainability right there. None of those ultimates were online. They lost out on Mirror rather early. And with nobody to touch, Liquid Citadel said, don't worry, we got the speed run. This won't be a draw. You won't see a second one, because that's going to be like a miracle to happen. And Liquid Citadel plant their feet, and they dominate in their first series within our bracket stage.
I mean, blink and you will miss it. That will be one of the quickest 3-0s that we see in preseason, I'm sure. On the other side, we saw a closely contested best of 5 that went right down to the wire, right down to the last round. But Liquid Citadel have shown why they are just a step above everyone else in this region right now, Vicky. And it's a pleasure to watch. It's always difficult to watch the other teams try and deal with it, but I will say Sentinels tried something different. They went for some maps that they thought maybe would be a little bit more uncomfortable for Liquid Citadel. Didn't quite work out, but the hunt goes on to try and find the weakness for Team Liquid Citadel. At the moment, they are still unbeaten on every single map and mode that we've seen thus far.
Dude, it's actually insane. Like, we were talking about the Cap being in jail, and then Polly comes through, like, with the Van Pool and just dominates every single game. I mean, you only, again, have so many pick and bans, and this time they weren't even focusing on Polly, right? It was about dismantling that backline. They've had to change their plans. He's your MVP. Didn't go down a single time, but he wasn't the only one, obviously. You see Speedery, Cooper, Nero. You were also mentioning Gaskin, the survivability of these strategists. And then you look at the other side. I mean, this is pretty difficult, right? You have like seven or so just picks that you have to worry about if you're Sentinels, that they didn't really get the ball moving, despite you putting in so much damage.
There was only 2 casualties on the side of Liquid Citadel throughout that entire thing. That's what's mental here. And that just shows and proves why they are the #1 team. I loved everything I saw if I was a Liquid Citadel fan. I hated everything I saw if I was a Sentinels fan. Of course, someone who was watching in the wings was Cozy. Cozy, there was a very quick one. I'm sorry that we had to get you back to position probably very quickly. You went to the bathroom, you come back, and it's a 3-0, but here we are.
Yeah, I mean, my DoorDash, can't even say that. My DoorDash order was here, and I had to go grab it real quick. It's like midnight, and I came back, and the game's over. I'm like, oh, my gosh. No, but either way, honestly, listen, we set the group of death, Group A, group of death. Well, guess what? Group B, it's We Lost versus Citadel on the next, Liquid Citadel next up after this. So we get kind of the tale of rematches, right? We get them two going up against one another, and then it's going to be Sentinels going down against NRG, and that was a great game back a couple weeks ago. And so I think it's interesting to see just how things have kind of folded out. But, man, you know, tough draw for Sentinels. Liquid Citadel, though, what I'm impressed is when you're talked as the best team, when you're 10-0, when you're flawless, is to stay flawless, and they did everything to prove that today, Vicky.
Yeah, and now I'm kind of looking forward, right? Just to highlighting the series that you could expect now in that lower bracket. Survival of the fittest. Literally, when your back is against the wall, when you have your last chance, is the run back opportunity here for Sentinels, seeing how they're going to do against NRG. But then you look at Team Liquid Citadel, if anything, what this proved to me, Cozy, is once again, like, this is a team that has so much flexibility. And within that 2 weeks or so that we've had to really get ready for the bracket stage, we are seeing more of that time result into the flexibility of our Vanguard lineup too.
No, for sure. And I think it's been great to see them adjust, like even it's been cool to see them adjust even when some of their key picks are getting taken away or people are having, having different game plans against some Gaskin. You know, what's funny to me is everybody's bringing something different. And so one of these times it's going to work. Maybe. I don't know. It hasn't worked so far, but they are adjusting and it's actually allowing them to become more and more flexible. It's like they're getting stronger, Gas.
It might not happen until we get another region to come into the fray at this rate. I mean, I'll hold that thought until we see Liquid against Swamp. But right now, I really struggle to see how anyone can compete with that. Liquid just seem to have an answer to absolutely everything. They are so well drilled, so well oiled, very difficult to play against. And unless they just like drop the ball and like had a massive mistake, I don't even know if they'll drop a map at this rate. So I'll wait until the grand finals, or at least the winners finals, and we see Swamp. But right now, Liquid Citadel #1 for me.
And this is kind of uncharted territories for the America region because we've always had like kind of a razor tight region. I mean, like it's always been very close, and it still is, don't get me wrong, but obviously we have favorites right now and they're looking like a clear jump out from it, right? If you look at last year compared to this year. But yeah, I mean, obviously that's what makes LAN so great. But, you know, as Gaskin said to open up the stream, don't count the chickens before they hatch, you know, maybe some big upset will happen. But it is setting the stage for an interesting end of the playoffs and how this is all going to shake out with Swamp versus 100 Thieves. And then Citadel versus We Lost. But with that, I think it's going to be, they handled them last time very well. 2-0. Wasn't really a sweat at all. We'll see if We Lost kind of clean things up since then. And I'm excited to hear from these players because, again, we welcome them in. We've kind of had these interviews with them so many times now because they keep winning. And it's just been that same question. How do you stay on top? How do you not look at the name? And they keep answering it the same way. And I expect to hear that in a second here. They don't look at the names of themselves or their opponents. They treat every game as if it's, up for elimination, as they should.
I'm honestly feeling that, Cozy, if anything, like, if the one big important aspect to take away from Team Liquid Citadel is their strategists. Like, we have to talk about it a lot because I feel like it's the pivotal foundation of this team when you compare it to, like, what Sentinels try to lean into. And when you don't have that sustain, you can't enable your duelists. And a lot of the times we did see a swap at the very end over to Ultron if, you're looking at Raymazing and what Raymazing's flexibility is. But then you saw that impact was little to not with the Daredevil. So I think little things like that needing to be ironed out and seeing like how a lot of these really good teams that we have in Americas start with the strong foundation of a good strat backline.
No, it's for sure. I mean, Gaskin, we could speak to this. We did a draft of players to make our dream teams, right? And you couldn't take the same player that someone else took. And I mean, I was trying to get. I think I ended up with Nero and Valentina Eve. I was pretty happy about my two, my backline there. But Cooper and Nero were the first, pretty much off the board for a reason, right? I mean, just absolutely just crazy at their position. They offer so much more than just need heals, ping it for heals. They do everything. And to Gaskin, your point, they survive. I mean, they're just always living through those, close fights. And sometimes it's just that one elimination on the back line, and then everything snowballs from there. I mean, that's a lot of teams' game plans. And so when you try to do that against Liquid Citadel, it just doesn't work. I think that's a great example for We Lost. That's what they like to do. So sometimes that's why that matchup isn't so good.
I think that's what's so impressive about them as well. Because if you are dueling as strategists, you need to be working together to not only keep everyone else alive, we need to keep each other alive. So communication is going to be absolutely vital. If you are being hunted down, you need the support, but also if you're on the other team, you need to try and separate those strategies as best as you can so you can isolate them. But the way that these Team Liquid Citadel players work is they don't allow themselves to get isolated that easily. Even if it's a duelist dropping back to try and cover, a Vanguard coming back, they always have that extra player to ensure that no one's going to be isolated, and that's what's impressive is their positioning. But then you also have to look at flex players. I mean, Speedery, the fact he can just switch on over to Ultron, or he can be on the duelist so comfortable, is such an incredible thing to have on your team as well.
Well, let's welcome in the winners interview in our last of today. It is that backline, the strategist, and the one that we've been talking about a lot over here, Nero. Welcome on over to the interview, and hello, my friend. How you doing?
Hello, I'm doing good. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, hey, listen, we've been talking about y'all obviously for the last couple of weeks. You've been one of my unsung heroes that I can keep bringing up because, I've obviously been watching you for a while back, when you were with Envy and now here. And obviously you're with Gator and Speedery, but it's been so cool for you to come into this team and kind of what this looks like. I got to say, you guys make it look easy, but, nothing at this level of play really is, right? Like, what were some key decisions for your team going into this matchup and into the playoffs in general for mindset and more?
I mean, specifically this match, okay, I'm going to start off by saying Nettie said that we can no longer be toxic in interviews, so try to keep it as professional as possible here. Honestly, Sentinels is just inferior to us in every way. We didn't really need to think too hard on this match. Yeah, the bans kind of matter, but I don't think they really matter this match. But looking ahead, I think the ban phase will matter a lot more. I think there are better teams ahead. So we just need to lock in, keep the same passion that we have.
When you're watching a movie on television, it's like an art movie, and it's kind of it's trimmed up, and it's you don't get exactly what came with the movie, but you still get the message. If you were to trim it up a little bit, what would you say that would be? What do you want to say? I guess I'm not trying to get you in trouble, but I want to hear from you a little bit. What are some words you have to say to some of the teams out there, and try to keep it like it's played on TV.
I mean, all I have to say is we're just best in slot on every role. I feel like we're the only team in NA that has a chance to win, especially versus EU teams. I think it's a one-team region, and we're going to show that.
Awesome.
I love it because that actually perfectly leads up to my next question, Nero. I mean, you're looking at the pick and bans, and they are just focusing on strategists the whole time. We talk so much about, you and Cooper, and another strat backline that we talk about a lot is Swamp Gaming. So I actually want to get your thoughts. What is the respect that you, as a strategist yourself, look at when it comes to Valentina, Eve, and Forky Dog from that specific team?
I mean, I respect them. They're definitely the second best, but I wouldn't say it's close compared to us. I'd say we're better on every hero in the game. I mean, that's all I really have to say. It's not close, no matter what people think.
Nero, in terms of map selection today, we saw all three maps I don't think you had played on so far this season, or at least two of them were. I think Sen were trying to play weaker maps for you maybe, and trying to find some sort of weakness. Clearly, there doesn't seem to be one. Is there, are you just so well drilled on every map? Are you practicing absolutely everything when you have the availability in scrims?
I wouldn't say we're practicing everything. I'd say we have a few comps that we default to, and there's not very much variance with the ban phase right now, so we can basically get one of those comps every single game. So it's not like we have to practice a lot of stuff. We just practice 3 to 4 comps. Get good at those.
If I were to ask Nero, because you come from a team last year that was very talented too, right? I mean, you guys were a talented team last year, and obviously, didn't go how you guys wanted. Now you're on Team Liquid Citadel, and it feels like obviously talent is one thing, but I think just to have the polish that you guys have, can you take me behind the scenes a little bit of how you guys are prepared for any situations and how this team clicks? Just saw Paulie as a little Easter egg behind you. You guys just all seem to click well, all want the same thing, right? Walk me through that, because I think that's what's so impressive to me. It's not just how good you guys are. I know you guys are good, but it's the things around it.
I mean, shout out to Gator, shout out to Legit. I think they have a very good understanding of the game, and they help us when we're arguing with each other. And I think we have smart players overall. We don't need that much help, but they are there to help us complete it. And it just comes back to the passion. Like, we just want it more. Like, we show up to scrims every day. We try hard. Like, we play like it's a match every single scrim. And that's what's important. Like, you need to have the same environment in scrims that you do in a match.
Oh, yeah.
Locked in and loaded, man. Like, it's all about that business that you guys bring forward, and I like the confidence that we're hearing from you and your outlook right now and how you view your team and how you stand against the rest of the region. Now I'm going to take you beyond the pond, very far actually, through the ocean, and it's going to be looking at EMEA. I mean, how do you feel looking at how some of the games have gone down already, opening up the bracket stage for the EMEA teams? Do you think that you guys are still on top, even looking at the way that it's been going down over there in EMEA?
Yeah, I think the only team in EMEA that really stands a chance is VP and maybe Heretics. Maybe I'm not too sure about them, but for sure VP, for sure.
Well, awesome. Hey, listen, it's been fun having you in here. I appreciate you guys sending somebody different each time, too, just to get a little bit more about this team of superstars and hearing from each of you guys. You know, it's been fun to watch y'all. I know you guys are going to continue to shine, but job is not finished, and you know that more than anybody. You guys have Yeah We Lost. Last question for you, and then we'll close it all up. Yeah We Lost. You guys 2-0 them last time, but going into it, impressive win today. Anything to say to your future opponent?
I got nothing to say. It'll be the same as last time.
There it is. There it is. Hey, that's what I wanted. All right, man. Well, thank you so much for coming on, Nero. Go and celebrate the win, and we will appreciate it. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Thanks for having me on.
That was Nero. Hey, that was fun. It's cool to see this team come together. And again, shout out to Liquid Citadel Gaming for like sending somebody new each interview, because I think it's so different to be able to hear a perspective from all the roles, but also just like the personalities, if you will, Gaskin.
Yeah, a very reserved interview, but at the same time, I think that after a game like that, you're going to be feeling on top of the world, right? They didn't even break a sweat. Like I was mentioning in the cast, it felt second nature with how they were responding to what was being thrown at them, and the interview was evident of that as well, where they didn't feel like they really had to dig too deep into their playbook. They kind of just played the game. They kind of just won the game. And maybe they're not going to be tested until they get to that final against Swamp Gaming. Or maybe there's a spanner in the works from Yeah We Lost. You know, no one's scrimming them. They're a little bit unorthodox. Maybe they can be that one team that finally does something a little bit different against Liquid. But as we said, we've already seen it happen once. It was a 2-0, but it will be a best of 5 next time.
Well, listen, Vicky, I got to say, I appreciate the question you asked, because right now, whether they like it or not, EMEA, they've won the last 2 lands, right? Funny enough, Nero on the team of Envy that lost to Rad, that won mid-season final. So, I mean, and that's now Navi, right? Pretty much a couple different players, obviously Dara, but either way, it's funny because he's been in that position before. And so, we got to see who comes out of America to continue to challenge that. And it's exciting. And I think this team is exciting as well. And so, they took care of business today, and so did we. It was definitely fun from the top to the bottom. I mean, obviously, I feel like last 2 weeks too, y'all, it was always the back half of the show that was the chaos, Vicky.
Yeah, and I feel like at least with our second to last series, Cozy, it kind of kept up that theme. And I like what we've already seen from a lot of our teams. Opening up the first day of the bracket stage, it also kind of highlights what we're in store for when it comes to the upper bracket semis, and then which team we're gonna have to send home first, looking at that lower bracket round 1.
Gaskin, looking forward to tomorrow. Obviously, we have a lot to look forward in the bracket. Anything that you want to shout out and looking at as we look towards the future of the playoffs?
How to Sen and NRG respond in the elimination bracket. Like, that's not necessarily 2 teams you would expect to be there. I mean, of course, Sen, a slightly more difficult matchup, more looking at NRG, but are Sen going to be frustrated now that they have to play against a team like NRG, for example? I think that the bracket has definitely been shooketh, mainly by Yeah We Lost, right? Like, Yeah We Lost were doing the unexpected today by getting that 3-2 over NRG. Other than that, 100 Thieves over SSG, I guess, was a little bit of a surprise for it to be a 3-0, but not as big a surprise. And I'm excited to see what Lunex can do, because Lunex looked really good against SG today. They had some real opportunities to actually take maps away from them, but the real question is, how do you do when your back's against the wall and you're down in that lower bracket?
No, I think that's a great point. I mean, listen, Lunex versus Space Station is going to be absolute heat. I think Space Station have a lot to show after the 100 Thieves outing that they had today, and so definitely going to Bring on the heat. If you're just now coming in, this is how things shook out. We have lots of matches and days coming towards you. It was a late one today, but we appreciate y'all watching the action of the 3-0s and the one chaotic match number 3. Match 2 had some heat too, Vic.
Oh, dude, we had our first draw. Like, we got our first draw and our first game 5, and it all happened day number 1. I mean, what does that mean going forward with so much of the action still ahead of us?
Absolutely. Gaskin, gotta ask you, if you were to call out a player of today as we look at the bracket moving forward, who would be a player that we didn't interview or maybe didn't highlight as much that players or viewers should know?
I mean, we did highlight him, but Jitwood really impressed me today. As I mentioned, going into that match, I have expected more from Jitwood in the preseason, from everything that I had learned and everything that I had seen coming into Marvel Rivals Ignite. And today he really showed up. He really showed what he is capable of and really brought that team through literally flames going against a roster like NRG who were able to really take him to the wire. So for me, I'd love to hear from Jitwood more. I just think that he is a very impressive talent and is only going to get better and better the further we get on here.
Yeah, Vic, and this is the time to lock in, right? I mean, obviously, it's preseason, so, like, the stakes, they're high, but, you're not going home. It's not over for LAN, things like that. So, like, mistakes, let them happen now, if you will. Lunex versus SSG. You can see the match lineup order right now. I believe Shib and Dockman will be bringing in the Lunex, SSG, and NRG versus Sin, and Vicky, I, and Gaskin will be doing SG versus 100 Thieves. And yeah, we lost versus TLC, the Learning Channel, table, ladders, chairs, whatever you want to name it. They are dominant, and it's been fun.
It's crazy because this is literally going to be the day of the runbacks, right? Those first 2 series are going to determine a lot with past matches where both these teams have already faced off against each other in the past. And remember, that was like where Lunex beat Space Station in a clean 2-0 fashion, but that was best of 3. And as Gaskin keeps talking about it, it's important with the best of 5 and how it's performed in its outcome here in the bracket stage.
Absolutely, y'all. Well, hey, listen, it's like just a few hours away. Black Cat is about to hit the servers, and she's definitely going to change the game in more ways than one. Cross your path and your luck runs out. One of the world's premier thieves, Felicia, glides across the battlefield with swift precision and a dancer's grace. Ever ready? Guys, this is going to be a fun duelist that's going to bring absolute heat, and I think to the pro scene, such a unique way of playing Marvel Rivals. Always fun to see these new heroes come in.
Well, get ready to strut your stuff, take the shot, and claim the stars. Get ready for class with Peter Parker, the photographer. Strike a pose as Black Cat, Urban Predator, and embrace the cosmic hunt with Blade, Starlit, Shadow. Whether you're chasing the ultimate headline or wiping out creatures lurking in the deep reaches of space, the battlefield is yours to command. Available April 17th. That's not very long. I think actually Vicky's already in the future. She's almost there. No matter the challenge, you guys can always look your best. I can't wait to get some of these skins.
Let me know, chat. We do DGen hours, we stay up because we got a lot to look forward to in just a few hours with the roadmap for Season 7.5 that has just arrived, guys. In just a few hours, you get to dive in for a sneak peek at what's to come in the latest season coming up here for Marvel Rivals, featuring all the new costumes, events, and much, much more.
Alrighty, y'all. Well, there you go. If you're still with us today, I know we've said it so many times, but go out there, get Black Cat rolling. We're not going to see her in the preseason playoffs because of the way things shake out in the pro scene, but I am ready to see how things shake out that way. Vicky, Gaskin, you guys were amazing today. So fun to bring in the action. We're just getting started here in America. We go day after day for a while, so strap up, get ready. Vicky, any last words from you?
I had so much fun, Cozy. If this is the way we're going to start things off, I cannot wait to see how the matches play out tomorrow.
Gask, anything to close the stream?
Oh boy, it's just going to get bigger and better from here, and we are building up to the final of all finals with how things are going right now. TLC, SG, look like the teams to beat, but maybe someone can shut them down. I can't wait.
Alrighty, folks. Well, thank you so much for watching the beginning of the playoffs in the preseason. Have a great night. Get ready for Season 7.5 coming at you in a few hours. Until the next one, happy rivaling. Good night.